Chapter 191. Lin Hao was flying towards the queen ant. While flying, Lin Hao looked down at his body, which was full of densely packed mutant ants moving everywhere. The number of these mutant ants was even more than the various corpse tides that Lin Hao had experienced. The place where these ants were charging was where Bai Bofan and Li Yang were. And Li Yang and Bai Bofan were still running. Most of the ants followed behind them, some lying on their trouser legs, and some lying on their arms. But they had no time to get these ants off their bodies. As long as they delayed a little, more ants would pounce on them. When Lin Hao gradually landed, he found that he was still more than 10 meters away from the queen ant, and under him were thousands of ants surging. Seeing this scene, although Lin Hao felt a little numb, he had to face it. Lin Hao took a deep breath, fell to the ground, and stood up from the ground with a sideways roll. In the process, he crushed many ants, but the number of those ants was insignificant to the entire ant tide. As soon as he stood up, hundreds of ants had already pounced on Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not dare to delay and hurriedly ran towards the queen ant. This short distance of more than 10 meters became an important stage in Lin Hao's race with the god of death. He turned on the speed bonus skill, turned on the strength bonus skill, and his mental power had already been explored, hoping to control the queen ant through mental power first. But after the mental power entered the queen ant's mind, it was a familiar barrier that blocked Lin Hao's attack. This barrier was He Jiayan's. Mental power was ineffective, so Lin Hao had to hope that his speed could be faster. There were more and more ants on his body. At some point, Lin Hao felt that his weight had been reduced. He took the time to look at his body. In some places, bones could be clearly seen. These were all bitten by ants on his body. Seeing that these ants focused on the upper body, Lin Hao did not dare to stop at all. And finally, only a few meters away from the queen ant. The strength bonus is an all-round bonus, including Lin Hao's leg strength. Lin Hao bent down and jumped towards the queen ant with all his strength. In the air, Lin Hao got rid of the attack of the ants underground. Although there were still many ants on his body, Lin Hao could no longer care about these ants. Finally caught you. Lin Hao looked at the queen ant under him, and a proud look flashed across his mouth. Lin Hao aimed at the queen ant's body and punched it hard. After the strength bonus, Lin Hao's strength attribute points went straight to 40. Lin Hao had never tested how strong these 40 points of strength were. But when this punch hit the queen ant, Lin Hao didn't feel any resistance. Just like a punch in the water. Lin Hao didn't expect the queen ant's physical fitness to be so poor, and she didn't seem to have any defense at all. When this punch hit the queen ant seemed to feel something, and her body twisted helplessly. But no matter how she twisted, she couldn't get rid of Lin Hao's violence. Seeing that the queen ant was not dead, Lin Hao directly stretched out both hands and inserted them into the queen ant's body, searching for something inside. The small black dot at the end of the queen ant's tail was still popping out eggs one by one. After the eggs fell to the ground, the ants that had already been born came forward and began to feast on them. This is the law of the jungle. And Lin Hao's two hands finally caught a round and very hard object at the end of the queen ant's head that was gradually twisting weakly. When Lin Hao touched this thing, Lin Hao didn't think about it. He just held it tightly in his hands, and then pulled it out of the queen ant's body at once. Looking at the blood-red crystal core in his hand accompanied by mucus, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel excited. It was another level 3 crystal core, and another opportunity to become stronger. The magical thing was that the queen ant had no signs of life, but its body still emitted light, illuminating this huge underground space. When the queen ant died, the ants lying on Lin Hao finally left. But they didn't seem to leave simply, but rioted. After the ants on his body left, Lin Hao seemed to see a black wave, which rolled around and poured out from countless holes in the underground space. And all the creatures that blocked them were ruthlessly swallowed by them. Lin Hao grabbed the crystal core of the queen ant and started walking towards Bai Bofan and Li Yang. Just as Lin Hao stepped into the black wave, a magical scene happened. The black waves under his feet actually avoided Lin Hao, as if they could not avoid him. Lin Hao looked at the crystal core in his hand, and guessed that it might be the effect of the queen ant's residual power that caused the mutant ants to start avoiding him. Looking at Bai Bofan and Li Yang, who were already surrounded by the black wave, Lin Hao hurriedly rushed towards the two of them. No matter where Lin Hao went, the ants under his feet would automatically make way for him. When Lin Hao came to Bai Bofan and Li Yang, the two zombies were like Lin Hao, and many parts of their bodies were eaten away, leaving white bones. Fortunately, Lin Hao arrived in time. Otherwise the ants would have eaten their brains. Fortunately, they are safe now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A burst of impatient sounds came, and Lin Hao looked up and saw that the beetle, which should have been metallic in color, was now red all over, and the two wings on its back were waving like an electric fan, carrying a beautiful red-tailed flame and rushing towards the three people like a suicide fighter. Lin Hao threw the crystal core to Li Yong, and then grabbed by Bofin's foot. After turning on the strength bonus at this moment, Lin Hao felt full of energy, as if any heavy object placed in front of him could be easily lifted, such as by Bofin. After Lin Hao grabbed by Bofin's foot, by Bofin, who was a little surprised, was still wondering why Lin Hao did this. Before he could use his few KB of brain capacity to come up with an answer, he was already swung by Lin Hao as a hammer. Lin Hao stared closely at the beetle that had already flown over, and when the time was right, he turned by Bofin hard and whipped the beetle fiercely. At this moment, Lin Hao finally realized how powerful his strength of more than 40 points was. In short, when he lifted by Bofin up, he felt very relaxed, as if he was holding a convenient bag in his hand. Looking at the beetle that was about to land, Lin Hao swung the convenient bag hard, and then the beetle flew. Although it was originally flying, being swung and flying was different from flying by itself. There was no way, mainly because by Bofin was too heavy, plus Lin Hao's huge strength. When this solid swing hit the beetle's head, the beetle was immediately stunned. Watching the beetle falling into the black wave like a parabola, Lin Hao felt satisfied, and then put by Bofin on the ground. Fatty, get up. Don't lie on the ground. Lin Hao kicked by Bofin, but found that by Bofin was still not awake. Lin Hao was naturally not worried about by Bofin, so he squatted on the ground and observed carefully. He found that by Bofin was rolling his eyes, his tongue sticking out of his mouth, and his body was motionless, as if he had fainted. Lin Hao was speechless. Did he really use too much force just now? Chapter 192. Fatty, Fatty, wake up. Lin Hao showed no mercy, and kicked by Bofin's head twice with his size 44 foot. Finally, by Bofin stood up shakily. What happened just now? By Bofin obviously had a memory problem, and asked in confusion. Oh, nothing happened just now. You should stand up quickly. Lin Hao looked around and said, as if he was checking carefully. By Bofin stood up in a daze, and touched the back of his head, as if he still couldn't remember anything. Lin Hao didn't pretend. He was looking at the place where the beetle had just landed, because the beetle had not flown up since it landed, which made Lin Hao a little suspicious. Logically speaking, with the beetle's defense, even these mutant ants should not be able to harm it. And aren't the ants in the same group with it? But when Lin Hao waited for a few minutes, the beetle still didn't fly up, and Lin Hao finally began to doubt it. Let's go and take a look, Lin Hao said anxiously. We must go and take a look. After all, it is a level 3 crystal core. Lin Hao is not a wasteful person. As Lin Hao and his two companions walked in the black wave, the ants in the wave avoided them again. Soon, they came to the place where the beetle had just landed. When Lin Hao saw the miserable appearance of the beetle, he felt cold in his back teeth. Before Lin Hao arrived, there were still a few ants lying on the beetle. It was not until Lin Hao arrived that the ants left the beetle. At this moment, the beetle's seemingly extremely hard body had been gnawed by the ants, and its internal organs could be seen. There was still a little bit of the beetle's wings left, and the remaining wings moved weakly. It was obvious that the beetle wanted to fly, but the moment it landed, it was surrounded by countless ants, and the first part of the beetle that the ants attacked was its wings. Lin Hao thought that the beetle's defense could resist the rioting ants, but it seemed that it didn't. Lin Hao originally thought that the beetle was in the same group with the ants, but it seemed that it was not. It was only in the same group with the queen ant. Because of the queen ant's order, the ants did not attack the beetle. When the queen ant was gone, the ants naturally became unscrupulous and wanted to attack anyone they saw. Looking at the ants all over the ground under his feet disappearing towards the holes like water. After a while, there was no ant around. With so many first-level mutant ants, if these guys were on land, I don't know how much trouble they could cause. Moreover, they are all first-level mutant beasts, which means that they also have the opportunity to evolve and upgrade. In the near future, the rulers of City B may become these ants. However, the future of City B was not what Lin Hao should worry about. What Lin Hao was worried about was the half-dead beetle under his feet. The beetle had lost its strongest defense and was dying. It looked like it would not live long even if Lin Hao did not take action. In this case, Lin Hao was ready to give it a quick death. Lin Hao's strength bonus was still there, and his strength was amazing. So he aimed at the beetle's head and punched it hard. Although many parts of the beetle were very hard, some parts were also very fragile, such as the small head. In the battle, because the head was too small, Lin Hao couldn't attack it at all. But now it was different. Seeing the opponent's small head appeared in front of him, Lin Hao couldn't help but use his great power. With one punch, the beetle finally stopped fluttering, as the head turned into a paste. A blood-red level 3 crystal core with an attractive smell appeared in front of the 3 zombies. Li Yang carefully put the crystal core away, put it in his pocket, and then zipped it up. Fortunately, the ants were not interested in their clothes and would drill directly from the outside to their bodies to bite them. Otherwise it would be a problem whether the pocket could still be used. 2 level 3 crystal cores. Very good. It seems that today's harvest is good. Next, I will see what other means you have to deal with me. Lin Hao raised his head and looked up to an unknown height and murmured in a low voice. There were stair-like spiral walkways all around, narrow and looked difficult to walk on. Lin Hao led by Bofen and Li Yang to the spiral corridors, although he didn't know where they would eventually lead to. Lin Hao had a hunch that if he followed them, he would definitely reach the top. He Jiayan was still waiting for something at the door of the lounge. When the beetle and the queen ant lost their breath, he finally sighed softly. He Jiayan touched the alpaca's head and said, "Little camel, we are leaving here. Anyway, no matter where we are, I can create powerful mutant beasts. In this case, why should we stick to a zoo? Me. Alpacas can't speak. They can only cry. But with just one cry." He Jiayan already understood what he said. "Okay. Then let's leave here and look for our next territory. I believe that one day, we will fight back." He Jiayan was full of confidence. But unfortunately, this state of confidence did not last long. A mutant zombie suddenly appeared in front of him. When this mutant zombie appeared in front of He Jiayan's face changed. The mutant zombie in front of him looked very thin, with sunken cheeks and a malnourished look. The level of this mutant zombie was about level 3. Although He Jiayan could see how strong the other party was, he could not see the detailed level of the other party at all. He could only rely on his high-level pressure to roughly check some. This zombie looked wooden, like a mentally retarded child, staring at He Jiayan with a pair of dead fish eyes, as if staring at a prey that was easy to catch. "Why are you here? Why are you here? Your presence here indicates that she is here too. Why? Didn't we agree to not spare each other after dividing the territory? Why is she here?" He Jiayan muttered, no longer as calm as when facing Lin Hao. It was strange that Lin Hao, by Bofen and Li Yang, 3 level 3 zombies, had never frightened He Jiayan. But the mutant zombie in front of him, which seemed to have just entered level 3, made He Jiayan lose control. "Why? Didn't we agree on this? Why did she come?" He Jiayan was still muttering. "Because of the law of the jungle. You are useless without your mutant beast. Since you are useless, it's better to give it to me than to others." A distant voice that came from nowhere reached He Jiayan's ears. "Why? Why did you come to me?" He Jiayan argued with a red face. "Without your mutant beast, you have nothing. So you are no longer qualified to exist in this position." As soon as the voice finished speaking, He Jiayan fell to the ground. Before falling to the ground, He Jiayan didn't know who had attacked him. He just felt a pain in the back of his head. And then he was gone. Chapter 193. In the small yard in front of the He Jiayan Zoo, the ground there was bumpy, and there were countless holes of different sizes. Lin Hao had never looked into these holes before. If he had, he would be very surprised. Some holes were so deep that you couldn't see the bottom. In front of a hole, a head quietly poked up. Lin Hao looked around, carefully poked his head and his mental power, and made sure there were no mutant beasts or mutant zombies around. Then he jumped up. "I told you. You can definitely get up. But I didn't expect that the stairs lead to here." Lin Tian looked up at the sky and couldn't help sighing. It's nice to be down to earth and see the sun. Next, Lin Hao was ready to start his revenge. "He Jiayan, I will make you pay the price this time." After waiting for a long time, Lin Hao was a little confused. Why didn't Bai Bofen come up? Looking back, he only saw a round head. The head looked a little clumsy. From time to time, He stretched his head back and stretched out his hands. He felt something was wrong and stretched his head out again. Finally, the head found that his head and hands seemed unable to stretch out of the hole at the same time. Lin Hao sighed, walked forward and grabbed Bai Bofin's head, then pulled it up hard, just like pulling a carrot. Li Yang, you also use some strength, Lin Hao shouted loudly. This head is Bai Bofin. As for why Bai Bofin can't come up, think about his body shape. With the efforts of Lin Hao and Li Yang, the two finally pulled up most of Bai Bofin's upper body. Fatty, remember? Start losing weight from today, Lin Hao complained. Bai Bofin silently let Lin Hao pull him, not daring to speak. Under Bai Bofin, Li Yang pushed hard. And finally, the two zombies pulled Bai Bofin out of the hole with great effort. The moment Bai Bofin came out, Lin Hao sat down on the ground. It felt like Lin Hao was almost exhausted after pulling Bai Bofin once. But he didn't know if there would be any problems if he fought with He Jiayan in this state. When Bai Bofin finally came out of the hole, Li Yang finally came out too. Zombies don't like ultraviolet rays, but there are always some who are different, such as Lin Hao and Li Yang. Li Yang likes everything that shines and is beautiful, such as the moon, and of course the sun. When Li Yang finally stood up and saw the sun, he couldn't help but sigh, and then stared at the sun for a long time. Lin Hao stood up, patted Li Yang on the shoulder and said, "Okay. The sun will not go out in the sky. Let's do the business first, and then look at the sun." So Li Yang could only stare at the sun reluctantly and walk behind Lin Hao. As he walked, Li Yang discovered a magical thing. That is, no matter where he was, he could always stare at the sun as he wished. If Lin Hao knew Li Yang's idea, I wonder if he would praise him for being so damn smart. The three of them returned to the place where He Jiayan first appeared, and the hole that the beetle had drilled appeared in front of Lin Hao again. When Lin Hao saw his alloy knife, he couldn't help but excitedly step forward to take it, and wiped off the dust on it with some care. Lin Hao remembered that after he cut the beetle's tentacles, he put his knife on the ground when the beetle took him underground. Fortunately, the knife did not fall into the ground with the beetle. Otherwise Lin Hao could only go back to the survivor's base to see if he could find another one. He Jiayan, where are you? Come out for me. Lin Hao raised his head and saw the closed door of the lounge, and said angrily, "If you don't come out, I will kick the door," Lin Hao shouted. He knew that with He Jiayan's second-year character, he would definitely come out as long as he was in the room. But after shouting this sentence, he didn't see He Jiayan coming out for a long time, and Lin Hao put his mental power in with some doubts. When the mental power presented the scene in the room to Lin Hao rushed forward and kicked open the door of the lounge. When the door was kicked open, He Jiayan's body was lying quietly on the ground, because he was facing the ground. The hole in the back of He Jiayan's head appeared very clearly in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao reached his hand into the hole in the back of He Jiayan's head and fumbled for a long time. He really didn't find anything. He could only sigh helplessly and turned back to Bai Bofin and Li Yang and said, "We were intercepted." That's right. He Jiayan is dead, and the crystal core has disappeared. Obviously it has been taken away by someone. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little distressed. A level 4 crystal core. Gone just like that. Who is so shameless? Me. Suddenly, a very light cry sounded. Lin Hao looked back curiously, and found that the alpaca was still hiding in a corner. Nothing happened. Could it be because the alpaca's level was too low, so that person didn't take the alpaca's crystal core away? However, Lin Hao was somewhat comforted by this. At least there was a level 2 crystal core waiting for him. Although the level 2 crystal core could not be compared with a level 4 crystal core, it was not empty-handed after all. In fact, Lin Hao definitely could not be considered to have returned empty-handed. He could even be considered to have returned with a full load. 1 level 2 crystal core and 4 level 3 crystal cores. No matter how you look at it, it was considered a full load. The only flaw was that He Jiayan's level 4 crystal core was missing. Otherwise, it would have been even more perfect. Fortunately, Lin Hao was not a greedy person. As a level 4 mutant zombie, He Jiayan could be easily taken from the back of his head. Lin Hao should have understood that the opponent's level was definitely not something he could deal with. Forget it. Forget it. We should be satisfied with 4 level 3 crystal cores. Anyway, there is more than 1 level 4 zombie in City B. Next, after dividing these crystal cores, we should move on to the next target. Lin Hao said to Bai Bofan and Li Yong with a smile on his face. A satisfied smile. Bai Bofan and Li Yong absolutely obeyed Lin Hao. So no matter what Lin Hao said, they just nodded. And the 3 mutant zombies pulled the somewhat panicked alpaca away from He Jiayan's small zoo very satisfiedly. But in a place unknown to them, there stood a slender figure, who looked at the departing Lin Hao, as if thinking about something. It looks like things are going to change in City B again, the figure muttered. Next to the figure stood a very wooden-looking 3rd-level mutant zombie, who was holding a crystal core in his hand. The crystal core was large and full, and it looked very heavy. It was obviously the one in He Jiayan's head. Don't just stand there. Eat the crystal core quickly, Qianing said to the dumb mutant zombie anxiously. The 3rd-level mutant zombie raised his head, glanced at Qianing, nodded very obediently, and then swallowed the crystal core. Yes, you can only protect me if you become stronger. So eat the crystal core yourself when you see it in the future. Don't leave it to me, Qianing said gently. Lin Hao didn't notice the couple. For him, the next second is a new journey. So his goal has always been at his feet. Everyone's beliefs may be different, but they all have one goal, which is to become stronger. Chapter 194. After the tough tug of war at night, everyone who survived in the base stood up and started to build walls, because these walls are the foundation of their protection. If these walls are gone, there is no need for this survivor base to exist. After Lin Hao left, Jean Bebe couldn't help but miss him. But what could she do? She knew that he was a zombie, a creature that could not exist in the survivor base. So even if Jean Bebe missed him, she didn't dare to leave Lin Hao in the base. Fortunately, the post-war construction work soon diluted Jean Bebe's longing. This base was reborn from the ashes and began a new round of existence. And the beginning of every new thing is very hard. Since Jean Bebe is the owner of this survivor base, he naturally has to be comprehensive and meticulous. Fortunately, although there are fewer people, everyone's enthusiasm still brought great help. The wall that was broken by Bai Bofan was repaired in a short time. Although the gate was the biggest breakthrough point of the zombie tide, the damage it brought was not as great as imagined. It also took a short time to build the gate. But this time it was not a wooden door, but an iron door. At the same time as the base was being built, the first thing to be restored in the base was electricity, because electricity made everything easier, such as welding a solid iron door. With the iron door and the 3-meter-high wall, Jean Bebe believed that if the zombie tide broke out again like last night, it would not be absolutely prevented, but it would not be as defenseless as last night. And in the end, it was only with human lives that the zombies were stopped. There are not many guns and bullets left. In the doomsday, ordinary people must have bullets and guns to survive. After Su Yi died, he left behind a large number of alloy weapons. Those weapons can be used. But what should we do with those machines? Xian Bin asked like Jean Bebe's assistant at this moment. Let's dismantle those machines and see if there are any parts we can use. If not, just leave them there. It doesn't take up too much space anyway. As for weapons and bullets, do you know where to get these supplies? Jean Bebe asked back. On the edge of City B, there is a paralyzed military base. There are all the supplies we need. But there are too many zombies there. However, if we just want to get some bullets and guns, we can take the risk and try it once. Because these things are available outside the military base. And there are much fewer zombies outside than inside. Qian Bin said. How much food is left? Jean Bebe asked again. There is still a lot of food, because our number has dropped sharply. The food was originally only enough to last for 2 weeks. But now it should be enough to last for a month, Qian Bin said. Jean Bebe thought for a while, and said, now is not the time to go out and look for food. We should first build the base. Also, we have too few people. Is the radio built? Once it is built, we will continue to broadcast information to the surrounding cities. Only when the number of people increases can our base become stronger. Okay, I got it. Xian Bin left after saying that. Xian Bin is now the only person in the base who knows some medical skills. They were also injured in the battle yesterday, and those people still need him to look after them. Jiang Panpan came to Jean Bebe at some point and asked, how do you feel? Jiang Panpan, who was already covered in blood, changed into clean clothes at this moment. And his hair was also wet. Obviously just washed. What can we do? It's just like that. Now we have to find a way to repair the base first. and then wait for other survivors to come and seek refuge. I don't believe that there are only a few hundred of us left in a city of more than 100,000 people. There must be some. Jean Bebe said firmly. Oh, do you want to take a bath? Jiang Panpan asked. Speaking of bathing, Jean Bebe was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, where do you get water to take a bath? Jean Bebe knew Jiang Panpan. They had lived together since childhood and became tacitly acquainted after the apocalypse because of the battle. It was known to everyone that there was little water in the base. She felt that her senior sister would not use the life-saving water to take a bath. Jiang Panpan smiled and said, there is a stream on the mountain. I found it yesterday. I don't know if the water is clean or not. Anyway, we won't be infected. So I went to take a bath. Jean Bebe nodded and said, then I go there too. You can help me look after the base. Jiang Panpan stopped her and said, I don't recommend you go now. Why? Jean Bebe asked in confusion. Lin Tian is taking a bath there. Jiang Panpan said very naturally. Jean Bebe was stunned for a moment. Looked at Jiang Panpan and said with a smile, no way. When did you develop so fast? Jiang Panpan said coquettishly, go. What are you thinking about? I washed first. And then I told him the place. And he went there. Although Jiang Panpan said it very confidently, I don't know what picture she thought of. Her face couldn't help but blush, since she knew Lin Tian was there. Jean Bebe would naturally not cause embarrassment. It happened that there was nothing to do now. So Jean Bebe sat on the stone by the roadside and prepared to take a rest. When the city wall was being built just now, the men needed 2 people to carry the stones. But Jean Bebe carried them by herself. So the eyes of the men around looked at Jean Bebe differently. In addition to being surprised, they also believed in Jean Bebe more. Although the leader may not be strong, a strong leader can always bring people a sense of security. The city wall has been built, and Jean Bebe is staring at the welding of the iron gate at the entrance of the base. It's not that Jean Bebe doesn't want to help, but she really doesn't know anything about welding. Fortunately, the survivor's base has everything. Even the electric welder can be found. Not to mention the sturdy iron bars. The welding of the iron gate has been going on for a long time. The welders began to mortise the wall. As long as the mortise is done, a simple and sturdy iron gate can be built. At this moment, Jean Bebe, who has good eyesight, saw 2 figures appear outside the gate, and the 2 figures staggered towards the base. Originally, Jean Bebe thought they were zombies, so he was ready to take a knife to kill them. But when the 2 figures gradually approached, Jean Bebe also saw the water bottles in their hands. The water bottles were empty, but the 2 people still held them in their hands like a life-saving straw, which shows how much they value the empty bottles. There were still soldiers patrolling at the door. The 2 weak figures looked too much like zombies. The soldiers at the door were a little uncertain, but they still raised their guns diligently and prepared in advance. Suddenly, the soldier felt that his gun was pressed down by someone. He raised his head curiously, but saw that the person who pressed his gun was Jean Bebe. Captain? The soldier asked curiously. After Jean Bebe became the leader, she didn't know what title to call herself. It was a little unimpressive to call her by her name. After all, she had to manage so many people, so she had to be dignified. So she thought of the word captain. Titles are just empty names. As long as everyone knows her identity, they are people. Jean Bebe said to the soldier. The soldier also knew how much people were needed in the base. After learning that it was people, he quickly put down his gun and went forward with Jean Bebe to prepare for rescue. Chapter 195. Help! Help! When Jean Bebe and the soldier came to the 2 people, they said so. A man and a woman. The man looked very strong, with short hair and a tough face. Before the doomsday, he might have been a handsome man with full of energy. But at this moment, this handsome man with full of energy looked the most listless. The woman was wearing the jeans that most people wore in the doomsday. But it was not beautiful, but full of filth and dirt. Water? Is there any water? The woman looked at Jean Bebe and the soldier, her face full of desire. Jean Bebe didn't care about the woman's filthiness at all, as she had done the same thing before. So she took the woman's body and helped her into the base. As for the man, he only called for help twice when he saw the base, and then fainted on the ground. Fortunately, there was enough food in the base, and although the soldiers were not full, they were not without strength. The soldier carried the man up and followed Jean Bebe into the base. The people in the base didn't find it strange to see this scene. It was normal for new survivors to join the base every 3 to 5 days. But anyway, these people were joining Jean Bebe's survivor base for the first time. Jean Bebe was also a new official. Although he was not very active, he still wanted to get involved in everything. "Bring some water," Jean Bebe said to the soldier. The soldier hurried to the water storage area. There were special places for storing food and water in the base. And there were also special people to watch over them. Those food and water were not allowed to be touched casually, including the people who watched over them. The soldiers were in charge of the water and food. So when they saw that the person coming to get water was also a soldier, they thought it was a matter of accommodation, especially since the soldier was personally ordered by Jean Bebe. So they had no reason to stop him. The soldier used his helmet to collect a large bucket of water, and he didn't dare to take big steps on the road, for fear that the water would spill. Before the soldier came to Jean Bebe, the woman who was supposed to be lying on the ground suddenly jumped up, pulled the helmet in the soldier's hand, and drank happily. The soldier couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw the water spilled on the ground from time to time due to big movements. There was about 500 milliliters of water in the helmet, and the woman drank more than half of it by herself, and finally stopped because she was out of breath. The soldier wanted to continue feeding the man, but the woman didn't want to. She still pulled the soldier's helmet, took a few deep breaths, and then drank. The soldier and Jean Bebe looked at the woman with some laughter and tears, and finally let the woman drink up the water in the helmet, and then smacked her lips with satisfaction. "Go get some more," Jean Bebe said to the soldier. The soldier hurried over, got another helmet of pure water, and walked towards the woman and the man. After drinking the water, the woman seemed to be in much better spirits, and thanked Jean Bebe first. Jean Bebe said, "Don't thank me. You have been a member of our base since you stepped into this base. Becoming a member of our base does not mean that you will have no worries about food and clothing. If you want to survive, you must help us build this base. So the water just now is just a bait to attract you." Although Jean Bebe's words seemed very realistic, the woman was still very grateful to Jean Bebe. If it weren't for Jean Bebe, the woman would probably have died outside now. The soldier first splashed some water on the man's face, and the man finally opened his eyes, stimulated by the coolness of the water. The man whispered with his dry lips, "Water? Water?" The soldier hurriedly put the helmet close to the man's mouth. Sure enough, when the man's lips touched the water, he was already dying and instantly became energetic. He even stood up and desperately stretched his mouth into the helmet, almost putting his whole head in. "Drink slowly. There is more water if it is not enough," the soldier said. Water can indeed be drunk unlimitedly, but the person who fetches water cannot do so at will. The man drank water much faster than the woman. The man drank a helmet of water without even taking a breath. Jean Bebe saw that the two men had almost finished their rest. So he said to the soldier, "Take them to rest and find them a room." Then Jean Bebe said to the two men, "On the first day of coming to us, food and water can be given to you for free. But you only have 1 day of rest. Today and tomorrow. Starting from the day after tomorrow, you must work with us. Otherwise you will have nothing to eat." Both of them nodded hurriedly. "I don't know the relationship between you two, but no matter what the relationship is, you must live separately. Because I don't think you have the ability to raise a girl if she gets pregnant, especially in this environment." Jean Bebe left the two of them after giving some advice. After all, she is not a powerful person, and there are some things that she can only warn. Jiang Panpan said that she found a clean stream above the base. Whether it is clean or not is not the first question, because no one dares to drink it, and no one is willing to risk turning into a zombie to drink the water. Seeing Lin Tian swaggering over the back wall, Jean Bebe rolled her eyes and said, "I said you can't be normal." Lin Tian laughed and said, "What do I mean by normal? It's time now. What's normal? Efficiency is what I pursue. It's fast enough to walk here. It's okay to climb over it. You misunderstood me. Where you go has nothing to do with me. Can you put on some clothes?" Seeing Lin Tian running around in a pair of shorts, Jean Bebe couldn't help but complain. "That's right. The weather is getting colder. It will be troublesome if you catch a cold." "Thank you, sister-in-law." After that, Lin Tian left the place. "Are you sure that's the point of my words?" Jean Bebe complained weakly to Lin Tian, who had already left. After a while, Xian Bin also climbed over the wall. "Have you retrieved the water source?" Jean Bebe asked. Xian Bin shook the bottle in his hand and said, "I retrieved it." "Okay. Then let's try the water purifier in the laboratory." Jean Bebe said. In fact, in a city with a population of more than 100,000, there are definitely more than a few hundred people who can survive. In the city, there are still countless people who endure loneliness and danger and live alone. Sooner or later, the pure water in the city will be consumed. There are always some people who risk their lives to try the water in rivers and ponds. After those people tried it, they did not find any changes in their bodies, although they might have diarrhea sometimes. But there are always corpses floating in ponds and rivers. If they are not really thirsty, they are not willing to drink the water. This is why the water taken from the stream must be tested with a water purifier. Are you sure, Su Yi said, that the water purifier has the function of filtering the T virus? Jean Bebe asked seriously again. Qian Bin said seriously, yes. Although I didn't hear Su Yi say it in person. I heard Wu Tianhao say it. Wu Tianhao said that he heard Su Yi say it in person. Jean Bebe shook her head and said, anyway, you will do the experiment yourself in a while. Just don't be irresponsible to yourself. Qian Bin will drink the water in a while. This is his own will. Qian Bin thinks that if the water source problem can be solved, there will be one less person searching for supplies in the future. And one less person searching for supplies can save many people from dying. Chapter 196. The water purifier is a very bulky-looking thing. Su Yi installed the world's most advanced filtration system in this water inlet, claiming that it can filter out the T virus. But whether it is true or not, and whether there is T virus in the water, these are unknown. But Qian Bin has a heart to serve the people. In order to ensure that there is T virus in the water he deliberately takes water from the corpse. Jean Bebe looks at Qian Bin with admiration. She has never seen a fool like Qian Bin. Aren't such people only in TV dramas and novels? But no matter what, Qian Bin's idea was for the sake of the base. Even if Jean Bebe wanted to stop him, Qian Bin himself was unwilling to do so. So, watching the bottle of sewage being poured into the water purifier, and then flowing out of the water purifier into a bottle of very clear water, Qian Bin took it and drank it without hesitation. Jean Bebe was still hesitating whether to stop it. But now it's alright. Jean Bebe doesn't need to think so much, seeing that Qian Bin had already drunk all the water and burped. Jean Bebe asked worriedly, how is it? Is everything alright? Qian Bin smacked his lips. I don't know. It's quite sweet. Qian Bin's dry lips showed that he was thirsty. Jean Bebe couldn't help shaking her head, and then followed Qian Bin and kept observing him. Half an hour later, seeing that Qian Bin was still fine and had no early symptoms of becoming a zombie, Jean Bebe finally felt relieved. It seems that our water source is finally guaranteed in the future. Jean Bebe smiled. Qian Bin also smiled. Yes. Fewer people will die when we go out to search in the future. Every time they went out to search, people would die. When the old people who had stayed in the base for several months heard that they were going out to search, they would subconsciously tremble in their hearts, fearing that they would be found. The biggest goal of going out to search was not food, but water, because people lacked water the most. But the water they found each time was not even enough for the team to drink for a few days. What was strange was that the base had never had a water shortage incident, and no one knew why. Now, Jean Bebe understood that Su Yi invented a water purifier himself, but left it here for his own use. Every time the base ran out of water, he would help the base to replenish it once, at least to prevent people from dying of thirst. Su Yi succeeded. No one in the base died because of food and water, but many died because of him. So Su Yi died too. An hour later, Jean Bebe finally confirmed that Qian Bin was really fine, and said, okay, prepare to maximize the use of the water purifier, and try to fill up the water tank. Qian Bin grinned. His smile never stopped. He raised one hand to his forehead, shaped like a knife, saluted seriously, and said loudly, yes. After Qian Bin left, Jean Bebe naturally felt bored in the base alone. So she prepared to go out and see the two people who woke up. The man and woman were still dirty, but with water and food, they looked much more energetic. The man and woman were sharing a bag of palm-sized bread. The bread should have been greasy with butter and cream, bright yellow in color and full in shape, and looked very appetizing. But now, the bread looked dry, and people had no appetite at first glance. It turned from Western food into Eastern steamed buns, and it was the kind of steamed buns that had been stored for countless days. Fortunately, no matter whether it was bread or steamed bread, as long as they could eat and fill their stomachs, they were all delicacies for the two of them. Because it took them so long to get from city A to city B, and they didn't know how long they hadn't eaten. The two of them obviously knew that Jean Bebe was the leader of this base. When they learned that the leader of this base was actually a woman, they were really surprised. They didn't know the situation of this base. So now they just listened to the orders of others in a low profile. The man saw Jean Bebe coming towards them, and his big eyes began to sparkle, while the woman opposite the man snorted in obvious dissatisfaction. How is it? Is there enough food? Jean Bebe was very smart not to ask if it suited her taste. Anyway, she herself didn't think a piece of dry and almost unbearable bread could have any taste. Very good. We are satisfied to have food. Although the woman was a little unhappy with Jean Bebe, she had to say some polite words. After all, she was counting on Jean Bebe to survive. That's good. Although we don't have much food here and can't guarantee that everyone will be full. It's absolutely safe here. Don't worry about zombie attacks, Jean Bebe said. The man stood up, thinking that he had a cool hairstyle, and stretched out his dirty palm to Jean Bebe and said, "Hello, miss. What's your name?" Jean Bebe smiled and said, "My name is Jean Bebe. You can call me Captain from now on." Although Jean Bebe didn't like this kind of chatting, since the other party had already stretched out his hand. He should respond, so he also stretched out his hand. "I haven't asked you two what your names are yet?" Jean Bebe asked curiously. The man looked very sunny when he smiled. Especially the muscles on his body matched his smile. Although the woman looked very thin, she had a lot of flesh on her chest and buttocks, and had a very good figure. She didn't look ugly either, and she had a charming temperament. And that was because she didn't look very old. If she was older, she would definitely be amazing. The man confidently said to Jean Bebe, "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Wang Wei, from City A." The woman also said, "My name is Wei Xuehan, from City A, and we are both students of City A University." When Jean Bebe heard that the two were from City A, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. "Oh my god. You are from City A? This place is not close to City A. How did you get here?" When Wang Wei heard this, he asked curiously, "Why? Captain, you are also from City A?" Jean Bebe said, "Yes. I am also from City A. When our team came to City B, we experienced many hardships and dangers. We almost died of zombies many times. So I was a little excited to hear that you are from City A. I didn't expect that there are ordinary people who can successfully cross the distance between the two cities and come here." Wei Xuehan blushed when she heard Jean Bebe's words. She hesitated and said, "It's nothing. We heard the news of the survivor base in City B, and then we rushed here with a large group of people. The transportation we used was also very lucky. We didn't encounter any zombies, although there were only two of us left in the end. Fortunately, we really found this place." It is said that when fellow villagers meet, they shed tears. When Jean Bebe heard that the other party was from City A, even though City A and City B were only separated by a landmark line, she still felt that the two looked very friendly. Wang Wei seemed not to want to answer Jean Bebe's question directly, but asked curiously, "Are there many people from City A in our base?" "No. But there are many partners who came with me. I will introduce them to you later. Soon." Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan established friendship with Jean Bebe in a short time by relying on their identity as people from City A. The sky gradually darkened, and the base did not seem to have changed because of the addition of two new members. The iron gate had been welded and the city wall had been repaired. From tomorrow, it would be Uncle Lee's time to teach everyone about agriculture. As the night deepened, Jean Bebe returned to her room. The stone houses in the middle of the base were still unoccupied. Jean Bebe decided to renovate those stone houses and build them into collected dormitories. One for girls and one for boys. Would it be easier to manage this way? Jean Bebe was lying on the bed thinking about the development of the base, when suddenly, someone quietly got into Jean Bebe's bed. Chapter 197. When Jean Bebe felt someone around her, she was extremely sensitive and took the alloy knife that was not far away from her. She stood up within a second and pointed the knife at the person who got into her quilt. Okay. Relax. It's me, Lin Hao suddenly said. When Jean Bebe heard the familiar voice, her body relaxed immediately and said in a bad mood, "Why are you back? Didn't you leave? Hooligan. Don't I miss you? Why? Don't you want to see me?" Lin Hao laughed. To be honest, Lin Hao suddenly appeared on her bed in the middle of the night, which made people imagine a lot. In order to ease the embarrassment, Jean Bebe asked a little embarrassedly, "What are you doing here?" Lin Hao stood up, slowly approached Jean Bebe, opened his lips slightly, and said softly in front of Jean Bebe, "Guess?" Jean Bebe's face became redder, as red as if bleeding, and her voice was as low as a mosquito. But Lin Hao still heard what she said. "How do I know what you want to do?" Lin Hao smiled and said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm here just to remind you that B City is not peaceful recently. Don't send people to search for food. I'm here to find Qian Bin. I need to ask her some questions. I came to see you by the way. It's late. Go to bed." As he said that, Lin Hao kissed Jean Bebe lightly on the lips and left Jean Bebe's room. Jean Bebe stared at Lin Hao, who was leaving. Her heart was like a pot of mixed feelings. It was so chaotic. Actually, Lin Hao didn't want to disturb Jean Bebe this time. But when he came here, he couldn't help but miss her. So he wanted to come here to see her. He wanted to just take a look at her quietly. But as he looked at her, he had the idea of teasing her. Lin Hao did not see Jean Bebe tossing and turning in bed after he left. Qian Bin was easy to find. In this environment without internet, most people went to bed early. But Qian Bin, who was devoted to the base, did not sleep. He was still diligently checking the base for loopholes and dangerous places. Qian Bin had just walked to the storage room to check if there was anything wrong with the storage room when Lin Hao appeared. He appeared so suddenly, and so quickly that Qian Bin did not even have time to react before Lin Hao hooked his shoulder and pulled him away. Qian Bin wanted to refuse, but found that he was not as strong as the other party. When he saw that the other party was Lin Hao, Qian Bin gave up resistance. Lin Hao leaned Qian Bin against the wall. Before he could speak, Qian Bin spoke first. "Hey, be gentle." "I'm gentle. What are you thinking?" Lin Hao patted Qian Bin on the head. Qian Bin smiled and said, "Brother Zombie, I wonder what you want from me." Although Qian Bin knew that Lin Hao was in the same group with him, how could he not suspect that he had something else to ask of him when a zombie suddenly appeared beside him in the middle of the night? Qian Bin knew that he couldn't resist Lin Hao, so he decided that if Lin Hao really made any excessive demands, he would not obey even if he died. Fortunately, Lin Hao didn't have any quirks, and he wasn't abnormal. "How long have you been with Su Yi?" Lin Hao asked. Qian Bin said, "I've been with him since the apocalypse." "Not long, in fact." "Then do you know what Su Yi said about the division of power in City B?" "That's right. Lin Hao came to the base today to find the power map of City B. Su Yi told Lin Hao about it at the beginning. But he didn't tell Lin Hao where the bases of those high-level zombies were. Even He Jiayan's base was found by Lin Hao based on the alpaca. Now Lin Hao regretted letting Su Yi die so early. If he had lived longer, if he had asked more comprehensive questions, he wouldn't have to go on this trip today. Unfortunately, the person is already dead. After Lin Hao dealt with He Jiayan, he suddenly became confused. He didn't know where to find mutant zombies next. He couldn't just go with the flow like walking on the street. Fortunately, Lin Hao thought of Qian Bin, Su Ye's former subordinate. Qian Bin said speechlessly, "Brother Zombie, I didn't know there were such creatures as mutant zombies in this world until I met you for the first time. When I returned to the base, Su Yi was already dead. How could I know those things?" Lin Hao touched his head and said embarrassedly, "Since you often follow the large army to search for food, didn't Qian Bin tell you what places you need to pay attention to? For example, forbidden areas, places that you absolutely cannot go to, etc.?" Qian Bin thought carefully and said, "Yes. But it was not Su Yi who said it, but Wu Tianhao." Lin Hao said happily, "Tell me, which places are they?" Qian Bin said, "Wu Tianhao said that Mingju Square cannot be visited. But only the shops around Mingju Square can satisfy so many of us." So Wu Tianhao forgot about it in the end. He also said that the military base on the edge of City B cannot be visited. There are a large number of zombies there. But our base is now in short supply of weapons. So we plan to venture over there after a while to see if we can find any weapons. I remember that it seems that this is all. Wu Tianhao didn't say anything else. Seeing that Qian Bin was really racking his brains, Lin Hao could only sigh and say, "Are you sure he only mentioned these two places?" Qian Bin said. "I'm sure," Lin Hao said. "Okay. Then when are you going to the military base?" "It depends on Jean Bebe. Anyway, we need to rest for a while. We shouldn't go out for less than half a month," Qian Bin said. Lin Hao nodded in understanding and said, "Okay. But I don't recommend Jean Bebe to bring some ordinary people with you. But you can pass by my territory when you go. If you pass by there, it will be equivalent to notifying me. And I will go with you. Qianbin said in surprise. Really? You will really go with us? Yes. Let's go together. Lin Hao said affirmatively. No wonder Qianbin was so surprised. Lin Hao's strength is beyond doubt. With Lin Hao's joining, their safety will be more guaranteed. Just then, a man and a woman walked by. The two were still whispering, because the distance was too far and the voice was too low. Even with Lin Hao's amazing 5 senses, he could only hear a little bit. Anyway, let's live well here. At this time, Lin Hao could only hear one sentence. Following Lin Hao's gaze, Qianbin also looked sideways and found that they were just 2 ordinary people. So he turned his head away indifferently. What's wrong? Those 2 people just joined us today, Qianbin said. Lin Hao smiled and said, Nothing. I leave first and wait for your news later. The 2 people gave Lin Hao a familiar feeling. But because Lin Hao was thinking about other things, although the 2 people looked very familiar, Lin Hao did not delve into anything, and staggered with the 2 people, jumped up, and left the base. Wei Xuehan held Wang Wei's arm, and they chatted about something. Wang Wei smiled and said, I remember the first time you pushed that. What was the name of that idiot? Lin Hao. He was in the same class with you. You actually forgot his name? Wei Xuehan smiled. Hey, he's just an idiot. Why should I remember his name? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lived so long. Wang Wei said with some emotion. Yes. In order to survive. We don't know how many people we have pushed. Wei Xuehan said. Chapter 198. Lin Hao returned to the pickup truck from the base. It was convenient to have a car. Even though one was in the east and the other in the west of the city. The distance was far. But it only took half an hour to go back and forth. Of course, this was based on the fact that the car had to drive at a speed of 180 miles per hour. Lin Hao came alone, without Bai Bofan and Li Yang. In the car, Lin Hao began to think about the next plan. After coming out of Hejiayan's zoo, the 5 crystal cores had been divided by the 3 people. The division was still simple. Bai Bofan and Li Yang had 2, and Lin Hao had 1. The main reason was that they were humble when they divided the crystal cores last time. Lin Hao felt that if he didn't humble himself once, he would really be a non-human, although he was not a human to begin with. While driving the pickup truck, Lin Hao turned on the radio, and then Qianbin's rough voice came over. Of course, the content was what Lin Hao had heard before, saying that there was a survivor base in City B, which guaranteed safety, and hoped that capable people around could come to take refuge. It was this kind of broadcast that tricked Lin Hao into City B. I don't know how many people can hear this broadcast, and I don't know if those who hear the broadcast will come. Lin Hao felt very comfortable aimlessly and freely using his imagination, especially when driving. He didn't have to pay attention to the road conditions. He just needed to step on the accelerator and be in a daze. It was so comfortable. But this comfortable feeling didn't last long. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the car. Lin Hao used to turn on the high beam. Anyway, no one would drive with him, so he didn't worry about affecting others. But because of the high beam, he could see farther. In addition, Lin Hao's eyesight was very good. He could see the figure in front of the car at a glance. Lin Hao could clearly see from the car that the figure was a normal person, because the zombies should have pounced on him by now when they heard the noise and saw the lights. But the figure was still standing there stupidly, as if he was scared. Since the other party was a normal person, Lin Hao was not so dark as to crash into him regardless of his life or death. Although it was the end of the world, and he was no longer a human being, this behavior itself was abnormal. Although he saw the figure, Lin Hao did not panic. He just turned the steering wheel slightly, and the car passed by the other party at a speed of 180 miles per hour. Lin Hao did not care about the figure. But the figure was quietly watching Lin Hao, with a slight smile on his face, muttering, "You didn't give me a reason to kill you. Very good. I won't care about you today, and go see how the fish is doing." That figure was just an episode for Lin Hao. An episode that couldn't be more ordinary. If the person driving just now was an ordinary person, and saw a figure standing in front of him, and the social environment had reached the point of collapse, let alone killing someone. Even if you took out a gun and deliberately killed someone, no one would hold you responsible. What would you do in this situation? Lin Hao felt that he had only done a very ordinary thing. But he didn't know that it was because of an ordinary thing that he didn't put himself in danger. Couldn't hesitated to speak. But seeing Lin Hao's heartless look, he couldn't help but say, if you really drove directly into it just now, you might die. Lin Hao was a little surprised. What did you hit? Lin Hao didn't even care about the incident just now. Nothing. Drive carefully. Gooden said. Chu Xiaoxiao felt that she had met a very interesting zombie. Chu Xiaoxiao had also tried this with many humans before. Those humans may have become abnormal due to the pressure of escaping from the doomsday. When they saw a figure suddenly appear in front of the car, none of them avoided it directly like Lin Hao did, but did not even look at it, letting the car hit it at a high speed, and then flew into the sky and drove away. When Chu Xiaoxiao pulled those people out of the car and asked them this question before killing them, why did they hit it? Their answers seemed to be similar. They thought the figure was a zombie, so they didn't care and just hit it. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't believe it. He felt that there was a big difference between zombies and humans. Excluding mutant zombies, if it was really a zombie, it would have rushed over and hit them as soon as it heard the sound of their engine. Why wait for them to hit it? Therefore, Chu Xiaoxiao thought they were lying. So she broke off their heads, leaving their bodies hanging behind the car. Then got in the car and started it. Su Yi once used monitoring equipment to detect the strongest mutant zombie in City B, which was Chu Xiaoxiao. Level 5. In fact, the strongest was only on the surface. There was another very powerful mutant beast in City B, also level 5. But that mutant beast had never appeared under the sun due to environmental problems. So Su Yi didn't know. Su Yi didn't know. But it didn't mean Chu Xiaoxiao didn't know. Chu Xiaoxiao was already level 5 now. If she wanted to be stronger, the use of the level 4 crystal core was far less useful than that of the same level. So Chu Xiaoxiao set her sights on the mutant beast living underground. But the two creatures fought for a long time. But neither could do anything to the other. In terms of strength, the mutant beast was actually stronger, and Chu Xiaoxiao seemed weaker. But Chu Xiaoxiao was faster. Every time she saw that the situation was not good, she would run away directly, and the mutant beast would never catch her. Why didn't Chu Xiaoxiao attack those level 4 zombies in City B? Because there were too few level 4 zombies, and they didn't know how to unite. It can be said that these level 4 zombies were actually pigs raised by Chu Xiaoxiao. He was using these level 4 zombies to see if any of them could be upgraded to level 5. If they were upgraded to level 5, Chu Xiaoxiao would appear at the first time, kill him, and swallow his crystal core. This was Chu Shishi's real purpose. When Yi Jiayan was still alive, Chu Xiaoxiao already knew that the guy might be useless. Since he was useless, it would be better to benefit herself than to benefit Lin Hao. So Chu Xiaoxiao took action. Lin Hao had no idea that he had also turned into a pig at this moment. When his strength grew to a certain level, the butcher would come forward and kill him without mercy. At this moment, Lin Hao was still thinking about the strength division of B City that Su Yi had told him. First, Yi Jiayan died. Although we don't know who killed him. He died. City B originally had 4 level 4 small bosses and 1 level 5 big boss. But now there are only 3 level 4 ones. 2 of the 3 level 4 mutant zombies are human, and 1 is actually a cat. This is the most difficult for Lin Hao. Mutated zombies are easy to find. But a cat? It's a mutant beast. It's certain that the place where the other party is hiding must be very difficult to find. But now Lin Hao hasn't even found the location of the 2 mutant zombies. The only clue is the military base on the edge of the city. That military base is very famous in the city, and even the whole province. Many young people choose this place as their own training ground. Lin Hao has 2 classmates who feel bored in school and join the army. The unit they join is the military base in B City. This military base with a large flow of people is also a place that Lin Hao is very curious about. If he hadn't promised Qian Bin, Lin Hao really wanted to take Bai Bofan and Li Yang there right now. Let's take a rest first. When Qian Bin and the others take action, I will start to act too, Lin Hao said to himself. Chapter 199. After the reconstruction in full swing, the base finally began to get on track. The daily broadcasting also played a huge role. In the past half-month, more than a dozen survivors came from City B one after another. After living a safe and comfortable life, these survivors also felt a sense of belonging to this survivor base. With a sense of belonging, it would be easier to build. After half a month, the base began to change drastically. The dilapidated thatched houses began to be renovated and turned into works of art. All the stone houses were demolished, including the one above the basement. And Jean Bebe demolished them all and built a lovely wooden house. Because there were many strange things in the basement, although they had been demolished, in order to prevent some people with ulterior motives. Jean Bebe prepared to live here with Jiang Panpan. Both women are superpowers. Especially Jean Bebe, who has evolved to level 3 and has unfathomable strength. They are guarding here, and they are not afraid of those with ulterior motives wanting to do something. This morning, only half of the food in the base was left, but it could still last for half a month. A dozen survivors came from outside the base one after another, which had an impact on the food, but not much. If there was no problem with the food, then the weapons were a big problem. Recently, Jean Bebe found that there were always many ordinary zombies around the base. Those ordinary zombies did not attack, but just surrounded the base and watched. Although this situation seemed very normal, because there were often some zombies wandering around. It was different when it happened more often. And Jean Bebe felt that those zombies were obviously organized and disciplined. Lin Hao would not do such a thing. Excluding Lin Hao, there is only one possibility left. That some powerful mutant zombies may be targeting their survivor base. At the same time, Jean Bebe felt a little strange. Why would a mutant zombie be interested in the survivor base? They should be interested in each other's crystal cores. But no matter what, there are indeed zombies targeting them. The reason for targeting them is unclear. What Jean Bebe needs to do is to prepare for the rainy day. With himself, Jiang Panpan and Lin Tian, the superpowers, dealing with the advanced zombies is not a big problem. But those ordinary zombies will cause heavy casualties when facing ordinary people. So Jean Bebe needs weapons. And weapons are really hard to find in City B. Especially in this country where guns are illegal. Then we can only look at the farthest military base. Have you decided on the number of people? Qian Bin asked on the side. Don't worry. You are here. What we need this time are weapons and ammunition. Food depends on the situation. Take it if you can. But don't put yourself in danger because of this. This time, in addition to you, there are me, Jiang Panpan, Lin Tian. Just a few of us. The base will be temporarily handed over to Wang Ziwen and Zhou Yi. Jean Bebe said. But are these few people enough? Qian Bin asked in confusion. Didn't you say that Lin Hao would join in? If not, there are still his zombies. Jean Bebe said this as a matter of course. Qian Bin didn't say anything more since Jean Bebe said so. Today was just an ordinary morning. Because there were few people, and the place they were going was too far. And there was no need to inform the entire base about this matter. So Jean Bebe gathered the people and left directly. Except for a few of Jean Bebe's confidants. Only the soldiers at the gate knew about this matter. The target was still the bus at the foot of the mountain. Except for Qian Bin, who was a guest driver. The others were all supernatural people. So the journey to the bus was safe and sound. Starting the bus, Qian Bin drove on the road skillfully. He still remembered Lin Hao's instructions, and just passed through his territory when going to the target. Qian Bin also did this. Because there were too many zombies in Lin Hao's territory. He did not stop and walked directly along the road to the destination. But after walking for more than half an hour, no one in the car found where Lin Hao was. And Lin Tian did not find his pickup truck. Didn't he say he was going with us? Where is he? Lin Tian asked in confusion. Jean Bebe said, never mind him. Come or not. We go our own way. Qian Bin said uncertainly, are you sure you don't need to go back to check the situation? Seeing Jean Bebe nod stubbornly, Qian Bin could only continue driving. Jean Bebe was the boss. And since the boss had spoken, what else could the driver say? In the billiard room, Bai Bofen was still sleeping soundly. And Lin Hao untied the alpaca's legs. Lin Hao was very curious. Why was he reluctant to kill this alpaca when it was useless? Could it be that he had developed feelings for it? Forget it. You are a level 2 mutant beast. Your crystal core has no effect on me. I just want to ask you a question. Are you willing to follow me? Don't rush to express your opinion. I have to go out to do something. I won't be back in a day or two. You stay here. But you can see that the environment outside is getting more and more dangerous. You are a level 2 mutant beast. Without He Jiayan. Can you really live safely? When I come back and see you. Even if you have expressed your willingness to follow us. If you don't want to, you can leave now. After saying that, he ignored the confused alpaca and began to torture Bai Bofen. We've taken action. You fat guy. But you're still sleeping. Lin Hao kicked Bai Bofin hard. Since they dealt with He Jiayan last time, the three of them have been sleeping in the billiard room day and night. Especially Bai Bofin, who doesn't care about the time of day. Lin Hao looked at the bus that had disappeared in the mental image, and couldn't help kicking Bai Bofin again, finally kicking Bai Bofin awake. Before Bai Bofin could react, Lin Hao had already activated his strength bonus, and threw the fat man down from the second floor. The pickup truck was parked on the second floor, and Lin Hao and Li Yan also jumped down from the second floor, jumped on the pickup truck and flew out. After Lin Hao passed by, a figure appeared on the roof of the billiard room again. It was still the same beautiful figure, and a wooden, level 3 mutant zombie, who seemed to be demented, followed by the beautiful figure. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Hao, who was leaving, and said with some amusement, "This guy is so lazy that he didn't leave his nest for half a month. So which one will you deal with next?" Chu Xiaoxiao and Lin Hao maintained a rather delicate distance of 60 meters. Lin Hao's mental power image was 30 meters, while Gooden's image was 50 meters and 60 meters. Just stuck outside the range of Gooden and Lin Hao. But is there really nothing Lin Hao can do? No matter how powerful or smart Chu Xiaoxiao is, he can't know that there is a system living in Lin Hao's mind. A system that is on standby 24 hours a day. Is that guy following us? Lin Hao asked with some fear. Ever since Gooden told Lin Hao that there was a powerful mutant zombie following him, Lin Hao began to live in fear every day. He even stopped going to the survivors' base, fearing that he would implicate Jean Beibei and the others. This time, Jean Beibei and the others had already driven a long way when Lin Hao started to act. Although Lin Hao didn't know the way, he had a map. Such a famous military base could not be missing from the city's map. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Lin Hao to find the direction of the military base on the map. Then, Lin Hao stepped on the accelerator and drove up to 180 kilometers per hour again. It's useless to be fast. That powerful mutant zombie seems to have tracking skills. So even if you get rid of her temporarily, she will come back later. Gooden said. Lin Hao said, "Then I will do my own thing before she comes to me, and try to reach level 4 as soon as possible." What do you think is the probability of me winning against that powerful zombie after reaching level 4? 30%. Gooden said. 30%. Not low. I may not be her opponent if I try. Lin Hao said confidently. You think too much. The 30% I mentioned is the chance of escaping. Facing him, you only have a 30% chance of escaping. As for fighting her, although I don't have the specific attributes of that zombie, I can detect that the zombie has very powerful skills. And that skill is not something you can deal with. Gooden didn't joke with Lin Hao, but said very solemnly. Chapter 200. Lin Hao drove the car very fast. So fast that only after images could be seen on the street. In fact, it was all because Lin Hao was a little overly nervous. No matter how powerful Chu Xiaoxiao was, his speed could not reach the speed of the car. It was indeed as Gooden said. Chu Xiaoxiao had a skill that could lock the aura of a target. As long as it was locked by this aura, no one could escape from his palm. Looking at Lin Hao, who had completely disappeared, Chu Xiaoxiao touched the head of the zombie beside him, wondering what he was thinking. I still can't beat that fish. I need to become stronger. If someone could get closer to see Chu Xiaoxiao, they would definitely find that one of Chu Xiaoxiao's arms was obviously white. Compared with other parts, the white was a bit dazzling and abnormal, as if it had just grown out. Yes, one of Chu Xiaoxiao's arms was indeed newly grown. The previous one was torn off by the guy who fought with her. Boy, don't let me down. If you can reach level 5, then I'm only halfway to success. Chu Xiaoxiao murmured. Chu Xiaoxiao could clearly feel that she was only one step away from upgrading. And this step was a crystal core of the same level. Those low-level crystal cores had no effect on him. However, Lin Hao was only level 3 now. Even if there were 3 level 3 mutant zombies in the car, they were not in Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes. So when Chu Xiaoxiao saw Lin Hao leaving, she didn't feel anything. She was expecting a strong Lin Hao, not the weak Lin Hao that she could strangle to death with one hand. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't know that his arrogance eventually cost her a price. But that's all for later. In order to prevent Chu Xiaoxiao from following him, Lin Hao drove the car so fast that it flew up. Finally, with Gooden's reminder, he successfully got rid of Chu Xiaoxiao. Looking at the map in his hand, Lin Hao asked curiously, "Why haven't we caught up with Jean Beibei and the others? Did they also drive at 180? Gooden said speechlessly, You didn't bring your brain with you when you went out, did you? They were driving a bus, and the maximum speed couldn't reach 180. Okay. Then why haven't we caught up yet? Lin Hao asked. It's very simple. You are not taking the same road, Gooden said. No. I followed the map. Lin Hao was surprised. But how do you know if they followed the map? After all, there is more than one road to the military base, Gooden said. Lin Hao was instantly discouraged. Well, it seems that they can only meet at the military base. After driving for another hour, the pickup truck driven by Lin Hao finally stopped. Lin Tian, you don't even know how to refuel. Lin Hao slapped the steering wheel and said with a look of dissatisfaction. That's right. Lin Hao's car couldn't move because it ran out of gas. Although the surroundings were not deserted, there was no gas station in this seemingly small town. Whether there was a gas station in the town or not, it was a waste of time. To be honest, Lin Hao was a little anxious. What if he couldn't catch up with Jean Bebe and the others? And what if there was danger? Gooden, do you have any ideas? Lin Hao asked desperately. What can I do? I don't produce gasoline. Gooden was speechless. Hey, forget it. You too. Stop standing there and get off the car. As he said that, Lin Hao got off the car first. This place is a small town in B City. It looks shabby. In fact, no matter where it is, even the capital, it looks shabby now. Logically, there should be a gas station in the town. But it has been so long since the apocalypse. I don't know if there is still oil. Looking at the various cars parked on the street. If you really can't find a gas station, you can only find two pipes and use the principle of siphoning to suck some gasoline from other cars. Anyway, there are so many cars, so you don't have to worry about not having enough. Lon, what are you doing? A young man immediately stretched out his hand and pulled his sister down from the window. This scene took place in a semi-basement room. Half of the room was underground, and half of the window was connected to the ground. The building opposite is very tall. Every day, the sun is completely blocked by the tall building in front. No sunlight can leak here, which makes this semi-underground house very dark. This semi-underground building used to be a bar. The purpose of building it like this is to cater to the tastes of young people nowadays. But unexpectedly, after the apocalypse, this bar has become a very clever safe place after the big iron door is pulled. In a small room in the bar. This small room is a residence where a girl lives alone. The girl does not look pretty. A little ordinary. But she is young and beautiful. The clothes on her body look very simple and clean. And there are obvious signs of washing. This is because there is a well in the bar. Thanks to the well, there are nearly 30 survivors in the bar. Both men and women. If there is no manager, there would be chaos. The manager is the owner of the bar. A 40-year-old bald man who looks very tough. This bald man is also the girl father. Which is why she, a girl, can have such a warm home in the apocalypse. At this moment, outside the bar, a group of survivors are arguing because they have received information that there is a survivor base in the center of City B. They hope to go there. But some people want to be content with the status quo. It is safe in the bar. So why should they go out? What if you encounter danger? So, the two sides with different opinions started to quarrel. The girl name is Wang Lanlan. The room is very small. Only about 20 square meters. And there is nothing in the room except the bed. But in the doomsday, having a bed is enough to make people envious. I don't know how many people can only sleep on the stiff floor every day. What are you doing? Are you stupid? A boy behind Wang Lanlan scolded her vigorously. Brother, I just poked my head out to see what's going on outside. I haven't seen the outside for half a year. Wang Lanlan felt a little aggrieved. Then you shouldn't have stretched out your hand, the boy said. The girl stopped talking and looked at the scenery outside the window. If it weren't for the anti-theft net on this window, she would have stretched out more than one hand. Brother, look, sunshine. The girl was a little unhappy. But thinking about it, she suddenly wanted to say something. So she pulled the boy and said, Sunshine? Oh, I saw it. The boy was very perfunctory. The sunshine Wang Lanlan was talking about was a very small spot of light. Somehow, the spot of light passed through countless tall buildings in front, and shone in front of this window, with a tenacious attitude. When Wang Lanlan, who had lived in darkness for a long time, saw this spot of light for the first time, somehow, she felt a little more hope in her heart. A hope to live. Chapter 201. The spot of light still exists. Inside the spot of light, there is a stone. Next to the stone, there is a tuft of grass. The grass is green and looks very cute under the sun, as shiny as cream. And just now, Wan stretched out her hand just to touch the grass. Anyway, don't stretch your hand out. Understand? The boy said to Wan seriously. The boy is Wan Lanlan's brother, named Wan Long. A very ordinary surname. A very domineering name. Wan went out. He was about 20 years old. He was very influential among the survivors, because he was very strong and could run fast. This meant that he had the highest survival rate when they went out to look for food. Wan Long's idea was to leave here because the food in his town was getting less and less, and there would be not enough food for the 30-odd people soon. Wan was very annoyed by this. She was very young, only 16 years old, which was the prime age for a girl. However, she encountered the greatest disaster on Earth at the prime age, which was a pity. Perhaps because she was young and not under such great pressure, and because she had her father and elder brother to take care of her after the apocalypse. Wan did not seem to be so worried. But she could not laugh anyway, because her elder sister died in the biggest disaster on the Earth. Fortunately, although her sister was gone, Wan still had her parents and elder brother, and still had hope of survival. Looking at the grass outside the window, she seemed to be in a better mood. Wan had applied to her brother many times, and she also wanted to go out with him to find food. She also hoped to do her part for everyone, but her brother was unwilling. Compared to her brother's hate, the grass looked even cuter. Wan had no hope in her heart, so she placed her hope on the grass. Her greatest pleasure every day was to look at the grass. If it was sunny, she would be very happy because the grass would grow vigorously. If it was rainy, she would worry about the grass, even though she knew that the grass had strong vitality, and there were some things that she didn't need to worry about. It was like a mother worrying about her child. She knew that there might be nothing wrong, but she still worried, just as Wan was looking at the grass with her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, a foot stepped hard on the grass, which startled Wan, who was in a daze, and couldn't help but scream in surprise. Push faster. You too. At this speed, it will be dark by the time you find the gas station, Lin Hao said speechlessly to Bofin and Li Yong. As they walked, suddenly, a scream was heard. Lin Hao stopped curiously, and looked at a window that was half buried in the soil following the sound. As soon as he looked up, he saw a neat and tidy girl wearing a floral dress covering her mouth and looking at him with tears in her eyes. Lin Hao touched his head, thinking that he didn't look like a zombie. Did he scare others? It was a rare thing to see survivors in this small town. Mingju Square was the center of City B, where you couldn't find a single person. What's wrong, little sister? Because of the line of sight, Lin Hao believed that the little girl must not be able to see the two ugly guys by Bofin and Li Yong. And he looked so much like a human, so he shouldn't scare others. You are not human. The little girl choked a little, but said it more with anger. Lin Hao stood up in surprise and hurriedly touched his face. Did he really not look like a human? How could an ordinary person see it so easily? Or, this girl is actually a superpower. What special abilities does she have? When Lin Hao was puzzled, Wan continued, You are not human. You bastard. Lift your feet quickly. Listening to the girl's somewhat hoarse accusation, Lin Hao subconsciously lifted his feet. After lifting his foot, Lin Hao found that there was a bunch of very tender grass growing under his feet. The grass seemed to be unable to stand up straight after being stepped on by him, and green juice could even be seen at the broken part. Little grass. Wan looked at the grass in a daze, as if ignoring Lin Hao. Little sister, is it because of this bunch of grass that you called me a non-human? Lin Hao asked. Wan did not speak, but looked at the grass worriedly, fearing that the grass would be completely broken in the next moment, leaving only the roots. Little sister, I'm talking to you. Is it because I stepped on these grasses that you called me a nobody? Lin Hao squatted in front of the window and asked. Wan still didn't speak. She felt that she didn't know the strangers, and it was an extremely dangerous environment in the Doomsday. Since they didn't know each other, they wouldn't chat if they didn't know each other. As long as you don't step on my grass, I won't bother you, and you don't bother me. This is what Wan thought. But when Lin Hao saw that the other party didn't answer his two questions, he seemed very angry. There was only one thing that Lin Hao hated most in his life. That is, I was the protagonist. But someone ignored me. Don't blame me for being mean. Who told you to ignore me? Lin Hao looked at the girl fiercely and said silently in his heart. So, Lin Hao stood up, raised his thick thighs, and turned on the strength bonus. How strong is Lin Hao with the strength bonus? This ordinary window in front of him can't resist Lin Hao's demolition at all. The little girl looked at Lin Hao with some fear, looked at his feet, and shouted hoarsely, "No!" with a loud bang. The little girl looked at this scene in despair, and Lin Hao laughed very happily twice, feeling very happy. "And let you still ignore me." So Lin Hao moved his foot away, and saw that the grass under his feet, which was already injured, was completely trampled into a grass cake by Lin Hao's kick, and there was no possibility of recovery. And the grass that Lin Hao kicked just now was indeed a childish thing. After Lin Hao finished this, he directed Bai Bofan and Li Yang to push the cart, and then he looked around leisurely, like shopping. As for the girl, I don't eat people, and Bai Bofan doesn't eat them either, so why bother with her? Lin Hao had already left, but the girl was still crying and staring at Xiao Qiao, as if her hope had collapsed. She pressed her head against the window, watching Lin Hao gradually disappear from her sight, and shouted loudly, "Bad guy. Bastard." Lin Hao naturally heard it, but he didn't even turn his head, and waved his right hand, which was considered a greeting. Wang Lanlan's crying finally aroused the heated debate among the people in the hall. Wang Long and Baldy immediately recognized that it was Wang Lanlan who was crying, and they hurried to Wang Lanlan's room. "Lanlan, what's wrong?" Wang Long asked anxiously. Wang Lanlan was crying so hard that she didn't even know what was wrong. She was just a blade of grass. But she was like this. After a long pause, Wang Lanlan finally decided not to tell anyone. After all, it was so dangerous outside, and it was not worth it for her family to endure countless dangers to seek revenge on others. "It's okay. I'm just a little stressed," Wang Lanlan said. Chapter 202. Wang Lanlan's words finally resonated with everyone. Pressure? Who doesn't have pressure? In this world where countless people die every day, you might die one day. Who doesn't have pressure? The bald man sighed and said, "See, the children are under so much pressure. They should be playing safely and freely under the sun. But because of the surrounding environment, they have to stay in this narrow space every day. What if we are in the survivor base? The radio said that they have soldiers. They are capable of protecting us, and their place is countless times safer than ours. All we need to do is find them." As soon as the bald man finished speaking, someone immediately refuted, "I still say that if there is a car along the way, it will only take a few hours to arrive. But the difficulty is that we don't have a car, and we have to walk there. Although we are in the same city, it is the city center. You all know how far we are from the city center. If we walk there on foot, the risk is too great." "I don't agree." "You disagree. What's the use? Now we have almost eaten all the food in the town. In less than a week, we will have nothing to eat except drinking well water. We will have to leave by then. So why not leave now and happily?" Wang Long's personality is just like his name. Straightforward. Then wait until we have found most of the food. When there is no food left, and we can't eat anymore, it's not too late to leave. This is obviously a method without any opinion. Wang Long smiled with some disdain after hearing this. "Do you have to discuss the problem in my room?" Wang Lanlan suddenly spoke. At this moment, everyone realized that they had started arguing again without realizing it. Wang Lanlan's room was only 20 square meters, and 3 or 5 big men had almost squeezed the room. Most people were arguing outside, and it was obvious that they were arguing about whether to leave or stay. Baldy led people out of Wang Lanlan's room, and it was finally quiet again. The survivors were so thirsty from arguing in the hall that they drank several sips of water. When it was time for lunch, they found that there was no food left. The bald man sighed and said, "Determine a team of 10 people and go out to find food. Location, Sugwen next to the gas station." The bald man spoke very fluently. In just a few words, he made the time, location and target clear. Everyone should have understood. But after hearing what the bald man said, everyone was silent. "If there is no volunteer, I will call the names," the bald man said. "Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao." The bald man called a number of people and looked at those he called while speaking. Those who were called had faces of fear and anger, while those who were not called were full of relief and joy. Finally, When the bald man finished counting the number of people, a man with glasses stood up unwillingly, pointed at the bald man, and cursed loudly, "Brother Bald, I have always respected you. But you can't take my politeness as impoliteness. This is the second time I have done it. Did you hear me? Why do you still have me? I have done it countless times. Did I say anything?" The bald man fought back sharply. Wan Long saw that the situation was about to get into another quarrel. So he hurried forward and said, "Forget it. Let him go, and take me with you." The bald man said, "No. This is your 5th trip. Some people are still making a fuss the second time. And if something happens when I go out, your sister will depend on you to take care of her. So don't go out this time." Zhao Wei, also known as Xiao Zhao, the young man who just called out to the bald man, shut his mouth rationally when he heard what the bald man said. In the end, these 10 people quickly established the bald man and his powerful prestige. The bald man is a failed manager. The number of people who go out to find food should be strictly managed, executed, and strictly controlled, instead of being so casual. After all, it is a matter of life and death. How can others be convinced by being so casual? When others start to be unconvinced, conflicts are about to begin. Obviously, Zhao Wei is the conflict of this team of 10. Wan Long watched his father leave the bar with 9 people and said to his father, "Dad, be careful." The bald man turned around and smiled warmly at his son. "Don't worry. It's okay. When I come back, I will bring you and your sister your favorite canned pineapple." Wan Long didn't know that his father's look back would become his last look back. After a while, Wan Lan rushed out and said to Wan Long, "What's wrong? I saw Dad went out again." Wan Lan thought that her father and his friends had found the guy who had just stepped on the grass, and went out to avenge her for her own reasons. When she heard Wan Long say that her father was just out looking for food, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And then her heart was lifted again. Going out to look for food again? Didn't they go there yesterday? After eating, there are a few pregnant women inside. You know? Wan Long sighed and said to Wan Lan. Wan Lan looked at the pregnant women who were chatting and cracking melon seeds in the crowd with unkind eyes. They had been pregnant since they joined this bar. But not only did they not have any effect so far, but they also ordered others around as if others owed them something. If they are criticized in the slightest, their husbands or mothers will jump out and say that they are pregnant women. Weak people. And you should protect them. Wan Lan has always believed that everyone is equal in the face of life and death. Whenever she sees these pregnant women sharing the food that others have risked their lives for, Wan Lan thinks of a creature. A parasite. Those disgusting bugs with long white bodies have no ability to survive. Their only hope of survival is to parasitize in the bodies of other creatures, and survive by absorbing nutrients from their bodies. What is the difference between these pregnant women and parasites that only absorb nutrients from other organisms? On the contrary, they are more disgusting than parasites. At least parasites will not tell you that I am a vulnerable group and I should accept your help. Wan Lan then returned to her room. There was only one bed in the room, but there was her own space under the bed. Under the bed, there was a very sharp samurai sword. This samurai sword had been treasured for a long time. One day when Wan Lan came to the bar to find her father, a gangster dropped it. After it fell, Wan Lan put the samurai sword under the bed, and no one knew about it. Wan Lan had been thinking about when she could go out with her father and brother, and then chop the zombies with a samurai sword. How cool and exciting that would be. But unfortunately, her father and brother had never taken her out until now. Hurry up. You too. Lin Hao held a bright red flag in his hand, and stood behind Bai Bofan and Li Yang to cheer them on. However, even so, he was unwilling to go forward and push with Bai Bofan and Li Yang. Come on. Come on. I can see the gas station ahead, Lin Hao said in surprise. The sign in front of him, and the bright red building clearly showed that it was a gas station. Lin Hao couldn't help but run to the front and rush to the gas station first. After all, he had to see if there was any gas at the gas station. If there was, it would be great. If not, he could only look for the next one. Lin Hao opened the gas pump with a worshipful look. There must be gas. There must be gas. Chapter 203. The heavens seemed to have heard Lin Hao's prayers. Finally, although intermittently, oil still came out of the oil gun. Lin Hao hurriedly stopped his wasteful behavior, waiting for Bai Bofan and Li Yang to put the car in the right position, and then inserted the oil gun. It was really wonderful to listen to the sound of oil entering the fuel tank. Unfortunately, this wonderful sound did not last long. Lin Hao took out the oil gun with some helplessness. No matter how he pressed it, it stopped pumping oil. It turned out that this gas station did not have much oil at all. Damn it. How far can I go with this little bit of gas? Just when Lin Hao was worrying about the gasoline, he suddenly felt a gaze coming towards him. Lin Hao was a little sensitive and hurriedly looked towards the source of the gaze, and found that it came from a supermarket not far ahead. Supermarket. Lin Hao's impression of supermarkets before the end of the world was that they were places for shopping and stress relief. But since Lin Hao became a zombie, everything has changed. Supermarkets are no longer places for shopping, but places where zombies gather the most. Such places have another characteristic. That is, they are particularly prone to the birth of mutant zombies. And what else could that person, who had a wise look just now, be but a mutant zombie? I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain without gasoline. Fatty, we think we can go and have a look, Lin Hao said with a smile. Yes, let's go and have a look, Bai Bofin said. Oh my god, when did you become so fluent? Lin Hao said in surprise. Aye. Before Bai Bofin finished speaking, Lin Hao waved his hand. Forget it. Forget it. You'd better stop talking. Just when the three zombies were about to head towards the supermarket to see the situation, Lin Hao suddenly stopped. The pickup truck was quite large, and Lin Hao and the other two hid on one side, so they couldn't see it at all from a distance. The reason why Lin Hao hid was because a few humans appeared at the entrance of the supermarket in secret. Those humans were holding blunt and sharp weapons in their hands, and walked towards the supermarket with a cautious look on their faces. Forget it. Let's go later. Anyway, those people are dead, Lin Hao said. It was obvious that the 10 people were ordinary people without any special abilities, and there was at least a mutant zombie waiting for them in the supermarket. Even if it was a second-level mutant zombie, it was not something that the 10 people could resist. Seeing that the 10 people had disappeared from his sight, Lin Hao indifferently pondered the oil gun in his hand, hoping to pour some oil out of it. But obviously, no matter how hard Lin Hao tried, he could not get a drop of oil out of it. Not long after, screams came, and Lin Hao knew that the group of people might have encountered mutant zombies. But Lin Hao still did not move, and the three zombies just listened quietly beside the car, until the scream stopped completely. Lin Hao smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look." Lin Hao was still a little excited. If the mutant zombie was level 3, it might be useful to him. But if it was level 2, it would be much less useful. Lin Hao's experience value would not increase by more than 100 after swallowing the level 2 crystal core. And now Lin Hao's experience value is 2,500. Good. Detect the other party's attributes for me the moment you see him. If the other party is something I can't deal with, you must remind me in advance, Lin Hao instructed. Recently, Lin Hao was a little nervous because of the powerful mysterious zombie. So he reminded Gooden, "Don't worry. The opponent's crystal core energy will not exceed level 4. You should be able to deal with it," Gooden said confidently. Before he got close to the supermarket, he could already smell a bloody smell. Obviously, the bloody smell came from those humans, because the smell of zombies was not so fresh. As soon as he stepped into the supermarket, Lin Hao saw a mutilated corpse on the ground. The corpse looked very burly and bald, and was obviously a very powerful guy. Lin Hao didn't want to pay attention to a corpse, but before he took a few steps, the corpse actually reached out and grabbed Lin Hao's leg. Before Lin Hao could shake him off, he heard the bald man say something very heartwarming. "Leave here quickly. It's dangerous." After that, the bald man died completely. Lin Hao didn't know what he felt in his heart. To be honest, he was used to seeing cruelty and life and death in the doomsday, and had long forgotten the idea of help. But he didn't expect that this dying guy would warn him of the danger ahead before he died. Lin Hao didn't shake the bald man off directly, but bent down, gently pulled his hand off his leg, and then said to himself, "I didn't save you just now, so now I avenge you." Supermarkets all have one thing in common: they are big. This supermarket is just like the supermarkets that Lin Hao has experienced. They are all quite big. But what is strange is that this supermarket only has one floor. One floor is also good, saving the trouble of going up and down the stairs. After walking a few steps, you can see a body on the ground floor. After counting, there are 8 bodies. Lin Hao remembers that there are 10 people who came in, It seems that 2 people escaped. Or the mutant zombie is chasing 2 people? Sure enough. Before Lin Hao could guess anything, a guy wearing ordinary sportswear and covered in blood ran out from behind a shelf, shouting for help while running. In the doomsday environment, save your life is obviously the most useless slogan. But people are like this. Even if they know that their actions are useless, they still shout for their lives. Zhao Wei may have done too many good things in his previous life, so he became a powerful, timid, and greedy person in this life. But no matter what kind of literary works, people like him can always live the longest. Even if they are facing danger, there may be a noble person to help them the next moment. He was lucky enough to see Lin Hao. At the moment when Lin Hao said he was ready to fight, Li Yang had already disappeared with the knife on his shoulder. And Bai Bofin was still following Lin Hao carelessly as a human shield. When Zhao Wei saw Lin Hao, he hurriedly shouted, "Brother, save me." Behind Zhao Wei was a guy with a very strange appearance. The guy's back was bulging high, as if he was carrying something. But when he ran, there was no sign of hunchback at all. And the speed was very fast. And it seemed that he was about to catch Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei saw Lin Hao with hope. But when he saw Bai Bofin beside Lin Hao, he couldn't help but feel sad. He didn't know who Lin Hao was, but he knew that Bai Bofin looked like a zombie, especially when he felt a hand on his shoulder from behind. Zhao Wei finally despaired. Am I going to die? Am I really going to die? Zhao Wei's inner monologue only had these 2 sentences. He was afraid of death. Very afraid of death. And therefore, he didn't want to die. Even if Bai Bofin looked like a zombie, he still ran there. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope. Even if he was already desperate. Fortunately, his despair did not succeed. Lin Hao moved. Before he moved, he also saw the attributes given to him by Gooden. The opponent was indeed a mutant zombie. Not only that, the opponent was also a mutant beast. Name, Parasitic Spider. Level, Level 3. Title, Fengyin. Skills, Parasitic. Strength, 20. Spirit, 15. Speed, 36. Stamina, 20. Evaluation, Weird Guy. Chapter 204. Lin Hao never expected that what appeared in a supermarket was not a mutant zombie, but a mutant beast. What Lin Hao didn't expect was that this mutant beast could actually parasitize. Which sounds disgusting. But this spider didn't just find a substitute. After Gooden's investigation, the zombie that had been on Zhao Wei's shoulder was actually a level 2 mutant zombie. Although the spider's true appearance was not seen, it was obvious that the spider must be hidden in the mutant zombie clothes, such as the high bulge. Zhao Wei wore a pair of black-framed glasses, looking very delicate, but he ran very fast. But how could humans be faster than mutant zombies? Seeing that the mutant zombie had already put its mouth on Zhao Wei's neck, Lin Hao's alloy knife had already been handed over, successfully blocking the opponent's kiss of death for Zhao Wei. Although this mutant beast was level 3, Lin Hao could be said to be invincible among the same level. Without thinking, his mental power rushed over like a sharp sword. Before the spider could react, Lin Hao had already stepped forward and chopped off the mutant zombie head, and then stabbed the bulge on the zombie back with another knife. Suddenly, a strange cry came, and Lin Hao couldn't help but cover his ears. The bulge under the mutant zombie clothes was twisted at a terrifying angle. Seeing the other parties struggle, it was obvious that he was full of energy. Lin Hao didn't dare to be careless. The knife in his hand was stuck in the bulge tightly, making the other party unable to move at all. Lin Hao was struggling with the spider, but Zhao Wei was so scared that he collapsed on the ground and couldn't move. If he hadn't been short of food and drink, he might have been incontinent and urinated at the same time. Bai Bofin leisurely passed by Zhao Wei and came to the mutant zombie whose head was chopped off by Lin Hao. He first took out the secondary crystal core from the other party's brain. After all, it was also a crystal core. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. After taking out the crystal core, Bai Bofin looked at Lin Hao. Why are you looking at me? Eat it if you want. The secondary crystal core was not very helpful to the 3 people. Now it was like a candy bean. It didn't matter who ate it. So Bai Bofin swallowed the crystal core into his stomach without hesitation. Suddenly, a warm feeling filled Bai Bofin's body. Bai Bofin rubbed his stomach comfortably, and then set his sights on the bulge. Bai Bofin tore open the clothes covering the bulge with some curiosity. And finally, the true appearance of the spider appeared in front of several people. When several people saw the true appearance of the spider, They immediately opened their mouths in surprise. The spider had 12 legs. At this moment, Lin Hao's knife was stuck in its stomach, making it unable to move. The spider was struggling fiercely, and it accidentally exposed the 2 small arms under its head. The 2 small arms were yellow, with 5 fingers, and they swung up and down flexibly, and could make various humanized movements. They were obviously human arms, which looked extremely weird. Don't just stand there. Go up and blow his head off. Lin Hao didn't dare to relax at all. Although Lin Hao is now invincible among his peers, it is only in theory. No one knows how it works in practice, especially since the opponent is such a weird parasitic mutant. If the opponent can parasitize at will and parasitizes on himself, what should he do then? So sometimes Bifenn is not completely useless. At least, he didn't mess up what he was asked to do at this moment. Bifenn stood up first, looked around, and then saw the baseball bat in Zhao Wei's hand. At this moment, Zhao Wei was still in a state of confusion, and had no idea what was going on. Seeing Bifenn coming over to ask for the bat, he subconsciously gave it to him. When Bifenn had a baseball bat in his hand, an explosive scene appeared. Bifenn made enough movements, and gestured with the bat 2 or 3 times before finally swinging it with all his strength. This swing made Lin Hao himself hear the sound of breaking through the air. It was obvious that the power of this bat must be very strong. However, what was shocking was that when the baseball bat met the spider's head, the spider was fine, but the baseball bat broke. It was indeed the moment of explosion. Can't you use your hands? Bifenn's hands are much stronger than a baseball bat. Bifenn touched his head in a simple and honest way. His face flushed, obviously embarrassed, facing a mutant beast that made him look bad. Bifenn didn't intend to hide his secrets, and his 2 fists hit the spider's head like a pile driver. Sure enough, it turned out that Bifenn's fists were more useful than baseball bats. After a few punches, the spider was beaten to death. Seeing that the spider didn't move, Lin Hao still carefully stepped on it with 1 foot, then pulled out the knife, and stabbed the spider's head at lightning speed. Finally, this disgusting spider was solved by Lin Hao. After taking out the crystal core, Lin Hao threw it somewhere out of habit. He knew that Li Yang would definitely catch the crystal core there, and put it in his pocket. After dealing with the spider, Lin Hao turned his head and looked at Zhao Wei. When Lin Hao's eyes touched Zhao Wei seemed to react and said in a somewhat awkward voice, "Thank you. Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome. You can go now," Lin Hao said. Zhao Wei hurriedly stood up and was about to run outside. Suddenly, Lin Hao seemed to have thought of something and called Zhao Wei, "Stop!" Zhao Wei was almost frightened by Lin Hao's shout and almost had a nervous breakdown. He stood there in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably, and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have oil?" Lin Hao asked. "Oil? There's some at the counter." Zhao Wei didn't even turn around, and said carefully, "Do you think I need cooking oil?" Lin Hao asked. "Doesn't the zombie brother next to you need it? It's for eating people." Zhao Wei felt that he had given it his all, although he didn't know why a zombie would follow him. It seemed that he couldn't escape today. If the other party didn't want to touch him, he would be fine. If they wanted to touch him, he couldn't escape anyway. In that case, he might as well let go. First, I need gasoline. My car is out of gas. Second, the person next to me is a human, but he is a little ugly. Lin Hao decided to lie, and then used his mental power to tell Li Yang not to show up for the time being, and to hide around. It was not easy to find a way to find gasoline, so he didn't scare people to death. Sure enough, when Zhao Wei heard that Bifenn was a human, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He quickly turned around and carefully looked over and over at Bifenn, hoping to find signs of zombies. However, apart from being ugly, Bifenn had no wounds on his body, because he was directly infected by the T-virus, not scratched by zombies, so his body was very well preserved. Bifenn, say something human to him, Lin Hao said. Bifenn looked at Lin Hao speechlessly, and then held back the desire in his heart. Although he didn't feel hungry anymore, he still wanted to eat people. But Lin Hao didn't allow him to eat, so he could only hold back. "Hello," Bifenn said, and stretched out his hand. Zhao Wei was surprised to step forward and shook hands with Bifenn and said, "So you are really human. We are saved. A large group of us are saved." Chapter 205. Hey. Wait. I saved you. But you can't blackmail me. Lin Hao looked at Jiao Wei seriously. If he found that this guy was really blackmailing him, he would strangle him without thinking. How can that be? We have gasoline in our own base, so you have to go with us. Besides, the gasoline is not mine. Although I am grateful for your saving me, you must exchange something for the gasoline, Jiao Wei said. What? Lin Hao looked at this audacious human with interest. Those things behind you. Jiao Wei pointed to the food on the shelf behind him. But I won't bother you. I go pack it. Jiao Wei took the bag on the ground and packed the food very attentively. Lin Hao waited impatiently. He really had no patience because he was in a hurry. Judging from the weather, Jean Beibei and the others might have already arrived at the military base. But he was still dawdling here. It took Jiao Wei 10 minutes to fill a bag with food. The bag was not very big, just like a school bag, and it couldn't hold much. Moreover, the guy started eating while he was filling it. Okay, consider these as gifts from you. If you use them, I believe they will be willing to give you gasoline, Jiao Wei said flatteringly. Finally, Lin Hao changed his mind about this guy. It's good. He understands his heart so well. Judging from what Jiao Wei meant, they should also have a very small survival base. And there are not many people in it. You can see from the number of people he sent out this time. Only 10 people were sent out to search for food at a time. How many people can they have? Following Jiao Wei, Lin Hao and his group came to a place like an underground garage. Looking at the corridor going down, Lin Hao was a little confused. What kind of survivor base was actually built in such a place? But when Lin Hao saw the very solid iron door in front of the door, Lin Hao believed it. If there is a solid iron door, then the survivor base can be built anywhere. Lin Hao had a very strange feeling. He was a zombie, and Jiao Wei in front of him brought him into their survival base. Suddenly, there was a sense of humor, which made Lin Hao want to laugh. Wang Lanlan was still in her little room, quietly looking at the scenery outside the window. Wang Lanlan's room looked very dark even in the daytime. Because it was in the dark, Wang Lanlan was more sensitive to light. When Jiao Wei brought Lin Hao into the door of the bar, he was already caught by the sensitive Wang Lanlan. Wang Lanlan felt very strange. Why did her father bring people back so early? It should take at least 1 or 2 hours to search for food. But it has been less than an hour since he went out. Somehow, Wang Lanlan felt an ominous feeling in her mind. And she hurried out of the small room and ran to the hall. The pregnant women were still chatting and cracking melon seeds. And the men were still arguing about whether to leave or not. For those pregnant women, they were pregnant women. So nothing mattered. Everyone should think about them. And everything good should be given to them first. They thought they were still at home, surrounded by their husbands and parents serving them. Wang Long argued for such a long time, but it was still useless. Wang Lanlan looked around. Who was left? Old people, children, and some people who were completely desperate for this world. They were useless here except wasting food. Just like the group of pregnant women. Wang Lanlan looked at the big iron gate at the door. Suddenly, the sound of the big iron gate came. When the big iron gate rang, the men finally stopped their arguments. The whole bar seemed to be quiet and listened quietly. 3 long and 3 short knocks. Very rhythmic. It was obvious that it was a person knocking on the door. The old man who had been sitting at the door smoking a pipe stood up and turned the door handle with some difficulty. Soon, the big iron door was opened. Jiao Wei rushed in from behind the door, followed by Lin Hao and by Bofen. Everyone in the bar was looking at Jiao Wei, especially the pregnant women, staring at him intently, because they had been hungry for a long time. But some sensitive people felt something was wrong. Wang Long stepped forward and asked cautiously, "Where are my father and others?" Lin Hao followed behind Jiao Wei, without saying a word, quietly looking at the people in the bar. Jiao Wei turned around first, closed the door skillfully, took out the food from the school bag and handed it to Wang Long, saying, "Food. Theirs?" He gave it to us. They need gasoline. Wang Long pointed at Lin Hao behind him. The reason why Wang Long spoke cautiously was also because of Lin Hao. And the bigger reason was the bloody knife in Lin Hao's hand. "Who are they?" Wang Long asked again. "They saved me, but couldn't save your father." Jiao Wei said a simple sentence, and then closed his mouth. Obviously, this sentence was enough to express what he wanted to express. Wang Long felt a little dizzy, and took a few steps back. He almost lost his balance. At this moment, a pair of soft hands supported his arms. Wang Long turned his head, and saw that it was his sister. Okay. It's good to be alive. Wang Long patted Zhao Wei's shoulder and let the bloody Zhao Wei in. He didn't ask why he was the only one left out of the 10 people. Nor did he check whether he was scratched. Are all these foods yours? Wang Long asked. Yes. I just want to exchange them for a liter of gasoline. Lin Hao estimated that a liter of gasoline was enough for his round trip. Wang Long was obviously still immersed in the news that Zhao Wei had just brought. His mood fluctuated a little. It took him a while to react. And then he said to Lin Hao, okay. Wait a minute. The gasoline we saved is useless anyway. After Wang Long left, Wang Lanlan stood there and stared at Lin Hao with some resentment. That's right. The moment Lin Hao appeared, Wang Lanlan had already recognized him. The guy who destroyed her hopes. I can ask my brother not to give you gasoline, Wang Lanlan said faintly. Lin Hao naturally recognized the girl, and heard the girl's angry words, and said with a smile, why? You are still angry because you stepped on a piece of grass? That's not a grass. Wang Lanlan suddenly got a little excited and yelled at Lin Hao. Zhao Wei knew Lin Hao's fighting ability. Seeing Wang Lanlan yelling like this, he hurriedly pulled Wang Lanlan behind him in fear and apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This girl is a little nervous and likes to make noise when she talks. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. Lin Hao smiled and said he didn't care. At this time, Wang Long came from the back of the bar with a bucket of gasoline. But before he could get to Lin Hao, a pregnant woman stopped Wang Long while cracking melon seeds and touching her belly. Move aside. This is all gasoline. Wang Long was quite polite to her. But the pregnant woman was obviously not so polite. She looked at Lin Hao with disdain, then pointed at Wang Long and said, You prodigal son. You can just take out such a precious thing as gasoline? What if we need it in the future? If he is an outsider, just give it to him. Wang Long said embarrassedly, but he exchanged food with us and saved our people. The pregnant woman laughed disdainfully. Do you know where he got the food? Do you know whether Zhao Wei was saved by him? Listen to me. Don't give them the gasoline. The food? Wang Long was still embarrassed. What food? It was obviously Zhao Wei who worked hard to get it. What does it have to do with him? An outsider. The pregnant woman continued to crack melon seeds. The pregnant woman's voice was not loud, but not too soft. Just enough for everyone in the base to hear. But after hearing what the pregnant woman said, everyone around looked at Lin Hao with very clever eyes. Meaningful. Chapter 206. Lin Hao touched his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. In fact, Lin Hao generally did not want to provoke these survivors. First, he still maintained his human mindset and was not keen on killing people. Second, Lin Hao had a group of friends, and they were also human. But this did not mean that Lin Hao could tolerate those excessive people infinitely. Although the food was not packed by himself, he did save Zhao Wei's life. And Zhao Wei was one of yours. Right? Saving one of your lives in exchange for a liter of gasoline that you did not use. This was not excessive. Right? Lin Hao turned the alloy knife in his hand and looked at the people around him with a subtle look. He had to use gasoline. If anyone stopped him, he didn't mind being the executioner. The pregnant woman's voice was not loud, but the people around her heard it. Lin Hao heard it, and Zhao Wei naturally heard it. When Zhao Wei heard the pregnant woman's words, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he felt cold sweat on his back. Wang Long was struggling. He felt that it was immoral to do this. But obviously, Wang Long was not a good person. It would be better to get something for nothing. Besides, there were so many people on his side, and they only had 2 people. They were not afraid that the other party would not surrender. At this moment, Zhao Wei jumped out, came directly to the pregnant woman, and slapped her in the face. What nonsense are you talking about? The other party saved my life, and the food was also his own, just because of a liter of unnecessary gasoline. You did this? Where are your morals? Where is your conscience? Zhao Wei was very excited and cursed loudly, and this scared everyone in the bar. Lin Hao put the knife down again and watched the scene with interest. Zhao Wei slapped the pregnant woman so hard that blood came out of her mouth. Naturally, Zhao Wei's action made the pregnant women and their families furious. They surrounded Zhao Wei, pointed at his nose and cursed, You ungrateful bastard. I have raised you in vain. You actually help outsiders beat up your own people. How can there be such a person in the world? When a shrew scolds someone, it is very powerful. Zhao Wei wanted to argue with reason, But he gradually retreated in the other party's illogical and specious words. He wanted to take the gasoline in Wang Long's hand and give it directly to Lin Hao, so that Lin Hao could leave quickly. But Wang Long took a half step back. Obviously, Wang Long had not yet decided whether he wanted to get something for nothing. Wang Longlong looked at the scene, the people around her, her brother, and Lin Hao. At this moment, she suddenly felt that Lin Hao was a little pitiful. He used the most precious food in the doomsday to exchange for gasoline that had no effect at all, but ended up seeing such a scene. However, despite this, the man still looked at her with a smile. Wang Longlong was somewhat touched. How many things did a person have to go through to really take it for granted that he was at a disadvantage? As if he was not involved. Wang Longlong suddenly felt that she was narrow-minded, because a bunch of grass made her so sad. At this moment, a pregnant woman stood up and said loudly to the people around her, "The safest way for us to go to the survivor base is to have a car. The guy wants gasoline." Which proves that he must have a car. Don't let him run away. Lin Hao looked at the person who was talking, and he knew from his face that the other person was a selfish and cold person. After hearing what the pregnant woman said, the other people around, or the old man at the door, first blocked Lin Hao behind to prevent him from escaping. To be honest, this group of people have adapted to the end of the world. In the end of the world, they will definitely survive for a long time with such a mentality. But unfortunately, such people are afraid of offending the wrong person. If they offend the wrong person, they will be destroyed soon. Wang Longlong felt a little depressed. What happened to these people? These people who smiled at her? Why are they so dirty? No, I don't like this dirtiness. I want the old world to come again. But if there is only dirt in front of me, what should I do? Wang Longlong touched her chest and thought. Lin Hao was watching the show, when suddenly, Gooden said in Lin Hao's heart, abnormal mental fluctuations detected. Very strong fluctuations. Lin Hao was shocked when he heard Gooden's words. Superpower mental fluctuations. And very strong? What the hell? Gooden said, the girl in front of you is probably also a superpower. But she hasn't awakened yet. But her mental fluctuations are very strong at the moment. I won't be in any danger. After all, he was on someone else's territory. So Lin Hao could only ask carefully. It shouldn't be. This mental power doesn't seem to be directed at you. And this kind of mental fluctuation seems very familiar. I remember where I felt it before. Right. The mental fluctuation of a mental patient is exactly the same as his mental fluctuation. Gooden said with certainty. Lin Hao said speechlessly, are you sure it's a mental patient? Yes. That's right. My test is not wrong. I have tested patients with mental disorders on your planet. And their mental fluctuations are like this. Gooden said. Is this woman going crazy? For some reason, Lin Hao suddenly felt sympathy for this girl. Maybe. The human brain is still the most mysterious place. Even we haven't studied it thoroughly. Gooden said. Lin Hao was surprised. Are you also human? Nonsense. Although the physical characteristics of our people are slightly different from yours, the brains are the same. But the IQ of your people is generally low. And some people's minds are like barbarians. Gooden's words were full of slight contempt. Lin Hao decided not to continue arguing with this guy. Otherwise he would be the one who would suffer in the end. The girl in front of him had a gloomy face. And her face was as dark as a dark cloud. Gooden said that she was a superpower. But she had not awakened. And she might also be mentally ill. It is not illegal for a mentally ill person to kill someone. Not to mention that there is no law now, in order to prevent the mentally ill from hurting himself. Lin Hao subconsciously stepped back. The old man behind Lin Hao thought that Lin Hao was going to run away, and hurriedly called a few people to watch Lin Hao together. Lin Hao was the least concerned about the human behind him. He kept looking at Wang Longlong. Wang Longlong stood there for a long time. Zhao Wei was still arguing with the pregnant women. Wang Long was also undecided about whether to do this. Wang Longlong left. She returned to her room, bent down, and took out the sharp samurai sword. Zhao Wei, I just want to ask you if you are on the same page with us. If you say yes, we will pretend that this incident never happened. If you say no, then you can leave with them. We will never stop you. However, you have to hand over the car. A pregnant woman grabbed Zhao Wei's collar. Zhao Wei wanted to resist, but seeing so many pregnant women around him staring at him, he never had the determination to resist. But Zhao Wei understood the strength of Lin Hao and others. A zombie that could easily kill them was easily killed by Lin Hao and his men. Xiao Wei still remembered the cracked marble floor under the spider's head after Bai Bofin's fist smashed it. Anyway, I don't agree with your idea. Xiao Wei still stiffened his neck. The pregnant woman, who was slapped by Xiao Wei, spoke. And she said with a vicious face, "Okay. Then you stay with your savior. Xiao Wang. Your father often tells you to kill decisively. And that person has something we need in his hand. What exactly is going on? Think about it carefully." However, just after the pregnant woman finished speaking, something no one expected happened. The pregnant woman looked at the protruding blade in front of her belly, and was a little unbelievable. Who stabbed her in the back? The pregnant woman wanted to turn around and see the person who stabbed her. But the strong pain could not support her to turn around. The pregnant woman did not see it. But the people around her saw it. When those people saw the murderer, they were all shocked and speechless. The whole bar became quiet. Quiet. Like a cemetery. Chapter 207. When Lin Hao saw the scene for the first time, he was also confused. Damn. Stabbing someone for a disagreement. When did this world become so terrible? Lin Hao looked at the girl with the knife. Calm and composed. Without the awareness that he had killed someone. A few minutes passed. But it seemed like several centuries had passed. It was not until the stabbed person fell to the ground and rolled his eyes due to excessive blood loss that the people around him swarmed in chaos. The family of the pregnant woman saw their loved one die in front of them. And they wanted to find Wang Lanlan to argue with her out of grief. Wang Lang was beside Wang Lanlan. Although he didn't understand why his sister did this. Their father was gone. When their father left, he clearly told Wang Lang to take care of his sister. When Wang Lang also came to Wang Lanlan with a weapon to confront the group of pregnant women, Wang Lanlan spoke. Her voice was not loud. But it was shocking. She is greedy. Damn it. She is no longer worthy of being a human being. When Wang Lanlan said this, for some reason, the whole person became very sacred. As if a layer of holy light was shining all over her body, making it impossible to refute. The termites should also die. Our team does not need parasites. Now is the end of the world. Everyone is equal in the face of life and death. We cannot do nothing just because of some people and some reasons. And enjoy what everyone has exchanged their lives for. Wang Lanlan continued. Although Wang Lanlan did not mention any names, everyone knew that she was talking about the group of pregnant women. Wang Lanlan's words may have touched the hearts of some people in the bar. Those who were originally denouncing suddenly shut their mouths and looked at Wang Lanlan quietly. Lin Hao looked at Wang Lanlan standing in the crowd with some surprise, and asked Gooden, "This Wang Lanlan? Isn't she a psychic? I feel that every word she says is very persuasive." Gooden said, "I don't know about that. Before the other party completely becomes a superpower, I can't detect any data about humans except the 3 highs." Lin Hao was surprised and said, "Quickly test the fat man. He must have high blood pressure. Zombies don't have the 3 highs." Gooden said coldly and stopped talking. Lin Hao touched his nose. He didn't know why Gooden's temper was getting worse recently. He could at least make some jokes before. But now, he can't even make jokes. Bored Lin Hao then looked at Wang Lanlan. Wang Lanlan hid behind Wang Lang and continued, "I remember when my father was managing you. You were not like this. Why did you reveal your true nature when my father is gone? Why do you listen to these parasites who have made no contribution?" Wang Lanlan's words finally touched the interests of some people. The pregnant women hiding behind their families said, "It's the end of the world now. There is no ethics here. Everything we do is to survive. So I don't think we are wrong." The pregnant women's attitude is very tough. And they are working with their families to denounce Wang Lanlan because Wang Lanlan killed a person. A member of their team. Wang Lanlan had a sneer on her face. She looked at the crowd in front of her and bravely stood out from Wang Lang. She said in a domineering manner, "How about I kill him? Not only will I kill him, but I will also tell you that from now on, this survival team belongs to me. My team will not raise termites first. And you are all my targets to be driven away. If you disagree, please stand up." Finally, Wang Lanlan stood at the center of the storm. Perhaps because of the protection of their families. Those pregnant women became a little unscrupulous and pointed at Wang Lanlan and shouted, "You are a little girl who has not even grown a hair yet. And you still want to rule the entire team?" A man in front of the pregnant woman was looking at Wang Lanlan with hatred on his face. The person Wang Lanlan had just stabbed to death was his wife. Seeing his wife's innocent death and the enemy right in front of him, the man finally couldn't help it. He raised the bat in his hand and hit Wang Lanlan's head fiercely. Because the man was too close and Wang Lang was behind Wang Lanlan. He watched the bat hit his sister's head, but he was powerless. He shouted loudly, "Asshole! You dare!" However, angry people are irrational. The bat has been swung down, and the opponent will definitely not take it back. Wang Lanlan looked at the bat swinging towards her head very calmly. Her mind was already simulating how to block the bat, such as raising the knife in her hand or hiding aside. However, although she thought of it, Wang Lanlan ignored one thing. That is, his physical fitness and reaction ability could not support the actions he thought of. Finally, Wang Lanlan closed her eyes in despair. She knew that she might not die after this bat, but it was impossible for her to stay in bed for 3 to 5 days. Of course, if she really stayed in bed for 3 or 5 days, she might not be far from death, because she already had an enemy. After closing her eyes for a long time, Wang Lanlan never felt the expected pain. When Wang Lanlan slowly opened her eyes with some fear, she saw no more ferocious faces and waving baseball bats, but a back figure. A very ordinary and thin back figure. Wang Lanlan was even somewhat familiar with this back figure, because not long ago, she had scolded this back figure in front of the window. The man swinging the baseball bat saw someone meddling in other people's business, and immediately said fiercely, "Outsider, you have nothing to do here. I hope you don't mind your business. The woman behind you killed my wife. I must avenge her. But your wife is trying to kill me. So does that mean I have the responsibility to protect the woman behind me?" Lin Hao asked with a smile. The man immediately said to Lin Hao angrily, "Since you are looking for death, don't blame me." As he spoke, the man's bat turned his target into Lin Hao. If the target of the bat just now was Wang Lanlan, some people around would still be unwilling. But when the target became Lin Hao, no one was willing to say anything, because Lin Hao was not familiar with him, and they did not need to argue for an outsider. For Lin Hao, everything that happened here actually had nothing to do with him, and Lin Hao always regarded himself as an outsider watching the show. But when he saw that the girl who spoke for him was about to be injured, he couldn't help but step forward to help the girl resist the attack. Next, Lin Hao wanted to take the liter of gasoline from Wang Long and leave quickly. After all, he had spent too much time here. However, he wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but some people did not want him to settle the matter peacefully, such as the man waving a baseball bat in front of him. Looking at the murderous look in the man's eyes, Lin Hao knew that the other party did want to kill him. In this case, Lin Hao felt that he should not be polite to the other party, so he simply raised the knife in his hand, waved it lightly, and took it back again as if nothing had happened. Chapter 208. The surroundings were quiet again, even quieter than when Wang Lanlan stabbed the woman to death. This time, the silence of these people was because of Lin Hao, because of the knife Lin Hao had just used. Most people around might not have paid any attention to the knife in Lin Hao's hand, but when the knife in Lin Hao's hand moved, he was the most dazzling existence. Wang Lanlan was right behind Lin Hao, and the distance was very close, so he saw Lin Hao's knife very clearly. Because of this, Wang Lanlan was even more shocked. She clearly saw that the man had already swung his baseball bat, but Lin Hao hadn't raised his knife yet. When the baseball bat was halfway swung, Lin Hao barely raised his knife. At that moment, no one thought that Lin Hao raised his knife to cut the man, but thought that he raised his knife purely to block the baseball bat. However, the fact shocked the people around. Lin Hao attacked after the man, and the target of the attack was still the man's head. The people around only saw Lin Hao's hand move, and then he withdrew. At this time, the man in the intense movement had his head flying, and the baseball bat in his hand did not hit Lin Hao from beginning to end. With just one knife, Lin Hao completely shocked everyone in the bar. Whether men, women, or pregnant women, they all hurried away from Lin Hao, fearing that he would retaliate against them for what they had just said. Behind Lin Hao, Wang Lanlan, Wang Long, and Zhao Wei were also looking at Lin Hao in shock. Zhao Wei had always known that Lin Hao was very strong, but when dealing with the mutant zombies, Lin Hao had done nothing except stabbing the knife into the mutant zombies' stomachs. The rest was done by Bofin. So Zhao Wei felt that Lin Hao might be strong, but definitely not as strong as Bofin. However, whether Lin Hao was as strong as Bofin or not, the two of them were not people he could afford to provoke. So when he heard the first pregnant woman say that, Zhao Wei hurriedly prepared to step forward to stop her. But those idiots got their comeuppance in the end, because of their own selfish interests. Lin Hao stood there quietly, holding a single knife, looking at the others around him with sharp eyes. Everyone couldn't help but avoid Lin Hao's eyes after seeing his eyes. Now, I will exchange food for 1 liter of your gasoline. Is there anyone who objects? Lin Hao asked ruffianly. Really? If I had known to use violence when I came in, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Lin Hao walked to Wang Long, and Wang Long gave the gasoline in his hand to Lin Hao without thinking. Lin Hao wanted to turn around and leave, but he couldn't help but look at Wang Lanlan. He smiled at Wang Lanlan and said, Don't give up hope on yourself. You have abilities that you don't know about. Try to live. Lin Hao carried the gasoline and walked out of the bar with Bai Bofen. Not long after Lin Hao left, the silence of the bar began to be broken. Wang Long couldn't help rubbing his head. More things happened today than in a normal week. Lin Hao's appearance, his father's death, the embarrassment of having only a bag of food, and a sister who wanted to compete with him for management rights. Oh my God! However, no matter how Lin Hao guessed, he didn't guess that Wang Lanlan would eventually become the leader of a very powerful organization. This organization once forced the government to be helpless. However, these things have nothing to do with Lin Hao. Even if he knew these things, what could he do? He was just a zombie, and he shouldn't have appeared in the human world. If it weren't for gasoline, Lin Hao wanted to kill everyone in the bar, because some of them were too annoying. Fortunately, Lin Hao restrained the feeling in his heart in the end. Coming to the pickup truck, Bai Bofen tilted the pickup truck with both hands, and Lin Hao carefully poured oil into it. Li Yang had gotten into the car without knowing when, and was resting with his eyes closed. When Lin Hao poured all the gasoline in his hand into the tank, stepped into the cab, and heard the buzzing sound of the pickup truck, he suddenly felt a sour and refreshing feeling. In fact, 1 liter of gasoline can't travel far. But this place is not far from the military base. 1 liter of gasoline can still go from the military base to the billiard room and back. Even if the pickup truck's fuel consumption is relatively high, there will be no problem getting to the military base from here. And what Lin Hao has to do is to hope that he can get to the military base as soon as possible to prevent Jean Bebe and others from encountering any danger. Looking at the wall in front of him, which was as high as his survivor base and much stronger, Jean Bebe felt jealous. How many square meters is the military base? Jean Bebe asked Qianbin. Because Qianbin had served in this military base before the end of the world, he was very familiar with this military base. About 20,000 square meters, Qianbin said. Are all the walls around like this? Jean Bebe asked again. Qianbin nodded unnaturally and said, Yes, I know what you are thinking. You think this place seems to be more suitable for building a survivor base. But there are too many zombies here. It is impossible to become a survivor base. Qianbin was telling the truth. This military base has always been the place with the largest flow of people, with more people than the average university. Moreover, college students are free and relatively undisciplined. So even if a zombie tide forms, it will not be so concentrated. But the military base is different. The tens of thousands of soldiers inside are all managed in a militarized manner, and many people are crowded together. On the day when the zombie virus broke out, you can imagine how dense the zombie swarm was. If Qianbin had not been sent out on business at that time, he would probably be a small zombie in the military base now. If there is any way to clear the zombies in the military base and make it a survivor base for us, it would be great. It's bigger here and the buildings are ready. It's a pity that there are no resources around, but there are a lot of land around. If we enclose these lands, we can plant a lot of things, Jean Bebe said, and fell into self-imagination. The bus drove for a while before Qianbin stopped the car. The place where Qianbin parked was a small alley, with the door open. People could pass by from both sides. This alley was two-way. If the bus continued to move forward, it would reach another street. If there was any danger, everyone could run into the alley and get on the bus, which also prevented countless zombies from blocking the bus. After all, if there are too many zombies, they will all be jammed in the bus, and the bus will not start. But this situation is impossible in the alley because the alley is so small that not many zombies can squeeze in. After the car stopped, Qianbin asked an inappropriate question. Lin Hao doesn't seem to be here yet. If she doesn't come, then she doesn't come. Without her, we have no future? Jean Bebe choked Changbin and got off the bus first. Chapter 209. The alley Qianbin chose was very hidden, and there weren't many zombies around. But not many didn't mean there weren't any. When some zombies finally heard the noise and rushed over here with a look of surprise, If they had thoughts, they would definitely thank God for bringing them food. However, they didn't know that these people were not only not food brought to them by God, but would also be the devil of their lives in the end. Since hearing Qian Bin's words, Jean Bei's face has been full of evil, as black as gunpowder, and it will catch fire at a touch. Sure enough, when Jean Bei saw a stupid zombie rushing towards him, he couldn't hold back and chopped the other's head with the owl knife in his hand. The zombie didn't even make any sound, and was knocked to the ground by Jean Bei without saying a word. Jean Bei passed by the zombie indifferently, then turned to look at Qian Bin. Where should we go next? Qian Bin came to Jean Bei speechlessly. He said he would lead the way, but Jean Bei ran to the front alone. We have to enter the military base first, and I know there is a small door nearby. There may be fewer zombies if we go in there, and the weapons depot is closer there, Qian Bin said. Okay, we listen to you. You go first. Jean Bei finally realized that she was not a guide, so she followed Qian Bin. Qian Bin was not a superpower, so he had no sense of existence when he was with them. Now that he was leading the way, he suddenly realized that he was not so useless. When Qian Bin led everyone to a large iron gate that was at least 8 meters long, Jean Bei resisted the urge to beat him up and said to Qian Bin, "Is this the small door you mentioned?" Qian Bin said, as if it was a matter of course, "Yes. This is the small door. If I take you to the main door, you will find that this big iron door is really nothing. The main door is a mobile door controlled by a machine, more than 20 meters long. Much longer than this." Jean Bei picked his ears, listening to the roar of the zombies inside the door, and asked again speechlessly, "Are you sure there are few zombies inside?" Qian Bin said, "Maybe. After all, I have never been back since the zombie outbreak, and I don't know what is going on inside. You said there are no weapons in the Public Security Bureau? Why do we come to this military base?" Lin Tian asked, swinging his axe. Qian Bin said, "No. The weapons in the Bureau are strictly controlled. We can't take them out at all. And the weapons in the Bureau are too simple. And there are not many ammunitions. Even if we can take them out, it will only take a small zombie tide. And I'm afraid they will be almost used up. The military base is different. I know where the weapons are placed here, and I have a way to open them. More importantly, there are many types of weapons here, suitable for use in various situations." When talking about weapons, Qian Bin's face was full of enthusiasm, as if he had a special love for hot weapons. Qian Bin was the only soldier among them, so they could only listen to Qian Bin on these matters. The big iron gate was red, painted with red paint. This red paint looked very old, and some places even began to fade and turn white. There were hollow patterns like fences at the top and bottom of the big iron gate. This iron gate reminded Jean Bei of the school where she went to elementary school. That elementary school also had the same iron gate, but it was not as wide as this one. It was only 3 meters wide. The old lady who guarded the gate would pick up small things and sell things to the students through the hollow fence underground before opening the door every day. "So, how do we get in?" Jean Bei asked Qian Bin. Qian Bin looked at Jean Bei with disdain. "You're asking me when it's so obvious?" Qian Bin first took the gun in his hand, then lay on the ground, crawling forward in a very ornamental way, just like a loach in a puddle, twisting and turning. He disappeared. "The clothes I just changed." Lin Tian looked at his cute t-shirt and couldn't help but be speechless. "Okay, stop being pretentious." Jiang Pampan looked at Lin Tian with contempt, and Lin Tian was immediately unhappy. What is hypocrisy? When has he ever been hypocritical? So, in order to show his non-hypocritical side, Lin Tian lay on the ground without thinking, and imitated Qian Bin's movements to crawl in slowly and crookedly from under the gate. When I watched those soldiers' training skills on TV before, I didn't think it was that difficult, especially crawling forward. Almost everyone who is a little normal can do it. So when Lin Tian saw Qian Bin using this skill, he didn't take it seriously. But when he really did it himself, he found that some things were not as simple as he thought. When Lin Tian stood up, his body was covered with dust, and because of the non-standard movements, Lin Tian's movements were a bit loud. Lin Tian stood up, looked at the playground, the building, and the parade ground in front of him, and said in surprise, "I didn't expect it to be so grand inside." That's right. This is the largest military base in City B. As soon as Qian Bin finished speaking, several zombies were already staring at them. That's right. This is the largest military base in the city. one of the largest buildings in the city, and the one with the largest number of people. But when the doomsday breaks out, the moment the disaster falls on everyone, no matter how big the building is, no matter how strong the group is, it will fall apart in that moment. Looking at the zombies rushing towards the few people, Qianbin sighed. These people used to be like him, wearing honors and becoming a soldier with the heart of serving the country. However, at the moment the virus broke out, they became so fragile like all ordinary people. The Miao Dao in his hand was very light. After lightly chopping off the zombies that heard the noise, Qianbin reduced his conversation with Lin Tian, fearing that the noise of their conversation would attract other zombies again. Jean Bebe and Jiang Panpan also slid in from the bottom crack. There were only 4 of them. If Lin Hao hadn't appeared here, they would definitely not be able to bring back many weapons. They were mainly here to explore the way. If Lin Hao came, they could use Lin Hao to bring back most of the weapons. But until now, they hadn't seen Lin Hao. And Jean Bebe couldn't help but feel disappointed. He knew that Lin Hao was a zombie, and the world of zombies was barbaric and cruel. So he couldn't help but feel a little worried in his disappointment, fearing that Lin Hao might have encountered some accident. In fact, Lin Hao did not encounter any accidents. When Qianbin and others had just sneaked into the military base and had not yet figured out where to start, Lin Hao also arrived. However, Lin Hao did not look for any small door, because the bus was parked in a too hidden place, and Lin Hao did not find it. Lin Hao only saw the very wide moving door in front of him. Chapter 210. Lin Hao looked at the long moving door and asked in confusion, "Where are Jean Bebe and the others?" The moving door was connected from the security room at the edge to the connection point in the middle, with no signs of damage. That is to say, Jean Bebe and the others did not drive the bus in. Otherwise the moving door would not be intact. Then, there are 2 options left. Jean Bebe either entered the military base from somewhere else, or she has not entered yet. Lin Hao knew that 3 of Jean Bebe and the others were psychics, and they were very experienced in dealing with zombies. It was impossible for them to put themselves in danger. But based on what Suyi had said, Lin Hao guessed that there was one of the few level 4 zombies in City B. Lin Hao knew how powerful the 4th level zombies were. He Jiayan didn't make a move, but he was killed by his men. What's more, they were even less powerful than him. If Jean Bebe was really inside and met the 4th level zombies in the military base, it would be a very dangerous thing. Lin Hao parked the car at the gate. Several guys in security uniforms in the security room heard the movement of the pickup truck and were immediately attracted to run over. But because of the glass and wall blocking them, they could only be stopped in the security room and could not move. There were many zombies around. When the zombies heard the pickup truck, Lin Hao and the other 2 had already gotten out of the pickup truck. They calmly passed the zombies running towards the pickup truck and walked into the military base. The sliding door was about 1 meter high. Lin Hao easily flipped over it, as did Li Yong. But when it came to Bai Bofen, everything seemed to become difficult. Lin Hao watched Bai Bofen lie on the sliding door with some difficulty, and then finally flipped over. Suddenly, a wave of sadness surged in his heart. It was really not easy for this fat guy. It took some time for the 3 of them to enter the gate. Of course, it was mainly the fat man who took the time. Walking on the road, Lin Hao was calculating in his mind and took a look at his attributes. Host, Lin Hao. Level 3, 2000/2500. Title, Feng Yin. Skills, Mind Control, for 80/500. Gene Family Domination Sword. Speed bonus. Strength bonus. Strength, 20. Spirit, 42. Speed, 22. Stamina, 25. Evaluation. You have become a zombie elite. No one dares to look down on you. The road to strengthening, 150/10,000. Lin Hao had no idea how many times he had stared at his attributes along the way. His spiritual skills were already 480, and only 20 were left to upgrade. He also had a lot of crystal core experience, and only 500 were left to upgrade. If everything went well, Lin Hao could be sure that he could upgrade to level 4 this time. Before this, although Lin Hao had the idea of becoming stronger, he had never been anxious. If Gooden hadn't told him that there was a very powerful zombie staring at him from behind, he probably wouldn't have been so anxious. Mutated zombie. Where are you? Come out quickly. Lin Hao looked at the huge military base. If he took a walk, he might not be able to finish it in an afternoon, because it was so big. Lin Hao felt that there was a much greater possibility of mutant zombies inside. Su Yi once said that there were 4 level 4 mutant zombies in the entire B city. Namely He Jiayan, Pang'an, Lu Chang'e, and a mutant beast. These 3 people and 1 beast controlled half of B city. And the remaining half belonged to the king of B city, Chu Xiaoxiao. The mutant base is so large that it must belong to one of the 3 people and 1 beast. But Lin Hao doesn't know who it belongs to. Lin Hao feels that if he doesn't make a big fuss here, that guy may not even come out. Just as Lin Hao and Jin Beibei sneaked into the military base, not far from the survivor base in City B, a battle of kings was also going on. This is a small square. But this small square is filled with thick fog at this moment. There is sunlight above. But the thick fog never dissipates even when it is exposed to the sun. Inside the thick fog, there was a half-crouching figure, walking cautiously in the thick fog. This figure looked very thin. So thin that only skin and bones were left. Looking like a black man in Africa who had not eaten a full meal for many years. If you just look at this person's figure, you may not feel anything. But if you see this person's face, no matter who you are, you will be shocked. This person's forehead is missing a piece. And even the skull is gone. It is obvious that the traces are caused by a bullet. But it seems that the bullet did not kill him. And he still turned into a zombie. The eyes of this zombie are blood red, which seems to be the standard of zombies. But these eyes are different. If someone can look into these eyes, they will be frightened by the hatred and resentment in these eyes. This zombie is called Lu Chang'e, a 4th level speed mutant zombie. A 4th level speed mutant zombie has hundreds of ordinary zombies under his command, which is considered to be extremely powerful in City B. But such a zombie is doing something unknown in a small square filled with thick fog. In fact, Lu Chang'e knew what he was doing. He had always known it. Lu Chang'e was close to upgrading to level 5. He also lacked a level 4 crystal core. As long as he had a level 4 crystal core, he could successfully become the 2nd level 5 mutant zombie in City B. However, when Lu Chang'e went to find He Jiayan, there was only his body left. No one knew where the mutant beasts under He Jiayan had gone. The reason why Lu Chang'e went to find He Jiayan was because He Jiayan had a level 4 mutant beast under him. If he was lucky enough to get 2 level 4 crystal cores, then Lu Chang'e's upgrade would be stable. Unfortunately, when Lu Chang'e brought hundreds of zombies to the door, the level 4 mutant beast Dahe was gone. And He Jiayan also died. Lu Chang'e was very angry when he found this. He didn't want to look for Pang'an because Pang'an was too far away, and he didn't have time. He still remembered that there seemed to be several powerful level 3 zombies around in the billiard room. But when Lu Chang'e went there was no trace of those level 3 zombies either. Lu Chang'e was a little helpless. Did he really have to go to the military base to find Pang'an? That guy was like iron. So difficult to beat. And he might not be his opponent. Thinking of this, Lu Chang'e gave up the idea. However, before Lu Chang'e could think of any way, he was attracted by a cat's cry when he passed a small square. Meow. The one who made the cry was a very ordinary civet cat. Yellow and cute. The cat moved its ears under the sun and licked its paws from time to time, which was very cute. Lu Chang'e stopped and looked at the cat with a disdainful smile. Do you think you are my opponent? Meow. You know, your speed is not as fast as mine. I may have guessed why you are looking for me. But have you guessed why I am looking for He Jiayan? Lu Chang'e laughed. Because I am about to evolve. 2. It's really a pillow for a sleepy cat. Come on, kitten. This bee city can't accommodate us after all, Lu Chang'e said. And as soon as he finished speaking, smoke began to come out of Lu Chang'e's body. Chapter 211. The smoke was thicker than the smoke in the smoke bomb and spread faster. Soon, the smoke completely surrounded the entire small square. When the smoke began to spread, the cat raised its head. And at the same time, 2 ears appeared on its head. With the original 2 ears, the cat now had 4 ears on its head. At the same time, the kitten's pupils began to slowly turn green. And a burst of green light shot out of his eyes. The moment the green light appeared, the kitten's claws also stretched out, becoming sharper. Just as the man and the beast were confronting each other, another figure was watching this scene more than 100 meters away from the two. Chu Xiaoxiao swayed her waist, looked at the man and the beast in front of her with some boredom, and said to the people around her, Adieu. When you become stronger in the future, don't be like them. They will easily get into trouble if they do that. The 3rd level zombie next to him nodded, as if he understood. This is why Chu Xiaoxiao didn't follow Lin Hao anymore. Because he had discovered that Lu Chengel and the cat were about to upgrade. And without the crystal core of the same level, they would have to go through a lot of trouble to slowly search for those low-level mutant zombies in City B. There is no doubt that it would be very troublesome. And Lu Chengel was a person who was afraid of trouble. Coincidentally, the cat was also very afraid of trouble. So the two of them met. Chu Xiaoxiao sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight, waiting for herself to become the fisherman. With Chu Shishu's strength, it is not impossible to defeat the two of them. But the other side is two after all. If Chu Xiaoxiao takes action, the man and the beast will either run away or unite without thinking. But if she just stood aside and watched secretly, it would be different. Chu Xiaoxiao only needed to wait for one of them to defeat the other. And then she could harvest 2 level 4 crystal cores. And 2 level 4 crystal cores were enough to push herself to level 6. Before that, she needed to be very careful. This is the world of zombies. If you are careless, you will be pulled off your horse by the people below. When the fog spread to be thick, Lu Chengel moved. Chu Xiaoxiao, who was standing aside, looked at Lu Chengel with some solemnity, because she found that her sight could not penetrate the fog. All she could see was that the fog seemed to be pulled by the wind, which meant that the people in the fog began to move. Lu Chengel has no weapons. Many mutant zombies seem to have no weapons. They prefer to use some parts of their bodies as weapons, such as hands. Lu Chengel is such a mutant zombie. His hands are long and thin, like 5 chopsticks. But these 5 chopsticks are a bit too sharp. Needless to say, with such sharp fingers combined with his own powerful strength, he can easily penetrate even by Bofin's head. Lu Chengel's opponent is a cat. A very cute cat. Although this cat has 4 ears and sharper claws, it is still very cute. But if this cat opens its mouth, perhaps no one will think it is cute. The cat seems a little lazy, even though Lu Chengel is approaching. It stands on all 4s, and its belly is about to touch the ground as it presses down. Its head is raised, and its mouth is wide open, and the sharp teeth in its mouth, like needles, are finally exposed. Surprisingly, this cat is actually stretching, and just now it opened its mouth and yawned. Lu Chengel is very fast, and the speed-type zombies are all very fast, incredibly fast. The cat yawned and then disappeared, because this cat is also a speed-type mutant. The encounter between the two was destined to be a battle that had no highlights in the early stage, but was eye-catching enough in the later stage. Because they were both speed-type zombies, they were destined to be in the process of testing each other, or about to test each other in the early stage. What was unexpected was that the cat seemed to be faster than Lu Chengel. When Lu Chengel rushed to the location where the cat was just now, there was no trace of the cat here. Aim. The fog seemed to be able to hinder the propagation of sound. The cat's cry was clearly right next to my ear, but it seemed a little blurry when it reached Lu Chengel's ears. But the 5 senses of the zombies were so strong that Lu Chengel still caught it even though it was only a very small sound. He suddenly turned around, with his 5 fingers in the shape of claws, and grabbed behind him fiercely. Swoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Lu Chengel grabbed nothing, and the cat disappeared. However, Lu Chengel was very patient. He bent down again and curled up to minimize the area of his attack, and then listened carefully. There is no meowing. Cats walking on the road will not make any sound because of their paw pads. So what is Lu Chengel listening to? What Lu Chengel heard was the sound of the cat jumping up. Suddenly, Lu Chengel's eyes widened, and he leaned over and lay on the ground. After Lu Chengel fell to the ground, there was a sound of breaking through the air above him. The cat actually attacked from behind. Lu Chengel felt humiliated. It was obviously the fog he cast to confuse the enemy's sight. But the fog was used by the enemy. Lu Chengel waved his hand, and the mist gradually dissipated. Finally, he could see the cat. However, the moment he saw the cat, he was only frightened, because Lu Chengel was distracted. He was distracted when he waved away the mist. For the cat, although it was only a moment, it was enough. When Lu Chengel saw the cat was already in the air, leaping towards him. Lu Chengel only had time to cover his neck to prevent the vital parts, and then stretched out his other hand. This is a crisis for Lu Chengel, but opportunities are always hidden in crisis. The cat seemed to have seized the opportunity, but it also exposed its weakness to Lu Chengel. Lu Chengel was gambling. He was gambling between himself and the cat. Who would be the final winner? Lu Chengel stretched out his hand, with his fingers raised high, and actually wanted to pierce his fingers into the cat's belly. As long as Lu Changel succeeded, the cat would be helpless no matter how powerful it was. However, could the cat really be stabbed so easily by Lu Changel? The cat naturally discovered Lu Changel's purpose. The attack on Lu Changel's neck suddenly decreased. It shrank its body and tried to get past the finger. However, Lu Changel's nails were too long, so it was not possible for it to avoid them. But this shrinkage was not without effect. At least it would not be stabbed in the abdomen by the other party's finger. The cat only felt a pain in its abdomen, which had been cut open by Lu Changel. However, this jump was not without effect. After avoiding the fatal finger, the cat stretched its body again in the air, and its sharp claws instantly scratched off Lu Changel's ear. The man and the beast just crossed each other. Chapter 212. High-level zombies. Their bodies are full of sharp weapons. Even if Lu Changel pointed casually, even if the cat grabbed casually, the cat's abdomen was cut open by Lu Changel's finger, and blood flowed. Lu Changel touched his missing ear and smiled indifferently. Without the ear, he still had fighting power. But with such a big cut on the belly, he didn't believe that the cat still had any fighting power. Lu Changel moved, and only felt a gust of wind, and the place where Lu Changel just stood was gone. On the roof of a small building 100 meters away, Chu Xiaoxiao sat on the edge of the roof, her legs dangling outside the building, and her feet were about 50 meters away from the ground. However, Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to have seen nothing. Her eyes were still watching the battle between the man and the beast in front of her. When she saw the man pass by, she guessed that the winner might have been decided between them. It seems that it's my turn. Chu Xiaoxiao smiled. However, before Chu Xiaoxiao could make any move, her mental power looked down again, and something unexpected happened. The cat actually started to run away. Chu Xiaoxiao was speechless. In her impression, although those mutant beasts had a certain IQ, they still took hatred very seriously. When there was a conflict, they would not retreat even if they fought to death. But the cat actually ran away? Chu Xiaoxiao touched her nose. She felt that she might be in vain again. She thought that after the battle between the man and the beast, she would have a crystal core. It looked like she might as well follow those 3 level 3 mutant zombies. When Lu Changel disappeared, the cat also disappeared. Although it disappeared, if you are far away, you can still barely see the figures of the two people. The speed of the two people is too fast. So fast that the naked eye can barely catch it. The cat may be a little panicked and ran towards the mountain. The survivor base has been completely transformed since Su Yi died. Since the transformation, everyone is more and more satisfied with this place. The more satisfied they are, the better it will be in the future. Wang Zai is on duty today. A base with hundreds of people must have a leader every day. Otherwise it is very dangerous if there is no one to make decisions when encountering an emergency. When Jean Bebe left, she handed the base over to Zhou Yi and Wang Zi. The two were also very responsible, and took the big and small matters of the base very seriously. At this moment, Wang Zai was standing on the high platform, chatting with the soldiers next to him. He subconsciously glanced at the scenery outside, and immediately found something wrong. If the cat may be small, Wang Zai can't see it. But Lu Changel is a real person. Although it is very fast, he can still see it from a distance. Wang Zai's expression suddenly became serious. Wang Zai was not an ordinary soldier. He had seen those so-called mutant zombies. Some of them were so fast that they were abnormal. So when Wang Zai saw the humanoid object moving very fast, he guessed that it might be a mutant zombie attacking. Wang Zai took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Having been with Jean Bebe for a long time, he had naturally seen those mutant zombies that could dodge bullets. Those mutant zombies were very powerful. So powerful that it was incredible. But no matter how powerful the opponent was, this was where he lived. And where everyone lived. So, even if he knew that he might not be the opponent, Wang Zai could only choose to resist stubbornly. Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe. You are killing me. It's such a coincidence that a mutant zombie came just after you left. Everyone gather. Those who can hold guns, all go to the gate of the base. Wang Zai's voice is very loud, and this shout shocked everyone in the base. The soldiers next to Wang Zai also found Lu Changel's figure, so they also helped to shout, "There are mutant zombies! There are mutant zombies! Everyone gather! Everyone gather!" When Jean Bebe took charge of the survivor base, he told everything he knew. So there was no one in the base who didn't know what a mutant zombie was, although some people might not believe it. Jean Bebe said it well. Even zombies appear in front of you. What else can you not believe? Although these people knew about mutant zombies, the strength of mutant zombies was limited to their minds. They had never seen how powerful real mutant zombies were. Although they had not seen it, Wang Zai and Joey had seen it. When Joey heard about mutant zombies, she didn't believe it at first. How is it possible? How could mutant zombies attack the survivor's base? But when she saw Wang Zai's solemn expression, even if she didn't believe it, Joey started to ask people to pick up weapons and aim outside. As a young man, Gene Z would not fall behind. Even though he only had a pistol, Gene Z followed a soldier, holding a gun and looking at the gate seriously. The soldier next to him wanted to laugh when he saw Gene Z like this. But then he thought that it was not appropriate to laugh in this situation. So he shut his mouth abruptly. Shui Er and Li Lin also followed not far away and looked at the gate of the base. Everyone who could hold a gun picked up a gun. There were enough guns. But unfortunately, there were not enough bullets. Except for the soldiers and some ordinary people who can use guns. Others can only hold sharp and blunt weapons. Follow the soldiers with guns with a serious face, waiting for something. The cat is still running. When it runs to the wall of the base, it starts to run close to the wall, relying on its own physical advantage. It easily gets into the survivor base from the bottom of the big iron gate. However, after the cat got into the survivor base, although someone saw it, they just glanced at him, and then looked solemnly at the figure that was gradually becoming clear. Lu Changel is a speed-type zombie. This type of zombie is very fast, but may not have enough physical strength. So when he slowed down and could show his body, Wang Zai shouted loudly, "Shoot!" Insufficient physical strength means insufficient body defense. Although the bullets will not cause any harm to him even if they enter his body. With so many bullets, some of them will accidentally hit his head. Therefore, this level 4 zombie can only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. And at the same time, his heart begins to struggle. Should he break into this survivor base and get the cat out? Perhaps. For a level 4 mutant zombie, even if he has no subordinates around, he can take down this survivor base of only a few hundred people by himself. But he doesn't dare to do so. The reason is very simple. The cat is still alive, and those humans will definitely shoot at him when they see him. At that time, he will have to pay attention to those human bullets. What's the difference between distracting himself and fighting the cat and committing suicide? Lu Changel pondered for a long time in the same place. And finally, he sighed softly and turned away. Chapter 213. Wang Zai stared at the place where Lu Changel disappeared, not daring to relax for a moment. Everyone stopped shooting. After all, the target had disappeared. If they continued shooting, it would be a waste of ammunition. And ammunition was more important than food at this time. After about half an hour, Wang Zai finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to the soldier next to him, "Watch carefully. If you get tired, let someone else watch. Don't relax for a moment." Wang Zai got off the platform and hurriedly found an electrician. "When can we use electricity?" Wang Zai asked. The worker holding the alloy knife with a serious face asked in confusion, "Are the zombies gone?" Wang Zai said, "I don't know. But we must quickly deliver electricity. Otherwise the searchlight can't be used. If the searchlight can't be used, it will be very dangerous at night." The worker hurriedly threw down the knife and said, "It will be done soon. I guarantee that you can see the lights on before dark." Wang Zai shook his head. The maintenance worker's skills were a bit poor. Not as good as Lin Tian's. If Lin Tian were here, he would definitely fix it in minutes. Thinking of Lin Tian, Wang Zai felt a little melancholy. Meow. Shuer lowered her head and saw a yellow and white civet cat calling out. And there was a wound on the civet cat's belly. The wound was bleeding, dyeing the belly that should have been white bright red. At this moment, the cat had 2 ears back. Its claws were as sharp as those of a normal cat. And even the teeth in its mouth had returned to what a normal cat should have. Wow! A kitten! Li Lin pointed at the kitten and shouted. The kitten is injured. And it seems to be seriously injured. It needs treatment. Shuer squatted down and gently picked up the kitten and said, "Meow." The cat fluttered its big eyes, as if agreeing with what Shuer said. The two little brats instantly forgot the environment they were in and started walking into the room with the cat in their arms. There were a lot of emergency medicines in the room, which were left by Jean Bebe. Shuer was not young either. Only 1 year younger than Jeanzi. Jeanzi had begun to mature because of the environment. Not to mention Shuer. Girls are generally more mature than boys. So Schwer has also learned many skills in the Doomsday. Bandaging is what Schwer is best at. A person who really knows medicine will definitely sew up the cat's wound first. Even though Schwer already knows a lot, there are still some things she doesn't understand. She simply took the anti-inflammatory powder and sprinkled it on the cat's wound, and then wrapped it with a bandage. Almost half an hour passed. Schwer looked at the cat, which was white except for its head, and said proudly, "It's done. Little kitty, don't be afraid. You will be fine in a few days." However, the fact is that the cat will be fine after tonight, because it is a level 4 mutant beast. Meow. No one knows what the cat is thinking, but it is obvious that it has no desire to attack the survivor base for the time being. Otherwise, people would have started to die now. Li Lin. Let's give the kitten a name. Schwer asked Li Lin for advice. Li Lin said, Okay. What should we name it? Let's call it Xiao Huang. Schwer looked at the cat's bright yellow hair and said happily. The cat, Xiao Huang, seemed to roll his eyes, opened his mouth and yawned, then lay on the soft bed he had not seen for a long time and began to sleep with his eyes closed. A weird mutant beast, lying on the bed at this moment. I don't know if it recalled the happy times in the past, with a smile on the corner of its mouth and closed its eyes. For it seems that it hasn't had a nap for a long time. 500 meters ahead. Do you see it? Qianbin led people to a building, which should be the administrative building of the entire military base. All important things are placed here, including weapons. All the weapons and ammunition are stored here, although only a small part. Some are even for new recruits to practice. But believe me, the weapons here alone are enough for us to use for a long time. Qianbin said affirmatively. Then the question is, how do we transport these weapons to the bus? Lin Tian asked. I know where there are military backpacks. Those backpacks are used by new recruits to carry blankets. But these bags are very sturdy. One bag can hold more than a dozen guns. In fact, the base has enough guns, so we don't need to put a lot. Mainly bullets. There is another point to note. There are two kinds of bullets. One is blank bullets, and the other is live bullets. They are written on the outer packaging. Don't put the wrong ones in. Blank bullets have no power. Qianbin warned. Lin Tian said, Don't worry. We won't even make a mistake on this point. Qianbin said a little embarrassedly, I'm not saying this to you. Qianbin didn't finish his words, but it was obvious that he was talking about Jean Bebe and Jiang Panpan. Jean Bebe said unconvincingly, You really underestimate us. I also played with guns when I was a child. Don't mention your childhood. You have started playing with real guns now. Forget about the toy guns when you were a child. Lin Tian joked. Jean Bebe blushed immediately after what Lin Tian said. She wanted to refute, but didn't know what to say. It was unknown how many zombies there were in this building, but at least there were not many in the corridor. The four of them walked in the corridor and easily chopped down all the zombies in the corridor. Qianbin led his men to a door that looked very high-end and said to Lin Tian, It's up to you next. Lin Tian took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and said confidently, Watch me. Lin Tian's keys seemed to have some kind of magical power. No matter what kind of lock, it would be ashamed in front of his keys. Within a minute, there was a click, and Lin Tian excitedly pressed the door handle down and opened it. Qianbin and Lin Tian clapped their hands and opened the door. But when Lin Tian opened the door, he saw dozens of zombies in the door and immediately closed the door silently. Crackling. Inside the door, the dozens of zombies found the human figure and immediately slammed the door desperately. The sound was deafening. My lovely Qianbin, didn't you say that there would be no one in this weapon room? Lin Tian asked while blocking the door. Qianbin said a little embarrassedly, I guess it might be because of the doomsday that everyone is hiding in there. It is indeed as Qianbin guessed. With zombies everywhere, a safe and solid place like the weapon room will definitely become the first choice for others. When facing life and death, all the previous rules become shit, and the right thing to do is to survive. But those who escaped it obviously did not notice that some people might be scratched by zombies. When that person turned into a zombie, he attacked everyone in the room. So naturally, everyone in the room turned into zombies. Looking at the zombies in other rooms in the corridor that were attracted from time to time by the noise, Jean Bebe said anxiously, Okay, let's leave here first. Otherwise it will be troublesome if we are surrounded by zombies. Chapter 214. Jean Bebe and his companions hurriedly ran out of the building along the corridor. On the way, Countless zombies risked their lives to intercept them. Jean Bebe was very considerate and directly chopped their heads with a knife to let them know the value of life. After running out of the building, they dealt with several zombies following behind them. Jean Bebe and his companions hid in a place that seemed safe and free of zombies and began to make plans. No matter what, they were determined to get the guns in that room because those guns were of great help to the base. Jean Bebe did ask Qian Bin if there were other places where guns were stored. But those places were in the deepest part of the military base. Not to mention the danger. Even if they really reached those places, how to get a large number of guns would be a problem. But the arsenal in front of them was different. This arsenal was too close to the small door that the few people came in. It was only 50 meters away. Even if several people took turns, they could still get a lot. Moreover, there were indeed not many zombies nearby. The main trouble was the zombies in the building and the arsenal. I don't think we need to think about this problem. We can use the old method. We will kill the zombies on the first floor of the building. Then open the armory. Let the dozens of zombies in the armory run out. And then kill those dozens of zombies. Lin Tian said simply and roughly. Jean Bebe thought about it, and thought that this was actually a good method. First of all, because there was a corridor on the first floor. Even if a zombie tide formed, it would not form an encirclement. As long as there was no encirclement, and no enemies on all sides, they could ensure their absolute safety. Do it as soon as you think of it. This is Jean Bebe's style. The few people first came to the gate of the first floor. Jean Bebe pointed to the corridor leading to the armory and said, "We only need to deal with the corridor of this building. Make less noise, and don't let the zombies in other corridors find out." Everyone nodded and walked gently to the corridor. The headless zombies in the corridor were still lying on the ground, with some resentment in their posture. Jean Bebe walked forward carefully and looked at the first door first. The doors of the rooms had been opened long ago because of the zombies' collision. So you only need to stand at the door to see how many zombies there are. There are always some zombies that can't hear or see, or have slow reactions. Those that can't hear or see are easy to kill. Just sneak up to them and kill them with a knife. But those that react slowly are really dangerous. Most people die half in the mouths of ordinary zombies when facing zombies, and half in the mouths of these slow-reacting zombies. Because these zombies react slowly. When other zombies start to get agitated because of some noise, they still stay where they are, quietly without any movement, until some unlucky people come to them. At this moment, they finally find that food has arrived. So they rush up and bite without thinking, which invisibly forms the characteristics of an ambush. Many ordinary people do not understand the characteristics of zombies and think that they are intelligent. Otherwise, why would they ambush? It is not that they can ambush, but that they are too lazy to move around. And you just happen to enter the opponent's attack range without seeing the opponent. That's all. People like Jean Bebe have been slashing zombies and dealing with zombies since the beginning of the apocalypse. And until now, they must have a deeper understanding of zombies. So they seem to be handy in dealing with them. There are not many rooms in this corridor leading to the armory. Jean Bebe and Lin Tian took turns to find a room, and killed about a dozen zombies before they finally finished all the rooms. If you don't go in, you will never know how many zombies there are in a room. And it's not surprising to see how many zombies there are in a room. For example, because most zombies heard movement in a room, they would squeeze into this room without any effort until there is no space left in the room. If a small room of 20 square meters is destroyed like this, more than 100 zombies can be squeezed in, because they will pile up layer by layer until the only space in the room is completely filled. When Jean Bebe had almost cleared the rooms in the corridor, he finally started to deal with the zombies in the last armory. Lin Tian was actually the most impressed by how many zombies there were in the armory, because he was the first to open the door. But after seeing the large number of zombies inside, he subconsciously closed it again. "How many zombies are there in there?" Jean Bebe asked speechlessly. "Not sure. 30 or 40. Or maybe 40 or 50. I can't do mental arithmetic. So I just took a rough look." Lin Tian was also somewhat helpless. Qian Bin touched his head and suddenly thought of a good idea. So he hurriedly stood up and said, "How about this? Lin Tian and I will open the door to release the zombies, and close the door when almost all are released. And you two will be responsible for chopping them. In this way, no matter how many zombies there are, at least we won't face so many at once." Jean Bebe nodded. "This is indeed a good idea. Okay, you guys start. Senior sister, you also get ready." Jiang Panpan is the one who talks the least. But no one dares to look down on this woman. Xian Bin and Lin Tian pulled the door handle, gritted their teeth, and opened the door. When the door of the armory was opened, the zombies inside were confused. They didn't know why humans suddenly appeared. After being confused, they were ecstatic. They ran out of the door like wild dogs. Xian Bin and Lin Tian watched the zombies coming out from the front, counting in their minds. When it was almost the 10th zombie, Lin Tian shouted to Xian Bin, "Close it!" So Xian Bin and Lin Tian worked together. The zombies that were coming out in a line obviously didn't want the door to be closed. They tried to get out with the last bit of space. But Xian Bin and Lin Tian tightly controlled the door to prevent them from getting out. There were other zombies in the room banging on the door. So it was obviously impossible for the two to close the door so easily. Just when the two were a little anxious and frowning, Jean Bebe spoke, "Open the door." 10 more. After hearing this, the two subconsciously looked back and saw that there were already 10 corpses lying on the ground. And those 10 corpses were obviously the 10 zombies that had just gotten out. Xian Bin and Lin Tian began to relax in surprise. And as soon as they relaxed, zombies came out from inside. And one of them was about to pounce on Lin Tian. Because Xian Bin was not a superpower. In order to prevent accidents, Xian Bin was arranged behind Lin Tian. So when danger occurred, Lin Tian would definitely be the first to be unlucky. Fortunately, Lin Tian did not relax his strength, so that so many zombies in the room did not rush out. Xian Bin behind Lin Tian did not say a word, and used the Miao Dao in his hand to chop the zombie that wanted to pounce on Lin Tian very neatly. Chapter 215. Lin Tian was very grateful for Xian Bin's slash. But the two of them had at least experienced life and death and had a tacit understanding. So there was no need to say so many words of thanks. After chopping the zombie, Xian Bin immediately worked with Lin Tian to control the strength and open the door again. The zombies inside continued to come out one after another. Lin Tian counted the number. When the number reached about 10, Lin Tian and Xian Bin closed the door again. Fortunately, this time, there was nobody who came out to make trouble. And the door was completely closed. When Xian Bin and Lin Tian looked back, they saw this scene. The last zombie stood helplessly beside the two women, while the two women were arguing about who would make the last cut. "Sister, don't say anything. Rock, paper, scissors. This is the fairest. What do you think?" Jean Bebe said. Jiang Panpan didn't say anything, but raised his fist, obviously ready to attack. Lin Tian poked Xian Bin, pointed at the helpless zombie standing beside the two women and said, "Go. Take care of it." Xian Bin saw the narrow smile on Lin Tian's lips, and Xian Bin also smiled. Coincidentally, at this time, the two women in front had just decided the winner, and Jean Bebe was jumping up and down in surprise. Before Jean Bebe could jump up and down successfully, Xian Bin suddenly stepped forward and killed the restless zombie. Zombies were also human beings when they were alive. It's not good for you to torture them like this. Otherwise, give them a quick death, Xian Bin said to the two. Jean Bebe gritted her teeth and looked at Xian Bin and said, "You know you cut down my zombie." Xian Bin stopped laughing and quickly betrayed Lin Tian. "Lin Tian asked me to chop him. He obviously used me as a gun. He didn't come himself, so he asked me to do it. You should find him." After that, Xian Bin hurried to Lin Tian's side and prepared to open the door, in order to prevent them from looking for him. Lin Tian shouted, "Zombies are coming." Then he opened the door again, while Jean Bebe and the others were having a great time chopping zombies. There was a group of 3 people running around like headless flies in the military base. Lin Hao had been using his mental imaging to find Jean Bebe and the others, but he hadn't found any clues after using it for such a long time. Lin Hao was now like a person with a god's perspective, able to observe the movements of a 30-meter radius around him. But after walking for an unknown number of 30 meters, he still hadn't seen Jean Bebe and the others. Where are they? Haven't they come in yet? Lin Hao was a little confused. This shouldn't be the case. They were so much ahead of him, so they should have arrived a long time ago. How come he still hadn't seen them? While Lin Hao was looking for Jean Bebe and the others, he was also looking for the mutant zombies in the military base. Regardless of whether there were any level 4 mutant zombies here, there were definitely level 3 ones. Just when he found an administrative building, Lin Hao saw a level 3 mutant zombie. According to Gooden's detection, the other party was a very common level 3 zombie, and it was very weak. Lin Hao didn't even need to do anything. Li Yang went over with a shadow escape and a knife. Lin Hao and Bai Bofin were just about to watch the fun, when Li Yang was already standing behind the level 3 zombie with a weapon in his hand. Before Li Yang went out, Lin Hao had taken a special look at the mutant zombie skills, when he found out that the mutant zombie skill was regeneration. To be honest, Lin Hao was very tempted, but unfortunately, his strengthening path could not provide him with the function of absorbing other people's skills. Lin Hao could only sigh, sighing that God was unfair to him. It was such a good skill, but he could not meet it in advance. It was useless to meet it now. He could not support the other party. Thinking of this, Lin Hao didn't feel sorry, and waved his hand to let Li Yang go up and kill the other party quickly. Li Yang raised his knife and stabbed the dagger in the other party's head without mercy. Then, the other party turned around and looked at Li Yang with some doubts. Why do you want to kill me? This is a very advanced question, and Li Yang can't answer it. It's as advanced as asking someone who you are. No one can answer it. Li Yang didn't prepare to answer, but just pulled out the knife and stabbed it again. The zombie looked at Li Yang, and his confused look gradually became fierce. He said with resentment, "If you kill me, I can't let you go. I will kill you too." Then, the zombie came forward and hugged Li Yang's body, opened his mouth, and prepared to bite Li Yang's neck. So, the zombies following Lin Hao had meat to eat. Not only did everyone understand the benefits of using weapons, but their IQ also improved a lot. Li Yang saw the opponent's big mouth coming towards his neck, and without thinking, he sent the dagger in his hand into the opponent's mouth. And he sent it several times in a row, obstructed by Li Yang's knife. The zombie was obviously very angry, and still refused to admit defeat, and put his mouth forward for Li Yang to stab. Lin Hao, who was watching from the side, was indeed getting more and more confused, and asked Gooden, "What's going on? How come he didn't die after being stabbed in the head so many times?" No matter what the situation is, the brain nerves that control the central nervous system are in the brain, and it is impossible for a zombie to survive after destroying the brain. But this zombie seems to go against common sense. No matter how Li Yang stabbed him, he was not hurt at all. After a long time, Gooden finally spoke. Maybe the zombie regeneration is playing tricks. Although Li Yang damaged his brain nerves, if his regeneration function is fast enough, he might be able to repair it before he dies. After all, zombies have their own regeneration function. You have experienced this function yourself. If the opponent's skill is also this, then the opponent's regeneration speed will be several times that of ordinary zombies. So I guess the reason why he is not dead may be because of the regeneration skill. Li Yang saw that he couldn't stop the opponent's big mouth anyway, so he had to give up. He wanted to slip away from the opponent's hand with a shadow escape. But this time Li Yang was actually caught by someone's hand, and even the shadow escape couldn't escape. This is Li Yang's weakness. The shadow escape skill is strong. When attacking, you can catch others by surprise. Usually, only one surprise attack can make a difference in a battle. So Li Yang's skill can be said to be against the sky. Maybe it's because this skill is too powerful, so Li Yang can't be controlled by others. Because Li Yang is too weak. Once controlled by others, he will have no power to fight back under the attack of others. Fortunately, Li Yang is not alone. And fortunately, Li Yang is not stupid. Seeing that the knife in his hand can no longer stop the opponent's big mouth, Li Yang simply put the knife back into his shoulder, then stretched out his two arms and pressed the big mouth of the zombie tightly. Chapter 216. Just when Li Yang was struggling, Lin Hao arrived and chopped off his head without thinking. You can't grow another head after you chop off your head, right? How can you have any skills without the crystal core? However, Lin Hao still underestimated the complex changes of zombies. Although this zombie was beheaded by Lin Hao, his hand still held Li Yang firmly. Afterwards, in the surprised eyes of Li Yang, Lin Hao and Bai Bofin, pale granulations began to grow gradually on the broken neck. The granulations were like wriggling white worms, and they kept growing upwards. First, the brain. Lin Hao had already seen the prototype of the brain, which was made of the white granulations. Then the skull was also made of white granulations. And finally various muscle textures and skin. When you see a newly grown head that looks exactly like the one that was chopped off, what kind of visual sensation would that be? Lin Hao experienced it, with some horror and some fear. And finally, he suddenly thought that he was actually a zombie. So the negative emotions began to dissipate, and he even began to envy this zombie. After all, The other party's head can grow again after it is lost. So is it afraid of death? The answer is of course. When Lin Hao did not find the crystal core from the chopped off head, he began to doubt. If the opponent's crystal core is not in the brain, where should it be? Besides the brain, which is the most mysterious and important thing in the body. What else is particularly important? The zombie that grew again seemed to have inherited the memory of the previous head. In the memory of the previous head, he wanted to bite the zombie in front of him to death. After inheriting that memory, this head also began to open its mouth and bite towards Li Yang. In fact, before this head bit Li Yang, it hesitated for at least 3 seconds. In these short 3 seconds, what was the other party thinking? A terrible question came to Lin Hao's mind again. When this thought came to Lin Hao's mind, Lin Hao suddenly began to fear this regeneration skill, and was glad that he had no chance to absorb the skill. Otherwise this skill would probably be lying in his skill column now. When this head was hesitating whether to bite Li Yang, this question suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. The question is this zombie still the same zombie as before? That's right. The head that just grew out is the same as the one that was chopped off. And the memory in this zombie head may be the same as that of the zombie just now. But is he really him? The head of the zombie just now is gone, which proves that the zombie just now is indeed dead. But the crystal core uses its mysterious power to drive the body to grow a head again, with the same ears, the same eyes, and even the same head, and transmits the memory into this brain through the cells. But this zombie is not the same zombie as before. Although they look exactly the same and have the same memory, they are just like two robots. You ask one of the robots to perform an action, but halfway through the action, the robot breaks down. So you replace it with an identical robot, input the same instructions, and ask this robot to follow the instructions of the previous robot. But this robot is no longer the same robot as before. In other words, the first zombie is indeed dead, and the current zombie is actually a crystal core. Lin Hao felt that he was not suitable for thinking about such a profound question. Before the end of the world, Lin Hao had not slept well for a week because of this question. There is a popular saying on the internet that you are not yourself when you wake up every day, because human cells are renewed too quickly, and thousands of cells can be renewed in just one day. After a good night's sleep, the old cells in your body have been replaced by new cells, and you become the new you. Your memory is also provided by these new cells. As for you yesterday, you have actually disappeared from this world. Therefore, one false proposition after another was born based on this statement. Are you the same person as you were yesterday? Where did you go yesterday? Did you die yesterday? You are not you. Or, you are a new person every day, but you don't notice it when you sleep. Seeing so many false propositions, Lin Hao was really panicked. He even felt that he was not himself. He had died a long time ago, but he inherited the memory of the person who had died a long time ago. So, Lin Hao started to stay up late. I booked a night and went online. All the false propositions were broken, because when he stayed up late, Lin Hao found that his memory was coherent and did not appear to be updated at all. Lin Hao, save me. Just when Lin Hao was thinking about it, Li Yang's dying voice came over. Lin Hao came back to his senses, and he couldn't help but think of himself in the past. But he forgot that his brother was in danger at the moment. Seeing that the zombie was holding Li Yang tightly with both hands, Lin Hao slapped his head and thought that it was useless to cut off the head instead of the hands. So, he raised his hand and cut the knife again, and Li Yang was finally saved. When Li Yang's 2 feet stepped on the ground, Shadow Escape had already started and hid in the dark. The zombie was naturally a little angry when he saw Li Yang suddenly disappear. But his anger was not without a place to vent, because there was a zombie standing behind him who had chopped him twice. After Lin Hao saw Li Yang disappear, the zombie looked at Lin Hao with a furious look. Similarly, the 2 hands of the zombie began to grow gradually, and it was about to grow 5 fingers. Lin Hao did not dare to delay. You grow. I chop. Today you grow faster than I chop. I lose. Because the zombie hands had not grown out yet. It was unable to control Lin Hao. Lin Hao had sword skills, and seeing the zombie in front of him that could not be killed no matter how hard he chopped, he used the Jin family tyrant sword. 1, 2, 3, and 24 cuts in a row. The Jin family tyrant sword was used 3 times, and the zombie in front of him finally turned into countless pieces. When Lin Hao inserted the knife into the opponent's heart, he finally saw the long-lost red crystal. It turns out that this guy's crystal core is not in the head, but in the heart. Can the crystal core of zombies now grow in the heart? Lin Hao wondered. When Lin Hao chopped out the opponent's crystal core, it was obvious that the skill could not be used anyway. The two identical heads on the ground accidentally rolled together, which was so funny. Li Yang, who was in the shadow escape, also appeared and looked at the pile of rotten meat chopped by Lin Hao on the ground, and was a little confused, seeing that he was fascinated by it. Lin Hao couldn't help but said with a smile, "Why? Do you want to eat it?" Li Yang looked at Lin Hao speechlessly, and opened the shadow escape again, disappearing beside Lin Hao. But Lin Hao knew, and always knew, that Li Yang had never left his side. Chapter 217. In S City. A very tall and prosperous building stands here. With the building as the center, it begins to spread outward. Nearly 5 miles away, walls begin to appear. These walls are obviously built in a short time, but they look so strong. The wall circles around the tallest building, and the radius of this circle is about 5 miles. This is the survivor base in S City. It is grand. Although it looks grand, it only uses less than 1/10 of the entire S City. In this circle, you can see girls walking their dogs, boys strolling, and happy families from time to time. Compared with the survivor bases in City B and other cities, this is heaven. A real heaven. A heaven that is no different from before the Doomsday. All the buildings and facilities in this circle are from before the Doomsday, and they are still in use today. A woman who looks to be in her 30s is running around the artificial lake. She has run countless laps. Although they are safe now, many people have started to practice endurance just in case. Next to the artificial lake, there is an artificial lawn. An old man is sitting on a recliner holding a baby. He looks happy, but anyone can see the worry in the old man's eyes, because the baby's eyes are too innocent and pure. And the contrast is immediately obvious when compared with the old man's eyes. Although these people seem to live a happy life, it does not mean that they do not know what the world is like now. It does not mean that they are not worried about their future. And it does not mean that people here have become extravagant and debauched because of the support from other bases. Of course, no one knows what happened to other people. But there is one person who thinks it will not be like this. And that person is Yi Wentian. Since coming to S City, Yi Wentian found that he had found his own Pandora's box. In the past, in a city, the most commonly used crystal cores for experiments were level 2 crystal cores. Level 3 crystal cores were rare. Level 4 crystal cores were precious. And level 5 crystal cores were comparable to gold. Because of Yi Wentian's research, the base gave him a level 6 crystal core, which made Yi Wentian happy for a while. However, this level 6 crystal core was of no use to Yi Wentian, just like having a gold mine but no key, which was very frustrating. So, Yi Wentian used the 6th level crystal core to create Gao Xiang, a guy who is much more powerful than ordinary 4th level zombies. Unfortunately, Yi Wentian created him, but did not educate him well. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by the team led by Jing. But the previous things are already a thing of the past for him. Since he came to S City, the management task of the institute has been handed over to him. Maybe he is not a researcher with strong talent, but he is definitely a qualified manager. Among the researchers under him, there is one that he is particularly optimistic about, and that person is called Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, 27 years old this year, has a 3-year-old daughter and a 25-year-old wife. Because of him, his family lives safely in this survivor base. Zhou Yu himself is also very hardworking and motivated. When Yi Wentian created a mutant because of his own efforts, Zhou Yu used his talent to improve it. Yi Wentian had to admit that Zhou Yu was very powerful, and more powerful than himself. He did not have any jealousy. What he wanted now was to open the door to the T-virus. As a research enthusiast, opening the door to a new virus would be a very fulfilling thing. And on this road, he did not mind sharing with others. Yi Wentian's mutant technology uses crystal cores to greatly improve the physical fitness of ordinary people. But the mortality rate is too high. It is already a big deal if 3 out of 10 people become mutants. But Zhou Yu has forcibly raised this probability to 40% or more. Yi Wentian's technology uses crystal cores to transform people into mutants. After that, the physical fitness is improved. But only 60% of the power of the crystal core can be exerted. The other 40% can only be watched painfully as it evaporates in the human body. This is why mutants of the same level cannot beat mutant zombies and superpowers of the same level, because their power itself does not meet the standard. But the situation took a turn for the better when Zhou Yu took over. I don't know what method Zhou Yu used, but he managed to increase the utilization rate of crystal cores to more than 70%, and sometimes even 80%. Zhou Yu's improvements completely turned S City into the largest survivor base in China. If other survivor bases wanted to obtain these technologies, they could only submit to this place and deliver food and resources to it. So S City became more powerful. Although there was a breakthrough in technology, Yi Wentian was troubled by some mundane matters. First of all, human experiments. Although Zhou Yu is talented, he is unwilling to conduct human experiments, no matter how Yi Wentian coerces and tempts him. Xiang just came back from outside and brought the team back a level 5 crystal core. The process was a life and death struggle. Fortunately, except for one member who died, the other members were only injured. What are you thinking about? Frowning? We go out on missions every day, and I never see myself frowning. You stay in the base every day and frown too. What happened? Xiang had a bandage on his head and walked with a limp. But he teased Yi Wentian in a very natural way. It's that troublemaker again. He thinks he has a good talent and knows a lot. So he doesn't obey discipline. He doesn't want to conduct human experiments? Don't force me to conduct human experiments on him one day, Yi Wentian said viciously. Don't worry about that troublemaker for now. Is old Ho here? Xiang looked around and asked. Yi Wentian said speechlessly, You mean Ho Qingwei? That guy drinks red wine. When he was in a city, he liked to drink red wine in my place. Okay. Now I'm in S City. Not to mention being a good host. He actually took away all my 1982 Lafite. Xiang smiled and said, Okay. Your 1982 Sprite is only drunk by Lao Ho. I'm afraid it will expire. Facing Yi Wentian's rolling eyes, Xiang continued, Do you know the survivor base in City B? City B? The one that Su Yi manages? What happened? Yi Wentian asked curiously. We lost contact a few days ago. What else happened? Neither Jing nor Su Yi could be contacted. Just when we were about to send someone to investigate what happened, one of Jing's subordinates, a woman named Squid, sent a telegram saying that the survivor base in City B was occupied by someone. And the one who occupied it was a zombie. Now the base is in the hands of a woman. What's her name? Xiang couldn't remember. Yi Wentian was silent when Xiang said this. Seeing that Xiang couldn't remember, Yi Wentian kindly reminded him. It's called Jean Bebe. Xiang immediately said, Yes. It's called Jean Bebe. I heard that she is a superpower. How do you know? Yi Wentian said, Do you remember the people who wanted to kill me when you rescued me? Xiang was surprised. It's them? Chapter 218. Yes. It's them. I still don't know the name of that mutant zombie. When Yi Wentian said this, he suddenly wanted to laugh. If it's really them, then it's dangerous. Jing is a mutant from the same batch as us, and his strength is about the same as ours. But he was killed by those people, and only 2 of them are left. Not to mention Su Yi. Although that guy is useless, he has a lot of resources and a lot of tricks. He is the only one who bullies others. When has he been bullied? As a result, he has disappeared now. It is said that he is dead. Xiang sighed. Yi Wentian suddenly felt a sense of crisis. What if, one day, the mutant zombie really evolved to a very powerful state? Yi Wentian stood up suddenly and left the office. Where are you going? Let's chat for a while, Xiang said. No more chatting. I want to let that Zhou Yu do human experiments, Yi Wentian said. You said he is a troublemaker. Will he listen to you? Xiang laughed. Yi Wentian turned around and looked at Xiang with a murderous look on his face and said, There is no time. Our technology must be improved. What if Zhou Yu doesn't do human experiments? I have a way to make him do it. After saying that, Yi Wentian turned around decisively and left the office. This guy. The mutant zombies in a small city still make you feel a sense of crisis. As if he was amused. B City. Military base. When Lin Hao saw the figures carrying guns and running in the administrative building, he was so moved that he almost burst into tears. Bebe! Lin Hao stood up and shouted loudly. He thought Jean Bebe would hear it and reply to Lin Hao. Yes, Jean Bebe did hear it, and replied to him loudly, Bei your uncle. Are you shouting so loudly because you think there are not enough zombies here? Lin Hao was silent for a moment and hurried towards the others. Xianbin saw Lin Hao and immediately smiled. Brother Zombie. You are here. I said you would come. Now that you are here, things will be easier. Lin Tian also came. Quick! Quick! Control your zombie brothers to help us. We are exhausted. We have been here 7 or 8 times. Also, Xian Bin, you lied to me. A backpack can indeed hold more than a dozen guns. But if we really hold more than a dozen guns, we can't carry them at all. Xian Bin said, I was careless. I forgot that a gun actually weighs 20 to 30 kilograms. Lin Hao smiled and said, Okay, put them all down. So, Lin Hao's mental power instantly spread around. But when Lin Hao spread his mental power, he asked curiously, Hey, where are the zombies? Jean Bebe said unhappily, Kill them all, or wait for them to kill us. Faced with Jean Bebe's answer, Lin Hao was speechless. At first, Jean Bebe only killed the zombies in the room of the armory. But as the noise became louder and louder, the zombies on the road behind him obviously wanted to show up. So Jean Bebe had no choice but to lead people to the room on that road again and kill all the zombies there. It doesn't mean that everything will be alright after killing the zombies. It's easy to do it in other places. But the zombies on the road to the armory must be cleared. Otherwise a large group of them will pile up on the road, which will be very troublesome when carrying guns. So, after killing the zombies, the few people had to pile them up next to them to prevent them from blocking their way. After doing so many things, the physical strength of the few people was almost exhausted soon. Just when the few people were desperate. After all, having no physical strength in the doomsday is a very terrifying thing. Which means that they can't escape the pursuit of zombies. So the few people were ready to end this operation with one more trip. But when the few people were desperate, Lin Hao appeared. You killed all the zombies, which makes it very difficult for me to do it. Lin Hao complained. If you can't find zombies here, why don't you look for them somewhere else? Fatty and Li Yang, you two should start first. Quickly, after Jean Bebe yelled at Lin Hao, she kicked Bai Bofen in the ass. Lin Tian and Xian Bin, as men, were naturally the most tired among them. So their behavior of being lazy around Lin Hao was blocked by Jean Bebe. What's wrong with her today? Why is she so angry? Lin Hao asked the two. Xian Bin smiled and said, It's because you didn't arrive at the agreed time. I heard that you also participated in the mission. He was fine before he arrived. But you didn't show up after you arrived. So he became like this now. Lin Hao scratched his head. It seems that it's my own fault. In the process of looking for Jean Bebe, Lin Hao also walked around the military base for almost half a circle. In the middle of the way, he collected a 3rd-level crystal core. Although the harvest was not big, fortunately it was not a waste of harvest. People should know how to be grateful. Since he couldn't find other zombies, Lin Hao was ready to deal with Jean Bebe's matter and leave. Looking at so many bullets and guns in the armory, Lin Hao asked a very stupid question. Do we have to move them all? What do you think? Jean Bebe said with gritted teeth. Yes. Jean Bebe was angry. But was she really just angry that Lin Hao didn't come on time? Thinking of the night half a month ago, Lin Hao touched Jean Bebe's bed, but just kissed her and left. In the past half month, Jean Bebe has been looking forward to that zombie touching her bed again many times. But since then, Lin Hao has not even been to the base. This is the ultimate reason why Jean Bebe was angry. Fortunately, there were not many zombies around, and Lin Hao quickly controlled more than a dozen with his mental control skills. Jean Bebe and Jiang Panpan also stopped carrying and stood there watching Lin Hao's operation. While Bai Bofen and Li Yang were kicked by Jean Bebe, you two haven't done anything. Why are you being lazy? Go to work. Most military bases will have several regiments stationed in them, with a regiment of 1,000 people. Even the smallest military base will have nearly 10,000 people stationed, because there are more than just soldiers in a military base. And the military base in City B is definitely a medium-sized military base. There are Road Corps, Air Force Corps, Field Corps and Special Forces Training Base, plus some people in the military base, which definitely add up to more than 20,000 people. This is a very large building. Although Lin Hao just walked through half of it, most of the zombies have never seen him. Just when Lin Hao used the aloe knife to chop the zombie with regeneration skills into countless pieces, a figure slowly opened his eyes. This person is called Pangan. Pangan was an instructor at the Special Forces Training Base. He was 1.9 meters tall and weighed 180 pounds. He had strong muscles and looked very powerful. His face was not handsome, but definitely not as ordinary as Lin Hao. He wore a black leather jacket and leather pants, which looked like something from the Matrix. He looked very handsome. However, this kind of dress was absolutely impossible to wear when he was alive, because the army did not allow it. But now, no one can control him. Not only that, no one can control him, but he has become the one who manages the entire military base. When Lin Hao killed the zombie with a knife, Pangan had already stood up with a smile on his face. The one killed by Lin Hao was the old chief of staff, who once said that he was only good at flattery. Although your life or death has nothing to do with me, you are now under my command. Even if you become a zombie, you are still my zombie. If someone kills you now, I will kill him. Pangan touched his remaining beard and smiled sinisterly. Chapter 219. Lin Hao didn't know that he had been targeted by the head of the military base. Now he was still thinking about how to make it up to Jean Bebe. Seeing that Jean Bebe had never taken the initiative to talk to him, and she also ignored him when he talked to her, Lin Hao was a little anxious. Lin Hao wanted to make it up, but the premise of making it up was to know where he was wrong. After Lin Tian and Qian Bin's wrong guidance, Lin Hao mistakenly thought that it was his unpunctuality that made Jean Bebe unhappy. He didn't know that the main reason why Jean Bebe was angry was that he hadn't visited her once in half a month. He thought that he would see her when he came to the military base this time. But Lin Hao was not punctual. Being late was just the trigger. Not going to bed was the original sin. Seeing that Jean Bebe ignored him, Lin Hao could only drive his younger brothers to work harder. Compared with the strength of humans, ordinary zombies are not much different. A large bag full of bullets weighs at least several hundred kilograms. These ordinary zombies cannot move it alone. At this time, Lin Hao has to spend his mind to control their teamwork and move it together. There are almost hundreds of guns and tens of thousands of bullets in the arsenal. Even though they had hired these zombies, it would not be done in a short time. But at least they didn't have to work themselves to death and watch out for dangers around them. Soon, the guns in the arsenal were almost moved, and only bullets were left. Lin Tian and Qian Bin had almost rested, so they worked with the zombies to make progress faster. Bai Bofan and Li Yang never stopped. They were mutant zombies, and they were level 3. Needless to say, they were strong. Bai Bofan carried a bag weighing several hundred kilograms by himself as if it was a joke. After all, this fat guy had carried a 500-kilogram Gatling gun, while several people were working hard to carry weapons. No one noticed that the number of zombies around them began to increase gradually. Lin Hao had been immersed in his own spiritual world to control the zombies, so he naturally did not notice these. Others worked hard and did not care. When they were around Lin Hao, these people seemed to subconsciously think that the zombies around them were no longer a threat, and that they were all under Lin Hao's control. However, when the zombies around them gathered to an inhuman number, Jiang Pampan, who had never spoken much and only knew how to work hard, wondered, why are there more and more zombies around? She herself may not have noticed anything, but Lin Hao heard this. He glanced around casually, and his heart was immediately alarmed. How much stuff is left? Lin Hao asked anxiously. Jean Bebe said while pulling a bullet bag, not much stuff left. Drop what you have and go. Lin Hao said seriously. Jean Bebe asked in confusion, what's wrong? Not only Jean Bebe was confused, but others also looked at Lin Hao in confusion. And some of them were confused. Lin Hao looked around and said solemnly, we may be surrounded by zombies. Look around. Jean Bebe stopped what he was doing and looked around suspiciously. He began to feel a little scared. When did so many zombies appear around? Are you controlling them? Lin Hao smiled and said, there are at least thousands of zombies around. Can I control thousands of zombies? These thousands of zombies were just wandering around, so no one paid attention to them. But when these thousands of zombies began to slowly encircle them, it was impossible not to be discovered with so many of them. Jean Bebe was very decisive and ordered everyone to drop the things on hand. They had already transported most of the things in the arsenal to the bus, and those weapons were enough for a long time. There was no need to put themselves in danger because of the things in their hands. When Lin Hao and his team found the zombies around them, the zombies around them seemed to have discovered them as well, and began to show their ferocious claws and attack them. Jean Bebe first led Lin Hao to run towards the iron gate. When they were transporting things just now, they didn't see many zombies at that small gate. But as they were running, Jean Bebe stopped. It turned out that the zombies around had already formed a real encirclement without dead ends. But this didn't mean that Jean Bebe would sit and wait for death. She drew out the knife in her hand without thinking. ready to find a weak point to break out. Unfortunately, before she could rush forward, she was pulled back by Lin Hao. It's too late. These zombies are obviously controlled by someone. When you break out, they only need to delay for a few minutes, and the zombies in other places will rush over. We can't break out, Lin Hao said solemnly. But we have no other way except to break through. Is there any other place to hide around? Jean Bebe said anxiously. If it were only her and Lin Hao now, she would not be so anxious, because she knew that Lin Hao would definitely protect her. But now she must be anxious, because there are not only the two of them here. Jean Bebe is not only Lin Hao's Jean Bebe, but also the leader of others. Go back to that building, Lin Hao said decisively. The dozen zombies that Lin Hao had just controlled with his mind were released by Lin Hao and began to run away. They had just received the pressure from Lin Hao, so they naturally did not dare to attack Lin Hao. But there was a voice in the dark telling them that they must attack Lin Hao. The ordinary zombies, who were undecided, could only start to run away. There were only a dozen ordinary zombies that escaped, all of which were controlled by Lin Hao. But there were thousands of ordinary zombies around, and those zombies were not controlled by Lin Hao. When they rushed over, they would come forward without hesitation, open their mouths full of sharp teeth to Lin Hao, and tear a piece of meat from Lin Hao's body. After listening to Lin Hao's advice, several people hurriedly ran upstairs. The corridors on both sides were dead ends, and the only way to escape was upstairs, because ordinary zombies have stiff muscles, and it is difficult to go upstairs. Even if ordinary children compete with zombies on the stairs, these zombies cannot be their opponents. Soon, after climbing a few floors, the zombies disappeared behind them. Lin Hao looked at the floor next to him. The 8th floor. The zombies on this floor could not catch up, but they certainly couldn't go down now. Xian Bin said with some concern, "We got the weapons with great difficulty. Will we just lose them like this?" Jean Bebe said in a daze, "Wait. I don't believe how long those zombies can surround us down there." Lin Hao said, "It may take a long time, because these zombies are obviously controlled by someone. If these zombies are useless, the person behind the scenes may show up in person." "The person behind the scenes?" Jean Bebe asked in confusion. "Yes, it's the person behind the scenes. This is also our goal. Sorry to involve you." Lin Hao sighed. Jean Bebe stared at Lin Hao with her eyes fixed on him, and said angrily, "Lin Hao, do you consider me as a family member?" Of course. Lin Hao was very surprised why Jean Bebe asked this question. "Since we are family members." "Don't say sorry," Jean Bebe said with red eyes. Chapter 220. Lin Tian hurriedly stood up and laughed. "Look, the weather is good today." Qian Bin said, "The weather is good? Look at the sun. It looks so warm." As he spoke, Qian Bin wiped the sweat stains on his forehead. The season has finally arrived in autumn. But this does not mean that the cool autumn wind will arrive. In this area, there is also a term called autumn tiger, which refers specifically to the period just after autumn. This period is the hottest days in autumn, and the temperature is no different from that of hot summer days. The temperature was so high that even the people in the survivor base in City S returned to their rooms to avoid the high temperature. Yu Wentian sat in an office. In the apocalypse, all kinds of facilities were very valuable, so this office looked much simpler. Yu Wentian smiled and said to the man in front of him, who was wearing glasses and was a little older than him, "Dr. Zhou, if we don't have experimental subjects, we will never make progress. If we can't make progress, we will never be able to break through the zombie virus. And then we can't save the world. Not only our base will conduct human experiments, but other survivor bases will also do so. Even the United States and the Sun country. They will conduct human experiments just like us. And our laboratory has also conducted some human experiments before. You were able to compromise at that time. So why can't you compromise now?" Zhou Yu looked at Yu Wentian and sneered, "Don't mention the past. I was just an ordinary researcher before. My words didn't carry much weight. And that wasn't my research. It's different now. I'm conducting my own research. If I don't agree with human experiments, then I can't do it. If you insist on conducting human experiments, you can do it yourself. Or find someone else to do it. Anyway, I won't do it." Zhou Yu said it very decisively. There is a reason why he hates human experiments. Whenever he sees those human test subjects wailing in pain, Zhou Yu feels like there is a thorn in his heart, as if he is the one who is sorry for them. Seeing Zhou Yu sure look, Yu Wentian finally sighed and said, "Dr. Zhou, You are sure you don't want to cooperate? Zhou Yu said. Yes, I am sure. I will not conduct human experiments. Yu Wentian touched his head. His mouth was a little dry, and he wanted to find a cigar to smoke. But he found that this was no longer his office. And naturally there was no cigar to store. Yu Wentian searched for a long time, and found an ordinary wooden box. He pushed the wooden box in front of Zhou Yu and said, Dr. Zhou, don't be so sure. Look at what is in the box, and tell me what is talking to me. I believe your attitude will change. Zhou Yu looked at Yu Wentian with some grief. I didn't expect that there would be such a cruel and cold-blooded person like you in our research team. Don't worry. No matter what is in the box, I will never participate in human experiments. Yu Wentian said, I still say the same thing. Don't be too absolute about anything. You should see what is talking to me in the box. Seeing Yu Wentian's fearless expression, Zhou Yu was surprised. He took the box strangely and opened it. When he opened the box, his mind was instantly confused. The thing in the box was not something strange. On the contrary, this kind of thing was too common in the doomsday. It was so common that no one would even care if it was thrown on the roadside. The thing in the box was a little finger. This little finger was about 3 centimeters long, very delicate, and small, looking like a child's. The nails were very beautiful, and only girls had nails. When Zhou Yu saw this nail, he knew whose finger it was. He raised his head and asked with anger, Yu Wentian, you shameless villain. You actually, don't force me. Zhou Yu slammed the table loudly, and yelled at Yu Wentian. Yu Wentian still sat calmly on the chair, looking at the furious Zhou Yu, and said lightly, This is what I want to say to you. Don't force me. I told you. There is nothing absolute in this world. Dr. Zhou, there are some things that I think you should think about clearly. Sit down and calm down. Even now, Yu Wentian still has a smile on his face, as if what they are talking about is just a trivial matter. Zhou Yu clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. But after standing for a while, Zhou Yu finally figured out something. He took a deep breath, loosened his fists, and blood immediately began to flow out of his palms. Zhou Yu's spirited tone seemed to flow out with the blood, and he said weakly, Okay, I promise you, I will conduct human experiments. He said this very softly, as if he himself didn't hear it, but Yu Wentian heard it. So Yu Wentian was laughing, and he was laughing very happily. Right, Dr. Zhou. If you had done this earlier, so many things wouldn't have happened between us. Since Dr. Zhou is willing to conduct human experiments, then start the experiment. Don't worry. When the experiment is completed and your technology is confirmed to be correct, I will release you and them as well. Yu Wentian smiled even more brightly. Zhou Yu suddenly stood up again, looking directly at Yu Wentian behind his glasses, and said viciously, Don't touch them, or you will definitely regret it. Dr. Zhou, what I hate most is verbal battles. Okay, whether you regret it or not is a matter for the future. I only know that if you don't do the experiment again, I can make you regret it now. Yu Wentian threatened lightly. Zhou Yu stared at Yu Wentian again, grabbed the plain wooden box, and left Yu Wentian's office. Yu Wentian looked at Zhou Yu who was leaving and couldn't help laughing a few times. For Yu Wentian, as long as he could succeed, he didn't mind any means. Zhou Yu's fingers were firmly digging the wooden box, and his eyes were staring at it, as if he could see the delicate little finger inside through the packaging of the box. When Zhou Yu saw this delicate thumb, he began to blame himself infinitely in his heart. Why didn't he agree to Yu Wentian's conditions at the beginning? If he agreed at the beginning, there wouldn't be so many things later. Yuan, I'm sorry for you. After Zhou Yu blamed himself, endless anger began to rise. Yu Wentian, if you dare to touch my daughter, I will make you pay the price. At this time, Zhou Yu had already arrived at his office. Because Zhou Yu's research made a huge contribution to the survivor base, he had his own office. When Zhou Yu arrived at the office, he hurriedly turned on his computer. In the research software, Zhou Yu recorded such a sample. The mutant injection made by the neutralization of certain chemicals can fully exert the power of the crystal core. There is no record of death so far. It is comparable to the same level of mutants, or even more powerful, and is limited to advanced crystal cores above level 5. Then, the following is the detailed information of this injection. This is why Zhou Yu dared to disobey Yu Wentian's orders countless times. Because he himself also developed a very heaven-defying medicine. And this medicine is countless times better than Yu Wentian's. Joey looked at this set of data with a sneer, and finally pressed the delete key. From then on, the formula of this medicine would only be in his mind. Chapter 221. Penguin finally walked out of his room, wearing a domineering leather jacket. Standing in the sun, Penguin was upgraded from an ordinary mutant zombie, so he still has some aversion to the sun, especially the feeling of ultraviolet rays shining on him. If there were no guests at the military base today, he would not leave his room. Penguin is one of the 4 level 4 zombies in City B, but he never goes out casually, because the resources of the entire military base are enough for him to evolve to level 4. But only level 4. Penguin is a defensive zombie, and he is too far away from other level 4 zombies in City B. Even if some level 4 zombies are about to upgrade, they will not choose Penguin to fight. The distance is one reason, and another reason is that Penguin is a defensive level 4 mutant zombie. Just look at Bifofin to know how powerful defensive zombies are. The fat man Bifofin was hit on the forehead by a sniper rifle, but he survived tenaciously in the end. He took countless attacks for Lin Hao, but he never died. But Bifofin was only level 2 at that time, and now he is level 3. Not to mention his defense. Let's say this 8th floor. He can jump down directly without any harm. So, are you really going to jump down? Jean Bebe asked uncertainly. Bifofin glanced at Jean Bebe, his face a little bitter. Lin Hao said, I'm not asking him to jump down. I'm just asking him to try whether this rope is strong and suitable for bungee jumping. At this moment, Bifofin was tied with a rope. This rope was found in a room. It was a black nylon rope. It looked quite strong, like the one used by soldiers to practice rappelling. But whether this rope could bear the weight of several people, no one dared to be sure. So everyone unanimously recommended Bifofin to give it a try. The zombies were all gathered in the front half of the building, and there were almost no zombies in the back half. So everyone was going to climb down from the back half with a rope. But when Lin Hao tied the rope and looked over, he discovered a serious problem. That is, the rope was not long enough. The rope was only 15 meters away from the eye, but the 8th floor was 24 meters away from the 1st floor. Lin Hao stood aside and thought anxiously for a long time, and finally came up with a solution. Tie one end of the rope to the 8th floor, let the other end hang down, and climb down along the entire rope. Although the rope was not long enough to reach the 1st floor, at least the distance was shortened by 15 meters. First of all, Lin Hao and his friends are zombies, so it is a bit risky to jump directly from the 8th floor. But what if we can minimize this distance? Let Bifofin tie a rope and jump directly from here. If the rope is strong enough, Bifofin will be suspended in the air, and at that time, he will only be 9 meters away from the ground. Even ordinary people with courage may dare to jump 9 meters, let alone Bifofin, a zombie. After Bifofin jumped, Lin Hao and Li Yong went down, and 3 zombies formed a meat cushion to catch 4 ordinary people below. As long as they succeeded, they could complete this escape mission. Lin Hao naturally wanted to use the rope to slowly swing down, but there was not enough time. If he was discovered by the zombies, they would quickly surround him again, and it would be really dangerous if he was still in the building at that time, because no matter how slow the zombies were, they would eventually climb up, even if they could use the advantage of the zombies' slow climbing speed to chop them down. There were tens of thousands of zombies, and they were only 7 people in total. How long would it take to chop them down? Bifofin was still hesitating. Obviously, even if he had a high body defense, he would be scared when he saw such a high distance and jumped down. But time waits for no one. Seeing Bifofin was hesitating, Lin Hao finally used his ultimate weapon, the Foshan Shadowless Kick. With one kick, Bifofin was already in the air. Since becoming a zombie, Bifofin has not spoken for a long time, so even if he speaks now, he has some difficulty in pronunciation. But at this moment, he actually shouted out, although it was just a single tone. It was full and round, just like an ordinary person. Fortunately, the sound of the high-speed descending wind blocked Bifofin's voice. Otherwise it would be heard by the zombies downstairs, and the consequences would be disastrous. Bifofin's scream stopped abruptly when the rope was vertical. He might have been strangled by the rope and couldn't scream. When Bifofin was hung in the air, Lin Hao realized that his calculations were a little abnormal. First, one end of the rope was tied to the windowsill, and the tied end needed length. In addition, the end tied to Bifofin's waist also needed length, which took up nearly 2 meters. Bai Bofin was actually 11 meters above the first floor. But it didn't matter. 9 meters and 11 meters. Jumping down was the same for the fat man. Bai Bofin's waist was too thick, and the end tied to him couldn't tie him up at least 2 meters. Fortunately, this situation should not happen to other people. Bai Bofin was hung on the rope for a long time before he hurriedly started to untie the rope. But there was another scream, and Bai Bofin, who was no longer bound by the rope, finally fell to the first floor with a bang. When Bai Bofin climbed up as if nothing had happened, Lin Hao was surprised for a while, and hurriedly pulled the rope hanging in the air up, and tied it around his waist. "Be careful." Jean Bebe stepped forward and said with some concern. "Don't worry. It's okay. But we zombies can save time by using this extreme method. So don't be so stupid as to use the same method as us," Lin Hao instructed. Jean Bebe nodded and stopped talking, because several people heard the zombies roaring from downstairs. Obviously, they started to go upstairs, and there were more than 1 or 2. The floor was so narrow, yet they were blocked by the zombies here. To be honest, even Lin Hao himself could give up treatment in this situation. Lin Hao stood on the windowsill, tied a rope around his waist, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and jumped down. He didn't scream during the jump, but just experienced the thrill of bungee jumping, until he reached the full length of the rope. He didn't feel any pain from being hit by the rope, but he couldn't speak, looking at the height of about 3 floors above the ground. Lin Hao hurriedly untied the rope around his waist, and jumped down directly. At the moment of landing, Lin Hao used his hands to cushion the impact, and actually landed on the ground without any damage. Seeing that there were still no zombies around, Lin Hao told the people upstairs to hurry up. Li Yang, like Lin Hao, jumped down directly, but when it came to Jean Bebe, although she was a superpower, doing so would undoubtedly hurt her, so they could only choose to step on the wall with their feet, and hold the rope with both hands to slowly descend. When Jean Bebe's rope was also grabbed, she shouted in the air, "Lin Hao, catch me. Don't worry. Jump boldly," Lin Hao said. Jean Bebe untied the rope, and the instantaneous feeling of weightlessness always makes people's adrenaline surge, which is very exciting. Finally, Lin Hao caught Jean Bebe very accurately with a princess hug. Jean Bebe looked at him with blurred eyes in Lin Hao's arms, and I don't know what she was thinking. Lin Hao wanted to have a lingering look with Jean Bebe, but there were people up there. Lin Tian was his cousin, and naturally he was also a relative. So Lin Hao had to pay attention. Putting Jean Bebe aside, Lin Hao said loudly to Lin Tian, "Don't waste time. Fear of heights is nothing. Hurry up." Chapter 222. "But this is so high." Lin Tian looked at Lin Hao on the 8th floor, and said in a low and trembling voice. Even if Lin Hao was a zombie, he couldn't hear what he said on the 1st floor. But no matter what he said, he had to come down from above today. Finally, Qian Bin, who was beside Lin Tian, couldn't help it. "No, you get up. I go first." Hearing Qian Bin say this, Lin Tian was about to loosen the rope and let Qian Bin go up. There is really not much time now. The roar of zombies has appeared on the 7th floor. I believe it won't take long before those zombies will rush to the 8th floor and rush towards them. So Lin Tian doesn't plan to waste time. Since he can't do it, he will give it to others first. "Coward, come down quickly if you can't do it." At this moment, someone was finally ready to provoke Lin Tian. "Who said I can't do it? I show you right away." Faced with this person's sarcasm, Lin Tian stepped back again firmly. "Really? Okay. Hurry up. We're still waiting," Jiang Panpan said to Lin Tian with a sneer. Lin Tian looked at Jiang Panpan with grief and anger, and said with gritted teeth, "Don't worry. I will definitely go down." As he spoke, he stretched one foot out of the window, and at this moment, the first zombie finally rushed to the 8th floor. Lin Tian also knew that he could not delay any longer, so he closed his eyes and jumped straight down. Jean Bebe and Lin Hao downstairs saw this scene and trembled in their hearts. Sure enough, this guy really didn't care about his life. Fortunately, he had strong hands and grabbed the rope at the last moment. When he was stopped, everyone on the ground successfully saw Lin Tian's mouth open. Obviously, the friction between his palm and the rope caused him great pain. Lin Hao hurriedly extended his mental power and gently touched Lin Tian's mind, hoping to wake Lin Tian up. Fortunately, Lin Hao's mental power was still very useful, and soon Lin Tian regained consciousness. "Don't worry. I will catch you below. Let go quickly," Lin Hao said loudly. Lin Tian finally didn't care about being afraid, and directly loosened the rope in his hand, and then threw himself into Lin Hao's arms without hesitation. In the end, Lin Tian fell alive on Lin Hao. On the 8th floor, Xian Bin and Jiang Panpan were being polite to each other. "You are a woman. You go first. I will kill the zombies." "Okay. I hope you don't waste time. I am a superpower, and I am stronger than you, and I have a higher chance of survival than you. While you are arguing with me, I might have gone down now." Jiang Panpan's words were very tough, and they were in line with her personality. Xian Bin has been respecting the elderly and loving the young all his life. But at this moment, he had to force himself to accept the behavior of running ahead of a woman. To be honest, Xian Bin really felt guilty. But it was useless to feel guilty, because in Jiang Panpan's eyes, he was the vulnerable group. Xian Bin, who had figured it out, no longer hesitated, and hurriedly jumped onto the windowsill and grabbed the rope with both hands. Who is Xian Bin? For soldiers, rappelling is a must-practice subject. And this time, it was just rappelling without safety measures. Xian Bin held the rope with one hand, the windowsill with the other, stared at the wall with his feet, and jumped over the wall several times, and fell down in a perfect curve. Just as Xian Bin fell, Jiang Panpan drew his knife. It was very strange that there were not many zombies coming up. After killing several zombies, Jiang Panpan finally realized something was wrong and ran to the window to look down. Lin Hao and Lin Tian were carefully holding Xian Bin, who at this moment also let go of the rope in his hand and jumped down from a height of nearly 10 meters. Jiang Panpan was on the 8th floor. Because of the height, he could clearly see the zombies on both sides of the building forming a circle around Lin Hao and his team downstairs. Obviously, not only Jiang Panpan saw this situation, but Lin Hao also saw it. But what can they do after seeing it? They can't just abandon Jiang Panpan alone. Looking at the speed of the zombies surrounding them, no matter how fast Jiang Panpan descends, they will be surrounded. So Lin Hao has already drawn his knife, looking at Jiang Panpan above and the zombies that are about to run over. Of course, they actually have a way to escape from this zombie circle. The premise is Jiang Panpan's speed. If Jiang Panpan's descent speed is similar to that of jumping down, they have a chance to escape. No one thought Jiang Panpan would jump down from the 8th floor. At most, he would use the rappelling method like Xian Bin. But that method would not be enough no matter how fast it was. Lin Hao sighed and said, "It seems that we are really going to be in danger today. When Jiang Panpan comes down, we will be surrounded by zombies. Then Fatty and I will be in trouble." As Lin Hao spoke, he subconsciously raised his head, and then he saw a scene that shocked him and made him want to curse. In fact, Lin Hao has not used the dog egg to detect Jiang Panpan until now. Name, Jiang Panpan. Level, Level 2. Title, Bronze. Skills, Precognition. Strength, 15. Spirit, 25. Speed, 18. Stamina, 15. Evaluation, no evaluation for humans. This is Jiang Panpan, a rare supernatural with a particularly high spiritual attribute. Jiang Panpan's skill is foresight. Through the scattered scenes in front of him, he can thread the needle in his mind, infer and calculate, and has a high probability of calculating the direction of the event result. This seems to be useless in the doomsday where the strength is the strongest. In fact, the role of this function is no less than that of a strong combat power. When the skill of foresight is turned on, a team is equivalent to having an extra very smart person. And this smart person also has the ability to predict the future. Of course, this ability to predict the future is not so mysterious. It is just to infer the direction of an event through simple clues. It seems simple, but in fact, this ability to predict the direction is too important. Such as now. In Jiang Panpan's eyes, she was observing the speed of the zombies, and then associated it with her own speed. She found that no matter how fast she went downstairs in a conventional way, she could not get down before being surrounded by zombies. If she wanted to go down without being surrounded by zombies, she had to use an unconventional speed, such as jumping directly. Jiang Panpan kicked the zombies that had climbed up to the 8th floor down, then quickly retrieved the hanging rope, carefully wrapping the rope around his arm to prevent it from getting tangled. After retrieving the rope, Jiang Panpan immediately struggled to see how tough it was, and then thought of how Bai Bofin could jump directly with the rope tied to him, and that the rope itself had no problem with its appearance. Jiang Panpan tied the rope around his right arm, and tied a knot, then struggled to make sure it was tied tightly. After checking the end on the windowsill and making sure it was tied securely, Jiang Panpan stuck his head out. The rope was 15 meters long in total. 20 centimeters were used to tie the windowsill, and 20 centimeters were used to tie the fixed point on his arm, leaving 14.6 meters. His height was about 1 meter 65. So after he went down, he should be 8.75 meters away from the ground. Even if there was no one to catch him at this distance, he would not suffer much damage by rolling to unload the force. In just a few seconds, so much data appeared in Jiang Panpan's mind. Seeing the data in her mind, Jiang Panpan smiled. A confident smile. She moved a few steps away from the windowsill, then took a deep breath, suddenly sprinted, stepped on the windowsill, and finally jumped down in a flying posture. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was stunned. Really stunned. Chapter 223. Jiang Panpan almost jumped out by stepping on the windowsill, but she had a rope in her hand. Lin Hao looked up from below, thinking it was Spider-Man. Look! Spider-Man? Lin Hao pointed at Jiang Panpan, who was falling rapidly. Jiang Panpan had to jump. Only by jumping forward could she form tension between her and the rope. With tension, the speed of descent would be slowed down, and she could also form a super large amplitude with the rope and the wall. Following this amplitude, Jiang Panpan came to the position she wanted, and was only about 8.75 meters away from the first floor. If Jiang Panpan hadn't formed this amplitude, then her jumping down like this would really be no different from jumping off a building. Jiang Panpan tied a knot on her right hand, but the knot didn't touch her palm. She just put her palm into the knot and held it tightly. When Jiang Panpan felt that she had landed safely 8 meters above the ground, she let go of her right hand without thinking. From a height of 8 meters, Jiang Panpan jumped down like this. After jumping down, she rolled on the ground for many circles before finally removing the force of falling and finally standing up safely. However, the whole process took about 3 seconds. Why are you standing there? I'm fine. Why don't you run? After Jiang Panpan's reminder, they realized what kind of environment they were in. Sister, you are really brave. Jean Bebe couldn't help but admire. At this time, the zombies running from both sides hadn't even approached them. Faced with praise, Jiang Panpan often didn't even smile, but just accepted it very calmly. However, this time the one who spoke was his junior sister who he had been with day and night. So Jiang Panpan smiled at Jean Bebe with great dignity. How did you do it? Lin Hao asked suspiciously. Jiang Panpan said, I just thought of it in my mind. And I did it. It's very simple. It's very simple. After hearing this, the people around him didn't want to say anything. In any case, Jiang Panpan successfully escaped from the 8th floor. Qian Bin was also feeling lucky. If he had succeeded in letting Jiang Panpan go down first, he would have been the last person. With his speed, the zombies would have almost surrounded them when they reached the 1st floor. At that time, they would have really escaped death, because Lin Hao and his friends were not familiar with this place. Qian Bin had been leading the way. At this moment, they were getting closer and closer to the gate of the military base, and the zombies behind them were still chasing them not far away. Several people were very fast, and Qian Bin was probably the slowest. In order to match Qian Bin's speed, everyone did not speed up. Qian Bin naturally knew this, and in order not to delay everyone's retreat, Qian Bin ran very hard. Fortunately, Qian Bin's physique was also very good among ordinary people, so he could run at a good speed in this situation. In front of them was the gate of the military base. Lin Hao had come in from here, so he was naturally very familiar with the place. However, when the few people were getting closer and closer to the gate, Qian Bin couldn't help but stop. Not only Qian Bin stopped, but almost everyone stopped. But in this case, the zombies behind them were getting closer and closer. It was very dangerous for them to stop like this. Why did everyone stop? At the door of the security room, a figure was leaning against the side. The figure was wearing a cool black leather jacket and leather pants, with a pair of sunglasses on his eyes, holding a 7-yuan Hongtishan cigarette in his hand, and puffing out smoke. The moment Lin Hao saw this person, he suddenly felt a sense of danger in his heart. He knew that the person in front of him might be his target this time. He thought he would be surprised to see his target, but that also depends on the situation. Now he is running for his life. But his group is surrounded by a level 4 zombie. This is obviously not a good thing. Moreover, from the beginning, Lin Hao thought that this zombie tide might be caused by the guy in black leather jacket in front of him. Couldn't detect. Lin Hao's heart seemed to be pressed by a piece of lead stone, which seemed unusually heavy. Name, Pangan. Level 4. Title, Mother. Skill, Rock. Strength, 25. Spirit, 20. Speed, 25. Stamina, 40. Evaluation, solid as a rock. When Lin Hao saw the other party's attributes and evaluation, his heart was already half cold. Lin Hao originally thought that a level 4 zombie in a military base might be the speed type, or the cat, or even Chu Xiao Xiao. These three were the ones Lin Hao was willing to meet. But Lin Hao was only unwilling to meet one person. That was Pangan. It's very simple. Because Pangan is a defensive zombie. Facing a defensive zombie, Lin Hao can say that he has no place to attack. Of course, if the opponent is at the same level as himself, Lin Hao doesn't mind fighting with him. But the trouble is that the opponent is one level higher than himself, and has higher defense than by Bofen. Lin Hao shook his head, and began to think of various ways to escape. But before Lin Hao could think of any way, his attention was attracted by a piece of data, which was the data of Pangan. Speed? To be honest, Pangan is faster than Lin Hao, and most people here, except for Jin Beibei and Li Yong. No one should be able to outrun him. But his speed is not particularly fast. The speed attribute of 25 is quite standard. Instantly, Lin Hao's mind began to turn rapidly, and he blurted out, Beibei and Li Yong stay. The others run. Just cross that moving door. Don't worry about anything. Just run. Seeing Lin Hao's resolute and affirmative expression, the others had to listen to Lin Hao. In name, the survivor base belongs to Jin Beibei. But everyone knows that Lin Hao is the real leader of the survivor base, and also their leader. It is very simple for Lin Hao to become a leader. Every time he faces such a crisis, his method can always help everyone get out of trouble. Jin Beibei's speed attribute is 30. Li Yang's is 35. And although Lin Hao's own speed attribute is 22, Lin Hao also has a speed bonus skill. It can be said that the speed of the three of them is much faster than that level 4 Pangan. Lin Hao's plan was also very simple. He wanted to use the speed of the three of them to entangle Pangan, and wait for the others to escape. And then the three of them would escape. This seemingly simple plan was also very simple to implement. And the important thing was that it worked. When Pangan saw that those people actually ignored him, and ran away across the moving door in front of him, he finally got angry. Originally, this group of people suddenly appeared in his territory to cause trouble for him. But after seeing his strength, they wanted to escape. Before that, Lin Hao had killed the zombies belonging to Pangan. This matter was a loss for Pangan anyway. So how could he let these people leave his territory so easily? Seeing that a fat man was struggling to crawl over the moving door for a long time, Pangan thought, just take him as a starter. And Pangan thought so, and did so. At this moment, Lin Hao's Jin family's tyrant knife was already rushing towards Pangan's neck. Chapter 224. In fact, Lin Hao came to this military base to see if he could find a level 4 mutant zombie, and then defeat it to seize the crystal core. But before coming, Lin Hao didn't know if there were any level 4 zombies here. And even if there were, he didn't know who the level 4 zombies were. Lin Hao had already prepared that the other party might be a level 5 zombie, Chu Xiao Xiao. But he never expected that the zombie he met was the one he least wanted to meet. A level 4 zombie, Pangan. If Lin Hao and the opponent were at the same level, he might be able to fight with him. Because Lin Hao's most powerful attack power is actually his mental power. No matter how strong the opponent's physical defense is, it is impossible for him to have such a strong defense on the mental power. But the opponent is one level higher than him. One level higher means that the opponent's mental power has the pressure defense of the gods. It is not the first time that Lin Hao has encountered the pressure defense, but he has never broken through it. It is a natural hierarchical defense, which is impossible to break through unless his mental power attribute is extremely powerful. This is why Lin Hao didn't want to run into Pangan, because he certainly couldn't break Pangan's defense, whether mentally or physically. So when he found out that the other party was Pangan, Lin Hao had only one thought in his mind: to escape from here. When he found out that the fat guy by Bofen was once again blocked by the moving door, and Pangan seemed to want to attack the fat guy, Lin Hao felt that if he didn't do anything, the fat guy would be in danger. So he had to take the risk. And the alloy knife in his hand was like a sharp blade, rushing towards Pang An's neck at a very fast speed. However, no matter how fast Lin Hao was, Pang An's defense was not weak. He stretched out his hand to grab Bai Bofan's feet, and then weighed Bai Bofan in his hand like a puppet toy. Bai Bofan, who weighed more than 200 pounds, had no power to resist in Pang An's hands. The point was that facing Lin Hao's alloy knife, Pang An didn't even look at it. For him, no matter how powerful Lin Hao's alloy knife was, it couldn't break his own defense. That's right. Lin Hao's first knife did not break Pang An's defense. But Lin Hao's knife skill was called Jinjia Badeo. The power of each knife will double that of the previous one. When Lin Hao chopped the 8th knife, even though Pang An's defense was strong, he couldn't help but feel tight. When the 8th knife chopped Pang An only felt that there was a gap in the place where he was chopped. Since Pang An evolved to level 2, his life has only 4 words. I am the only one. There were 6 level 3 zombies in the military base before this, when Pang An was level 2. These level 3 zombies also wanted to come and make trouble for him. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of attack they used, it had no effect on Pang An. Instead, in these melees, those level 3 zombies began to fight. And Pang An, who was on the side, was very lucky to pick up the bargain and successfully upgraded to level 3. Pang An, who has reached level 3, is even more terrifying. Even if other level 3 zombies are combined, they are no match for him. Of course, although they are not opponents of Pang An is not their opponent either, because Pang An is mainly defensive, and his attack power is not that strong. This is also the reason why he only swung Bai Bofan in the sky after catching him. In Pang An's several battles, he fought to the end, and the opponent was desperate and died. Although it was very cool to swing Bai Bofan like this, it was a pity that Bai Bofan was also a defensive zombie like him. Although his speed was a bit slower, he could not be easily killed by swinging like this. When Pang An found that he could not cause any harm to the fat man, but Lin Hao could actually cause harm to him, Pang An shifted his attack target. He turned his head and looked at Lin Hao with a murderous look on his face. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish first. As he said that, he casually threw Bai Bofan in his hand outside the moving door. Lin Hao and the others looked at Bai Bofan in the air with some concern. Fortunately, Pang An swung him out directly, saving Bai Bofan from crawling on his own. You're talking big. The prerequisite for catching us is to catch up with us first. As he spoke, Lin Hao's speed bonus was already turned on. Pang An was too confident in his level and defense. So when he found a few level 3 zombies coming to his territory, he couldn't wait to come out and fight them. Although Pang An had no ambition, he would always have some ideas when he saw the opportunity to become stronger. But Pang An overlooked one point. He never thought about where his shortcomings were. What is Pang An's weakness? Lin Hao has already analyzed the attribute points. Pang An's weakness is obvious, which is his speed. Lin Hao is fully confident that he will not be attacked by Pang An, because Lin Hao is the fastest among the few people. After the speed bonus skill is activated, Lin Hao is indeed the fastest among the few people, with a speed of 40. This is a number that most level 4 zombies may not reach. Li Yang's speed is 35, and Jin Beibei's speed is 30. The two saw Lin Hao being attacked and rushed forward to rescue him. However, the two's attacks on Pang An still had no effect. The large group of zombies behind them seemed to have arrived. But Lin Hao and the other two did not dare to leave now, because Lin Tian and the others had not made any movement. Lin Hao gave Lin Tian and the others time to escape, hoping that they could drive over to pick them up. With Pang An's speed, he would not be able to catch up with the car even if he died of exhaustion. Lin Hao felt that he had not misjudged Lin Tian. Not long after, he saw a familiar bus driving towards here from afar. When it was about to reach the moving door, Xianbin actually used a bus to do a beautiful drift. Let's go. Leave here. Lin Hao shouted to the two of them hurriedly. Just as Lin Hao opened his mouth, Pang An had already rushed to Lin Hao's side. When Lin Hao was distracted, he punched Lin Hao's chest fiercely. Lin Hao only felt a huge force coming at him, and his body was already in the air, like a cannonball, flying towards the endless group of corpses behind him. If Lin Hao really flew to the endless tide of corpses behind him, even if he was a Daliu immortal, he would probably not be able to save himself. At this moment, a man came to Lin Hao's back without hesitation and collided with Lin Hao with all his strength. But Pang An's punch was so powerful that even though the man hit Lin Hao with all his strength, Lin Hao still did not stop, but flew backwards with the man. Lin Hao only felt a softness behind him. That familiar smell. And there was no need to think about it. It must be Jean Bebe, who finally intercepted Lin Hao. At the same time, Lin Hao felt a little sad. If Jean Bebe hadn't done this, maybe they wouldn't have to fall into the zombie tied together. Maybe luck always favors this human who has become a zombie. Or maybe Jean Bebe's collision worked. Although the two still flew backwards, they obviously didn't have enough strength. Finally, when they were only 10 meters away from the zombie tide, they hugged each other and rolled to the ground. Chapter 225. When Lin Hao stood up from the tumble, the first thing he did was to rush to run away from the zombies while holding Jean Bebe. Pang An was blocking him in front, so it was obvious that he could not run forward. Lin Hao was fast, but because of his old injury and the strength of Pang An's fist, this punch successfully knocked Lin Hao's ribs out of his body again. Although Lin Hao did not feel much pain, he could clearly feel that his speed was getting slower and slower, from a limit of 40 to more than 20. At this speed, it was simply a pipe dream to run away from Pang An while holding a person. Li Yang, who was standing by, saw that Lin Hao was injured and wanted to come over to help, but was stopped by Lin Hao. Lin Hao communicated with Li Yang through mental power. Leave here. Get in the car first. And tell them to pick me up at other doors. And I will leave from other doors. But? Li Yang wanted to say something. But Lin Hao shouted, you can't help me at all here, but will attract other companions in the car, which will make us more dangerous. Believe me, I won't die so easily. If Lin Hao was not injured now, his strength was not enough, and Li Yang was too far away. Lin Hao really wanted to throw this silly woman in his hand to Li Yang and let him take her away. Li Yang wanted to say something, but Pang An focused his attention on Li Yang. Li Yang sighed helplessly, watching Lin Hao, who was chased by the zombies, running farther and farther in another direction. He could only disappear from Pang An's side with a shadow escape and ran into the car. When Li Yang got into the car, the people in the car found that Lin Hao and Jean Bebe were not there. As Lin Hao said, these people wanted to get off the car to fight the 4th level zombie, especially Bai Bofin, who almost fell out of the car window. Don't worry. Lin Hao said he would be fine. Let us wait for him from other doors. He said he would escape from other doors. Let us not get off the car. At the most urgent moment, Li Yang finally overcame his accent and stuttering problem and spoke out this sentence in a row. The people in the car immediately ran around like headless flies, watching Pang An also leave the main gate and chase Lin Hao and the others. Jiang Panpan didn't say anything. He stared at the direction where Lin Hao left. Lin Tian said, he said which gate is not available. If he didn't say which gate, where should we wait for them? This broken military base is so big. There are more than a dozen gates of different sizes. Lin Tian was right, because the area of this military base is so large. In addition to the 4 main gates in the east, south, west and north, there are many small gates in some places, such as the place where Qian Bin led the way at the beginning, when everyone was struggling about which gate to go to. Jiang Panpan spoke. The gate we are at now is the east gate. There should be 3 small gates on this road of the east gate. Looking at the direction of the zombies and Pang An, it can be determined that the east gate has been completely abandoned by Lin Hao, because those zombies and Pang An will cut off all the routes of the east gate in the form of pursuit, and their escape direction is the south. In order to escape from the pursuers on a large scale, Lin Hao will definitely not choose the nearest south gate, because the zombies are too close. If you choose the nearest one, you have to stop and open the door. The risk of being caught by the zombies is too great. But Lin Hao was just injured. Although he is a zombie, the zombies also have physical strength, so he will definitely not choose the farthest one. I guess Lin Hao may come out from the second small gate in the south. Qian Bin will start the car first, and we will rush to the second small gate in the south to wait for them, Jiang Panpan said. Jiang Panpan, who had been silent for a long time, touched her chin at this moment, and various clues and speculations in her mind began to turn frantically. But what she said was actually not very attractive to everyone. What really attracted everyone was that Jiang Panpan actually said so much. Regardless of whether Jiang Panpan's speculation was right or not, everyone had lost their backbone now. And what Jiang Panpan said was quite reasonable. So they could only choose to listen to Jiang Panpan temporarily. It takes 10 minutes to drive from the east gate to the south gate. You can imagine how big this military base is. And it also highlights how difficult it is for Lin Hao to hold Jean Bebe. Jiang Panpan deduced that Lin Hao could hold Jean Bebe and run towards the south gate based on the fact that Lin Hao was a zombie and zombies had strong physical strength. However, no matter how smart Jiang Panpan was, he could not tell from the surface how badly injured Lin Hao was, because the zombie's sense of pain was greatly weakened. Lin Hao felt no pain, and he stood up and picked up Jean Bebe in one go. He looked exactly as if he was not injured. But when Lin Hao started running, he found that his speed was getting slower and slower, and he could hardly even hold Jean Bebe. At this moment, Lin Hao was a little panicked. The zombies behind him were about to catch up. Pang An's speed was much faster than ordinary zombies, and he had already surpassed the zombies and rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not dare to stop. If it was just him, Lin Hao would have wanted to fight with this guy, or run away. With this kind of injury, only Lin Hao was left, and running away was definitely not a problem. But looking at the unconscious Jean Bebe in his arms, she was unconscious to save Lin Hao. No matter what changes Lin Hao's mentality had, he would not abandon Jean Bebe. Looking at the administrative building on the side of the road that had just jumped down, Lin Hao threw Jean Bebe from the window to the first floor without thinking, and then climbed in himself. When climbing the window, Lin Hao felt that he was out of his depth again. Your body's recovery has not kept up with the consumption. I suggest you stop and rest immediately. Gooden reminded. I don't recommend you to say this kind of nonsense in the future. Lin Hao said speechlessly. Okay. Lin Hao picked up Jean Bebe again, and at the same time felt a little strange. This system didn't argue with him. In short, whether Gooden argued with Lin Hao or not, Lin Hao didn't have time to care now. The ordinary zombies lying on the window stretched out their hands helplessly to Lin Hao, trying to grab him but failing. Pang An seemed very dissatisfied with the IQ of these ordinary zombies. Seeing that they were standing there and only knew to stretch out their hands, he impatiently punched the ordinary zombies that blocked him, then easily turned over and chased after Lin Hao. Jean Bebe woke up in the bumpy ride. When she woke up, she felt that her shirt was sticky, as if it was soaked by water. When he raised his eyes, he saw Lin Hao breathing hard. At this moment, they seemed to be running upstairs, and there was a voice downstairs. Boy, run as hard as you can. How far do you think you can run with a woman and an injury? Listen to me. Stop. I will give you a quick death if you stop. Don't worry. With your crystal core, I will become stronger. When I rule the zombie circle of the entire B city, I will remember you in my heart. As expected of an instructor, he speaks in a set way. If Lin Hao was not a zombie, he would really believe it. But for the first time, Lin Hao, who likes to talk nonsense, did not talk back to the enemy. It was not that he had nothing to say, but that he could not say anything. Chapter 226. Lin Hao, I've never seen you sweat. Jean Bebe naturally judged the current situation. At this moment, Jean Bebe felt pain all over her body and couldn't use any strength, even if she wanted to walk down by herself. She was afraid that her willfulness would slow down Lin Hao's speed, and then both of them would be in danger. So at this moment, Jean Bebe suddenly felt so helpless. But after feeling the warmth in his arms, she felt so safe. So contradictory. Jean Bebe touched the wet spot on his shirt and found that it was blood. Then, Jean Bebe saw the protruding ribs on Lin Hao's chest, which were so shocking. And even now they were still dripping with blood. Lin Hao now had only one thought. That was to keep running. And he couldn't stop. Once he stopped, he would die. When Lin Hao saw Dahe, he felt that the 4th level mutant beast was just SOSO. When he saw He Jiayan, he felt that the 4th level mutant zombie was nothing. Lin Hao believed that the 3 zombies united together would be the strongest. And the only thing he was afraid of was facing a defensive zombie like Pang An. But before Pang An threw that punch, Lin Hao also thought it was nothing. How could a defensive zombie be aggressive? It was not until Pang An punched Lin Hao like this. During the escape, Lin Hao finally realized, truly realized, all along, no matter what kind of mutant beasts and mutant zombies they faced, Lin Hao and his 2 friends could always use their intelligence or convenience to solve the opponent. Even Dahe died in his hands in the end? So Lin Hao was arrogant. He thought that the 4th level mutant zombies were nothing to be afraid of. When he saw Pang An, he still had this idea. At most, He couldn't break the opponent's defense. If we can't beat them, we can just run away. As a result, Lin Hao found that he seemed unable to escape. The road has an end, even if it is climbing stairs. There is finally the moment when you reach the top floor. When Lin Hao opened the door of the top floor and saw the sky outside, which was getting bluer and more beautiful since the end of the world. He was facing a beautiful view, but a sense of despair came over him. Lin Hao, you are too tired. Put me down, Jean Bebe said in Lin Hao's arms. No, I'm not tired. I still have strength. Listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer behind him, Lin Hao said firmly. Couldn't. Are you sure we have no place to escape now? Lin Hao asked. No. Hey, it looks like we are going to separate, Gooden said with tears in his eyes, but Lin Hao felt that the tears were full of joy. Bebe, don't worry. I won't let you die. Lin Hao smiled at Jean Bebe and said firmly. What are you going to do? Jean Bebe had no strength in her body, and now she could only let Lin Hao do what he wanted. Lin Hao actually grabbed her ankles and lifted her upside down. Lin Hao has always had many tricks, and these tricks sometimes have miraculous effects. Such as this time. Lin Hao came to the edge of the roof. Pang'an had not come up yet. Lin Hao put Jean Bebe outside the building. Jean Bebe was so scared when she saw such a high distance that she screamed, Lin Hao, what are you going to do? Even if it is a suicide for love, you should choose a good way to die for me. And we may not die. Why do you want to do this? Put me back. Looking down from this 50-story building, even people who are not afraid of heights feel uncomfortable, let alone being hung upside down without any sense of security. I said. I won't let you die. Lin Hao said. There was a window below the roof. A window from the 50th floor. When Lin Hao went upstairs, he saw that the window was open. In order to prevent Jean Bebe from being unwilling to leave, Lin Hao aimed at the window below and threw Jean Bebe in fiercely. Very good. Even though he was injured now, because Lin Hao had no sense of pain, he didn't feel much of the impact on his mental strength. He focused on grabbing Jean Bebe's ankle and throwing Jean Bebe from the roof to the 50th floor. In this way, he could face Pang'an by himself. He told Jean Bebe that he would not let her die. So he would not let her die. Although Lin Hao's trick seemed unreliable, he succeeded and Jean Bebe survived. At this time, Pang'an came up. When he saw Lin Hao standing on the edge of the roof and Jean Bebe was no longer beside him, he was surprised and said, You are so cruel that you actually threw that human down? It's a human anyway. Just throw it away. But don't jump down. If you jump down, I have to run back to the first floor, which is very troublesome. In fact, Lin Hao can also use Jean Bebe's method. But he can't, because Pang'an will easily find it, and then neither of them can escape. So Lin Hao threw Jean Bebe out. Lin Hao turned around and faced Pang'an alone, smiling and saying, In fact, I have also fought against level 4 mutant zombies and mutant beasts, and I never felt how powerful you were. I thought my friends and I could easily defeat you. But I was wrong. How about this? Today you teach me a lesson. Of course I will remember this lesson. And when I become stronger in the future, I can promise you that I will never cause trouble for you. Okay with that? In order to escape, Lin Hao decided to be shameless. Pang'an looked at Lin Hao with some doubts, and asked curiously, You speak so fluently. You are only level 3. How could you do that? Obviously, Pang'an and Lin Hao focus on different things. Does your not answering me mean that you agree to me? Thank you so much. I apologize to you first. I'm sorry for disturbing you by coming to your territory. I promise I won't do it again in the future. I will definitely avoid this military base when I see it. Bye, boss. As he said this, Lin Hao was about to slip away from Pang'an. There was only one door on the rooftop, and Pang'an was blocking the door. Although Lin Hao was now alone, it was obviously not a very realistic thing to suddenly pass Pang'an. Pang'an grabbed Lin Hao's neck with one hand and threw him to the ground. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you? How do you know? Of course not, Brother Pang. A zombie like you is definitely the leader in our zombie world. The smartest and most powerful existence. How could I compete with you in IQ? Wouldn't that be asking for humiliation? Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief and almost let the cat out of the bag. Seeing Pang'an's pleased look, Lin Hao felt that this guy's IQ was indeed not as high as he thought. If he continued to fool me, he might even treat me with courtesy. Boy, you are good at talking. Pang An looked at Lin Hao, thinking. Lin Hao quickly adjusted his mentality and said in a dog-legged manner, "That's right. Only the truth can make me speak so righteously and so eloquently in the whole B city. I don't think there will be another zombie who can make me say this." Pang An laughed very happily. Seeing Pang An's mental retardation, Lin Hao felt that if he moved his lips, the other party might really let him go. Just when Lin Hao was thinking about what else he would say to please this guy, a Miao Dao came out from behind Pang An and cut Pang An's neck. "Lin Hao," I said, "we are family. I will not abandon you," Jean Bebe said righteously behind Pang An. Lin Hao suddenly covered his forehead and couldn't help saying, "This stupid woman." Chapter 227. Pang An turned his head in a strange way, looking at Jean Bebe who suddenly appeared. And he seemed very surprised. "Didn't you throw this human down? How come he appeared again?" Pang An asked. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Pang An's question. There was still a point of deception. Before Lin Hao spoke, Jean Bebe had already spoken. "You were thrown down. A fool like you can be easily fooled by others. I really want to know how you survived until now." Lin Hao covered his forehead again. It was obvious that someone as stupid as Pang An who was in a certain position hated being called stupid the most. When Jean Bebe said that Pang An was stupid, Lin Hao saw that Pang An's face immediately darkened. He rushed past Pang An without thinking. This simple rush was actually not simple at all. Lin Hao first turned on the speed bonus, then the strength bonus, and finally used his mental power to attract Pang An's attention, which was done in one fell swoop. When Lin Hao rushed past, Lin Hao, who had already turned on the strength bonus, kicked Pang An's butt desperately. That's right. Pang An is a level 4 mutant zombie with great physical strength and power. But a person with great strength cannot lift himself up. Even if his weight looks normal, Pang An is strong. But he weighs the same as an ordinary person. But this weight is far enough for Lin Hao to kick him. Lin Hao's kick was not only far away, but Pang An was almost kicked off the roof by Lin Hao. This building is 50 stories high. Although it is unknown whether Pang An will die if he falls down like this, he will definitely be seriously injured. Originally, Lin Hao wanted to kick the opponent directly, but he thought that the opponent was a level 4 zombie after all, and the kick just now was really unexpected. If he kicked again, the opponent would be prepared, and Lin Hao would definitely die miserably. Thinking of this, Lin Hao grabbed Jean Bebe's hand and ran downstairs. But when he ran, he found that Jean Bebe was so weak that a gust of wind could blow her away. "You stupid woman. Why didn't you run away when you had the chance?" Lin Hao cursed. "How could I leave you alone?" Jean Bebe said weakly. "Come on. I almost tricked that big guy from level 4 into letting me go. But you messed everything up. And now we have to run away again." Lin Hao was very angry. "Really? I'm sorry," Jean Bebe said disappointedly. "Come on. There's nothing to be sorry about. To be honest, you looked really handsome when you rushed up." Seeing that Jean Bebe was a little unhappy, Lin Hao quickly spoke out his thoughts. "Really? Are you more handsome than when you saved me?" Jean Bebe asked. "My lovely Jean Bebe. Watch your feet first. Don't fall down. We are running for our lives now. It's not suitable for flirting. If you want to play, I will play with you when we get back," Lin Hao said anxiously. At this time, Pang An finally appeared behind the two of them. "You two bastards. I will never let you go today. Prepare to die." As he said that, this guy actually jumped over the stairs and jumped in front of Lin Hao and Jean Bebe. Lin Hao hurriedly retreated, but Jean Bebe was too weak and fell on the stairs after a few steps. Lin Hao hurriedly stopped in front of Jean Bebe and looked at Pang An with a serious face. "Humph. I knew you were flattering me just now. I didn't expose you just because I wanted to know what you would do next. Look at you now. This is your true face." Pang An looked complacent and said, "I am Zhuge." Lin Hao sighed softly. What is wrong with this world? How did such a stupid zombie evolve to level 4? And he put this zombie next to him. Lin Hao, we won't really die here, will we? Jean Bebe suddenly stood up, picked up the Miao Dao, and asked Lin Hao. This is a narrow stairwell, with stairs below and stairs above. Only the place where Lin Hao and Jean Bebe stood as a platform. Seeing Jean Bebe draw out the Miao Dao, Lin Hao also smiled bitterly and said, maybe. I didn't expect to die so soon. I thought I had some ability, and could start my brilliant life. Sure enough, I thought too much. Poor me. I'm still a virgin. There was an opportunity in front of you. But you didn't cherish it. So you can't blame others. Jean Bebe suddenly said. Really? I don't remember what you hinted to me. At this moment, Lin Hao could still laugh. Jean Bebe stopped talking. Some words were really not good for a girl to say. Knowing that there might be a life and death situation, the two actually started to talk about love. Pang An frowned, and was a little angry when he saw it on the stairs. He said angrily, "Are you ignoring me?" As he said that, Pang An finally moved, clenched his fists, and rushed towards the two people with an imposing momentum. Before Pang An moved, Jean Bebe had already picked up the Miao Dao, and Lin Hao had never put down the alloy knife in his hand. Even though the two were already wounded. Even though they knew they were no match for the zombie in front of them. Even though they would face death next. The two did not beg for mercy. Did not compromise. And only had feelings sublimated in life and death. Even if the enemy is really strong. As long as there is a knife in hand, there is nothing to fear. At least, there is still the ability to fight. So, Lin Hao picked up the knife in his hand. And Jean Bebe also waved the Miao Dao. In fact, Jean Bebe's weapon is also an alloy knife. She thinks that the alloy knife is more powerful. But when Jean Bebe held the Miao Dao, she was immediately conquered by the smooth blade shape and comfortable feel of the Miao Dao. Unfortunately, the Miao Dao is too brittle and too thin. Can you make knives? Lin Hao once asked Jean Bebe. My father makes knives. How can I not do it? Jean Bebe said to Lin Hao with a smile. Jean Bebe knew how to make knives. So she had thought about making a Miao Dao with alloy at the base. A sturdy and durable Miao Dao. This idea came to her mind the moment the Miao Dao in Jean Bebe's hand touched Pang An's fist. Because when the Miao Dao in Jean Bebe's hand hit Pang An, the knife actually broke into several pieces. And the iron filings along with the broken knife reflected the last bit of sunlight, hoping that it could truly shine once in the last moment of life. Jean Bebe's Miao Dao was aimed at Pang An's fist, while Lin Hao's alloy knife was aimed at Pang An's chest. With a clang, Lin Hao knew the result, which was so despairing. Pang An sneered and punched Jean Bebe away. Jean Bebe was hit hard against the wall behind him by the impact. Lin Hao wanted to resist for a while, but he was not in the same league as Pang An. Pang An grabbed his neck tightly and threw him to the ground, breaking several marbles. Lin Hao finally couldn't bear it anymore. His eyelids were heavy, and he was about to faint. At the moment he closed his eyes, he seemed to see a figure. That figure was so tall. Attention! Extremely strong biochemical energy detected. Extremely strong biochemical energy detected. Gooden shouted loudly in Lin Hao's heart. But Lin Hao had already lost consciousness. Chapter 228. The sun rises and sets. The sky turns dark and white. It is another sunny day. Last night, Wang Zai and Zhou Yi did not dare to sleep much. They kept staring outside, fearing that the mutant zombie would appear again to attack the survivors' base. Schwer gets up every morning. Apart from helping the adults with work, she is bored. After all, her physical fitness is there, and many jobs do not require her. But when Schwer gets older, she no longer likes the games that children play. In this environment, she can't do what girls of this age like to do. Watch anime, have no Barbie dolls, and even have no parents. So, Schwer, who was bored, liked to raise animals. Before that, he had a dog, a 3-month-old golden retriever. Yesterday, he brought home an injured cat, which was still covered with bandages. Before leaving the room, Schwer filled water for the kittens and puppies, and gave them a little bit of precious food, and then went out. The cat is now called Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang looked at the sunshine outside the window with some boredom. Lazily. Suddenly, it found that it still liked to live lazily in the world created by humans, because only there was comfort and no fighting. Looking at the big yellow under the bed. Yes, the golden retriever is called Big Yellow, and it is called Xiao Huang, although it is not very satisfied with the name. It can't speak. What can it do? Big Yellow has always been far away from Xiao Huang, for fear of angering Xiao Huang. Schwer is also very strange. Why is the puppy so afraid of the kitten? The 3-month-old golden retriever is now more than twice as big as the cat. But when Big Yellow first saw Xiao Huang, Big Yellow's subconscious told it that this cat is very dangerous. Xiao Huang is indeed very dangerous. But unfortunately, he has no interest in Huang. The reason why Lu Chengel did not launch an attack last night was because he caught another level 3 mutant zombie in a small town. This level 3 mutant zombie had very difficult skills. So Lu Changel took a longer time to deal with it. When Lu Changel put the level 3 crystal core into his mouth, he immediately felt a force filling his whole body from his mouth. And a sour feeling made Lu Changel shiver. The ear that was torn off by Xiao Huang also grew back. Although it was obviously a little uncoordinated, it did not affect its use. Lu Changel felt the power in his body and smiled evilly. I don't believe that you, a cat, can escape this time. Lu Changel never took the survivor base seriously from the beginning. With his strength, he really didn't need to take it seriously. The main reason why he didn't attack yesterday was because he consumed too much power. To be on the safe side, he killed the 3rd level zombie and rested for a night. Today, Lu Changel felt the powerful power overflowing from his body and was finally ready to act. He strode to the foot of the mountain where the survivor's base was located and walked towards the survivor's base step by step. Behind Lu Changel, there were countless zombies following him, which looked terrifying. This time, before Lu Changel could go up the mountain, he was discovered by the people in the survivor's base. The soldier standing on the high platform shouted loudly, "Zombie tide! Zombie tide is coming! Zombie tide!" Suddenly, the unpleasant sound of the sirens resounded throughout the base. Zhou Yi and Wang Zai had just fallen asleep for a while when they were woken up by the sirens. After leaving the room, Wang Zai grabbed a soldier and asked, "What's going on?" The soldier saw that it was Wang Zai and could only anxiously say, "The zombie tide is coming again. There are so many zombies." Seeing the soldier running away in a hurry, Wang Zai also hurriedly ran up to the platform, wanting to see what kind of zombie tide made people so panicked. So, when Wang Zai stepped onto the platform, he finally panicked. "Oh my god! There are so many zombies! Everyone prepare for battle! Everyone prepare for battle!" Fortunately, this time the wall looked stronger than last time. The places that need to be repaired have been repaired, and the gate has become an iron gate, so ordinary zombies can't get in at all. The master who built the gate was really smart. He built the gate so that it could only be opened by pushing outwards, and could not be opened by pushing inwards. The soldiers came to the gate with guns raised, ready to face the zombies that were about to arrive. Jinzi also came with a gun. Schwer just stared at this scene in front of the gate. No one knew what the little girl was thinking, and no one cared what she was thinking. At this moment, the little yellow dog that had been lying lazily on the bed stood up. It shook casually, and shook off all the white gauze on its body. The horrifying wound on Xiao Huang's abdomen had disappeared at this moment, leaving only a small trace hidden under the brightly colored fur. Schwer looked at the ferocious zombies outside the iron gate and said helplessly, "Why are there so many zombies again?" No matter how helpless Schwer was, no matter how helpless the entire base was, the zombies came. The zombie tide came, and another life and death crisis came. However, what was more serious was that the powerful combat forces in the base were gone, leaving only 2 ordinary people, Wang Zai and Zhou Yi, to command, and the survivor base was in danger. Lu Changel looked at the zombies running wildly, while he hid in the zombies, slowly approaching the survivor's base, hoping to find a chance to enter the base and find the annoying cat. As for the ordinary zombies around, these zombies were attracted by Lu Changel to deal with the base. Only in this way, the bullets would not hurt him and would not affect his fight with the cat. Before Lu Changel entered the base, Xiao Huang was squatting on a big rock next to him and called to Lu Changel with a cute face, "Meow. I thought you were going to hide in the base for a long time, but you finally came out. Now that you are out, let's not talk about anything. Let's fight. This time, I must take out your crystal core," Lu Changel said while licking his fingers. There were still residues of the 3rd level mutant zombie he had fought before on Lu Changel's fingers. After he caught the 3rd level mutant zombie, he only used one hand to fiercely insert it into the opponent's head and took out the mutant zombie crystal core in an instant. The smell of residues and crystal cores still remained on his fingers. Meow. What else can Xiao Huang say except meow? But Lu Changel knew that the cat could understand what he meant. Lu Changel smiled evilly. This time, he did not release the strange smoke. Instead, he condensed his body, stretched out his claws, and rushed toward Xiao Huang in an instant. No one knew how many zombies came in this zombie tide, but these people were sure that if these zombies rushed to the iron gate, the iron gate seemed solid, but it would not last long under their pulling. Could it be that this time, the base was finally finished? Wang Zai looked at the zombies that were getting closer and closer with some despair. No matter how the soldiers shot, They could not stop their pace. Chapter 229. Finally, as Wang Zai expected, the rifles in the soldiers' hands still failed to stop the zombies that kept advancing. There were too many zombies, and they had too few bullets. Gradually, they found that they had no bullets. When someone discovered this fact, they finally began to despair. Wang Zai silently looked at the zombies, who were already lying on the iron gate. They stretched out their claws and wanted to put their claws into the door. But the iron gate blocked them, so they prepared to force their way in. The first zombie pushed the iron gate with insignificant force. The second zombie pushed the iron gate with insignificant force. Then the third, the fourth, the 10th, the 100th, the 1000th. Finally, the iron gate turned and made a creaking sound. The soldiers who had run out of bullets held the iron gate with knives, and then stabbed outside the iron gate, stabbing hard, stabbing without any effort, because they had to fight desperately. They might not survive if they fought desperately, but they would definitely not survive if they didn't fight desperately. Behind a wooden house, Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan watched the scene with some fear. How could this happen? How could this base be besieged by zombies? Wang Wei asked with some fear. Wei Xuehan thought for a while and said, "Is it because of the thing on you? It must be because of the thing on you. Take it out quickly." Wang Wei said anxiously, "Do you know what the thing on me is? How can you be sure that it is the thing on me? It must be that thing. That thing is what you found in the zombie brain. Have you forgotten?" Wei Xuehan said loudly. After Wei Xuehan's reminder, Wang Wei finally knew what that thing was. Wang Wei took out a red crystal core from his pocket and said in a strange way, "But we have been in this base for a long time, and there have been no problems. How could there be a problem suddenly? Don't worry about it. What's the point of holding this thing? Why not throw it out and see? Maybe it will attract the zombies away," Wei Xuehan said. Wang Wei thought for a long time and finally said, "Okay. I try. After all, we have nowhere else to go except this base. If this base can survive, we don't have to run around to escape." Wang Wei mustered up his courage and came to the gate. A soldier saw Wang Wei coming over without even a weapon and hurriedly scolded him. "Where are your weapons? What are you doing here without a weapon? Go get a weapon." As he said that, the soldier stabbed the Miao Dao in his hand at the zombie head outside the iron gate again. Wang Wei ignored the soldier and threw the crystal core in his hand high up. When the crystal core was thrown out of the iron gate, the hundreds of zombies outside stopped attacking the iron gate. The people around saw that the zombies stopped attacking, and they also stood there, looking at the group of zombies. The group of zombies raised their heads in unison and looked at the crystal core flying in the air. Even Xiao Huang and Lu Changle took a curious look. But after just one look, the man and the beast withdrew their gaze. The flying crystal core was a secondary crystal core. It was not very useful for this man and beast, so they naturally would not invest so much energy in a secondary crystal core. What they really cared about was each other. Seeing all the zombies staring at the sky motionlessly, ordinary people were really a little strange. They didn't know what happened, and Wang Wei's actions just now were very hidden, and no one could see them at all. When the crystal core landed, finally, the zombie tide began to stir. Countless zombies rushed towards the landing point frantically, just to get the secondary crystal core. Finally, the secondary crystal core was swallowed by the zombie, and the other zombies stopped fighting for it. However, what happened next became even more terrifying. When Wang Wei saw that those guys really reacted to the crystal core in his hand, he was relieved. He thought that since he had given them those things, they should stop attacking the survivors' base. However, Wang Wei was wrong. When he threw the crystal core out, the zombies thought that there were still crystal cores in the base, which led to a more crazy attack from the zombies. Wang Wei hurriedly left the door and came to Wei Xuehan and shouted, "It's all your fault. Those zombies became even crazier after getting the red stuff. If it weren't for you, we might not be able to hold on. It's all my fault. You don't have any responsibility at all? Stop complaining to each other. Look at the iron gate. It seems that it can't defend against the zombies at all. We have to find a way to escape from here first. Do you understand?" Wei Xuehan, a woman, grabbed Wang Wei's collar at this moment and said aggressively. Wang Wei broke free from his hand and said, "You don't have to say it." The two of them quarreled and left. They didn't know that Schwer was hiding not far away and listening quietly. The zombies were still attacking the gate of the survivors' base. Finally, after a creaking sound, the zombies pushed the gate down. The moment the gate was pushed down, all the soldiers retreated in panic, and everyone began to panic. Wang Zai watched this scene quietly on the high platform, despairing, and then looked into the distance. He was praying that Jean Bebe could come back quickly. The base had no backbone. As long as Jean Bebe could come back in time, maybe they still had hope. The soldiers still tried their best to swing their knives. They were unwilling to die in the mouths of zombies. They were about to see the light and create miracles. Why did it happen like this? Everyone asked themselves in their hearts. Why did it happen like this? Why did it turn out like this? They were unwilling to accept it. But what could they do? Seeing their companions die tragically in the mouths of zombies one by one, without any power to fight back. And they couldn't even help them. This feeling was really bad. Finally, some people began to despair, letting the zombies pounce on them, letting their throats be bitten and blood flow out. Then they smiled with relief, and said to themselves in their hearts, I am finally free. Some people give up, and naturally some people persist. Uncle Li wielded the hatchet in his hand vigorously, and most people followed him. Those people, like him, held knives and fought back. Uncle Li said loudly, don't give up. Fight them if you can't beat them. Men, come out to protect women and children, and find a way to send women and children out of the wall. Now Uncle Li's idea is that if anyone can survive, it's a good thing. When the entire survivor base was immersed in the atmosphere of despair, the man and the beast were still looking at each other. Suddenly, Xiao Huang showed a frightened expression. He looked forward strangely, and then gradually hid his body. Lu Changel was the same. He also felt a very strange breath, and this breath was so disturbing. Lu Changel, who was cautious, also slowly hid in the dark. He wanted to see who released this breath. Chapter 230. Zhou Yi followed Uncle Li, and watched people around him being scratched from time to time. Wang Zai also took a deep breath, picked up the rifle in his hand, and prepared to get off the platform to fight with the zombies. However, as soon as he turned around, he suddenly found a figure rushing towards the base in his peripheral vision. Wang Zai turned his head with some doubts, and looked at the figure. Then, he saw a familiar and unfamiliar figure. This figure was really familiar. As familiar as if he had seen it somewhere before. But it was really strange. As if he had never seen it before. So contradictory. This man didn't even look at the zombies around him. He just rushed forward. And after rushing into the zombie group, he finally pulled out his own weapon. His weapons were stuck behind his back. They were two knives. Alloy knives. Wang Zai had seen Jean Bebe use them. So he knew. After the man pulled out the two knives seemed to become part of his body. Like an arm commanding. Like a gorgeous dance. I saw that there must be zombies' heads flying up where the knives flashed. And soon, he actually cleared a large area for himself in the tide of zombies. Uncle Li looked at the man holding the two knives in a daze, and asked uncertainly, Wang family boy. Wang Yuxuan didn't say anything, holding the knife in his hand and dancing again. And this time he danced towards Uncle Li. Wang Yuxuan's movement successfully attracted the zombies around, which reduced Uncle Li's pressure. The moment he saw Wang Yuxuan, Uncle Li finally put down the stone in his heart. He shouted loudly, brothers, don't give up. Someone came to save us. We are saved. Pick up the knife and chop down these man-eating zombies. As he spoke, Uncle Li chopped the zombies' heads with his hatchet. The second person to do so was Jin Zi. He used his Mitsubishi military bayonet to stab the zombies' heads fiercely, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred. When the people in the military base saw someone coming to rescue them, they also went crazy, cheering and shouting loudly, as if they had already won the moment Wang Yuxuan appeared. Fortunately, Wang Yuxuan never let anyone down. Even if hundreds of zombies rushed in, it was just a little trouble for Wang Yuxuan's double knives. Soon, the zombies that rushed into the base were dealt with by Wang Yuxuan and everyone's unity and cooperation. Wang Zai looked at this scene in amazement on the high platform, and seemed a little unbelievable. After Wang Yuxuan dealt with the zombies that entered the base, he hurriedly shouted, quick! Lift the door. The agile soldiers around rushed forward and lifted the big iron door with Wang Yuxuan, blocking the group of zombies outside the base again. Xiao Huang and Lu Changel looked at the guy who helped humans stop the zombies with some suspicion, and felt a little strange. That guy does have a frightening feeling. But when they really see Wang Yuxuan in person, they feel that Wang Yuxuan's strength seems to be just so. Not that strong at all. Seeing that the human base is back on track, Lu Changel sighed. It seems that he will have another fight with the cat today. Those humans freed their hands, which meant that they would pay attention to him. And Lu Changel's defense was not enough to resist bullets. In order to prevent himself from falling, Lu Changel could only leave in shame. People picked up their weapons again and attacked the zombies still outside the door. When Lu Changel left, he gave up the command of these zombies. But he did not take them away. These zombies could only start to obey their hearts. They saw the humans in the base and heard the noise inside. So they were very eager for the people inside. So these zombies squeezed against the iron gate again and started a new round of offensive. Wang Yuxuan saw that the iron gate would be captured by them sooner or later. So he could only say, "Everyone hold the iron gate. Open a little gap. And let these zombies come in slowly." Wang Yuxuan saved everyone. And his prestige was high at the moment. When they heard Wang Yuxuan say this, some people immediately began to obey. The big iron gate was slightly opened by this group of people. And the zombies outside began to squeeze through this gap. It was not enough to rely on people to control the iron gate. They could only use the principle of leverage to support the iron gate from the bottom. Otherwise, the space of the big iron gate would only be squeezed larger and larger by these zombies. When the zombies rushed in, it would be another disaster. Fortunately, Archimedes was a reliable guy, and his lever principle was really useful. The gap in the iron door had not been opened by zombies, and the gap in the iron door could only allow 2 or 3 zombies to enter at a time. Wang Yuxuan, with the help of other people around him, easily dealt with the zombies that kept rushing in. They killed for an unknown period of time, and the sky darkened again. There was finally no more roaring of zombies outside. The soldiers on both sides opened the gate directly. Although there were still a few stupid zombies outside, those zombies were no longer scary. Wang Yuxuan didn't even need to take action. And those zombies had already died in the hands of the survivors. People went crazy again. And after the madness, they cleaned up the base again. Wang Zai and Zhou Yi came to Wang Yuxuan. Wang Zai didn't have a good impression of Wang Yuxuan because Wang Yuxuan was still an evil force when she was arrested. But Zhou Yi knew that Wang Yuxuan was not that kind of person because Wang Yuxuan helped them when dealing with Dahe. Uncle Li also came to Wang Yuxuan, looked at Wang Yuxuan with a satisfied expression and said, "Xiao Wang, thank you. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid we would really be finished." Wang Yuxuan smiled shyly and said, "Don't say that. I have a share in this survivor base, so I should do something for it. Let's clean it up first. The weather is not too cold recently, and these corpses will stink in a few days." Then, they found that the entire survivor base was once again crowded with corpses. Last time, they spent a whole night to deal with so many corpses, and they had to do the same this time. But fortunately, half of the people in the base died in the last corpse tide. This time, because everyone was united, only dozens of people died. This must be said to be a rare progress. The crisis was resolved at the survivor's base, and Lin Hao also successfully resolved the crisis. When Lin Hao woke up, he only felt a bump. He looked up and found that he was already on the bus. "Are you awake?" Lin Tian looked at Lin Hao and breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were really finished, and I almost agreed to let Fatty take your crystal core," Lin Tian said with a smile. Fatty hurriedly stepped forward to cover Lin Tian's mouth. But it was useless because Lin Tian had said everything he should say. Lin Hao smiled and didn't care. He knew they were joking. But Lin Hao felt something was wrong. Because before he fainted, he clearly remembered that he was being tortured by Pangan. So how come he was on the bus after waking up? What happened? Why are Bebe and I on the bus? Lin Hao asked Lin Tian. Chapter 231. Lin Tian looked at Lin Hao strangely and asked suspiciously, "You don't know anything?" Lin Hao said, "How should I know? I was unconscious." Lin Tian said, "Damn. You don't know yourself. Who do you expect to know? When Jiang Panpan and I got there, you and Jean Bebe were already unconscious. Now you are awake. But Jean Bebe is still unconscious." Lin Hao heard that Jean Bebe was still unconscious. So he hurriedly got up to check and found that Jean Bebe's breathing was stable, and there was no obvious external injury. He was relieved. "You said that Jean Bebe and I were already unconscious when you got there? What happened? Tell me." Lin Hao was a little confused and asked. Lin Tian said, "What else could it be? We waited outside the base for a long time. But we didn't see you and Jean Bebe come out. In order to prevent any accidents, Jiang Pampan and I sneaked in to look for you for a long time. Finally, we found you on the top floor of the administrative building. When we found you, you and Jean Bebe were both unconscious. Fortunately, I was afraid that you had a hole in your head. Lin Hao touched his head. Something was wrong. Lin Hao still remembered that he and Jean Bebe fought with Pangan, but they were no match for Pangan in the end, and were killed in one blow. Logically, he should not be alive. But the fact was that he was not only alive, but also alive and well, and all the wounds on his body disappeared. At this moment, a figure flashed through Lin Hao's mind. A very vague figure. That figure seemed to be standing in front of him. And then, he didn't remember anything. When the figure appeared, Lin Hao was already in a coma. And he even forgot what Gooden shouted at the end. Gooden. What happened at that time? Lin Hao saw that Lin Tian and the others seemed to know nothing. So he stopped asking them, and just sat down beside Bai Bofen. This battle was really exhausting. And he almost died in it. Although he didn't know how he survived. At least, he was still alive. Lin Hao, who was lying next to Bai Bofen, was sensitive to the fact that Bai Bofen actually leaned towards the window with some fear. At the same time, Li Yang, who was sitting on the other side, looked at Lin Hao with an inexplicable look. Lin Hao didn't notice, because he was waiting for Gooden to give him an answer. Do you really want to know? Gooden said. Nonsense. Stop suspense. Tell me what's going on. Lin Hao said anxiously. Gooden was silent for a long time, and finally said, I can't tell you this matter. The only thing I can tell you is that a peerless master rescued you. As for who that peerless master is, I can't tell you. Damn. This is science fiction, not fantasy. Where does the peerless master come from? Who are you kidding? Lin Hao was speechless. Really? I really can't say. But I can tell you a good news. Gooden's voice seemed to be much lighter, as if he had let go of something. What good news? Lin Hao asked. Look at your attribute level. Gooden laughed. As soon as Gooden finished speaking, he had already adjusted Lin Hao's attribute area. When Lin Hao saw his own attributes, he was so surprised that he almost broke his jaw. Host, Lin Hao. Level 4, 100/12500. Title, Mother. Skills, Mind Control, 5/2500. Gene Family Domination Sword. Speed bonus. Strength bonus. Strength, 23. Spirit, 45. Speed, 25. Physical strength, 28. Evaluation, you have become a zombie elite. No one dares to look down on you. Road to strengthening, 250/10,000. Lin Hao looked at his own attributes and was a little overwhelmed. He subconsciously asked Gooden, Mr. Go, are you sure you gave me my own attribute panel? Whose surname is Go? Obviously, Gooden's focus was somewhat different from Lin Hao's. No. It's not you. I'm talking about someone else. You must first tell me for sure that this attribute panel is mine. Not forged by you or someone else. Lin Hao still didn't believe it. Gooden sighed and said, it's not fake. After that peerless master defeated Pangan with one move, he took out his crystal core and stuffed it into your mouth. So, congratulations. You have successfully become a level 4 mental mutant zombie. Even though Gooden said it so clearly, Lin Hao still couldn't believe it. Then should I thank that peerless master? That master didn't take a level 4 crystal core himself? Instead, he gave it to me? Gooden smiled and said, don't worry. That master will never take your things. Moreover, in the near future, you will definitely meet that peerless master. By then, you will know everything. Gooden seemed to have said everything, but it seemed like he had said nothing. In short, this kind of words that only made things more obvious made Lin Hao feel like he was being scratched by a cat. And he felt very uncomfortable. Really can't say it? Lin Hao asked again. Really can't say it? Gooden was very sure. Since he couldn't say it, he wouldn't say it. Lin Hao looked at his attributes happily. He finally reached level 4. Finally level 4. Ha ha ha. However, when Lin Hao saw the experience value behind the level, his face suddenly darkened again. It takes 12,500 experience points to go from level 4 to level 5. How long will it take? Gooden, how long do you think it will take me to reach level 5? Lin Hao asked speechlessly. The higher the level of the crystal core you get, the higher the experience points will be. Anyway, if you can deal with all the mutant zombies in the entire B city, you should be almost level 5. Gooden estimated and said affirmatively. Uh-huh. Kill them all. Lin Hao was speechless for a moment. Finally, Bai Bofin, who had always been afraid of Lin Hao, spoke cautiously. Who are you? You are not Lin Hao. Lin Hao does not have such a strong pressure. After Bai Bofin finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to Lin Hao, looking at him suspiciously. Now is the end of the world. And there are so many strange things. It is not impossible for a zombie to change its appearance, or become like Lin Hao. Ordinary people like Lin Tian naturally cannot see through it. But they believe that there must be ways for zombies to see through each other. So when Bai Bofin said that Lin Hao was not Lin Hao, everyone in the bus looked at Lin Hao coldly. Lin Hao looked at the suspicious eyes coming from the whole car, lying on the seat with some boredom, looking at the roof, and wailing for his future. With such a high experience value, when can I upgrade? Seeing that Lin Hao turned a blind eye to their suspicious eyes and questions, Lin Tian smiled and said, this guy should be Lin Hao. No problem. Lin Tian knew that Lin Hao always had a droopy face and a bored look on his face when asked boring questions, as if the person who asked this question had a bubble in his brain. Bai Bofin was still suspicious. So suspicious that he went up to Lin Hao and kicked him in the thigh. Fatty, if you keep looking at me like this, I will throw you down. After Lin Hao finished this sentence, Bai Bofin finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. This zombie should be Lin Hao without a doubt. Chapter 232. Anyway, everything is over. Lin Hao's evolution to level 4 was indeed a pleasant surprise. Although he didn't know who the mysterious master who helped Lin Hao was, it seemed that the mysterious master would not be his enemy. That was enough. Following the bus, it didn't take long for Lin Hao to arrive at the location of the small group. It was a bar with an iron gate. Lin Hao said there was gasoline in it. So Lin Tian and the others prepared to go down in search. There was not much gasoline left in the survivors' base. The gasoline was not enough to ensure the normal operation of the vehicles in the base. But there was no gasoline in this town. The only place that could be thought of was the place where Lin Hao started to borrow gasoline. Lin Hao thought that he would be obstructed by the group of people after entering, or even counterattacked. But no, because when Lin Hao entered the bar, he did not even see anyone. The bar was empty. Completely empty. And all the humans inside had moved away. Lin Hao looked at the neatly arranged seats in the bar, without any mess. It was obvious that these people retreated on their own initiative, not because of other external reasons. After Lin Hao walked around inside, he was surprised to find that the gasoline was still there, and they did not take it away. Of course, more importantly, in the kitchen of the bar, 5 bags of rice and 3 bags of noodles were found. This kind of thing is rare. This staple food that was everywhere before the doomsday was fiercely looted after the doomsday. More than any so-called biscuits and snacks, rice and flour actually have a storage date. But there should be no problem storing them for more than half a year. Lin Hao has a keen sense of smell and a keen eye. He looked left and right, and found that there was nothing wrong with the noodles except that the color was a little dull. There was no big problem with the rice either, except that there were some black bugs crawling on it. Lin Hao hurriedly told Jean Bebe the good news. When Jean Bebe saw the rice and flour, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, now the base can survive another week. It turns out that 5 bags of rice and 3 bags of rice can only last a week for the base if they are very frugal. When you pass by the supermarket, check if there are other foods, especially rice and flour. Jean Bebe said to others, rice and flour may seem rare, but the survivor base also relies on these 2 things, because no matter how much other things there are, they cannot compare with rice and flour. Fortunately, the winter wheat planted in the base can be harvested in April and May next year, and they will have food to eat by then. As autumn was approaching, Jean Bebe found a magical thing outside the base. Sweet potatoes. After Jean Bebe found this magical thing, he began to dig sweet potatoes into the base for planting. The sweet potatoes can be harvested very quickly, almost after November, and then the base will have more food. In fact, Jean Bebe also found a corn plant outside the base and wanted to transplant it into the base. But unfortunately, the corn plant was too fragile and not mature. So Jean Bebe could only let the corn grow outside the base and wait for it to mature before taking it into the base as seeds. Okay. You just woke up. Don't think so much. Have a good rest. Okay. After Lin Hao and Bai Bofin carried the 5 bags of rice and 3 bags of noodles onto the bus, they heard Jean Bebe chattering about everything in the base. Lin Hao almost pulled his ears off. My senior sister doesn't say a word. If you don't want to listen, sit next to her. Jean Bebe glared at Lin Hao and said. Lin Tian didn't think twice and hurriedly occupied the seat next to Jiang Panpan. But also glared at Lin Hao, who was speechless. The bus was still moving slowly. When it arrived at Mingju Square, Lin Hao was ready to get off. But Jean Bebe grabbed his arm. Can you go back to the base with me? Lin Hao smiled and said, to be honest with you, there is a very powerful zombie following me recently. I can't take care of myself. Will it hurt others if I go back to the base with you? But don't worry. I am a level 4 zombie now. And I won't let other zombies bully me easily. When I become stronger, when there is no zombie in the whole B city that can match me, I can go anywhere I want, including the base. Stop bragging. Are you going or not? At some point, Li Yang and Bai Bothan's words became smoother and smoother. At this moment, Li Yang couldn't help shouting to Lin Hao under the car. Lin Hao smiled helplessly, and finally looked at Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe also smiled at Lin Hao and said, Go. Be careful. The man and the body were separated again. The bus continued to move forward. And not far ahead, a group of people were moving with difficulty. Wan Lon looked around the dangerous environment and asked Wan Lon. Lon, are you sure we are taking the right route? I really don't know anything about the city center. At the bar, Wan Lon finally relied on her and her brother's prestige to successfully dominate more than 30 people in the bar. And Zhao Wei was a loyal follower of the two. Zhao Wei took out a map and said thoughtfully, Our direction should be correct. It is this direction. But our speed is a bit slow. I don't know if we can arrive tonight. Zhao Wei looked at the 7 or 8 people around him and said, There are a total of 32 people in their survival team. But because they are too conspicuous if they walk together, they suggest that everyone disperse and form 5 teams, each heading towards the survivor base. Wan Lon said, Since the distance is short, let's not talk about anything. Let's move forward quickly. The less time we waste, the less chance we have of dying. There are zombies wandering around at any time. Death is like a butcher's knife on the heads of these survivors, which can fall at any time. This puts a kind of pressure on these people, making them speed up their pace. It is worth pondering that there is not a single pregnant woman in this team. I don't know who those pregnant women teamed up with. No matter who those pregnant women teamed up with, I believe they will give others a bad impression because they are useless. Zhao Wei and others were walking, when suddenly, a bus flew past them. Several people looked at the bus and did not dare to intercept it. It was very simple. In the Doomsday, if you intercept other people's vehicles at will, the people who get off may not be the ones who help you, but a group of demons. But looking at the direction of the bus, Zhao Wei said uncertainly, that group of people seemed to be heading towards the survivor's base. Wan Long looked at his sister and asked, Should we stop them? Wan Lon stood there calmly and said, We can't stop them. Absolutely not. We don't know what the people in the car are like, since they are heading towards the survivor's base. At least we can be sure of one thing. That is, our direction should be correct. Wan Lon said. Chapter 233. Finally, when the bus arrived at the foot of the mountain where the survivor's base was located, a strong smell of blood came from the mountain. The smell of corpses is always there, but the smell of blood is rare, especially that the smell of blood can spread so far. Jean Bebe's heart was lifted up, and he ran up the mountain regardless of his injuries. Bebe, slow down. You are still injured, Lin Tian shouted. Jiang Panpan hurried forward to help Jean Bebe, but Jean Bebe seemed unwilling to be helped, and he hurriedly ran up the mountain. In a few minutes, several people climbed up the mountain and saw the big pit at the entrance of the base. There were so many zombies in the pit that Jean Bebe was a little frightened. The soldiers were still checking on the platform diligently. When they saw Jean Bebe and his group, they shouted in surprise, Captain and his group are back. Captain and his group are back. The survivors who were cleaning up the bodies heard that the captain was back, and their faces were filled with happiness. Their happiness was simple. That is, to be alive. However, some people's happiness is not so simple. This person's happiness is to open the door to the zombie virus. For this new virus, this person racked his brains, not only using his professional knowledge, but also using various knowledge outside of his profession. Zhou Yu clenched his fist tightly. His teeth clenched tightly, and there seemed to be a beast's light in his eyes. This beast's light was staring at a figure not far in front of him. The figure was wearing a white coat and had been testing something on the instrument. Zhou Yu, I always believed you are a genius. But why do you always fail in such a simple human experiment? Zhou Yu looked at a white coat next to him. This is a fat man who looks quite naive. Named Cheng Xiaodong. Zhou Yu is the most talented researcher in the entire laboratory. How could there be no one who is jealous of him? Such as Cheng Xiaodong. Cheng Xiaodong wears glasses and looks very simple and kind. But he is a guy with a heart as vicious as a scorpion. Very disgusting. A simple human experiment was no problem for Zhou Yu. But at the critical moment, some data went wrong, leading to the death of the experimenter. As long as the experimenter died, the experiment could not proceed. And there was no doubt that the disordered data was caused by Cheng Xiaodong. Although he knew that it was Cheng Xiaodong's doing, Zhou Yu had no evidence. 3 experimenters died in a row. In the end, this matter alarmed Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian looked at Zhou Yu and sighed. Do you really not want to conduct human experiments? Zhou Yu retorted, no. I didn't mess up the data. Okay. Stop making excuses. You are a genius. But I don't want you to be a fool. This is a warning to you. If something like this happens again next time, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yi Wentian gave Zhou Yu another wooden box. When Zhou Yu took the wooden box, his heart sank, and he had no expression on his face. I don't know what he was thinking. Cheng Xiaodong came to Zhou Yu with a mocking expression on his face. Look. The most talented researcher in the base can't even do a simple human experiment. What kind of genius are you? Zhou Yu instantly raised his head and looked at Cheng Xiaodong with a beast-like gaze. Cheng Xiaodong felt uncomfortable under Zhou Yu's gaze and said, What else can you do besides glaring at people? You are useless. You can't even handle human experiments. You should give up your research position immediately. You are not suitable for it. Cheng Xiaodong said as he stepped back. After saying this, he disappeared. Zhou Yu didn't know how long he hadn't closed his eyes for human experiments. No matter how simple the experiment is, rigor comes first. All data must be accurate. When a researcher who is proficient in the steps wants to mess up, it is also unnoticeable because he only needs to change the data and can't find any evidence. Because of the doomsday, even though the research base looked advanced, it was still not equipped with surveillance. Surveillance was not the only important thing. These research instruments were the real important things. Therefore, without surveillance, Zhou Yu had no evidence to prove that Cheng Xiaodong had moved his research data. However, no matter whether Cheng Xiaodong did this or not, some things were irreversible, such as the wooden box in his hand. Seeing that he was the only one left in the laboratory, Zhou Yu opened the wooden box slowly with some trembling hands. A bloody smell came out of the wooden box. As soon as he smelled the bloody smell, Zhou Yu closed the wooden box again with a click, and couldn't help but shed tears of repentance. In the beginning, he should not have accepted this research project. He should have listened to his wife, and returned to the countryside to hide, instead of insisting on staying in this big city, and waiting for government assistance. Now, everything is too late. Zhou Yu, who was crying and sobbing, finally gritted his teeth, and opened the wooden box. A small palm was quietly placed inside. And this small palm had 4 fingers. And the smallest little finger had long disappeared. My daughter. Zhou Yu shouted silently in his heart. Yi Wentian had imprisoned his freedom. He had no idea where his daughter was. No matter how he looked for Yi Wentian was always unwilling to let go. Many times, Zhou Yu wanted to inject the injection in his pocket into his neck and fight to the death with Yi Wentian. But he didn't, because his daughter was still alive. And he, as a father, needed to fight. Yi Wentian. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, stood up viciously, and started his research again. At this moment, Yi Wentian was sitting in the office, smoking leisurely. Do you think we should take care of B City? Opposite Yi Wentian, there was still a fat man. But this fat man was not Cheng Xiaodong, but a fat man with 2 small mustaches, like a wretched fat rat. This person was Ho Qingwei, the founder of the survivor base in a city. Although he founded the research base in a city, he rarely lived in the research base because he felt that it was not safe there. The survivor base in S City was his real home. When the A City research base fell, Ho Qingwei didn't feel it was a pity, because the purpose of the research base had been achieved, and all the knowledge of the research base was in Yi Wentian's mind. Now, Yi Wentian has safely arrived at the survivor base in S City. What else can he complain about? We need to take care of it now. But we can't send any more mutant members over. Jing is a member of Group E, And you saw what the final result was. So I don't recommend that Xiangqiu solve this matter, Yu Wentian said while puffing out smoke. Chapter 234. So what do you think? Ho Qingwei was a little anxious. City A is gone. And City B cannot fall. They must find City B. Otherwise the food supply will be reduced. In this era where there is not much food everywhere, even in the survivor base of City S, 1 or 2 people die of hunger every day. So sometimes you have to fight for food. Because you are not fighting for food, but for the people's hearts. How about sending a cyborg over there? Yu Wentian asked. Ever since Yu Wentian developed the technology that can make cyborgs have independent consciousness, he has strongly encouraged mutants to conduct experiments on cyborgs. Because cyborgs are more powerful than mutants. Many people accepted this experiment. And the cyborg team has become the most powerful combat force in this survivor base. How many people are you going to send? The current research institute is completely under the management of Yu Wentian. And all members of the research institute are also Yu Wentian's subordinates. So how many cyborgs to send out depends entirely on Yu Wentian's intention. Yu Wentian smoked a cigarette and thought for a long time. The zombie was not strong before. And I didn't think it would be my opponent. But I lost. Now I still don't think it is my opponent. But I can't underestimate it anymore. Some mistakes only need to be made once. Ho Qingwei smiled. So? Do you know the members of the mutant group D? Yu Wentian laughed rhythmically, as if he had grasped some things in his palm. Will those people listen to you? Ho Qingwei also laughed. You have to listen. They are all created by me with all my hard work. Each of them can be compared to a level 4 mutant zombie. Xiang led his team through untold hardships and fought to the death to harvest a crystal core of a level 5 mutant zombie. But for the members of Group D, they can easily harvest level 5 mutant zombies. Yu Wentian laughed. Okay. Then do as you say. Remember? In this S city, we are not the biggest. The biggest ones are those in the decision-making level. The real mutant team is always in their hands. So you need to be careful with some people. Ho Qingwei reminded. Don't worry. Old Ho. I will pay attention. The conversation between the two ended just like that. At the same time, in a comfortable room in S City, a team received an order. A short-haired and tough man said to the team members, Let's go. There is another mission. But this time, the mission is not in S City, but in B City. It seems that we have to go faster. Lin Hao returned to the billiard room, feeling the abundant power in his body, and seemed very excited. Is that mysterious powerful zombie around? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Gooden said, No. Lin Hao was now full of confidence, and he wanted to drive out that so-called powerful zombie as soon as possible and then have a good fight. After hearing Gooden's words, Lin Hao was inevitably a little disappointed. But at least, he didn't have to worry anymore. Lin Hao was free and looked at his data again. He didn't notice it when he first looked at the data. But now he found that his skill of mental control had also been upgraded. Lin Hao immediately released his mental power from his head in surprise. When he saw the mental power that was more solid and strong, Lin Hao felt very satisfied. Mental power should be like this. The stronger the better. Only in this way can it play the greatest role in battle. Lin Hao lowered his head and looked at Bai Bofan and Li Yang beside him. Now his level has been far behind them, which is not a good thing. The three zombies can be said to be a trinity. They have very good cooperation in every battle. If the strength is far apart, the enemy's strength will definitely depend on Lin Hao. So Fatty and Li Yang may not have any combat effectiveness. Lin Hao began to touch his chin and think. He still needed crystal cores. And he needed them very much. Not only did he need to be strong, but his companions also needed to be strong. No matter how strong he was not as strong as a group of people. Fatty, let's go to the base tomorrow, Lin Hao said. Since the mysterious and powerful zombie was no longer around, Lin Hao didn't have to worry about the base being discovered. After time and practice, Li Yang and Fatty spoke more and more fluently, and no longer stuttered as they did at the beginning. Why go to the base? Bai Bofan asked. What else can we do? We have been here for such a long time. There are no mutant zombies around. We need to change. We need to move to another place. And we need to find other mutant zombies. Lin Hao said. Oh, you decide. The fat man said shamelessly. Lin Hao asked Li Yang again. Li Yang leaned against the window to look at the sun. He had no time to pay attention to Lin Hao, and just waved his hand indifferently. So, today passed like this. Except for the alpaca. Everything was the same as usual. Lin Hao gave the alpaca a chance. And it seemed that the alpaca had made his own choice. In that case, let him do whatever he wanted. When the sky just brightened the next day, Lin Hao and the 3 zombies walked towards the survivors' base. Lin Hao suddenly felt that he was very cheap. Why didn't he agree with Jean Beibei's opinion yesterday? If he had followed their bus yesterday, he would have saved himself from walking. The pickup truck was abandoned at the military base, and there were no usable cars around. It seemed that they had no other choice but to walk. With a wail, 3 zombies set off. At the survivor base, Jean Beibei looked at the big iron gate solemnly. With the destruction again, the second repair of the big iron gate was obviously not as strong as the first time. They needed to find a way to make the big iron gate stronger again. Otherwise they would be trapped in an endless hand-to-hand fight when the zombies appeared again. With the return of Jean Beibei, the weapons of the base were greatly improved. And because of those bags of rice and flour, the survivors who had been tightening their belts and had not had enough food cheered. At least they could have a full meal. Even if it was just a meal. Even if it was just simple white rice and steamed buns. It was enough to make them happy. However, this morning, a group of uninvited guests came to the survivor base. These uninvited guests were dirty and bloody, and looked like they had crawled out of a zombie group. Some of them were seriously injured. They looked at the survivor base with expectation, hoping that someone inside could help them. They looked quite numerous. About a dozen people. In fact, there were more than 30 of them before yesterday. These more than 30 people were divided into 5 teams and agreed to gather in front of the survivor base. As a result, only a dozen people were left after the gathering. Help! Wang Long shouted loudly in front of the survivor base. He didn't dare to get too close because the soldiers were holding guns and looking at the group of people approaching with a serious look. Help! Wang Long continued to shout. Chapter 235. Jean Beibei would naturally not turn a blind eye to these people. Although the comfort work of the base has not been completed, the arrival of the survivors outside still made Jean Beibei feel relieved. Only with more people can the survivors have hope of reproducing. Jean Beibei formed a team of 10 soldiers and came outside to Wang Long and his men, carefully checking them one by one. As long as they were injured, they were all isolated to prevent them from turning into corpses. Jiao Wei said with a bitter face, "Commendations. My injury was really not caused by zombies. I was scratched by something unknown." The soldier said seriously, "Don't worry. If nothing happens in 12 hours, we will definitely let you in. You can live in this cabin first, and we will provide you with water and food." Several simple cabins have been built outside the gate of the base. Although they are a bit worn out by zombies, they are still usable. If there are zombies approaching you, you must let us in, Jiao Wei said with some fear. The soldier ignored him and entered the base. Wang Lanlan and Wang Long both entered the base because they had nothing to do. There was no pregnant woman in the team. Those pregnant women had long gone to who knows where. They might be hiding in a corner, lingering on, or they might have died in the mouths of zombies. Because the base had some new troops, the people in the base saw vitality. In addition, the base had experienced 2 serious zombie tides, which made the survivors of the base feel like they had been through many battles. Perhaps, some people really couldn't stand the peaceful atmosphere of the base and wanted to break it. But it was a pity that he broke it at the wrong time. If Lu Changel had insisted on attacking the base with the zombies yesterday, he might not be a match for Xiao Huang and Wang Yuxuan. But he could definitely completely wipe out the survivor base. Unfortunately, he didn't seize the opportunity. Lu Changel looked at the survivor base, and then at the more zombies around him. This time, Lu Changel came with the mentality of fighting to the death. Because he had already felt that a demon was always hovering around him. He knew who this demon was. If Lu Changel didn't strengthen his ability, he believed that it wouldn't take long before the demon would attack him. Lu Changel was very anxious. So anxious that he didn't think about anything else. He once again summoned thousands of zombies to rush to the survivors' base. However, this time, the survivors' base was not something they could break through just because they wanted to. After seeing the zombies, the soldiers were no longer nervous and panicked, but shouted loudly and calmly, "The zombies are coming! The zombies are coming!" When the alarm sounded throughout the base, everyone ran out of their rooms. But they were no longer holding ordinary weapons, but domestic rifles and plenty of bullets. Xiao Huang finally became obedient. He obediently let Shuer hold him and hid in a small room. When Jean Beibei came back, Xiao Huang became completely obedient because he felt a lot of dangerous auras. These auras might not be his opponents individually, but the complexity was that these auras were connected together. If these auras were connected together, Xiao Huang would not be their opponent. Xiao Huang lazily lay in Schwer's arms, looking at Lu Changle's aura in the distance, curled his lips, and simply didn't think about anything. Anyway, those people would help him deal with that guy. The moment the gunfire started, it didn't stop, because there were too many zombies and too many bullets. Lu Changle had been hiding in the zombie group for a long time. Seeing that the gunfire was still going on, he was a little suspicious. Didn't they run out of ammunition yesterday? Why did they have so many more bullets today? Hundreds of people, hundreds of guns, hundreds of thousands of bullets, against thousands of zombies. This would be a matter of no suspense. When there were only a dozen zombies left, Lu Changle finally sighed and retreated from the survivor base again. He came to the survivor base 3 times and retreated 3 times, but failed every time. He began to understand that he had underestimated this human organization. Unfortunately, if you understand some things too late, it will be too late. Chu Xiaoxiao quietly stood behind Lu Changle without any sound. This time, Chu Xiaoxiao was not followed by the 3rd level zombie. After all, it was still very risky to deal with zombies like Lu Changle, and it was very dangerous to bring the 3rd level zombie with him. No zombie knew why Chu Xiaoxiao was so fond of the 3rd level zombie. They only knew that Chu Xiaoxiao was very powerful. And even if they united together, they might not be Chu Shishia's opponent. Unfortunately, Chu Xiaoxiao is much more low-key. He doesn't think he is that powerful, nor does he think his strength is worth being proud of. If he is not sure, he will not attack casually. After all, Lu Changle is a very powerful 4th level zombie. When Chu Xiaoxiao appeared behind him, he already felt something. In a dangerous situation, Lu Changle avoided Chu Shishu's killing move. I knew it was you, Lu Changle said to Chu Xiaoxiao with some gritted teeth. The world of zombies is the law of the jungle. I am right. I need to become stronger. I can only kill you. Chu Xiaoxiao touched her palm and said to Lu Changle, you promised us in person that you would not attack us level 4 zombies. Unfortunately, it seems that you did not keep your promise at all. You killed He Jiayan, right? Lu Changle asked. Whether it was me or not, what does it have to do with you? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Changle playfully and asked with a smile. But in Lu Changle's eyes, this smile was like a ghost in hell. Do you know why I've never been afraid of you? Lu Changle asked with a sneer. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't respond at all, but said confidently, you are afraid of me. You have always been afraid of me. You are not Pangan. So you are afraid of me. Because I only need 1 finger to take your life. Lu Changle's mouth twisted a little and said, the reason why I am not afraid of you is because I am faster than you. You can't catch up with me. I said, you have to be afraid of me. At some point, Chu Xiaoxiao appeared beside Lu Changle, looking down at the hunchbacked Lu Changle and speaking seriously. The moment Chu Xiaoxiao appeared beside Lu Changle felt as if all the hair on his body had exploded, and a sense of extreme danger suddenly rose from his heart. Then, without thinking, Lu Changle jumped more than 10 meters behind him. Chu Xiaoxiao laughed very happily, and laughed with his mouth open without regard for etiquette. I said, you are afraid of me. Chapter 236. Lu Changle finally couldn't stand Chu Shishia's perversion and started to run away. Chu Shishia's threat was always very deep in his heart. He still remembered that when Chu Xiaoxiao was at level 4, she dealt with a level 5 zombie in the center of his city. No one knew how she, a level 4 zombie, defeated that level 5 zombie. At that time, the zombies around Chu Xiaoxiao were not even level 3. And they were guys who hadn't evolved their minds and couldn't speak. The level 5 guy didn't dare to provoke Chu Xiaoxiao, because at that time, the cat named Xiao Huang, Lu Changle, and He Jiayan, the 4 of them were always together. The 4 level 4 mutant zombies, even if the level 5 zombie was powerful, didn't dare to attack them easily. Until that day, the level 5 zombie saw the level 2 zombie next to Chu Xiaoxiao and felt that he was annoying. So he stepped forward and kicked the zombie. Chu Xiaoxiao went crazy, and the madness at that moment made them scared. In that battle, Chu Xiaoxiao almost died, but she didn't. She became the final winner. When she won, she came to Lu Changle and looked at Lu Changle, He Jiayan, and the cat. Why don't you help me? He Jiayan didn't speak. The cat couldn't speak. Only Lu Changle spoke. He said, it's just a level 2 zombie. What's the big deal? From then on, the legendary foursome in City B no longer existed. But there was a female devil. Chu Xiaoxiao finally evolved to level 5 because of the level 5 crystal core. But on the first day when Chu Xiaoxiao evolved to level 5, they had a meeting together. Chu Xiaoxiao would not touch them. And they should not have any tricks. Just in this City B, peaceful development continued. Everything was so harmonious. Until Lin Hao arrived. Lin Hao's arrival disrupted Chu Xiaoxiao's plan. So she had to deal with He Jiayan in advance, and now started to deal with Lu Chang'e. Lu Chang'e knew that he was not Chu Xiaoxiao's opponent. So he would not foolishly fight with Chu Xiaoxiao. Lu Chang'e started running. But when he ran, he found that Chu Xiaoxiao's speed was not much slower than his. Lu Chang'e was shocked. And in his surprise, he made a fatal mistake. And he accidentally fell to the ground. Falling to the ground is not a big deal for a zombie. And it doesn't even hurt him. But it is not a big deal for Lu Chang'e, who is running away. Because Chu Xiaoxiao stepped on his chest. When that small and delicate foot stepped on Lu Chang'e's chest, he knew that he might not live long. Can I know why? Lu Chang'e asked. Why? Chu Xiaoxiao asked. I know that the most important reason for you to break up with us is that little zombie named Adu. Can I know why you care so much about that little zombie? Lu Chang'e asked at the end. Chu Xiaoxiao did not attack Lu Chang'e immediately, but raised her head and looked at the blue sky. It was really good to have a day without haze. City B is a heavy industrial city. The sky is rarely so blue, and the air is rarely so fresh. There are some things you will never understand. Because you are just a zombie. Chu Xiaoxiao sighed. Aren't you a zombie? Lu Chang'e roared angrily. But I wasn't before. And you have been from the beginning. Chu Xiaoxiao smiled. A little sadly. Lu Chang'e was a little confused. He didn't understand what Chu Xiaoxiao was saying. But no matter what, he knew he wouldn't live long. Just as Lu Chang'e was about to close his eyes, suddenly, a strong force inserted between the two of them. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the electric car flying over. Subconsciously turned around and dodged it. When Chu Xiaoxiao took her feet away from Lu Chang'e swam lightly on the ground like a fish in water. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Chang'e looked curiously in the direction of the electric car that suddenly flew over, and saw 3 zombies walking towards them with solemn steps on the road ahead. The 3 of them were dressed very neatly. Black suits, black hats, black windbreakers, black leather shoes, and even a pair of black sunglasses. A thin man walked in front, followed by a fat man and a thin man, just like the appearance of a gangster boss. After seeing the people coming, Chu Xiaoxiao looked at them with some contempt. But when he looked over, he felt something was wrong. After a closer look, he found that the person in front had evolved to level 4. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao finally became serious. The person who came was Lin Hao. Lin Hao originally wanted to go to the survivor base. But halfway there, he saw Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Chang'e doing something, thinking that they were showing off their affection. Lin Hao couldn't stand it. So he activated the power bonus and smashed the 2 of them with an electric bike. But after smashing them, Lin Hao regretted it. Because he remembered that he was no longer a single dog. If that was the case, why should he be jealous of others? Lin Hao came to a distance of about 10 meters in front of the 2 and said apologetically, "Sorry to bother you. You 2 continue. We are leaving first." Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Hao with anger in her eyes. She knew that Lin Hao went to the military base, which was Pang An's territory. This guy had evolved to level 4, which proved that he had definitely defeated Pang An. However, Pang An might not even be her opponent. But he was defeated by 3 level 3 guys. This did not seem possible at all. Go Dan. Are you sure this woman is the powerful zombie that has been following me? Lin Hao asked again to ensure accuracy. Yes. The gene cells detected are exactly the same. It must be this guy. But I don't recommend you to fight her now. Because you may not be her opponent. Gooden said cautiously. How can you know if you don't try? Lin Hao smiled. Lin Hao looked at Chu Xiaoxiao and said, Don't look at me with such eyes that you just met. I have always known that you followed me behind me for a while. Although I don't know what you want to do. It is obvious that you are not going to do anything good. Chu Xiaoxiao was shocked. Lin Hao actually knew that she had followed him behind him. This made Chu Xiaoxiao feel a little unpredictable. Lu Chang'e had been observing the situation, and found that it was not Chu Xiaoxiao's people who came. Lu Chang'e hurriedly said, Brother, if you don't want to die, let's unite. This woman is very powerful. I am not her opponent alone. But the two of us may not be able to do it. And you have 2 level 3 subordinates. The 4 of us can definitely defeat him together. Lin Hao looked at Lu Changel and smiled slightly. If we really defeat him, who will we give the crystal core to? Facing Lin Hao's question, Lu Changel was speechless. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao also spoke. Why not do this? You and I. After I kill this guy, I will give you the crystal core. As long as you don't help him deal with me. Chapter 237. Lin Hao looked at Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Changel and felt a little amused. To be honest, Lin Hao himself did not expect that his luck would be so good. He was walking towards the survivor base out of boredom, hoping to find some mutant zombies on the way to feed them. Unfortunately, after walking for 3 hours, he did not even see a few ordinary zombies. He was about to reach the survivor base, and Lin Hao even gave up the idea of encountering mutant zombies. As a result, when passing by this road, Gooden's voice came to Lin Hao's mind. High-level crystal core energy detected. High-level crystal core energy detected. Lin Hao was a little surprised. Why hadn't Gooden reminded him before? Gooden said, you will be reminded when you meet a level 5 zombie. Level 5? Is it the mysterious zombie that followed me? Lin Hao asked. Gooden answered yes. And Lin Hao suddenly became angry. It was because of this guy that he was very cautious. Lin Hao thought that he would not meet the other party in a short time. But he didn't expect it. Before leaving today, Lin Hao and the 3 zombies took out 3 sets of particularly coquettish clothes from a closet. This dress looks very expensive and sexy. If Lin Hao hadn't seen the price tag, he would have thought that he just picked a brand name. But Lin Hao had just stepped into the battle circle, and these 2 people actually started to win him over. Lu Changel looked at Lin Hao with some fiery eyes. That's a level 5 zombie. No matter what, cooperate with me first and defeat her. After defeating her, we will discuss the ownership of the crystal core. What do you think? Lin Hao stood in a triangle with Lu Changel and Chu Xiaoxiao very carefully. He touched his chin and was also thinking. Boy, just stand still and don't help anyone. I promise that I don't want this level 4 crystal core. I give it to you. I have a grudge against him. So I don't care what his crystal core is like. I just want to kill him. This sentence, which looks full of hatred, is full of charm in Chu Shishi's mouth. Lin Hao was almost seduced by this female zombie. But thinking that the other party was a female zombie, Lin Hao finally strictly adhered to his bottom line. Your name is Chu Xiaoxiao, right? Lin Hao blurted out Chu Shishi's name. Chu Shishi's eyes suddenly became fierce, because she knew that she had no connection with this zombie, and the other party could not know her name. Moreover, she was always in the dark, and the other party was in the light. How could he know her name? In an instant, Chu Xiaoxiao felt that Lin Hao began to be dangerous. Even more dangerous than any zombie she had seen before. It was not surprising that Lin Hao knew Chu Shishi's name, because he had a system. Name, Chu Xiaoxiao. Level 5. Title, Titan. Skill, Barrier. Strength, 35. Spirit, 30. Speed, 35. Stamina, 50. Evaluation, I know you are speechless. When Lin Hao saw Chu Shishi's evaluation, he was more than speechless. He wanted to die. Let's not talk about how inconsistent the title Titan is for a beautiful female zombie. Just talk about the physical strength. Lin Hao never thought that Chu Xiaoxiao was actually a defensive zombie. A woman who looks as fast as flying is actually a defensive zombie. Who would believe it if I told him? Lin Hao finally knew how this female zombie became the king of City B. Then, Lin Hao looked at Lu Chenglu's attributes. Name, Lu Chenglu. Level 4. Title, Mother. Skill, Illusion Smoke. Strength, 28. Spirit, 20. Speed, 38. Stamina, 30. Evaluation, a balanced guy. This time the comment was right. Lu Chenglu's attributes were quite balanced. When he reached a higher level, he would definitely be a very mediocre guy. If this attribute continues to develop, there will be no outstanding points, and it is useless. But Lin Hao's current problem is not to look at the attributes of the two, but who the two choose to help. From Lu Chenglu's sick eyes, Lin Hao can see that he must be in desperate need of Chu Shishi's crystal core. And Chu Shishi's eyes do reveal a little bit of resentment. And it seems that he does have a grudge against Lu Chenglu. Lin Hao finally thought for a long time, and finally stood beside Lu Chenglu. I will help this brother. Lin Hao's 3 zombies stood beside Lu Chenglu. And they were indeed imposing. Lu Changel was overjoyed to see that Lin Hao actually chose to help him, and pointed at Chu Xiaoxiao and said, "Now, let's see why you are still arrogant." According to Chu Shishi's strength, it is not a problem to pick Lin Hao and Lu Changel. After all, they are defensive zombies. Unfortunately, Chu Xiaoxiao is a cautious woman, so she has lived to this day. She looked again and again, and just as she was about to turn around, she couldn't help but look at Lin Hao again, as if she hoped that she could remember him. "Boy, I remember you. I really will." Chu Xiaoxiao pointed at Lin Hao and said with a dangerous smile. Chu Xiaoxiao left. Chu Shishi's speed was not as fast as Lu Changel's. In the end, she caught up with Lu Changel. The result was thought-provoking. Lu Changel also shed his madness and gradually calmed down. His aura became like a sword that had just been unsheathed, as if no one had seen that this guy was more like a mad puppy under Chu Shishi's power. Lu Changel turned around, looked at Lin Hao and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help. Otherwise, we wouldn't have driven that female devil away." Lu Changel's smile was very sincere. So sincere that people couldn't help but trust her. And Lin Hao's smile was also very sincere. Lin Hao asked, "Are you sure Chu Xiaoxiao left and won't come back?" Lin Hao asked Gooden, so no one could hear him. Gooden said, "I'm sure she must have left the range of 50 meters. And she was very fast. It seems that there is something important." Lin Hao's smile became more friendly. He held Lu Changel's hand and looked at Lu Changel, who was also looking at Lin Hao. If it was winter, their smiles would surely melt the whole winter. Just when things were going to be resolved in a peaceful way, Lu Changel let go of his hand and lowered his head slightly. No one could see the fierceness that flashed across his eyes. And Li Yang also disappeared in the shadows around him unknowingly. Suddenly, Lu Changel made a move. The moment he lowered his head and lowered his eyebrows, he made a move, decisively and ruthlessly. And the attack was directed at the vital point. Obviously, this was a premeditated and planned attack. The moment Chu Xiaoxiao left, Lu Changel's thoughts in his mind had already begun to turn. He couldn't help but turn around. When Lu Changel saw Lin Hao, he was also stunned. There were only those level 4 zombies in City B, and Lu Changel knew the identities of all of them. He was sure that among those identities he was familiar with, Lin Hao was not there. Based on Lin Hao's aura, Lu Changel seemed to remember the 3 zombies that had been in the billiard room. Although he recognized them, Lu Changel didn't expect that the other party had evolved to level 4. Level 4. Crystal Core. Lu Changel thought about it and started to act. Chapter 238. Level 4. Crystal Core. How could Lu Changel think this way alone? Lin Hao silently watched Chu Xiaoxiao leave, and silently shook hands with Lu Changel. The moment Lu Changel lowered his head, Lin Hao's eyes had already informed by Bofan and Li Yang. So Li Yang disappeared. The moment Li Yang disappeared, Lin Hao's mental power had already swarmed out of his mind. When he was at level 3 before, Lin Hao didn't dare to use mental power against level 4 zombies. Once he used it, he would either be blocked by the opponent's course of defense or cause backlash to himself, with very serious consequences. But now, Lin Hao finally didn't care, because Lin Hao was also a level 4 zombie. Level 4 versus level 4. Who is afraid of who? Lin Hao has never admitted defeat, and never lost to anyone in the same level. Before Lu Changel launched a lightning-fast attack, Lin Hao's mental power had already rushed out. Mental power is directly controlled by brain nerves, and the speed is not comparable to Lu Changel's manual method. Lu Changel's attack was only halfway through, and he became sluggish. Lin Hao's mental power is simply a disguised version of his skill, mental control, but this skill is useless. It can only control zombies lower than himself, and can only make the opponent sluggish for a while. But when Lin Hao possessed the Jin family tyrant sword, and its strength and speed were no less than his own spiritual attributes, Lin Hao realized how powerful this mental control skill was. This was an auxiliary skill. When the mental power penetrated into Lu Changel's mind like a sharp sword, Lu Changel only felt a sharp pain in his head and naturally became sluggish. Although this sluggish process was very short, only 1 second, it was enough for a battle of their level. Lin Hao waved the Jin family tyrant sword in his hand towards Lu Changel without thinking. Lu Changel is a speed zombie, but he also has good physical strength. Lin Hao's knife only penetrated a little, but did not cause substantial damage to the opponent. When the stinging sensation recovered, Lu Changel opened his eyes, and the fingers in his hand shot out quickly like bullets, aiming at Lin Hao's neck. Lin Hao's physical strength is not strong. Only more than 20. If he is hit hard like this, Lin Hao believes that he will definitely not be on the list of zombie kings in the future. Fortunately, when Lu Changel was dizzy, Bai Bofan also rushed out. But the fat man was too slow. When Lu Changel attacked Lin Hao, this guy just rushed over, and then used his body to hit Lu Changel fiercely. Without any suspense, Lu Changel was knocked back, and Lin Hao was a little annoyed. If the opponent was stunned for even a fraction of a second longer, Lin Hao could swing his second knife. And once the second knife was swung, the guy's crystal core would have been in his hand. Unfortunately, although he failed in the end, Lu Changel was still the one who was most seriously injured, and Lin Hao still had a certain initiative. Lu Changel was a crazy person. Although Lin Hao was at the same level as him, he didn't think Lin Hao was his opponent without a system. He had been promoted to level 4 for such a long time, and seeing that a level 4 crystal core could continue to evolve, how could he give up the opportunity casually? In fact, Lu Changel felt that he could successfully evolve with a level 4 crystal core. This self-feeling was a natural talent. He felt that he was going to evolve, so he needed to fight. In fact, these guys were too stupid. For example, Lu Changel only needed a level 4 crystal core to evolve, but it was too dangerous to deal with level 4 zombies. If he could be more flexible, he could also evolve with 5 level 3 crystal cores and 20 level 2 crystal cores. Of course, I don't know if there are 20 level 2 zombies in the entire B city, but 5 level 3 zombies should be enough. As a result, Lu Changel has always focused on zombies of the same level, and he doesn't think about how big the risk is. After being knocked away by Bai Bofan, Lu Changel wanted to stand up and continue to confront Lin Hao. But somehow, a sense of crisis came out of Lu Changel's mind, making Lu Changel feel terrified. Lu Changel turned back suddenly, but it was too late. Li Yang was holding a dagger in his hand and stabbing at Lu Changel's head. The dagger was half inserted. Fortunately, Lu Changel still grabbed Li Yang's hand at the last moment, and did not let Li Yang's dagger go too deep. But Lu Changel already felt a swelling pain in his brain, and the headache affected other parts of his body. The zombies' pain sense is mostly shielded by their brains due to their unique evolution, so they can't feel pain. But when Li Yang's dagger pierced into Lu Changel's brain, perhaps the dagger injured some nerves, and the sudden pain made Lu Changel's face twisted in pain. Lu Changel screamed and punched Li Yang's stomach. He wanted to deal a devastating blow to Li Yang, but Lin Hao had already arrived with a knife. Lu Changel didn't want to die, and no one wanted to die. So when Lu Changel felt Lin Hao's movement, he knew that he might not be able to inflict a devastating blow on Li Yang, unless he also wanted to die. Lu Changel gave up on Li Yang, pulled out the knife from his head and threw it away, then hurriedly began to flee. Lu Changel's speed was over 30, so this speed must be fast. Lin Hao hurried forward to check on Li Yang's injuries, but Li Yang waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Just let Fatty watch me. You go after him first." That's a level 4 crystal core. Seeing that Li Yang only had a big hole in his stomach and seemed to be fine, Lin Hao hurried to Lu Changel. Lu Changel was fast, but he could not be as fast as Lin Hao, because Lin Hao had more than one skill. When the speed bonus was turned on, Lin Hao's speed was close to 50, and he was about to catch up with Lu Changel in the blink of an eye. Lu Changel was very confident in his speed, so he ran a little recklessly. He didn't think that the 4th level zombie behind him was also a speed type. But when he turned around and saw Lin Hao about to catch up with him, Lu Changel finally got anxious. Lu Changel never expected that Lin Hao's speed was so fast. Seeing Lin Hao about to catch him, Lu Changel used all his potential and let his speed explode to a certain point again. Lin Hao looked at Lu Changel, whose speed increased again, and couldn't help but flash a mockery at the corner of his mouth. Even if it was a speed-type zombie, it would not be Lin Hao's opponent in speed competition, because Lin Hao was destined to become the king of zombies, until the cat appeared and slapped him in the face. Lu Changel was still running, paying attention to his back while running, fearing that he would be caught up by Lin Hao, and therefore ignored the danger in front. In front, the cat that had been hiding under the stone was watching the scene quietly. When Lu Changel was about to arrive, the cat jumped up and showed its claws. Chapter 239. Generally, people like to describe lightness, agility, speed, and flexibility as being like a cat. But when this cat really displays these skills, it always makes people who see it amazed. Lu Changle looked back at Lin Hao, who was about to catch up with him, and was a little anxious, so he didn't pay attention to the front. But Lin Hao, who was looking ahead, saw it clearly. A cat jumped up when Lu Changle was about to run to the predetermined position. The cat stretched out its claws, and appeared very stretched and agile in the air. The cat calculated the distance very accurately. When Lu Changle arrived, the claws just hit his neck. This cat is Xiao Huang. As a 4th level mutant beast, Xiao Huang's thunder-like attack is naturally powerful. But this thunder-like attack is as quiet as spring rain, moistening things silently. Lu Changle himself did not realize that his body had been separated from his head and was being held by a cat. When Lu Changle reacted, his consciousness had disappeared. Lin Hao subconsciously stopped and looked at the cat on all fours, holding its head in its mouth. The cat also tilted its head and looked at Lin Hao with some confusion, as if it was very curious about this stranger. Put down that head. I won't chase you. After Gooden's inspection, Lin Hao found that the other party was a level 4 mutant beast. The other attributes of this mutant beast were normal like himself. But when Lin Hao saw the speed of this cat, Lin Hao almost covered his mouth. The speed attribute of this cat is actually 50. This is the fastest mutant beast that Lin Hao has seen so far. Lin Hao's speed attribute is 25. When the speed bonus is turned on, Lin Hao's speed attribute will reach 50, which is just as fast as this cat. Moreover, Lin Hao's speed bonus can only last for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, this cat will disappear without a trace. When chasing Lu Changle just now, the speed bonus skill was already turned on. It has been almost a minute since the confrontation with this cat. Seeing the cat standing still, Lin Hao hoped to keep it with his mouth. But at the same time, he was also struggling with how to chase the cat if it ran away after the skill time ended. Fortunately, the cat finally ran away, but it was within the time of his skill. So Lin Hao was still sure to catch up. He didn't need to care about Bai Bofan and Li Yang anymore. When Lin Hao left, he told them to wait for him at the survivor base. And the people at the survivor base, who knew them, would definitely sneak them in. Now Lin Hao's first task is to catch the hateful cat in front of him. Yes, this cat is hateful. It actually ran around the mountain of the survivor base, and finally ran to the back mountain. The back mountain of the survivor base is all broken walls and ruins. It is very difficult for Lin Hao to climb. But for this cat, even if it is holding a head heavier than its body, it can run very fast. Seeing that the cat really started to climb the mountain, Lin Hao naturally would not give up the duck in his mouth. Even if he knew that he could not catch up, he would not give up without trying. So, Lin Hao gritted his teeth and started climbing the mountain. Fortunately, Lin Hao's physical fitness was too strong now. Although the cat jumped up the mountain in a few seconds, Lin Hao climbed up the mountain easily in just a dozen seconds. Later, Lin Hao tragically discovered that his speed bonus had expired. Now Lin Hao's speed returned to 25. But Lin Hao still didn't give up. Although he couldn't see where the cat went, Gooden could see it. The cat was walking 30 meters away from Lin Hao at this moment. Lin Hao didn't chase it. Maybe it created an opportunity for himself, because the cat couldn't see Lin Hao, so it wouldn't waste its energy running at full speed. Although Lin Hao couldn't see him, Gooden's detection system could present everything within 50 meters in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao only needed to follow the image in his mind and walk slowly. And maybe he could catch the cat by surprise in the end. In this way, they walked for nearly 10 minutes, passing through ditches and bumps. When Lin Hao saw the wall of the survivor's base in front of him, he was a little dumbfounded. That cat actually ran into the survivor base, which was something Lin Hao had never expected. It is said that cats are afraid of strangers and people. Even if this cat is already a level 4 mutant beast, it should not like to stick to people. Although he was very curious about why the cat ran into the survivor base, Lin Hao had a little expectation, because since the cat ran into the survivor base, the chance of escape became much smaller. In this case, Lin Hao would definitely not be polite to it. But when Lin Hao saw Lu Changle's head, with only a hole in it at the corner of the wall, he was already half disappointed. There was a hole in his head, and it was obvious that the crystal core was definitely gone. With the cat's mouth, it could swallow the crystal core by opening its mouth. Anxious Lin Hao didn't think twice, and hurriedly climbed up the wall. However, Lin Hao, who didn't know the inside story, was surrounded by several soldiers as soon as he stepped into the survivor's base. Fortunately, he didn't look like a zombie. Otherwise these soldiers would definitely scream. Because of several zombie tides, Jean Bebe specially strengthened the defense of the base for safety. Although there were not many people, they patrolled intensively. After all, it involved the life and death of the base. These soldiers also seemed very attentive. When Lin Hao jumped off the wall, someone had already discovered him. Who is it? What do you do? Although Lin Hao had appeared in the base, it was a pity that he was not a familiar face. These soldiers had never seen Lin Hao. Lin Hao quickly stretched out his hands to show that he had no ill intentions, just climbing over the wall for fun. After hearing Lin Hao's excuse, several soldiers immediately looked constipated. Just climbing over the wall for fun? In this situation, there are still people who have nothing to do but climb over the wall for fun? Who are you kidding? Naturally, several soldiers were not fooled by Lin Hao's poor excuse. The remaining few looked at Lin Hao, and one person went to call the manager of the base. Coincidentally, Qian Bin was standing at the gate, so the soldier told Qian Bin about Lin Hao's matter. When Qian Bin heard it, someone climbed over the wall casually. This is unacceptable. So he immediately walked over with the list book. How many people came to the base? What were their names? Although it was impossible to take photos, the names were still recorded. Moreover, there were not many people in the base, and everyone knew each other. It was convenient to check the identity. He would check if the person was in the list, and then ask if anyone in the base knew him. If he was confirmed to be someone in the base, Lin Hao decided to teach him a lesson. If he was an outsider, that would be even better. He would teach him a lesson first, and then let him stay. After all, the base was particularly short of people, and one more was better. At this moment, Lin Hao was a little anxious, but he didn't rush to do anything excessive, because the cab was just still in Gooden's detection. So Lin Hao had time to stand still and let a few ordinary people point guns at him. When Lin Hao saw that the person coming was Qian Bin, he was relieved immediately, and he didn't have to worry about trouble. Chapter 240. When Qian Bin saw the person coming, he was speechless for some reason. He never thought that the person climbing over the wall was actually Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao had already seen him, so he could only bite the bullet and walk over and said to the soldiers around him, "Okay, you all go and get busy. I know this person. He is from our base." Although the soldiers around did not know Lin Hao, they knew Qian Bin, and they had to listen to Qian Bin because Qian Bin was their immediate superior and the person who managed food and water in this base. The soldiers around left, leaving only Qian Bin and Lin Hao. Qian Bin always felt a little scared. Whenever he was alone with Lin Hao, Qian Bin was always afraid that something would happen. Unfortunately, this time Lin Hao didn't have time to chat with Qian Bin, but hurriedly said, "Notify Jean Bebe and tell him that a level 4 mutant beast has sneaked into the base. Tell him to be careful." After saying this, Lin Hao hurriedly ran to the place where the mutant beast was hiding. Qian Bin was a little confused, but he would always do what Lin Hao said. After all, a mutant beast is amazingly powerful. If he didn't notify them quickly, the whole base might fall into chaos if there was danger. When Qian Bin started running towards Jean Bebe's room, Lin Hao had already arrived outside a room according to the detection point given by Gooden. Lin Hao was very familiar with this room because it was the room where Schwer and Jean Bebe lived. Jean Bebe would definitely not be in the room at this moment because there were many things in the base that needed her to manage, which meant that Schwer was most likely alone in the room. Lin Hao thought that Jean Bebe lived with Schwer and the others. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's mind began to buzz. He was afraid that he would see a scene he didn't want to see when he opened the door. He didn't even use his mental power to detect what was happening inside. Lin Hao clenched his fists and opened his eyes tightly. "Don't do this, or I will make you wish you were dead," Lin Hao thought fiercely, slowly pushing open the door. When Lin Hao heard the voice in the room, his heavy heart suddenly lightened a lot. But when he heard what Schwer said, Lin Hao seemed to be a little bit amused. Schwer inside said, "Xiao Huang, where did you run to just now? I couldn't find you for a long time. I thought you had an accident. What's the matter with the blood on your mouth? If you are hungry, I have biscuits. Don't eat those dirty things casually. They are unhygienic." Hearing Schwer say this in such a childish voice, it doesn't sound strange at all. But what if the object is a level 4 mutant beast? Lin Hao heard that Schwer was fine, and hurriedly opened the door, fearing that she would have an accident. After opening the door, the scene inside was surprisingly harmonious. Schwer was holding the level 4 mutant beast, stroking it gently, as if she felt that the cat in her arms was frightened. Lin Hao's somewhat rough way of opening the door obviously frightened Shuer. At the same time, the cat Shuer was carrying also looked at Lin Hao with vigilant eyes, as if warning Lin Hao not to approach casually. Lin Hao naturally would not approach casually, but said to Shuer, "Come! Come to me." In fact, there was no need for Lin Hao to say anything. When Shuer heard Lin Hao's voice, she ran towards Lin Hao in surprise, then jumped up and hugged Lin Hao's neck and wouldn't let go. Shuer hadn't seen Lin Hao for a long time. She didn't know when this zombie brother planted a complex seed in her young heart. The seed was slowly sprouting and had grown into a small seedling at this moment, waiting to become a towering tree and bloom completely. When Shuer ran to Lin Hao, she put Xiao Huang on the bed. At that moment, Xiao Huang's body became very stiff, as if he would attack at any time. But when Xiao Huang saw Shuer hugging the zombie, his stiff body began to relax slowly. And then he looked around, as if thinking about the escape route in the future. Okay. It's only been half a month since we last met. How have you been these half a month? Are you hungry? Lin Hao spoke to Shuer, but his eyes were fixed on Xiao Huang. Shuer said, "How can I be hungry? I have Sister Bebe to take care of me. And Sister Pan Pan is so awesome." Shuer began to mutter about his daily life in the base. Even if Lin Hao didn't want to listen, he could only listen patiently at this moment. He was born with a kind of doting feeling toward Shuer. But Lin Hao began to hold Shuer and gradually left the room. Before Shuer noticed, Lin Hao had already stepped out of the door holding Shuer. At this time, Jean Bebe also came. "Lin Hao, you're here?" Jean Bebe said to Lin Hao with a smile. However, Lin Hao's eyes were solemn. He glanced at Jean Bebe, and then looked inside the room. The two had been working together until now, and some tacit understanding began to take shape. When Jean Bebe saw Lin Hao's gaze, Jean Bebe had guessed something. He drew out his Miao Dao, and Lin Hao also put Shuer down. After Shuer was put down, De Huang ran over from somewhere and began to circle around Shuer. Shuer raised her proud little face and said to Lin Hao, "Brother Lin Hao, look, this is the puppy I raised. Isn't it cute?" Lin Hao lowered his head and said with a smile, "Cute? Very cute." He raised his head and instantly became solemn. But what happened next was beyond everyone's imagination. Shuer suddenly rushed into the room. Jean Bebe would be wary of anyone, but how could she be wary of Shuer? So when Shuer ran past her, she didn't even have time to pull her back. The door was open, and everyone could see the cat. The cat was squatting on the bed, looking at the humans outside with innocent eyes. And then Shuer rushed in and picked up the cat, as if she was holding her most beloved thing. Shuer hugged the cat and ran out of the room. Jean Bebe even subconsciously took a few steps back. Although Jean Bebe was not a zombie, she could not feel how powerful the cat was. But she could feel the mysterious power in the cat's body. The mysterious power was very strong. So strong that she could not deal with it. Lin Hao was also like this. With the system, he could systematically know what the real strength of the cat was. Because he knew a lot. He was afraid. Lin Hao clenched the alloy knife in his hand, as if ready to attack at any time. Shuer held the cat and came to Lin Hao. She raised her face proudly again and said to Lin Hao as if she was offering a treasure, "Brother Lin Hao, look, this is the kitten I adopted. I call him Xiao Huang. When I first rescued him, there was a big cut on his stomach, but I finally saved him. Am I amazing?" Shuer's smile was very innocent, and it was dazzling under the bright sun. Xiao Huang's eyes were very innocent. He looked at Lin Hao innocently, and looked at everything innocently. Meow. Chapter 241. Lin Hao was smiling, but his smile was a little bitter. And Lin Hao was also innocent. What would he do next? Snatch the cat from the innocent Shuer's arms and slap it to death? Or snatch the cat from Shuer's arms and slap it to death? No matter what, Lin Hao would not let this dangerous mutant beast stay with Shuer. Shuer had no ability, and as long as the cat wanted, it would be a tragedy. But why would this cat let Shuer hold it in this posture without any defense at all? Lin Hao resisted the urge to suddenly grab the cat from Shuer's hands, because if the cat acted impulsively, Shuer would be the first to be hurt. "Brother Lin Hao, do you see?" Shuer held up Xiao Huang's two front paws and placed Xiao Huang's belly naked in front of Lin Hao. What an attractive belly! With just a slight cut, it would be possible to break its belly. With such a serious injury, the cat would definitely not be able to resist. Then, it would chop off its head and dig out its crystal core. Wow! It would be a wonderful thing no matter how you think about it. However, the idea was good, and Lin Hao finally suppressed this desire. Schwer was asking for praise, so Lin Hao would not be stingy with his praise. Schwer is really amazing. Can you give me this cat? Lin Hao asked. Schwer naturally trusted Lin Hao very much, and naively picked up the cat and handed it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at Xiao Huang, who still did not move at all, with shining eyes, and stretched out his evil hands. Suddenly, as soon as Lin Hao raised his hands, the cat began to twist its body violently. Lin Hao was frightened and hurriedly retreated, putting the aloe knife in front of him, ready to attack at any time, while Jean Bebe on the side was thinking about how to save Schwer. They all knew that the thing in Schwer's hand was a time bomb, but only Schwer herself didn't know. When Lin Hao saw the cat twisting, he thought it would use some sharp moves, but it just twisted in Schwer's hands, just like an ordinary big yellow cat. Really just twisting? When Lin Hao pulled away, the cat calmed down again in Schwer's hands. Schwer said a little embarrassedly, "Brother Lin Hao, this little yellow cat may be a little afraid of you. You can touch him after you get to know him." So, Schwer held the little yellow cat in her arms again, and then touched the little yellow cat's forehead affectionately, and carried the little yellow cat into the room very dotingly. The doting eyes were exactly the same as Lin Hao's doting on Schwer. Jean Bebe looked at Lin Hao and exchanged glances. She was asking what to do now. Lin Hao spread his hands and said he didn't know. The cat was a level 4 mutant beast. If Lin Hao left the cat here and left it alone, it would kill people, and no one would be able to resist. But seeing Schwer holding it recklessly, Lin Hao was afraid that she would become a hostage. But when Lin Hao saw Schwer put the cat on Schwer's bed very easily, and Schwer walked out leisurely, Lin Hao couldn't stay calm. Lin Hao was about to take action, but when he saw the look in the cat's eyes, his hardened heart seemed to be gently touched. The cat looked at Schwer tenderly, as if it was lingering on something. Just then, Gooden said, "The cat's attributes have been improved. Do you need to take a look?" Lin Hao nodded and said, "Okay, let it out." Then, Xiao Huang's attribute panel appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Name, Xiao Huang. Level 5. Title, Titan. Skills, Enhancement. Strength, 35. Spirit, 30. Speed, 53. Stamina, 38. Rating, Unstoppable Little Cat. When Lin Hao saw that the cat had reached level 5, he became even more anxious. No, the cat must not stay in the base. Otherwise, if it really went crazy, no one would be able to subdue it. Schwer was still talking to Lin Hao about what happened when Lin Hao was not around. Maybe because she hadn't spoken much for a long time, Schwer could talk about some things for several sentences. Lin Hao listened, but his attention was on the cat. Schwer never noticed the strange atmosphere. She seemed to have grown up, but facing her brother, she was still the little girl who needed protection. The cat slowly stood up, looked at Lin Hao fiercely, then looked at Schwer with affection, and finally, without Schwer's knowledge, it climbed through the window and left the base at a speed that even Lin Hao could not catch. Jean Bebe watched Xiao Huang leave with her own eyes, and then came to Lin Hao and asked in confusion, "Run away. What should we do? What can I do? That cat is too dangerous. It seems that I can't leave the survivor base." Lin Hao thought for a long time and finally made such a decision. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Schwer saw that Lin Hao and Jean Bebe's conversation was a little confusing, so she asked curiously, "Nothing. Take De Huang to play with Jeanzi and the others. When children are happy, they will be very interested in playing with this word." Schwer asked Lin Hao, "Then Brother Lin Hao, are you leaving?" Lin Hao smiled and said, "No. I will stay here with Schwer." "Okay." Schwer smiled brightly and asked happily, "Really?" Schwer is in the voice change period, and she was excited when she said the two words, so her voice broke a little. But this broken voice sounded so beautiful. Really? Of course it was true. A level 5 mutant beast would come back anytime and anywhere. So how could Lin Hao dare to leave? So, Schwer happily ran out to find Jeanzi to report the good news. Jean Bebe lifted her hair and suddenly asked shyly, "Are you really going to stay?" Lin Hao said, "Otherwise, although your strength is enough to deal with ordinary mutant zombies, you will definitely not be its opponent." Looking at Lin Hao's solemn expression, he said, "What's wrong? Isn't it just a cat? Even if it is a mutant beast, what can it do? Don't you still have you? Lin Hao shook his head and stopped talking. Jean Bebe still had no knowledge of the hierarchy. He didn't know what a level 5 mutant beast represented. When a mutant zombie or mutant beast enters level 5, they can't just deal with it in numbers. 2 or even 3 level 4 mutant zombies can fight against level 5 mutant zombies. But if the mutant zombies are level 3, no matter how many there are, they will not be the opponent of level 5 mutant zombies. Find us a room. Lin Hao smiled at Jean Bebe. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Jean Bebe's face turned blood red in an instant, and murmured, then go to my room. The bed is bigger in that room. Although Jean Bebe's voice was low, Lin Hao heard it clearly without missing a single word. Lin Hao said speechlessly, when I say we, I mean me, Bai Bofin, and Li Yang. The three of us. Jean Bebe raised her head instantly, her face dark and scary, and said stiffly, there are so many empty rooms. Go find them yourself. Then she turned around and left. Lin Hao was really confused. He didn't know why he had offended this woman again. Lin Hao was about to notify Qian Bin to bring Bai Bofin and Li Yang in. But when he turned around, he was face to face with a man and a woman. Chapter 242. Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan were wandering around the base. Since they entered the survivor base, they basically ran away and disappeared. The two of them just wanted to eat and wait for death, and did not integrate into this place as a group at all. Just now, after Wei Xuehan took a hoe to dig the ground a few times, he felt tired and didn't want to work anymore. So he took Wang Wei out to be lazy. It happened that Shuer lived in a relatively secret place. It was not the first time for them to be lazy in such a place. But this time, an accident happened. This should be considered a surprise to both parties. The moment Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan saw Lin Hao, the fear seemed to turn into an invisible big hand, tightly grasping their hearts, making them a little breathless. Finally, the strong Wang Wei was the first to react. He asked uncertainly, You are Lin Hao? How long has it been? Lin Hao couldn't remember clearly, but it was only less than 2 months. Yes, the two sides hadn't seen each other for less than 2 months. And such a memorable thing happened between them. So how could they forget each other? Lin Hao sighed, looking at his right hand involuntarily, and then rolled up his sleeves. A light scar still existed, but it was not very obvious. This scar was the only place that the T-virus could not transform. He recovered very slowly, so slowly that it was outrageous. It had been 2 months, and there was still a light white mark there, as if it was intentional, so that Lin Hao would remember that incident forever. You are not? Wei Xuehan and Wang Wei seemed to be somewhat shocked and stood still. They had never thought that Lin Hao would survive. And they had seen with their own eyes that the zombie grabbed Lin Hao's arm and left a very exaggerated cut on it. But why did Lin Hao not turn into a zombie? Due to time constraints, the base did not tell the two about the superpowers. Otherwise, they would not have found it strange. Perhaps, when the two knew that Lin Hao was a superpower, they would be more afraid. But Lin Hao was not even a superpower. He was a zombie. But no matter what, the current Lin Hao has exceeded the expectations of the two. He was scratched by the zombies, but did not die. Nor did he turn into a zombie, which has already proved some problems. The two looked at Lin Hao with some fear, slowly stepped back, and then ran away. Shuer was no longer around, and Jean Bebe ran away in anger for no reason. Now only Lin Hao was left. And there were two ordinary people running wildly in front of him. Lin Hao was sometimes very generous. Really generous. And he was not a person who would report flaws, provided that his bottom line was not touched. Everyone has a bottom line. That line cannot be crossed. And whoever crosses it is insulting the dignity of the person being crossed. And among Lin Hao's bottom lines, there is such a line, called betrayal. It would be fine if there was no affection between the three of them. Lin Hao clearly remembered that he had helped Wei Xuehan with good intentions. But the woman kicked him to the ground without a second thought, delaying the zombie's pursuit. At the moment, he fell to the ground. Lin Hao felt nothing but despair, endless frustration and anger. He had thought, and had always thought, that if he had the chance to see the two of them again, he would definitely take revenge. Originally, Lin Hao thought that if he didn't try hard, he might never see these two people again in his life. They might be alive. They might be eaten. Or they might become zombies. As a result, things in the world are so unpredictable. In the survivor's base, they actually saw these two people. This might be the opportunity God gave him. Lin Haojua would be stupid if he didn't seize it. At the gate, Qian Bin asked by Bofen and Li Yang to lower their heads and walk slowly towards the base. Because of Qian Bin's leadership, and the two people's behavior was similar to that of humans. Although they looked a bit like zombies, the soldiers still didn't notice anything. At this time, Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan hurriedly ran towards Qian Bin. He grabbed Qian Bin and said, "Captain Qian, someone wants to kill us. You must save us." Seeing that they were talking in a stern voice, Qian Bin asked suspiciously, "Someone wants to kill you? Who dares to cause trouble in my base? Come on, take me to find that person." As soon as Qian Bin finished speaking, Wang Wei pointed at Lin Hao and said, "It's him. It's him who wants to kill us." Qian Bin looked at Lin Hao, who was walking slowly, and Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan, who looked panicked. And without thinking, he shouted loudly, "Catch these two guys." The soldiers around naturally listened to Qian Bin. Although they didn't know why Qian Bin asked to catch the two people who asked for help, they were right to listen to him. Qian Bin was in charge of food and water. He would starve anyone who displeased him. Although such a thing had never happened, no one could guarantee that it would never happen. Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan were obviously confused and shouted, "He wanted to kill us. Why did you catch us?" Qian Bin ignored them and stood aside waiting for Lin Hao to approach. After Lin Hao approached, he only said one sentence, "Let them go." Qian Bin was a little surprised. Didn't these two people offend this evil spirit? Why did he let them go again? Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan felt a little strange and became even more scared. The arrogant Captain Qian actually kowtowed in front of Lin Hao. It was easy to imagine Lin Hao's position in this base. The two never thought that the once weak Lin Hao had not only become powerful, but also had status. But when Lin Hao said he would let them go, they were also surprised. They thought Lin Hao really let them go. Just when they wanted to admit their mistakes to Lin Hao came forward with a sinister tone and smiled at the two. "I will give you 1 minute to run away and 5 minutes to hide. After half an hour, I can't find you. From now on, you can rest assured in the survivor base. If you are found by me, you know the consequences." The smiles of Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan froze on their faces. Wang Wei smiled flatteringly. "Brother Lin, didn't you say you would let us go?" Seeing this, Wei Xuehan knelt on the ground and grabbed Lin Hao's trouser legs, begging in a low voice, "Brother Lin, it was our fault at the beginning. We shouldn't have treated you like this. We admit our mistakes. Please forgive us and let us go." As he spoke, his face began to rub against Lin Hao's thighs, gradually moving towards the middle. But Wei Xuehan had to save face after all. With people around him, he still didn't do some actions. Lin Hao was not moved at all. He looked at the big golden watch he had touched this morning and said lightly, 30 seconds have passed." Lin Hao's unmoved momentum finally made the two people start to be afraid. They were afraid that Lin Hao would really attack them. If they ran now, they might still have a chance of survival. Wang Wei was frightened by Lin Hao when he first saw Lin Hao. He was stronger than Lin Hao, and suddenly felt that he should not be afraid of Lin Hao. But when he saw that Lin Hao had a deep connection with this survivor base, he felt that he was no longer qualified to speak with his strong body. Wang Wei looked at Lin Hao and said, "You just want to chase us away. So we will leave. Don't think that we can't survive without the survivor base." After that, Wang Wei left first. Chapter 243. Lin Hao silently watched Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan leave. Even though they left the base, they were still slow, as if they didn't take Lin Hao's words to heart. After Wei Xuehan caught up with Wang Wei, he realized that Lin Hao couldn't hear what was said here. So he couldn't help complaining, "Why did you run in the first place? He is so thin. How could he be your opponent?" Wang Wei blushed and said, "How would I know? You also saw him being caught by the zombies. He was obviously dead. But now he is standing in front of you. Are you not afraid?" Wei Xuehan felt that what Wang Wei said made sense. But now was obviously not the time to talk about it. Wei Xuehan listened to the roars from time to time and couldn't help saying, "What should we do now? There are zombies outside. How can we survive if we leave the survivor base?" Fortunately, the two of them didn't know if they stepped onto Huang's excrement in the morning. After walking for 5 minutes, they didn't encounter any zombies except Lin Hao. When Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan were walking, they saw a man in a black suit standing in front of them, looking at them. When Wang Wei saw that the man was Lin Hao, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Hao, why do you want to kill us all? Aren't you alive? Why can't you be more generous? How did you get here?" After talking for a long time, Wang Wei finally thought of the key question. They had been walking in front, and no one passed by in the middle. How did Lin Hao pass them and come to the front? Lin Hao, who was always funny, didn't do it this time. He looked at the two of them coldly, and then looked at the watch in his hand. The game starts. You have half an hour to escape, and I will chase you in this half hour. If I catch up with you, you will die. Fuck you. You dare to scare us by yourself. Wang Wei swung his arms and walked forward to teach Lin Hao a lesson. He wanted to let Lin Hao know that even if he was a person of status in the survivor base, he would not be able to do it if he was not good in physical and combat power. Lin Hao watched Wang Wei come forward, sighed again, and then smiled creepily. In this case, in order to make the game interesting, I will let you run. Looking at Wang Wei approaching, a big fist was thrown at him. Lin Hao casually grabbed his arm, then forcibly broke off his middle finger, and threw it aside. In fact, if Lin Hao ate the middle finger, it would give the two a greater shock of fear. But he didn't eat it. I don't eat it because I think this middle finger is disgusting. When Wang Wei's finger was thrown away, he still didn't react. Lin Hao's action was too fast for him. He could only watch his finger being thrown to the ground by Lin Hao. Then, a sharp pain came. Wang Wei covered his finger and screamed loudly, not even caring whether it would alarm the zombies. But the zombies around would not come here without Lin Hao's instructions. So no matter how loud Wang Wei screamed, there would be no zombies in this place. Wang Wei strode back, covering his hand with the missing middle finger, and looked at Lin Hao in fear, as if he was looking at a demon. Lin Hao looked at his watch and said, "It's been half an hour, and now 1 minute has passed. If you don't run, I will do it." As he said that, Lin Hao began to move forward. Wang Wei was scared, really scared. In order to survive, he could only run. When Wei Xuehan saw this scene, her head was numb. After a long time, she saw that Wang Wei had abandoned her and ran far away. Wei Xuehan screamed and followed Wang Wei's steps. Lin Hao looked at the two people running away and couldn't help but whispered, "The game has begun. I will make you pay for what happened in the past." Wang Wei was running, and he began to feel guilty. So he stopped moving. Wei Xuehan ran up and saw Wang Wei standing still. He hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? Why don't you run?" "Wait a minute. Don't you think it's strange?" Wang Wei grabbed Wei Xuehan and asked suspiciously, "Strange? What's strange? I think you are strange. Are you going to run or not?" Wei Xuehan looked behind him, fearing that Lin Hao would suddenly jump out. "It's really strange. So quiet that it's a little unusual." After Wang Wei's narration, Wei Xuehan finally discovered this matter. Yes, it was too quiet. So quiet that it's a little unusual. Just now they shouted and ran recklessly. If it weren't for Lin Hao, they would never dare to do this at ordinary times. Because as long as they made a little noise, the zombies around them would jump out from places you couldn't imagine and give you a fatal blow like cats smelling blood. However, no matter how much the two shouted and made a fuss today, no zombies appeared so far, which was really unusual. Lin Hao was like a devil hiding in the dark, making the two feel depressed, and the tension in their hearts seemed to be about to burst out. Wang Wei finally gave up the guess why there were no zombies. After all, this was a good thing. Wang Wei comforted himself in this way. But his subconscious mind told him that the absence of zombies around was not necessarily a good thing, and something even more miserable might happen. Wang Wei began to run away, looking for some remote places to run to, and chose some particularly hidden places to try to hide. Finally, after 20 minutes, Wang Wei felt that it was almost done. He ran at full speed for these 20 minutes, and he didn't care about the broken finger on his hand, until he reached the road full of vehicles. This road often had zombies before, and Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan knew it because they had walked this road. But when they came to this road, they still saw a road full of vehicles, but no zombies. The two people who usually retreated when seeing zombies suddenly hoped that a zombie would suddenly jump out from somewhere, because this invisible silence was more terrifying than zombies. Wang Wei was running and suddenly saw a particularly inconspicuous gray car. He pulled the door, and it opened. Wang Wei got in without thinking. Wei Xuehan saw Wang Wei hiding in, so she also hid in without thinking. After entering, Wang Wei immediately said anxiously, "Don't go together. Find someone to go by yourself, so that you can be conspicuous together." Wei Xuehan threatened, If I go down now, it will be more conspicuous, and Lin Hao might see me. After saying this, Wang Wei immediately dared not move rashly. The two hid in the back seat, lowering their bodies, hoping not to be seen by anyone. During this period, Wang Wei couldn't help but groan because of the pain in his fingers. Wei Xuehan complained, "How could Lin Hao become so powerful now? How could he break your fingers?" Wei Xuehan had no idea what was going on at the time. In her opinion, Wang Wei must have been caught by Lin Hao by accident. After all, fingers are so fragile that it is not difficult to break them. Wei Xuehan didn't know. But Wang Wei, the person involved, knew it clearly. He was holding his fist at the time. But Lin Hao easily broke his fist, then grabbed his middle finger and broke it again easily. It seemed simple. But Wang Wei had no ability to resist. At that time, there were only two words in Wang Wei's mind: despair. Wang Wei was about to turn around and refute Wei Xuehan. But he saw a face on the car window. A face that was not very handsome, but looked good. That face had two dark eyes, and those eyes stared at the two of them silently, motionless. Chapter 244. Scream? No. When Wang Wei saw that face, he felt like an old goose being grabbed by the neck. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't make any sound. After seeing Wang Wei's expression, Wei Xuehan was a little confused. She turned back subconsciously and saw Lin Hao's face staring straight at her. For a woman, even though it was a scary zombie face, she was almost immune to it after experiencing the apocalypse for so long. But what if this face was the face of an enemy? Wei Xuehan was so scared that she went straight to Wang Wei's arms. But Wang Wei pushed Wei Xuehan away desperately, then opened the door on the other side, got out of the car like crazy, and ran for his life. Seeing this, Wei Xuehan also got out of the car and started to flee frantically. Lin Hao just watched the two people running away silently, without chasing them, but quietly looked at his watch again. 20 minutes. And there were still 10 minutes. 9 minutes later, Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan were still running. Not tired. And not feeling tired, even if their feet were almost unable to move. Lin Hao, who was already in front of the two, came to Wang Wei. When Wang Wei saw Lin Hao again, he finally fell to the ground in despair. He no longer had the energy to run. In the past 9 minutes, no matter where Wang Wei ran, Lin Hao would always appear in front of him and stare at the two with his eyes fixed. Wang Wei himself didn't know how many times he changed direction. But no matter which direction he went, he could always see Lin Hao waiting in front. There is still 1 minute left before half an hour. You haven't escaped my pursuit, so you lose. Lin Hao looked down at the two of them. Wang Wei was completely crazy after being tortured by Lin Hao. Even though he had no strength left, he still stood up and wanted to run. Lin Hao didn't even think about it. He controlled a zombie to rush out from some corner and began to bite Wang Wei's thigh. Wang Wei screamed in fear, "Help! Wei Xuehan! Save me! Lin Hao! I was wrong. I admit my mistake. I beg you. Save me. I don't want to die." But Lin Hao seemed not to hear him, turned a deaf ear, and watched silently. Wei Xuehan had already lost her strength. She was so scared that she collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up no matter what. At some point, a group of zombies began to appear around them. They stood silently outside the three people, motionless, with only their bloodthirsty eyes, looking at the two people viciously. Wang Wei knew that he might not be able to escape, but he really didn't want to die. He had struggled in the doomsday until now, and had survived hard until now. He also found a survivor base, and was about to enter a stable life. But in the blink of an eye, everything turned into bubbles. Wang Wei was still struggling. His calf had been completely bitten by the zombie, leaving only bones. He couldn't stand up, but it didn't matter. He couldn't crawl yet. Wei Xuehan just sat on the ground, staring at the scene blankly, without saying a word. Her eyes were empty. She was also tortured by Lin Hao. Her nerves were in a trance. She also thought about begging for mercy. But no matter how she begged for mercy, no matter how she showed off her beauty, Lin Hao seemed to be blind. Zombies usually bite people directly on the neck, killing them with one blow, and then enjoy the food. But this zombie seemed a little different. He didn't seem to want to kill the food in front of him. He ate all the meat on Wang Wei's calf, then let go of Wang Wei, letting Wang Wei crawl on the ground with his skeleton. Wang Wei panicked, slapping his hands desperately on the ground. But there were zombies in front of him, behind him, and all around him. Which direction could he crawl in? Wang Wei cried, crying very sadly, like a parent who lost his child. He cried desperately, and then looked at Lin Hao with pitiful eyes. When Lin Hao saw Wang Wei's eyes, he did not feel pity, but even more disgusted. When he was left behind by them to intercept the zombies, he did not cry, but looked at the two people on the ventilation duct with hatred. Lin Hao had never thought of crying, nor could he cry. So he felt disgusted when he saw Wang Wei crying. So Lin Hao waved his hand, and two more zombies rushed towards Wang Wei. They still did not kill Wang Wei, because Wang Wei could not escape anyway. The two zombies started from the thighs, slowly, chewing and eating. For those who are about to die, the most terrifying time is when they are taken to the execution ground and wait for beheading. Apart from being anxious, they have no other choice. This was the case for Wang Wei. He enjoyed the pain with his own eyes, watching the zombies eat him slowly from his thighs upwards. Blood all over the floor. Especially when he thought about dying. But not dying. That feeling was very torturous. He had already started to become weak. And at this time, he was not thinking about escaping, but dying. Kill me. Let me die. Wang Wei screamed loudly. How could Lin Hao fulfill his wish? What Lin Hao wanted was to let Wang Wei watch his body being eaten away slowly in despair. And he had no way to do anything about it. This was the real revenge. Finally, when the zombies ate Wang Wei's stomach, Wang Wei died. Before he died, he was still looking at the two zombies that were biting him in fear, with a face full of despair. Do you want to live? Aren't you trying to seduce me? Lin Hao looked at Wei Xuehan again. Wei Xuehan was numb, waiting for a more cruel death. But Lin Hao's words rekindled her hope. Are you really willing to let me go? Wei Xuehan stuck to Lin Hao like a dogskin plaster, and all kinds of coquettish postures came to her hand. Lin Hao smiled and said, Okay, take off all your clothes first. Wei Xuehan took off all her clothes without saying anything, and then looked at Lin Hao with expectant eyes. For Wei Xuehan, as long as you can survive. What is dignity? Can you eat it? Seeing the naked Wei Xuehan, Lin Hao smiled again. Wei Xuehan looked like she was about to be favored, which made Lin Hao feel nauseous. Since she wanted to be favored so much, Lin Hao waved his hand again, and a group of zombies rushed up immediately. Wei Xuehan screamed in fear, but she couldn't resist at all. How could she, a woman, be a match for this group of zombies? The zombies grabbed Wei Xuehan's limbs, making her unable to move. Then, a horrible scene appeared. Lin Hao suddenly felt bored, so he turned around and left. Lin Hao also fulfilled his long-cherished wish. He had thought before that if he could see this woman again next time, he would strip her clothes and throw her into the group of zombies. Now, this goal has been achieved. After walking a few dozen meters, he heard a painful but relieved groan from the zombies. And then, there was no sound. Everything was over. Chapter 245. Lin Hao suddenly felt very bored. He had thought that he would be very excited to see Wang Wei and Wei Xuehan, and that his chance for revenge had finally come. But when he really saw the two of them, including killing them in front of him, he did not feel that kind of excitement. Could it be that his level had really changed, and he had no feelings for ordinary people like this? Just when Lin Hao was struggling with whether his level had changed, Gooden's notification sound suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's ears, which scared Lin Hao. High-level crystal core energy detected. High-level crystal core energy detected. 2 consecutive sentences made Lin Hao focus on his mental image. And then Lin Hao saw a beautiful zombie standing behind him and looking at him silently. When Lin Hao saw this female zombie, his mind was churning for a while, then slowly calmed down, and finally turned around with an indifferent look and said to Chu Xiaoxiao, What do you want to do? No. But you are quite amazing. You know where I am without even looking at me. Chu Xiaoxiao smiled. When Lin Hao saw Chu Xiaoxiao, he also saw a stupid-looking level 3 zombie standing next to Chu Xiaoxiao. This was the data detected by Gooden, and the other party was indeed a level 3 zombie. This made Lin Hao a little strange. Why would a level 5 zombie be accompanied by such a weak level 3 zombie? However, when Lin Hao noticed that the level 3 zombie was a man, he suddenly understood that zombies should also have needs. Chu Xiaoxiao naturally didn't know what Lin Hao was thinking. If she knew, she might not stand here and talk to Lin Hao peacefully. Don't talk so much nonsense. You came to me for something, but you are interested in my crystal core. Now, What do you want to do? Lin Hao has already made up his mind. Whether there is something or not is another matter. If this woman really likes his crystal core, Lin Hao will run away without thinking and turn up the speed to the fastest. He doesn't believe that Chu Xiaoxiao can catch him. In fact, Chu Xiaoxiao can really catch Lin Hao, because Chu Shishu's skill barrier can not only be added to herself as a defense, but also to the opponent to add weight. However, the opponent often does not know that he has an extra layer of such a skill, so he is caught by Chu Xiaoxiao unknowingly. This is why Lu Changel can't run faster than Chu Xiaoxiao. I do have something to discuss with you. I want to discuss a deal with you, Chu Xiaoxiao said in a very charming tone. Deal? You, a level 5 zombie, are discussing a deal with me. A level 4 zombie? That's not good. Lin Hao's body began to slowly retreat. He felt that Chu Xiaoxiao was getting more and more wrong. Yes, I want to discuss a deal with you, involving a deal of crystal cores, Chu Xiaoxiao said. You talk first. Lin Hao looked around to prevent any obstacles from blocking him when he ran. I have 5 level 3 crystal cores here. For you, Chu Xiaoxiao said, and took out a handful of level 3 crystal cores from her pocket, which were dazzling red. When the crystal cores came out, Lin Hao's eyes instantly turned red. In the apocalypse, if the hard currency of humans is food, then the hard currency of zombies is crystal cores, and they can't be too hard. Why choose me? Although Lin Hao was eager to get those things, he was not at the point of casually agreeing to the request of a sinister and powerful zombie just for a few crystal cores. Chu Xiaoxiao thought for a long time before finally saying, Now you and that cat are the only level 4 zombies in the entire Beast City. I can only look for you. Lin Hao shook his head. No. That cat is already level 5. Chu Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, Did you give Lu Changel's crystal core to that cat? Even if Chu Xiaoxiao didn't see anything, she could guess that Lin Hao and Lu Changel must have had a conflict. And there was no need to say who the winner was. I didn't want to give it to you. That cat was too fast, and I couldn't catch up. When I caught up with it, it was already level 5. Lin Hao also felt very frustrated. Well, this doesn't affect my coming to see you, Chu Xiaoxiao said. Okay. You still haven't told me what you want to see me about? Tell me first, or I run away, Lin Hao said very bluntly. Chu Xiaoxiao took the 5 crystal cores back again, and Lin Hao watched the 5 crystal cores being stuffed back into Chu Shishia's pocket, then licked his lips. It's very simple. You come with me to deal with a mutant beast. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Hao with burning eyes. Deal with mutants? You mean the cat? Lin Hao was very surprised. There were no level 5 mutant zombies in the entire Beast City, apart from the cat that just evolved to level 5. What other mutants could Chu Xiaoxiao and Lin Hao have to deal with together? Chu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Just like the world in novels. Sometimes you don't know everything. There are always places where the ultimate boss is hidden, but no one has ever discovered it. Can you tell me the point? Lin Hao asked anxiously. There is a fish in the underground river. It is a level 5 mutant beast, and it is very powerful. I am no match for it. I need your help, Chu Xiaoxiao said carefully. What? You should be invincible among your peers with this attribute. Why are there mutant zombies that you can't deal with? Lin Hao asked in surprise. With Chu Shishu's attributes, even 2 Lin Haos may not be her opponent. If there is someone more powerful than Chu Xiaoxiao, what's the point of going there? Lin Hao immediately shook his head and said, I won't go. Even if the 2 of us are combined, we can't be his opponent. Lin Hao was about to leave, but Chu Xiaoxiao tried to stop him. Lin Hao turned back and said, Why? You want to fight when we can't reach an agreement? I tell you, I'm not afraid of you, Chu Xiaoxiao said. You must help me. I have a feeling that as long as I get that level 5 crystal core, I can successfully evolve to level 6. And that mutant beast is not without weaknesses. But I need a particularly fast zombie to help me. And you are a particularly suitable choice. Let's take a step back. Even if I help you kill that level 5 mutant beast, and you get the crystal core, what will happen next? Will I become meat on the chopping board? And you can abuse me? Lin Hao said with a fake smile. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoxiao also smiled. And her smile was very bright. He asked Lin Hao, If I attack you now, how sure do you think you can escape? What if I attack your survivor base? How many people do you think can stop me? Chu Xiaoxiao is not completely ignorant. At least she knows that the survivor base on the mountain is inextricably linked to Lin Hao. Are you threatening me? Lin Hao's face suddenly darkened, and he said angrily. Chapter 246. Yes. I am threatening you. So what? Chu Xiaoxiao stared at Lin Hao, motionless. If before meeting Chu Xiaoxiao, Lin Hao might have thought of fighting with Chu Xiaoxiao. But after seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's attribute data, Lin Hao had no idea at all. Below level 5. Defensive zombies have an absolute advantage, because their annoying defense will make any tricks unable to hurt them. Give you 1 minute to think about whether to help me, or let me help you destroy the survivor base. Chu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, and stood there calmly waiting for Lin Hao's answer. What else could Lin Hao say? There were so many friends in the survivor base. And Jean Beibei and Shuer were also there. If Chu Xiaoxiao really got involved, Lin Hao would have no way to deal with it. After thinking about this, Lin Hao suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Okay. I help you. Let's go. Facing a female gangster, Lin Hao always felt guilty. Because you don't know what a gangster will do next. It is possible that she will do something you can't believe. Especially when this female gangster is more powerful than you. So where are you taking me next? Lin Hao asked, picking his nose. Lin Hao really had no reason to be afraid of her now. With Chu Xiaoxiao's strength, if she wanted to kill Lin Hao, it would be easy. Not to mention taking things out of her pocket. In short, it was something that Lin Hao himself could not think of. But she didn't touch me for only one reason. Maybe she really needed me. Chu Xiaoxiao said, let me make it clear first. The risk this time is relatively large. Because the mutant beast is very powerful. I have been dealing with it until now. And I have never gained any benefit from it. So, is it useful for you to tell me this? I don't want to go anyway. Okay? Lin Hao said speechlessly. Chu Xiaoxiao stopped talking and led the way silently. Chu Xiaoxiao walked in front, and Lin Hao followed behind. Lin Hao knew that he couldn't escape, and Chu Xiaoxiao didn't think Lin Hao dared to escape. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoxiao asked Lin Hao a question. Do you have the memory before you became a zombie? Chu Xiaoxiao asked her question carefully. As Lin Hao walked, he heard this sentence, and a huge uproar suddenly surged in his mind. But Lin Hao's face remained expressionless. What? What did you say? Lin Hao asked deliberately. Chu Xiaoxiao covered up and said, nothing. As the pride of City B, Chu Xiaoxiao also knows a lot about zombies. Because she herself is a zombie. So she knows every move of zombies very well. But since she met Lin Hao, she felt that Lin Hao was a little strange. Many of Lin Hao's actions and speaking habits did not seem to be unlocked from becoming a zombie. As if they were originally normal. Just like herself. That's right. Chu Xiaoxiao still has memories. Memories before she became a zombie. Memories that belonged to a human. Lin Hao hurriedly asked for help from Gooden in his heart. Gooden. What the hell? Why would this woman ask this question? Does he have his previous memories? How could it be? Don't I have my previous memories because I have a system? Does this Chu Xiaoxiao also have a system? Hearing Lin Hao's very anxious question, Gooden seemed a little slow. Okay. Don't think too much. I scanned the entire Earth before I entered it. And there can't be other outer space life on Earth except me. As for why Chu Xiaoxiao has human memories, the answer is too simple. Didn't I tell you that the human brain has not been completely cracked even in our universe? The T-virus seems advanced. But in fact, compared with the human brain is more advanced. Because of some external reasons or the T-virus itself. It is normal for a zombie to have the memory of a previous human. It's just that there are too few such examples. And you may not be able to find a third one in the future. So I'm lucky. There may not be 3 on the whole Earth. And I immediately encountered another one besides me? Lin Hao was speechless. Gooden said, yes. That's what I mean. Okay. You are right. I am weak. So I shut up. Lin Hao simply ignored Gooden and focused on Chu Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Lin Hao finally became curious about Chu Xiaoxiao. What the hell is this level 3 little zombie? Seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao didn't speak for a long time and felt bored walking all the time, Lin Hao asked. After hearing Lin Hao's question, Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to remember something, and hurriedly pulled the 3rd level zombie away from Lin Hao, and said seriously, it has nothing to do with you. Don't ask about him. If Chu Xiaoxiao dismissed Lin Hao with a few words, maybe nothing would happen. But her saying so increased Lin Hao's curiosity. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao's worried look, it was obvious that she was very interested in the 3rd level zombie. Although Lin Hao was curious, In order not to arouse Chu Shishu's anger, Lin Hao could only hold back his curiosity and walk silently. As they walked, Lin Hao felt something strange. Chu Xiaoxiao led Lin Hao to the back mountain of the survivor base. The back mountain was a strange place. It seemed that it was one of the places that the protagonist must go in every novel. This was the second time for Lin Hao. Why did you come to the back mountain? Lin Hao asked. Lin Hao couldn't say that he had run through all the survivor bases, but he had already run through most of them. How could he not notice a level 5 mutant beast under his nose? But when Lin Hao saw a bottomless cave in the back mountain, he silently slapped himself in the face. If the mutant beast was in there, Lin Hao might not have noticed it. Chu Xiaoxiao led Lin Hao to the cave entrance in silence. After walking for nearly 10 meters, there was no light at all around. Fortunately, both of them were zombies. Although they couldn't see with their eyes, they could smell, hear, and feel. Lin Hao was still following Chu Xiaoxiao. After walking for nearly a few dozen meters, Lin Hao stopped, and Chu Xiaoxiao also stopped. You won't let me jump down, Lin Hao said suspiciously. Although Lin Hao couldn't see, he had already found out that there was a cave entrance in front of him, which looked quite unfathomable. Why? You want to regret after coming here? There is an underground river below, and the mutant beast is at the end of the underground river. Of course, if you want to give up, you can just turn around and leave. But you know the consequences. Chu Xiaoxiao said it clearly, and then waited for Lin Hao's choice. Lin Hao really wanted to turn around and leave here, but thinking of Chu Xiaoxiao's threat and the friends in the survivor base, Lin Hao could only sigh helplessly. It's a blessing, not a curse. I hope you can keep your promise. After saying that, Lin Hao pinched his nose, jumped up, and disappeared. Chapter 247. When Lin Hao jumped down, he felt a damp mist blowing towards his face from below, which was quite comfortable. This comfort did not last long. He felt his whole body relaxed and fell into the water. Because zombies rarely breathe, they can hold their breath for a long time. When Lin Hao fell into the water, he subconsciously stopped breathing. It feels light in the water. People can never leave water. Even if people become zombies, they still like water. Therefore, zombies are born with a sense of closeness to water. Because before they became zombies, they were all human. Lin Hao, who felt a little comfortable in the water, subconsciously looked around. And suddenly, a lot of light appeared in his eyes. Lin Hao looked under the water, and some small water plants emitting blue light entered Lin Hao's sight. Lin Hao, who did not swim, soon sank to the bottom. He looked at these small blue water plants with some curiosity, stretched out his hand to pull one, but found that this kind of water plant seemed very strong and could not be pulled out at all. This made Lin Hao feel that something was wrong. He was a zombie. Although his strength was extremely great, it was impossible for him to not be able to pull out even a water plant. Lin Hao, who didn't believe in evil, tried again, but still couldn't pull it out. With a splash, someone fell down from above. Lin Hao knew that person must be Chu Xiaoxiao. In order to avoid losing face in front of her, Lin Hao stopped his childish movements and swam upwards. The underground river was very deep, about 7 or 8 meters, and it took Lin Hao more than 10 seconds to swim up. What are you doing? Chu Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. I didn't do anything. I just wondered why the bottom of the water was bright. Lin Hao said. The bottom of the water is bright? How is it possible? I have been here many times and never found the bottom of the water to be bright. Chu Xiaoxiao expressed disbelief, then stretched her head to look at the bottom of the water. And then Chu Xiaoxiao also dived down. Now, there were only Lin Hao and the third-level zombie on the entire surface of the water. And Lin Hao's evil thoughts became more and more intense. He saw that Chu Xiaoxiao cared so much about this third-level zombie. If he caught this third-level zombie and threatened Chu Xiaoxiao, would he be able to escape? This level 3 zombie was very confused and looked very low in IQ. Bai Bofen and Li Yang were also level 3 zombies. They were like normal people. But the level 3 zombie in front of them was still like a mentally retarded child. What's your name? In order not to arouse the disgust of this zombie, Lin Hao slowly approached and asked. I'm Adu. The level 3 zombie said slowly. Lin Hao was a little amused. He didn't expect this zombie to be so cold. Adu. Not bad. A good name. What's your relationship with Chu Xiaoxiao? Lin Hao asked again. She is my boss. Adu said again. Lin Hao touched his chin and felt that this plan was not feasible. if Chu Xiaoxiao was really just the boss. You can see that the boss would care about the life of his younger brother. Although it was strange why Chu Xiaoxiao had such a mentally retarded zombie under his command. It was indeed easier to deal with a lot of things with such a zombie. After all, it was also a third-level zombie, which was rare in City B. Lin Hao was so idle that he chatted with Adu. Sometimes Adu's reaction was really slow, and he might not be able to answer Lin Hao's questions for a long time. But sometimes he could react quickly. For example, whenever Lin Hao asked Chu Xiaoxiao a question, Adu could always answer it quickly. Did Chu Xiaoxiao take off your clothes when she was sleeping at night? This is what Lin Hao is most curious about. He can only ask this question when facing a simple zombie like Adu. If Adu says yes, then it proves that Chu Xiaoxiao may really have created a third-level zombie to comfort herself just because she was lonely. Adu seemed to look at Lin Hao with the eyes of a fool. A real fool actually looked at him with the eyes of a fool. How could Lin Hao hold back? What do you mean? What does this look mean? We don't sleep, Adu said slowly. Yes, zombies don't sleep. Just then, Chu Xiaoxiao finally emerged from the bottom of the water. His hair was wet and stuck to his cheeks. He looked like a lady coming out of the bath, which was very pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, because of the poor light under the water, Lin Hao didn't see it clearly, but he could see the general idea. What question are you asking, Adu? Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked in a somewhat cold tone. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't want to come up so quickly, because those glowing grasses looked really strange. Even a level 5 zombie like Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't pull them off. Before Chu Xiaoxiao could study them carefully, he looked up and saw that the abominable zombie was actually close to his Adu. In order to prevent Adu from getting into danger, Chu Xiaoxiao had to get out of the water quickly. Lin Hao was very happy to see such a beautiful picture, so he didn't care about Chu Xiaoxiao's tone and answered casually, nothing. Just chatting casually. Chu Xiaoxiao's curiosity about Lin Hao grew stronger and stronger. Every time Lin Hao spoke, he spoke in the usual tone of a human before the doomsday. He said that he had no memory before the doomsday. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't believe it at all. This guy not only had the memory before the doomsday, but also preserved his IQ before the doomsday. Thinking of the word IQ, Chu Xiaoxiao felt a little guilty. Although she was strong, her brain was not very good. Didn't we agree to find that mutant beast? Let's go! Seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao had been treading water in the same place, Lin Hao didn't know what she was thinking, so he could only remind her. Chu Xiaoxiao came back to his senses, looked at Lin Hao, then pulled Adel to his side and began to swim downstream. In the human world, the most people are always humans. Especially when the doomsday breaks out. Those humans will try their best to survive, so they will hide anywhere. And humans are also very adaptable. Lin Hao looked at the bodies floating in front of him, which were obviously the bodies of children. The bodies of these children were bitten to pieces, but the heads were obviously not injured. If those bites were caused by zombies, these bodies should have become zombies long ago. But they were not. They were just a few simple bodies floating in this dark underground river. And no one knew. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the corpses and said disdainfully, "This is human." Lin Hao was a little surprised. What's wrong with a few corpses? Chu Xiaoxiao glanced at Lin Hao, then said leisurely, "There must be a few humans living in the upper reaches of the underground river. And those humans were so hungry that they ate their own offspring. Look at the wounds on the corpses of these children." After hearing what Chu Xiaoxiao said, Lin Hao casually turned over a corpse and found that their wounds were indeed round, with obvious rectangular edges on the wounds, which can only be left by human teeth. And these corpses did not turn into zombies, which means it was definitely not done by zombies. Chapter 248. Finally, Lin Hao gave up discussing with Chu Xiaoxiao why these humans were so cruel that they even ate their own offspring. The reason for not discussing it was that no one had seen them do this. There were many possibilities for the death of the children. Maybe they were eaten by hungry people after they died. Or maybe they were bitten to death before they died. All were possible. But as for human nature, this kind of thing is something that no one can ever figure out. It is very complicated. And Lin Hao didn't want to figure it out, because it was obvious that figuring it out was equivalent to torturing himself. And Lin Hao didn't want to torture himself. You people are everywhere. Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help sighing again. After swimming a few laps, a few zombies would float down from upstream from time to time, then bared their teeth at the two of them. And then under the impact, they could only helplessly float along the current. They are zombies. Okay? Lin Hao retorted speechlessly. But they were human before, Chu Xiaoxiao said. You made it sound like you weren't human before, Lin Hao said. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Chu Xiaoxiao was trying to trick him. Sure enough, the next sentence Chu Xiaoxiao asked, how do you know that the zombies were human beings before? Lin Hao looked at his nose and his heart, and stopped swimming, letting himself drift with the water, like the zombies. Chu Xiaoxiao was not talking either. Some things had been settled in their hearts. Did you feel anything? The two were silent for a long time. And finally Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. The two didn't know how long they swam. Chu Xiaoxiao said that the mutant beast was at the bottom of the river. So they just kept drifting with the current. Lin Hao was floating comfortably. But Chu Xiaoxiao asked such a strange question. What can I feel? Nothing? Lin Hao said. No. There is definitely something. Feel it, Chu Xiaoxiao instructed. Lin Hao felt that Chu Xiaoxiao was a little strange. There was nothing around. So why did she let him feel it? Not far ahead, light had appeared. It was obvious that they were about to leave this underground river and come to the real river outside. According to the map in Lin Hao's mind, there seems to be a river in City B. A river that is not very big. At this moment, Gooden shouted frantically in Lin Hao's mind, high-level energy crystal core detected. High-level energy crystal core detected. Now Lin Hao felt a sudden shock in his heart when he heard these words. And he felt very uncomfortable. Subconsciously, Lin Hao's mental power began to scan the surroundings frantically, hoping to observe what kind of high-level energy crystal core appeared around. But the mental power image scanned the surroundings again and again, but still could not find anything strange around. There was nothing but water around. And even the shiny water grass under the water had not changed. Shiny water grass? Lin Hao's eyes instantly looked at that thing. Something is wrong. Swimming? When he was walking, Lin Hao went under the water to take a look. He had clearly passed by that water grass. So how could it appear under him again? Lin Hao pulled the water grass. And the water grass had obvious bends. So Lin Hao could easily recognize it. High-level crystal core energy detected. High-level crystal core energy detected. Gooden was still barking. Lin Hao ignored him. Chu Xiaoxiao's words just now appeared in Lin Hao's mind again. She asked if he felt anything strange. I felt it. I felt it. Lin Hao hurriedly said to Chu Xiaoxiao. What did you feel? Chu Xiaoxiao stared at Lin Hao with her big eyes. The water flow is getting stronger. We needed to swim to move forward just now. But now we can just go with the flow without moving. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, he saw Chu Xiaoxiao put her index finger on her mouth, signaling Lin Hao not to speak. Lin Hao seemed to understand something, and said nothing, letting himself drift in the river. But some guys had already discovered Chu Xiaoxiao and Lin Hao when they first entered the water. But they just didn't move at first. The strange thing was that Lin Hao had nothing to do and wanted to go up and pull the hair of others. Lin Hao would have stopped pulling. But Chu Xiaoxiao also went up and pulled it. And finally woke up this big guy. When Chu Xiaoxiao and Lin Hao were about to leave, the big guy quietly followed them underwater. When Chu Xiaoxiao and Lin Hao found the big guy felt that there was no need to hide. So he revealed his pressure. So Gooden detected the high-level crystal core energy. Lin Hao's mental power finally saw what the thing was. It was a fish-like thing, with its tail swinging back and forth, swimming gently under him. He didn't see anything the previous second, but it appeared in front of him the next second. The fish raised its head and looked at the two figures above it with some curiosity, then opened its mouth. Run! Suddenly, Chu Xiaoxiao shouted loudly. It turned out that not only Lin Hao had discovered the big fish, but Chu Xiaoxiao had also discovered it. The big fish suddenly jumped up and opened its big mouth to pounce on Lin Hao. Lin Hao was shocked. Why did it pounce on him instead of Chu Xiaoxiao? But now was obviously not the time to think about such profound questions, seeing that the sharp teeth in the big fish's mouth had appeared in front of him. Lin Hao had no choice but to subconsciously grab the 3-level zombie. Du was caught by Lin Hao before he could react. He didn't even know why Lin Hao caught him. So he subconsciously caught Lin Hao as well. Lin Hao you. Chu Xiaoxiao was so angry when she saw this. He never thought that Lin Hao could be so shameless and caught Du to threaten him to save them. In fact, Lin Hao didn't know how important Du was in Chu Xiaoxiao's heart. But now, he was in the water and couldn't use his speed. He couldn't escape the pursuit of the big fish by himself. Now he could only block it. If Chu Xiaoxiao cared about this little zombie, Lin Hao would win the bet. If not, he would go into the belly of the big fish. Fortunately, Lin Hao won the bet. Chu Xiaoxiao cared about the level 3 mutant zombie. And cared a lot. Chu Xiaoxiao rushed over here frantically, as if it was her own child who was in danger. Chu Xiaoxiao's speed was definitely not as fast as Lin Hao's. But the big fish under the water was level 5. And only Chu Xiaoxiao could restrain it. When Chu Xiaoxiao's barrier appeared on the big fish, the big fish slowed down invisibly. Then, before Chu Xiaoxiao arrived, Lin Hao had already taken a due to swim desperately to the side. Seeing Lin Hao like this, Chu Xiaoxiao wanted to say something threatening to Lin Hao. But they were not out of danger. The big fish once again aimed at the three people. Now is not the time to quarrel. Let's leave here first. Lin Hao smiled flatteringly, and then swam towards the light first. Chapter 249. When Lin Hao raised his head from the light, he saw a sun above his head, emitting high temperature and steaming the world. The mountain of the survivor base could still be seen faintly, and it was not far from the survivor base. Chu Xiaoxiao also popped his head out, but he was not as stupid as Lin Hao. After Chu Xiaoxiao popped his head out, he immediately dragged Adu to the shore. Lin Hao realized that there was a big fish behind them. Lin Hao also swam towards the shore in a hurry. Not long after, Lin Hao felt that his body seemed to be driven by the water and rushed towards the shore. Lin Hao quickly grabbed the guardrail and was not swept back into the water after a big wave. Chu Xiaoxiao, this is the level 5 big fish you mentioned. Lin Hao quickly grabbed the railing and looked back, and saw a fish head floating quietly on the water, revealing a pair of big eyes like lanterns. Chu Xiaoxiao was soaked, and her white shirt could not cover her graceful figure in the sun. Then, Lin Hao found a scene that almost made him bleed from his nose. Chu Xiaoxiao was not wearing. She has become a zombie, and it seems that there is really no need to care so much. Chu Xiaoxiao had been looking at the big fish with a serious face. She didn't think too much about it at first, but when Lin Hao's eyes never left his chest, Chu Xiaoxiao finally subconsciously looked at her chest. If you keep looking at me, I dig out your eyeballs. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't cover up anything and even turned around to say to Lin Hao. Lin Hao quickly retracted his gaze. He didn't want to really make this female devil angry. Otherwise it would definitely be disadvantageous to him. The big fish in the pond slowly approached the shore, and then Lin Hao saw its head completely exposed in front of him. Didn't you say that this mutant beast should be at the end of the stream? Why is it where we jumped? Lin Hao questioned. How did he know it would be there? Chu Xiaoxiao was also very surprised. He chose to jump from that hole in the hope of sneaking up on the big fish. But what was unexpected was that the big fish actually chose to wait for them there in advance. The big fish continued to move upwards, and its entire body was getting closer and closer to the ground. Lin Hao thought it was going to go ashore, but out of caution, Lin Hao still asked, "Are you sure this big fish is a fish?" Chu Xiaoxiao said, "It should be. I have always fought with it in the water and never saw it go ashore, no matter what the other party is." For Lin Hao, it is safest to detect it first. So Lin Hao asked Gooden to start detecting. When Gooden released the detection data, Lin Hao just wanted to say, "Screw you." Name, Bullfrog. Level 5. Title, Titan. Skill, Rap. Strength, 35. Spirit, 20. Speed, 30. Stamina, 50. Evaluation, Bullfrog with a fish tail. Bullfrog with a fish tail. Why don't you wear wings? Why don't you fly? Before Lin Hao could complain, the bullfrog had already landed with a fish-like head and tail. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was even more surprised than Lin Hao. This guy is not a fish. You silly woman. Hurry up. This is not a fish. It's a bullfrog. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao still in a daze, Lin Hao hurriedly shouted. Lin Hao wanted to run first, but Chu Xiaoxiao said, "It will be easy to deal with this guy if he comes ashore. He is not as fast as us. Let him ashore. Go quickly." You want me to go? Lin Hao asked in confusion. What else? You are faster than me. And the reason I asked you to help is because you are faster than me. Otherwise, why would I ask you? Chu Xiaoxiao said confidently. After the bullfrog walked to a certain distance and put its thick claws on the shore, it never moved again, but looked at the three people with lantern-like eyes. Lin Hao had already retreated more than 10 meters away. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao say this, he could only hold back his nausea and move forward. He really held back his nausea. This bullfrog secreted mucus. I really didn't understand why there was so much mucus in the water. Of course, this mucus was not the point. The real point was that this mucus exuded a foul odor. A very unpleasant odor. Even as a zombie, Lin Hao found this odor unbearable. When Lin Hao gradually approached the bullfrog focused its eyes on Lin Hao. As he got closer, Lin Hao realized how big this guy was. The two eyes were lanterns, which were like lanterns hanging on a truck. Lin Hao didn't see the bullfrog's full appearance and length, but he believed it would not be shorter than the truck. Lin Hao was approaching, and the bullfrog was watching him approach. Going forward was the guardrail. And Lin Hao had not forgotten that when he detected this guy just now, it was clearly written on his skill column, rap. This was not the rap of a rapper. According to Lin Hao's understanding of frogs, this skill must be related to his tongue. Therefore, when he was about to approach the guardrail, Lin Hao had already turned on the speed bonus, and then turned on his mental power imaging. Lin Hao trusted his mental power imaging more, because the eyes would see double images, which was not as useful as mental power imaging. Sure enough, when Lin Hao was close to the guardrail, the bullfrog beast's mouth moved slightly. No one saw its mouth move, but a pink tongue suddenly rushed out of its mouth and swept towards Lin Hao. When Chu Xiaoxiao saw the pink tongue, she subconsciously looked at her arm. At first, it was because the bullfrog wrapped her arm with its tongue that she reluctantly broke her arm. Otherwise she would be rolled into the bullfrog's stomach. Seeing the bullfrog use this move again, Chu Xiaoxiao felt that Lin Hao was in danger. After all, she had not avoided this move at first. Just when she sighed that she might have found a useless thing, Lin Hao moved. Even she didn't see Lin Hao's movements clearly, but Lin Hao had come to her side. Chu Xiaoxiao thought that Lin Hao could not escape, and even the bullfrog himself did not expect that Lin Hao would escape, because under his tongue, no zombie or prey could escape. So, when the bullfrog saw the scene, he felt that his self-esteem was hurt. So the bullfrog went ashore. When the bullfrog went ashore, Lin Hao seemed to feel that the end of the world had come. The claws with webbed feet, the arms as thick as telephone poles. Especially the biceps that bulged on the arms were exactly the same as human biceps. The streamlined body, and the fishtail that looked very strong. Looked like a mutant beast with powerful explosive power. But such a mutant beast still had nearly 50 physical strength. He's on the shore. How to fight? Lin Hao asked Chu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 250. Where is his weakness? Lin Hao saw Chu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, and couldn't help asking again. His weakness is his belly. Just like a crocodile, with hard scales on its back. But its belly is as fragile as a balloon. As long as you find a way to restrain him, I will wait for an opportunity to get under his belly. Then we have a certain chance. A certain chance? You still haven't figured it out yet? Lin Hao looked at Chu Xiaoxiao in surprise. I have fought this mutant beast 3 times. And each time, I was forced to flee without even touching its hair. But according to my observation, as long as someone can restrain it, I have a very high chance of killing it myself. What do you mean by very high chance? What if something happens to me while restraining it? Lin Hao couldn't help asking. It's okay. I remember you. Chu Xiaoxiao said to Lin Hao with a smile. Fuck you. I need you to remember? Lin Hao complained loudly. Are you going or not? Chu Xiaoxiao said this in a very soft voice, as if she was instructing Lin Hao. But the threat in her tone was clear. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. Go. How can I not go? I promised you. How can I not go? Lin Hao tried his best to calm down. Only in this way could he exert his greatest strength. The bullfrog beast had already climbed from the river to the shore, staring at Lin Hao with round eyes, as if conveying his anger. The bullfrog beast was really angry because Lin Hao made it lose face, even though no one around saw it. Every step the bullfrog beast took was like a huge stone pier hitting the ground, and the vibration wave was transmitted from the ground to the soles of Lin Hao's feet, and then from the soles of his feet to Lin Hao's heart, which made Lin Hao seem very uncertain. If it was a level 5 zombie, if it was another form of Lin Hao, he could still try to fight the opponent. After all, he had more skills than them, and once those skills were turned on, he could completely equalize and attribute points. But it was only the defensive zombies that couldn't do that. Even if the strength attribute reached 40, I'm afraid it might not be able to break the defense of the defensive zombies. Facing this kind of defensive zombie, it seems that we should really find the opponent's weakness first. Just as Chu Xiaoxiao said, the weakness of this bullfrog beast seems very obvious. It must be the white, defenseless belly. But the belly was only exposed when the bullfrog beast came ashore. From the time it came ashore to now, The opponent's belly has been hidden on the ground. Will Chu Shishi's plan really work? Regardless of whether it works or not, Lin Hao has already boarded Chu Shishi's pirate ship. After helping Chu Xiaoxiao to deal with these things, he will take Bai Bofan and Li Yang away and let the survivor base develop on its own. He must not let other intelligent zombies find out that this survivor base has anything to do with him, so that he will have no weaknesses. Otherwise, if you meet a zombie that you can't deal with, and the zombie points directly at your vital points as soon as he opens his mouth, how can you fight him? The bullfrog beast finally exposed its entire body on the shore. The fence of the moat did not stop the bullfrog beast. Or it could be said that the fence had no effect at all. When the bullfrog beast walked past the fence, it just walked past, not to mention stopping it. The bullfrog beast didn't even look at the fence. Quack. Since Lin Hao knew that the IQ of those mutant beasts was actually similar to that of humans, and they could also understand what humans said, Lin Hao never treated them as beasts. Every time he fought with mutant beasts, Lin Hao would always talk to them normally. But when the bullfrog beast croaked, Lin Hao couldn't help it after all. This bullfrog beast had a ferocious appearance, a strong body, and seemed to be extremely explosive. No matter who it was, they would think that this guy was a boss with extremely strong explosive power and strength. But it was such a boss. When you were ready to focus on fighting with the opponent suddenly croaked. What would you think? Anyway, Lin Hao couldn't help it and laughed shamelessly. Seeing Lin Hao laughing so happily, and laughing at himself, the bullfrog beast naturally became more angry. His mouth moved again, and his tongue had already swept out. At the moment when the tongue swept out, the bullfrog beast slapped its two front paws, and its belly was exposed for a short time of 0.1 second. As early as when the bullfrog beast rushed towards Lin Hao, Chu Xiaoxiao had already walked to the side with her Adu. He told Adu not to move. And then Chu Xiaoxiao kept looking for opportunities around him. When he saw the bullfrog's weakness, he hurriedly added his barrier to the bullfrog. The speed of the bullfrog subconsciously slowed down a lot, and the time for the weakness to be exposed reached 0.3 seconds. For a master like Chu Xiaoxiao, 0.3 seconds can already decide the outcome. But because the opportunity appeared too suddenly, Chu Xiaoxiao could not grasp this opportunity. Chu Xiaoxiao said loudly to Lin Hao, who dodged the bullfrog beast's skill again, let him stick out his tongue. As long as he sticks out his tongue, his weakness will be exposed. After Lin Hao narrowly avoided the bullfrog's tongue, he was furious when he heard Chu Xiaoxiao say this. The first and second dodges were actually good luck, so he could barely dodge them. If it happened again, Lin Hao really didn't know if he could dodge it. The speed of the bullfrog beast's tongue was really too fast. If he only used his eyes without using his mental power, Lin Hao could only see a trace of afterimage. It's easy for you to say, why don't you try how fast this bullfrog beast is? Do you know that you were able to dodge those two attacks just now because of luck? Lin Hao couldn't help but said loudly, I don't care. This is what you promised me. You promised me that you would help me to restrain him. I must get this guy's crystal core. Chu Xiaoxiao said firmly. Lin Hao sighed and just dodged the mutant beast. And then the mutant beast rushed towards him again. Lin Hao hurriedly dodged. But dodging alone is not enough. Lin Hao must find a way to make this guy open his mouth. Only when he opens his mouth can he stick out his tongue. In order to maintain stability, this guy must lean forward. As long as he leans forward, he can expose his belly. And Chu Xiaoxiao can seize the opportunity. Lin Hao and Chu Xiaoxiao, who were still in anger and hatred in the previous second, had to fight together for some reason in the next second. Lin Hao could not give her absolute trust at all. But Chu Shishiu's threat forced Lin Hao to compromise. Lin Hao looked at Chu Xiaoxiao, who had been observing from the side, and asked, if this guy's weakness is exposed, how confident are you? Lin Hao said as he backed away, because the bullfrog beast kept approaching Lin Hao. I don't know, but I'm very confident. You have to believe me, Chu Xiaoxiao said to Lin Hao in a steady voice. Chapter 251. The bullfrog beast was getting closer and closer to Lin Hao. Lin Hao calculated the distance and listened to Chu Shishia's words. I trust you. But how can I know whether you can be trusted? Forget it. Never mind. I die. This is the last time. If I can survive, I run away. Lin Hao had already made up his mind. And at this moment, he was not so nervous. On the other hand, Chu Xiaoxiao was more nervous than Lin Hao. The bait, because he had been staring at the bullfrog beast, waiting for him to expose his weakness. Finally, Lin Hao seized the opportunity, looking at the big mouth of the bullfrog beast, and actually rushed towards the bullfrog beast instead of advancing. The bullfrog beast was obviously a little stunned because of Lin Hao's suddenness. He even rushed past the best attack distance of the bullfrog beast's tongue. The bullfrog beast was stunned and subconsciously stretched out its tongue because the tongue was stretched out too late. Lin Hao saw it clearly, and he saw that the bullfrog slightly raised its front 2 feet. At the moment when the bullfrog slightly raised its front 2 feet, Lin Hao didn't think about it and rolled directly to the lazy donkey next to him, rolled to the side, and then looked at Chu Xiaoxiao. This was an opportunity Lin Hao created for her at the risk of his life. If Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't grasp it, she would have no chance, because after that, Lin Hao would run away. At worst, she could go back to the survivor's base and gather everyone to fight this cruel woman. Fortunately, Chu Xiaoxiao was not as weak as Lin Hao thought. She succeeded and seized the opportunity. When the bullfrog stuck out its tongue, Lin Hao's figure had disappeared in front of it. For a moment, it felt something was wrong. But for some things, when you feel something is wrong, it is actually too late. Before the bullfrog beast knew, Chu Xiaoxiao had already crawled under his belly from the side. The bullfrog beast's defense was high, especially high, and Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't break its defense. But after grasping the weakness of the bullfrog beast, he felt that the bullfrog beast's defense was just SOSO, and the third-level zombie next to Chu Xiaoxiao could easily deal with him. Chu Xiaoxiao thought so, when her slender hand stabbed into the bullfrog beast's belly like a long sword. Chu Xiaoxiao was surprised to find that her whole arm went in. When Chu Xiaoxiao's arm went in, the bullfrog stopped moving, suddenly lying still, staring blankly at the surroundings. Seeing the bullfrog like this, Lin Hao thought that this guy was going to use a big move again, and hurriedly hid to the side. Lin Hao guessed right. The bullfrog was really going to use a big move. An arm was inserted into its stomach. How could he not feel a bit? Lin Hao knew whether mutant zombies felt pain, because Lin Hao was a mutant zombie. But did mutant beasts feel pain? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Gooden said, because there are many kinds of animals. Some of them have the complete function of the T-virus, and some can only neutralize part of it. For example, the guy in front of him is a combination of a bullfrog and a fish. He must not have completely inherited the T-virus, and he may have retained the pain system. As soon as Gooden finished speaking, the huge bullfrog beast in front of him suddenly screamed. But the sound was not a quack, but a sound like a dragon's roar. It raised its head, screamed loudly at the sky, and then jumped up. It turns out that bullfrogs can not only walk, but also jump. When the bullfrog jumped up completely, Chu Xiaoxiao was completely exposed under its belly. Chu Xiaoxiao only saw the bullfrog point at its limbs at her, and then jump down from a high altitude. The bullfrog's belly may really have no defense, but its limbs are absolutely hard and powerful. Mutant beasts of the same level are stronger than mutant zombies. Not to mention defensive mutant beasts. Of course, this is only talking about ordinary mutant beasts and mutant zombies. After all, there is no shortage of people or zombies with powerful talents in this world, such as Lin Hao. No matter whether it is a zombie or a mutant beast of the same level, it can never be his opponent. But now is obviously not the time for Lin Hao to think about this matter. Looking at the bullfrog beast falling from the sky, Lin Hao shouted loudly, "Run! Are you going to die if you stand there like an idiot?" Lin Hao obviously underestimated Chu Xiaoxiao, because Chu Xiaoxiao is also a defensive zombie. Even if she is really crushed by the bullfrog beast, she will not be in any trouble. In fact, this is an opportunity for Chu Xiaoxiao. When the bullfrog beast jumped up, his weakness was completely exposed, and this weakness was facing Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao calculated the position accurately, and raised her 2 arms upwards, as if the tips of 2 knives were facing the knife above. Although the whole body of the zombie can be used as a weapon, it is definitely much worse than a real weapon. Without thinking, Lin Hao quickly threw the alloy knife in his hand to Chu Xiaoxiao. "Use this. It's better than using your hands." Chu Xiaoxiao subconsciously took the alloy knife in his hand, and then pointed the knife in his hand at the bullfrog beast that was about to fall. But his eyes looked at Lin Hao. Why? At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was a little confused. Why did Lin Hao give her a knife? No one gave her an answer, and she didn't have time to pursue the answer, because at this time, the bullfrog beast had already hit Chu Xiaoxiao fiercely. Looking at Chu Xiaoxiao being pressed under the body of the bullfrog beast and disappearing, Lin Hao couldn't help but cover his eyes. Quack! The bullfrog beast called again. And this time, the sound returned to normal. At this moment, Lin Hao began to think about some things. How is Chu Xiaoxiao now? With Chu Xixu's attributes, it is unlikely that he died. Of course, it is not impossible. If Chu Xiaoxiao really died, the bullfrog beast's target would become Lin Hao. Or in other words, Lin Hao might be able to fight with the bullfrog beast. But how to deal with this bullfrog beast? Although Chu Xixu's plan is a bit risky, it is indeed a good plan. Looking at the bullfrog beast's body and the strange fish tail, there is no place that is not hard. In this case, it seems that there is really no place to deal with except the opponent's stomach. Quack! The bullfrog beast remained in the same place without moving. Lin Hao turned his head to look at the third-level zombie Adu, and his mind began to become active. Perhaps, besides himself, there was still someone who could attract the bullfrog beast. As long as he could attract the bullfrog beast again, with his speed and strength, he might really be able to deal with the bullfrog beast. Just when Lin Hao was daydreaming, he didn't notice that the bullfrog beast had been standing there without moving. A few minutes later, Lin Hao discovered the movement of the bullfrog beast. But the bullfrog beast's vitality did not weaken at all. So Lin Hao did not dare to move forward. A few minutes later, the bullfrog beast sneezed, and then Chu Xiaoxiao was sprayed out of his nose. When Chu Xiaoxiao stood up, he was still covered with disgusting mucus. Chapter 252. As luck would have it, the bullfrog sneezed and sprayed Chu Xiaoxiao to Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao could only watch Chu Xiaoxiao flying towards him, and wondered whether he should catch her. If he caught her, Chu Xixia's mucus would shine brightly in the sun, which was really disgusting. Lin Hao really didn't have the courage to touch her. If he didn't catch her, what would happen if Chu Xiaoxiao got angry? So, Lin Hao thought of a very good idea. Du happened to be next to him. Without thinking, Lin Hao pulled this guy to his side and asked him to hold Chu Xiaoxiao. In fact, Lin Hao didn't need to bother at all. When Du saw Chu Xiaoxiao flying towards him, he didn't show any sign of dodging, but subconsciously stretched out his arms. How powerful is the sneeze of the bullfrog beast? When Chu Xiaoxiao rushed to Du was directly hit by the impact force and crashed into Lin Hao behind him. Lin Hao also subconsciously hugged Du, hoping to remove the force. Then when Lin Hao came into contact with the force, before he could react, he was knocked away by Du. The three of them fell down on the grass behind them in a huddle. After a long time, Chu Xiaoxiao stood up from Du's arms. And then Du stood up. Lin Hao simply lay on the ground like a dead man, motionless, and mocked Chu Xiaoxiao. Is this the weakness you found? Chu Xiaoxiao glanced at Lin Hao, not caring about Lin Hao's perverted gaze at all, and said seriously, "Come again. I just entered the guy's body. If I hadn't accidentally drilled into his nose, he wouldn't have sneezed me out. The route is wrong. I should have taken another way, so that I could enter his brain. Come on. Come again." Lin Hao suddenly stood up quickly. Chu Xiaoxiao thought that Lin Hao was going to take action, and was a little confused. This guy was obviously reluctant to help him. So why was he so excited when he said he would do it again? But when Lin Hao ran to the side without thinking, Chu Xiaoxiao finally felt a hurricane coming from the sky. The wind pressure made him unable to move. He could only barely raise his head and look up. It turned out that the bullfrog beast jumped up again, and then jumped towards the three people with a clear goal. Chu Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. It was like a pillow was sent to him when he was sleepy. If he could drill into the body of the bullfrog beast again this time, the crystal core would definitely be easily captured. But Chu Xiaoxiao was not happy for long, because he soon discovered something very scary. Du was still standing beside him. Chu Xiaoxiao was now pressed down by the hurricane of the bullfrog beast, and could not move violently, while Du stupidly raised his head and looked at the bullfrog beast falling from the sky above, and did not know how to avoid it. Du was facing the bullfrog beast's hoof. If he was stepped on, he would be a pool of meat paste in the next second. Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly tried to push Du away with all her strength, shouting, "Du, hurry up. Don't stay here." However, Du remained indifferent. For him, as long as he was by Chu Xixu's side, he was not afraid even in dangerous places. He was really not afraid. And he didn't even blink. Seeing Du's expression, Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly regretted why she brought Du with her this time. It was obvious that Du was not helpful at all. So why did she let Du come? For Chu Xiaoxiao, The only motivation for her to become stronger was Adu in front of her. If Adu was really stepped on by this dead toad, what was the point of her becoming stronger? Go! Adu! Chu Xiaoxiao shouted loudly. Adu finally heard Chu Xixia's cry. For Adu, he could hear nothing, but he could not hear Chu Xixia's voice. So, he stepped forward and threw Chu Xiaoxiao to the ground, wanting to use his body to protect Chu Xiaoxiao from the toad above. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned. As if time was flowing backwards again, Adu threw himself on him and protected himself in a small corner. This feeling was so familiar. Seeing the toad getting closer and closer, Chu Xiaoxiao felt a little desperate and began to regret why he brought Adu here. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoxiao felt that his feet were caught by someone. He saw the big feet of the toad above him. But he and Adu were getting farther and farther away from the big feet. It was not until he heard a deafening bombing sound that Chu Xiaoxiao came back to his senses. He turned his head and saw that the toad was not far away, but he was getting farther and farther away from the toad. Lin Hao grabbed Chu Xixia's feet and ran for hundreds of meters. He stopped only after he was sure that the bullfrog finally stopped and did not chase him. Adu was still on Chu Xiaoxiao, and he seemed to have no reaction. Chu Xiaoxiao did not get up, and did not even push Adu away. Lin Hao looked at the two of them, and could not help but say, "Slut." Until this time, Chu Xiaoxiao reacted from some memories, and hurriedly pushed Adu away. A pair of vicious eyes immediately scanned Lin Hao. "Who are you calling a slut?" Lin Hao looked at Chu Xiaoxiao, who was confident and self-righteous, and looked, and looked again, until Chu Xiaoxiao turned her upper body away, and finally said, "No. I mean, where is the toad? Whose father must have mated with someone to give birth to such a thing? Don't you think so?" Chu Xiaoxiao ignored Lin Hao, and looked at the bullfrog beast not far away. With a sneer on her lips, she said, "We have already found his weakness, and we are also confident that we can deal with him. What I need is your absolute cooperation." "Oh my God! You're still thinking about cooperating? That big toad is no match for you no matter how hard you fight. Who do you expect to cooperate with you? I'm telling you, I just saved your lives. Since you have memories of your pre-human life, don't be a zombie that repays kindness with enmity. That's it. Let's say goodbye." Lin Hao made it clear that he was unwilling to get involved in such a dangerous matter. Otherwise, how could he be the zombie king in the future? "Stop right there." Chu Xiaoxiao shouted loudly to Lin Hao, who was about to leave. "Don't force me, or I don't know what I can do. Anyway, I was never normal when I was a human. Now I am a zombie. And the strongest zombie. Why do you ask me to be like a human?" Chu Xiaoxiao sneered. "Why are you like this?" Lin Hao stared at Chu Xixiao's back before he finished speaking. Chu Xiaoxiao saw that Lin Hao's expression was different, so she looked back. And then she saw a picture that made him despair. Adu, who had just stood up, did not react again. Anyway, this guy never reacted. He was always one channel slower than others. Perhaps because of this, the bullfrog beast set its target on him. What Lin Hao didn't expect was that the bullfrog beast, with such a large body, not only walked as fast as the wind, but also without any sound. When the bullfrog beast felt that the distance was enough, the tongue in its mouth immediately spit out and aimed at Adu. When Lin Hao and Chu Xiaoxiao found out, Adu was already hanging on the mouth of the bullfrog beast. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed Adu without hesitation. Chapter 253. Xiaoxiao, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Adu opened his school bag, took out a lollipop, and said to Chu Xiaoxiao intimately. Chu Xiaoxiao stopped and said to him with a gloomy face, "I'm saying this. I'm not angry this time. Really? Let's break up." Then he waved his hand and threw the lollipop onto the road next to him. A car that seemed to be out of control immediately ran over mercilessly and crushed the lollipop into pieces. "Why? Can you tell me why?" "Just because I went to play basketball yesterday and didn't look for you. You want to break up with me?" Adu grabbed Chu Xixi's shoulder anxiously and asked. Chu Xiaoxiao said coldly, "Adu, I seem to have told you before that we can have a relationship, but it can't affect our grades. What happened? What did you do?" Adu said innocently, "No, I didn't affect your grades. You are still the first in the whole grade. How did it affect your grades?" Looking at Adu's innocent expression, Chu Xiaoxiao became even more angry. "I want to beat you to death. You bastard. There is nothing wrong with my grades. What about you? You dropped from the top 200 to the top 500 in the whole grade. What do you want? Didn't we agree to get into a first-class university in the province? How can we get into the same university with your grades? In that case, I think we should just break up. Then, Chu Xiaoxiao walked towards the school first. Adu didn't refute, didn't feel sad, and didn't chase Chu Xiaoxiao to apologize. He just followed Chu Xiaoxiao silently, with a smile on his face. As early as the last month's monthly exam, Chu Xiaoxiao told him this. And the main purpose was to hope that Adu could improve his grades and get into a first-class university in the province. The first-tier university in the province is a famous university, and because of geographical reasons, it is very tolerant of students from the province. It is not easy for people from other provinces to get in, and as long as the scores of the province are up to the standard, they can basically get in. But Chu Xiaoxiao is very anxious, because since the two of them have been together, Adu, who used to study well, has been getting worse and worse. In the past, according to his grades, it should be no problem to get into the first-tier university in the province. But now, it is difficult for him to get into the second-tier university in the province. Breaking up is the only way Chu Xiaoxiao can think of. The way to force Adu to study. But it didn't work. She used this method the month before last. As a result, the next day, when Adu saw Chu Xiaoxiao casually and intimately talk to her, she couldn't help but reply. And then the two of them returned to normal. But this time Chu Xiaoxiao really made up her mind. She decided to ignore Adu for at least 2 days, making him really anxious. Only in this way could he focus on studying. Adu put his school bag on his shoulders in a rude manner, and followed the angry Chu Xiaoxiao with a relaxed pace. While Chu Xiaoxiao carried her school bag properly, holding the shoulder straps of the school bag with both hands, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Adu was thinking whether he should go up and admit his fault, and then say that he would study hard in the future. Chu Xiaoxiao also said that she would help Adu with his studies. But unfortunately Adu's boredom with studying had really reached a certain level, and he had a headache just looking at the books. This made Chu Xiaoxiao very helpless. And finally she could only come up with this method to force Adu. It seems that this method does not work for Adu. But in fact, Adu has already started to work hard secretly, because some of Chu Xiaoxiao's words are not unreasonable. Since they will not be together in college in the future, what if they accidentally meet someone who is more suitable for them? In order to avoid feeling guilty in the future, it is better to break up now. Clean and tidy. Whenever he thought of Chu Xiaoxiao's words, Adu couldn't help but feel a little scared. But when he saw Chu Xiaoxiao using this trick against him again, he felt very funny again. So Adu laughed out loud. Chu Xiaoxiao was not far away from her. When Adu laughed out loud, Chu Xiaoxiao naturally heard it. She turned around. Her face was still a little dark. Seeing Adu's dead pig not afraid of boiling water, she couldn't help rolling her eyes, and continued to walk her own way. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao felt a weight on her back, and a familiar male breath entered her nose. Judging from the smell, this faint smell of low-quality tobacco was definitely Adu. But why did Adu suddenly pounce on her? And this force would obviously knock her down. Before Chu Xiaoxiao could figure out what was going on, she and Adu had already had a heavy and intimate contact with the ground. Chu Xiaoxiao was a little difficult to breathe after being thrown, especially when Adu was pressing on her. After a long while, she was finally able to breathe. Chu Xiaoxiao shouted angrily, "Adu, do you want to die?" Turning around to look at Adu, she saw Adu's panicked face. Adu was always relaxed and automatic when he was with her, and he never panicked. "What's wrong?" Chu Xiaoxiao's tone gradually became softer. Adu stood up and pulled Chu Xiaoxiao up. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao realized that a large truck was parked where she was just now. This large truck was now inserted into the wall in front of it. Judging from the blood on the glass, the driver in the car should be dead. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao finally understood why Adu suddenly rushed towards her. If it weren't for Adu, Chu Xiaoxiao would not be able to stand up now. Chu Xiaoxiao said terrified, "What happened? There are fences and red lights on the roadside. How did this guy hit me? It's unscientific? You're talking about science with people who have had a car accident. It's almost certain that he was drunk driving. Don't go over and look. It's disgusting." Adu hurriedly pulled the curious Chu Xiaoxiao over and protected her behind him, then took out his cell phone and started calling the emergency and police numbers. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at such a gentle Adu and couldn't help but sigh. She felt that she might not be able to leave this man in her lifetime. Chu Xiaoxiao was thinking, can she really insist on ignoring him? Strange, What's going on? Adu looked at his mobile phone and asked suspiciously. What's wrong? Chu Xiaoxiao asked. I can understand that the emergency line is busy. But how could the police line be busy? I'm trying the fire department line. Adu tried the fire department line again. But the strange thing was that the fire department line was also busy. What happened today? 2012 is coming. Adu touched his head anxiously, looking at the miserable truck in front of him. It seemed a bit bad to leave like this. But the phone couldn't be reached. What should he do? 10 minutes later. Adu knew what to do. 10 minutes later. All the cars running on the street were in chaos. Not only the cars, but also the people. Adu and Chu Xiaoxiao watched a classmate passing by stretching out his hand to ask for help. But they didn't dare to step forward. Because the classmate was riding on the back of a white-haired grandmother. And the grandmother bit the classmate's neck crazily at this moment. And a large pool of blood spurted out. It seemed that he was dead. Chapter 254. Ugh. When Chu Xiaoxiao saw the scene, she couldn't help but vomit. Fuck. What the hell is going on? Similarly, Adu was also confused. But when he saw that the old woman immediately turned her eyes to the two of them after biting off her classmate's throat, Adu was a little scared. The old woman's eyes were very indifferent. As if she was not looking at two people, but two chickens to be slaughtered. Chu Xiaoxiao subconsciously held Adu's hand. And Adu naturally felt the cold temperature of Chu Xiaoxiao's hand. Obviously, Chu Xiaoxiao was very scared. Not just ordinary scared. When Adu saw the old woman gaze, he immediately pulled Chu Xiaoxiao and ran without thinking. As they ran, they saw that the old woman did not catch up. But they could not help but stop and look at the surrounding environment. Some people were running. Some were chasing. No one cared about anyone. It was a mess. The whole street was in chaos. But what they didn't know was that in the next minute, the whole world was in chaos. Chu Xiaoxiao was scared and only relied on Adu. Adu smiled at Chu Xiaoxiao reluctantly and said, "Don't worry. We will be fine." Adu also said to himself silently in his heart, "It will be fine." Some people finally set their sights on the two students. They ran towards them frantically. Adu pulled Chu Xiaoxiao and ran. However, Chu Xiaoxiao was caught by the zombie behind her because of her slow speed. Adu didn't think about it. Grabbed the school bag in his hand and smashed it hard at the zombie that caught Chu Xiaoxiao. But the zombie was too powerful. No matter how hard Chu Xiaoxiao tried, she couldn't get rid of it. Adu desperately hit the man's head with his school bag. Once, twice, and finally understood something. Adu didn't think twice. Dropped his school bag, grabbed the brick on the ground, and hit the man's head again. The man had been struggling with Chu Xiaoxiao. And this time, he was finally attracted by Adu's brick. And he looked at Adu, finding that the zombie was distracted. Adu subconsciously kicked the zombie's stomach and finally kicked the zombie to the ground. The zombie no longer grabbed Chu Xiaoxiao, but scratches had already appeared on Chu Xiaoxiao's arm, and the wound was very deep. After kicking the zombies, Lin Hao pulled Chu Xiaoxiao and ran, choosing to run in places with few people. Finally, in a clean alley with no one around, the two hugged each other. Those things are zombies? As a girl, besides studying, she rarely uses the internet, watches movies, let alone plays games. So she has a very vague concept of zombies. But Adu is different. He is proficient in all these things. So he passed the concept of zombies to Chu Xiaoxiao. So, tell me, am I going to become a zombie? Chu Xiaoxiao was a little scared, and cried out a grievance. Adu hurriedly hugged Chu Xiaoxiao and comforted her. Don't worry. It won't happen. It won't happen. However, what is coming will come eventually. And it won't happen just because Adu said it won't happen. Chu Xiaoxiao's face became darker and darker. Her youthful and beautiful face now looked like a terminally ill patient. Chu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes weakly and said to Adu, "Adu, please go. I may really become a zombie." Little fool. I lied to you. No one can turn into a zombie. You are just infected with bacteria. I will find you some medicine. Don't worry. It will be fine. Adu comforted her softly, still sticking with her. Suddenly, a person also broke into the alley. Adu looked at this person with some vigilance. And then, vigilance immediately turned into panic. Without thinking, Adu pulled Chu Xiaoxiao to the corner, and then put Chu Xiaoxiao in the triangular space formed by the corner and himself. When that person rushed in, he also brought in a dozen zombies. A dozen crazy zombies rushed towards that person frantically. And then, they saw Adu. Adu, don't do this. I will become a zombie soon. You should leave quickly. It's not worth it. Chu Xiaoxiao pushed Adu, trying to push Adu away. Adu's body was much stronger than Chu Xiaoxiao's. And the weak Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't move Adu at all. Not only Chu Xiaoxiao, but also the zombies were the same. They bit Adu, but did not let Adu move a step. He quietly looked at Chu Xiaoxiao in the corner, smiling so gently. There is nothing worth it in this world. Only love or not. If you love, the dust in your eyes is more dazzling than diamonds. Adu? Chu Xiaoxiao touched Adu's face and whispered affectionately. Adu's back was bitten by the zombies, revealing the ribs and internal organs. Some zombies wanted to stand up and bite Adu's neck, but because of Adu's height, he never succeeded. Adu's stomach began to hurt because the zombies started to dig out Adu's internal organs from his back. Adu was about to die. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao was not far from turning into a zombie. Adu was still smiling, and his smile was so warm. He whispered to Chu Xiaoxiao, even if I turn into a zombie, I will stay by your side. He didn't know if Chu Xiaoxiao heard it or not, but he heard it himself. After saying this, Adu finally fainted on the ground. Adu and Chu Xiaoxiao began to turn into zombies at the same time, and the zombies also lost interest in the two corpses that were about to become the same kind. They began to walk around to find other better prey. When Chu Xiaoxiao woke up, it was dark all around. She took a long time to react. It turned out that it was dark. It's dark now. Chu Xiaoxiao wanted to speak, but found that her mouth seemed to be blocked by something, and she couldn't speak. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao realized that everything around her had changed. It seemed that it was darker. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at her nails, which had become much sharper. She licked her teeth with her tongue, and her teeth were actually much sharper. Chu Xiaoxiao said sarcastically, "Is this a zombie?" Suddenly, Chu Xiaoxiao realized a problem. Adu once said that zombies have no consciousness. In their minds, there is only food, and no other consciousness. But why can he think? Before Chu Xiaoxiao figured out anything, the movement next to him startled him. A familiar figure stood in front of him, looking forward meticulously, as if guarding something for someone. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the figure, and tears came out unconsciously. Adu didn't seem to say that zombies can shed tears. Chu Xiaoxiao stood up without saying a word, then walked forward and gently hugged the figure, not caring at all that the figure's back had been torn open by other zombies, and even the belly was a little broken, and the front could be seen directly from the back. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't care about anything. As long as he was still there, everything was fine. Chapter 255. When Chu Xiaoxiao found that she still had human consciousness, she suddenly had the idea to try whether Adu was the same as herself. However, the result of the experiment was cruel. But Chu Xiaoxiao did not give up. When she became a level 2 zombie by luck, she began to try those mutant zombies, and then mutant beasts. Chu Xiaoxiao, who was protected by Adu, finally grew up. She began to protect herself, and then protected Adu. Adu was just an ordinary zombie, but Chu Xiaoxiao never gave up on him, and always kept Adu by her side. When Chu Xiaoxiao was at level 3, she found a way to make Adu a level 2 mutant zombie. In fact, according to Adu's qualifications, becoming a level 2 zombie was already the peak, because his talent and qualifications were not enough. But Chu Xiaoxiao didn't believe it. She must make Adu a powerful mutant zombie like herself, and she has always done so. So when the level 5 zombie bullied Adu, Chu Xiaoxiao was able to fight for her blue face, and defeated the level 5 mutant zombie with her own advantages, thus making herself the queen of this bee city. The longer Chu Xiaoxiao became a zombie, the more she understood what the real doomsday was. She needed to become stronger, infinitely stronger. Only in this way could she protect herself and Adu. For Chu Xiaoxiao, protecting Adu had become an important belief that she could not live without. But when that belief was swallowed by such a huge, ugly and powerful toad in front of her, what kind of feeling was that? Lin Hao didn't know. He had never experienced it. But Chu Xiaoxiao knew that it was a feeling of collapse. A feeling like the sky was falling. Chu Shishu's eyes suddenly became sharp. She concentrated all the virus energy in her body on her skills, and then rushed towards the bullfrog beast frantically. Lin Hao looked at Chu Xiaoxiao, who was desperate for her life, and he finally knew what position the 3rd level mutant zombie held in Chu Shishu's mind. It might be very important. But Lin Hao didn't expect it to be so important. So important that he risked his life. Lin Hao also cared about someone. What would he do if the one who was swallowed was Jean Bebe or Shuer? Lin Hao didn't know. He might turn around and run away in fear. Or he might rush forward like Chu Xiaoxiao and fight with the bullfrog. Chu Xiaoxiao might have been really blinded by anger. When the skill of barrier was added to her, her defense increased several times. The bullfrog saw that his old rival actually rushed towards him personally. And he was in a rare mood. For defensive zombies, the least feared thing is close combat. But when two defensive zombies of the same level fight close together, the result can only depend on luck. But the bullfrog beast is different. He is a mutant beast and a defensive zombie. His strength is much stronger than Chu Xiaoxiao. So Chu Xiaoxiao has no advantage in this battle. However, Chu Xiaoxiao still rushed up. Without complaint or fear, she waved her fist and punched the bullfrog beast in front of her, which was not much different from a truck. In fact, nothing happened. Chu Xiaoxiao could only watch the bullfrog beast raise its claws, then step on her without any care, and then stomp her once, stomp twice. But Chu Xiaoxiao had no ability to fight back. Finally, when the bullfrog beast raised its foot for the third time, Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly rolled to the side, and finally rolled out of his trampling range. Then, Chu Xiaoxiao waved her fist helplessly again, and hit the bullfrog beast helplessly. Chu Xiaoxiao's strength was very strong. If a level 5 zombie of the same level stood in front of her, the other party would definitely not dare to withstand Chu Xiaoxiao's fist. But the one in front of her was not an ordinary mutant zombie, but a mutant beast with a huge body and extremely high defense. The bullfrog beast extended its tongue again, and the tongue went straight towards Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao had no ability to dodge this attack. She thought that the bullfrog beast would roll her into his stomach. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to have seen through something. Just like what Ah Du did at the beginning. Since you have entered this guy's stomach, I will accompany you. Unfortunately, this time, Chu Xiaoxiao was wrong. The bullfrog had no intention of rolling her into its stomach. Maybe it had just eaten one, and now its stomach was full, so it couldn't eat Chu Xiaoxiao. Or maybe it simply didn't want to eat Chu Xiaoxiao. His tongue was like a pile driver, and it was spit out from his mouth in an instant, hitting Chu Xiaoxiao heavily. Chu Xiaoxiao flew out quickly like a cannonball. When Chu Xiaoxiao fell heavily to the ground, she suddenly couldn't help crying. Since becoming a zombie, except for the first day, Chu Xiaoxiao has never shed tears, because crying has no effect on his situation. But now, I don't know if it's because of the feeling of sadness. Chu Xiaoxiao can't help it. She wanted to reach out and wipe the tears from her eyes. And suddenly, her arm touched a white metal object next to her. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the metal object with some surprise. It was a knife, and it looked very sharp. She remembered that this knife belonged to Lin Hao, and he had just used it on her. But when she was sprayed out, she didn't know where the knife went. It turned out that it was sprayed here. Chu Xiaoxiao reached out and grasped the knife, not caring about the mucus on the knife at all, and just held it tightly. When Chu Xiaoxiao held the knife for the first time, a sense of stability and solidity came into his heart from the handle of the knife, just like the feeling Lin Hao had every time he held the knife. Thinking of Lin Hao, Chu Xiaoxiao stood up and looked around, only to find that Lin Hao had disappeared. Chu Xiaoxiao sighed. Let him run away. Lin Hao was a forced laborer, and that man seemed to be the first person with human memory she had seen. Chu Xiaoxiao still had many questions to ask Lin Hao, and she was afraid that she would not have the chance in the future. Chu Xiaoxiao stood up and looked at the huge bullfrog beast in front of her. For her, the battle with the bullfrog beast was no longer a matter of life and death. All she wanted to do was to be with Edu. Chu Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on the knife in her hand, and she felt more and more secure and confident, as if she felt that she could really fight the mutant beast in front of her. The bullfrog beast didn't know why it stood there without moving, but Chu Xiaoxiao moved. She ran over quickly and raised the knife in her hand. She swore that even if she died, she would leave a wound on this guy. But what was strange was that when Chu Xiaoxiao ran to the side of the toad was still motionless. At this moment, the toad's mouth moved. Chu Xiaoxiao jumped to the side when she saw the toad's mouth moving. But the toad's mouth opened wider and wider, and then a zombie that was completely dissolved by stomach acid was spit out from the toad's mouth. Chapter 256. How familiar is Chu Xiaoxiao with Edu? Even if the person in front of him was dissolved by the stomach acid and only bones were left, he could still recognize that this person was Edu. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't care about the danger of the big toad at all, and immediately threw away the knife, then helped Adu up and ran away, not caring about the stomach acid on Adu's body that was enough to corrode steel. Run away now. Don't want the crystal core? Suddenly, a voice appeared next to Chu Xiaoxiao's ear again. Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to be very surprised. He remembered that the owner of this voice seemed to have escaped a long time ago, and he shouldn't be on the field. Chu Xiaoxiao looked back out of curiosity, and then saw a shocking scene. At this moment, the bullfrog beast was motionless, except for its mouth. Between the mouth opening and closing, another person came out of the bullfrog beast's mouth, and that person was Lin Hao. Chu Xiaoxiao was a level 5 zombie after all, the same level as the bullfrog beast, and the two of them were barely evenly matched in a fight. At least the bullfrog beast's attention would be on Chu Xiaoxiao, because Chu Xiaoxiao alone was already very feared. Sure enough, during this period, Lin Hao found an opportunity. Since the bullfrog beast had no time to care about the surrounding things, why not let Lin Hao sneak into his belly? Lin Hao's speed was actually much faster than Chu Xiaoxiao's, but Chu Xiaoxiao didn't trust Lin Hao's fighting ability. Another thing was that if Lin Hao really took the level 5 crystal core, what would Chu Xiaoxiao do if Lin Hao ate it himself? Especially since Lin Hao didn't have too many crystal cores accumulated. It would not be possible for him to reach level 5 after eating a level 5 crystal core. Even if Chu Xiaoxiao killed him, she couldn't get the level 5 crystal core back. Combining the above, this is why Chu Xiaoxiao didn't let Lin Hao do it. But things started to change from the moment Adu was swallowed by the bullfrog beast. Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to know that he might not be the opponent of the bullfrog beast, and with hatred and eagerness for revenge, he launched a desperate offensive against the bullfrog beast. The bullfrog beast naturally also knew Chu Xiaoxiao's fighting ability. The two were old comrades and had fought more than once. In the battle with Chu Xiaoxiao, the bullfrog had to concentrate and thus ignored other things around him, such as the level 4 zombie that drilled into his stomach from below at 0.01 seconds. When Lin Hao entered the bullfrog beast's stomach, he was confused at first, but fortunately, it didn't take long for someone to guide Lin Hao in the direction. That person was Adu, who had been struggling in the bullfrog beast's stomach. Since the bullfrog beast dared to swallow people directly into its stomach, it naturally had something to rely on, and its reliance was its stomach acid, which was more than 10 times more acidic than aqua regia sulfuric acid. From Adu being swallowed to Lin Hao entering, it was only a dozen seconds. Then Lin Hao took a few more seconds to tear open the bullfrog beast's stomach and let the stomach acid flow out. After entering, he found Adu, but found that Adu had been corroded beyond recognition. Fortunately, although it was severely corroded, it did not hurt the vital parts. With the recovery ability of zombies, it will be restored to its original state in a few days. To be on the safe side, Lin Hao pulled Adu up from the esophagus of the bullfrog beast. After all, the wound in the stomach is only a matter of minutes for a mutant beast to recover. By then, the stomach acid will accumulate and Lin Hao himself will not be able to walk away. In this way, Lin Hao wants to thank the body structure of the bullfrog beast and thank the bullfrog beast for walking on 4 legs instead of 2 legs. If its body structure is the same as that of a human, and its esophagus is straight up and down, Lin Hao might not be able to climb up with a zombie. When Lin Hao pulled Adu to the mouth of the bullfrog had already sensed their presence and tried every means to get them out of its body or swallow them. But Lin Hao tightly grasped everything he could grab nearby, and the bullfrog also had to be wary of Chu Xiaoxiao, who was fighting with him below. Whenever Lin Hao found an opportunity, he would drill upwards until he saw a fork in the road. One road was very obvious, with the root of the tongue, which obviously led to the mouth. If the two entered the bullfrog's mouth, they would be in trouble with the bullfrog's tongue. So Lin Hao chose another way. But what Lin Hao never expected was that the bullfrog's body was so hard on the outside, but the inside was as fragile as paper. According to Lin Hao's estimation, a hidden hole was dug at a position almost leading to the brain. Following this hole, Lin Hao finally entered the brain of the bullfrog. During this process, Lin Hao kept holding Adu and never let go. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Hao had compassion and wanted to save him, but when he left the body of the bullfrog beast, he saw the furious woman. If he was alone, even if he had the crystal core in his hand, he would be in great danger. But when he had the source of her anger in his hand, it would be different. So Adu was very useful, and he would not just throw this treasure away somewhere else. After entering the brain of the bullfrog beast, The next thing could be imagined with his buttocks. Of course, it was to wantonly destroy the brain nerves of the bullfrog beast. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao outside just grabbed Lin Hao's knife and was ready to rush over. It only took a moment to destroy the brain nerves. And it also took a moment for the bullfrog beast to lose its breath. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao rushed over, holding a knife in her hand and wanted to fight the bullfrog beast. But the bullfrog beast didn't even look at her. Next, things became even simpler. While Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned, Lin Hao found the level 5 crystal core in the bullfrog beast's head. When Lin Hao got the crystal core, he was immediately confused by the smell of the crystal core. Not only Lin Hao, but even Adu, who couldn't move his mouth at the side, shrugged his nose. Fortunately, Lin Hao calmed down at the last moment. If he really ate the level 5 crystal core here, he would be in trouble if Chu Xiaoxiao found out. When Chu Xiaoxiao was almost stunned, Lin Hao finally grabbed Adu and crawled into the bullfrog's mouth. He first opened the bullfrog's mouth, then threw Adu down, and finally opened the bullfrog's mouth again and threw himself down. After Lin Hao threw himself down, he saw a heartbreaking scene. Chu Xiaoxiao ran away with her little man. But she didn't care about the benefactor who saved her little man. "You're running away now. Don't you really want it?" Lin Hao said to Chu Xiaoxiao, holding the level 5 crystal core. When Chu Xiaoxiao saw that Lin Hao was holding the level 5 crystal core in his hand, and there were signs of gastric acid corrosion on his body, she didn't know what happened. So she might as well die. Chapter 257. You saved him? Chu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a long time before stepping forward and speaking cautiously. Lin Hao threw the level 5 crystal core in his hand to Chu Xiaoxiao without thinking and said, "Otherwise, you think we were all vomited out by the toad." After coming down from the toad's mouth, Lin Hao looked at the toad's huge body and couldn't help but step forward and kick it. And then the toad's body collapsed. It was this guy who made him look so ugly. And now he finally stopped moving. When Chu Xiaoxiao heard that it was Lin Hao who solved the big toad in front of him. If this only shocked Chu Xiaoxiao, then Lin Hao threw the level 5 crystal core to him without thinking. Which also shocked Chu Xiaoxiao. He is a zombie. He knows how attractive a crystal core is to a zombie. It's like a drug addict has a lot of drugs in front of him. But this drug addict handed these drugs to the police and another drug addict. "You can eat this crystal core yourself. In fact, I may not find it. Because at that time we may be discussing how to escape," Chu Xiaoxiao said. Lin Hao turned around and looked at Chu Xiaoxiao seriously. "Do you think I am that kind of person? Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Why didn't I think of it? Fuck." This is what Lin Hao really thought in his heart. Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't understand Lin Hao. A zombie who has survived the doomsday with human nature actually has no thoughts of his own? Chu Xiaoxiao didn't believe it anyway. But now the facts are in front of her. Lin Hao did not swallow the 5th level crystal core by himself. Not only that, Lin Hao also solved her biggest worry. He really dominated the entire B city. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Hao silently, and suddenly said, "Can I trust you?" Of course. If someone as honest as me cannot be trusted, then there is no one you can trust in this world, Lin Hao said with a wry smile. And then his eyes were fixed on Chu Xiaoxiao's chest and the crystal core in Chu Xiaoxiao's hand. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Hao again, as if thinking about something in her heart, and finally gritted her teeth, as if she had made a decision, and actually swallowed the crystal core in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't think so much. If it was him, he would swallow a level 5 crystal core. But Chu Xiaoxiao was different. Chu Xiaoxiao was about to evolve. If she swallowed a crystal core that would definitely evolve, she would lose consciousness. Sure enough, the moment Chu Xiaoxiao swallowed the crystal core, she lost consciousness and lay on the ground. Seeing this, the stupid Adu next to him lay beside Chu Xiaoxiao anxiously, and then said something to Lin Hao incoherently. Lin Hao was really confused at this moment. He finally understood what Chu Xiaoxiao meant by that sentence just now. There were 2 paths in front of Lin Hao. One was a level 5 crystal core and a level 3 crystal core, and the other was Chu Xiaoxiao's friendship and trust. Lin Hao just stood there. His whole head began to spin frantically, not thinking of any solution, but arguing. Now 2 little Lin Haos appeared in Lin Hao's mind. One wearing white clothes and a halo on his head. One was wearing black clothes and holding a steel fork. There is no need to elaborate on what the 2 said. One said no. The other said yes. Anyway, Lin Hao didn't know whether he wanted it or not. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao lying on the ground defenselessly, Lin Hao was in agony, so he could only throw the question to Gooden. Gooden did not answer Lin Hao's question directly, but said, "Please watch the inner monologue drama below. Conscience Liang, your sister. Your whole family has no conscience," Lin Hao said viciously. Lin Hao was arguing on the ground, but he didn't see a helicopter flying arrogantly above his head. This helicopter was very large, and it was different from the usual manned helicopters. There were weapons under this helicopter, which was a machine gun that could be operated inside the helicopter. On both sides of the helicopter, there were obviously 2 trajectory missiles. Duan Luochen opened the door of the helicopter, looked at the scenery of City B, and said with some emotion, "Meng Meng, do you know? In fact, I used to be from City B." A girl next to Duan Luochen, who was wearing tight clothes and had short hair and looked a bit heroic, said, "Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Grandpa is from City B, and my ancestral home is also in City B. Even though I lived in City S during primary school, my household registration book also says that I am from City B. And every summer vacation, I would go back to City B to see my grandparents. Now I don't know how they are doing," Duan Luochen said a little sadly. Tang Mengmeng didn't know how to comfort Duan Luochen, although they grew up together. There were always some things that he didn't tell her. This was normal. The reason why Duan Luochen didn't tell Tang Mengmeng was very simple. His father and grandfather didn't get along. When his father went to the military school in S City, his grandfather opposed it and wanted to break off relations with his father. But his father still insisted on the military school in S City for his dream. "Does your grandfather know that you went to the military school?" Tang Mengmeng asked curiously. "It doesn't matter whether he knows or not. The world has become like this now. Even our leadership has changed. What else can we expect to change? For us, since we are alive, we should just live well. We will do whatever they ask us to do. Don't think too much." Duan Luochen sighed again. "We are about to arrive at the survivor base in City B. Can you tell me if we are ready to land?" The voice of the operator in front came from the small speaker. Duan Luochen said to the headset, "No. Find a place around the survivor base to land." Tang Mengmeng asked curiously, "Why? We are not going there to fight with them this time. If we can get the survivor base back in a peaceful way, it would be better. If not, it is not too late to join the helicopter battle. No one knows how many people are still on this earth. Let's save as many lives as possible." Duan Luochen sighed. Since the apocalypse, humans dare not even reproduce. Once they get pregnant, their lives will be in jeopardy, putting them in a more dangerous situation. There is a large open space around the survivor's base. There is nothing in this open space except zombies. The few people were not afraid of being surrounded by zombies, so they parked the helicopter in the open space. The zombies around them naturally came after hearing the noise. Because they were mutants, they were not afraid of the T-virus. But they did not dare to rush out directly with so many zombies. When the helicopter was parked, the engine was turned off, and everything was quiet. The people in the helicopter began to wait. This was a stupid method, but also a good method. Half an hour later, the zombies began to lose interest in this indestructible iron shell, and the D-group mutants lurking inside began to move out. Chapter 258. The door of the helicopter was quietly opened, and Duan Luochen and his team also quietly got off the plane. Everything was quiet. As long as they were far away from the zombies would not be able to find them, because their clothes could cover their smell. Unless they made a particularly loud noise, they would be invisible in the zombie group. Duan Luochen's team still had 5 people, and they also had their own nicknames. Duan Luochen's code name was Tree, Tang Mengmeng was Seedling, and the following were flowers, grass, and insects. This is the code name given to them by their instructors after they formed this team, which is also a custom. But unlike other teams, Shu and Miao are childhood friends. They have known each other since childhood, went to school together, studied together, and finally went to military college together. Until now, the two have never been separated. As for their relationship, there is no need to say more. If it were not for the doomsday, the two would have gotten married after retiring. So when they call each other, they only call each other by their names. Remember, don't act rashly when entering the base. Tell them your purpose first. Then go to see their leader and discuss the ownership of the survivor's base. Even if the result is not satisfactory, leave the base first. There are experts in the base. In order to prevent accidents, no action is allowed unless there are special circumstances. Duan Luochen said sternly. Tang Mingming always follows Duan Luochen's lead. Duan Luochen's idea is to avoid casualties as much as possible. But there are always some people who don't care about these things. The other 3 people responded perfunctorily, with the idea that it was dispensable. For them, it was just a survivor base in a small city. If they couldn't handle it, they would just take it down. They didn't know how united the survivor base they would face next was. It was still the lookout tower. And it was still the little soldier who first discovered the zombie tide. When Duan Luochen and the other 5 began to appear in front of the mountain gate of the survivor base, the little soldier hurriedly reported to Zhou Yi, who was not far away. Sister Zhou. 5 survivors appeared in front. The little soldier said. Zhou Yi asked in confusion, survivors? Okay. I get it. I go and receive them when they come. The little soldier said hesitantly, Sister Zhou. The survivors this time seem a little different. Different? How are they different? Zhou Yi asked curiously. Originally, the presence of survivors did not need to be reported so seriously. As a result, this little soldier not only reported the number of survivors to Zhou Yi seriously, but also said that those survivors were not right. The soldier said those survivors were dressed cleanly, had weapons on them, and had different auras. They looked more like troublemakers than survivors. Troublemakers? Zhou Yi was even more undecided now, and hurried to Jean Bebe to tell her about the situation. When Jean Bebe heard this, she thought that there might be some troublemakers, and they had weapons on them. So she immediately took a knife and prepared to go out for a fight. It was obvious that she was still angry with Lin Hao. Jiang Panpan and Wang Ziwen held Jean Bebe. And Wang Ziwen said, What are you doing with such murderous aura? We haven't figured out the purpose of the other party yet. What if they are just ordinary survivors? Do you want them to see you and turn around and run away? After Wang Ziwen said this, Jean Bebe calmed down a lot, and then took a deep breath and said, Okay, let's go out and see what those people are like. When Jean Bebe and other main figures arrived at the gate of the base, Duan Luochen had been waiting at the gate for a long time, because the 5 people's clothes were indeed different from ordinary survivors. Even the soldiers guarding the gate did not let them enter the base at will, but used the T-virus scanner to check them. Chong looked at the scanning device and couldn't help but sneer. They used our equipment and even occupied our territory. What a shameless bunch of people. The soldier who used the scanning device was Su Ye's former subordinate. When he heard what Chong said, his face suddenly turned red. He didn't know what to say. Finally, he shoved out a sentence. The previous base was not for people to stay in, but now it is. Chong looked at him with disdain, and finally stopped his arrogant gaze under Duan Luochen's stare. Call your leaders. We need to talk to them. Tang Mingming is a little taller than the average woman, at 1.7 meters, but she has a sweet face and a pleasant voice. Tang Mingming stepped forward and spoke, and immediately extinguished the smell of gunpowder that had just been burning. Who are you? Just then, Jean Bebe came to the gate with an alloy knife in her hand and made Tang Mingming look at her. Jean Bebe is only 1.65 meters tall, but she has practiced knife skills and is a superpower, so her momentum is not inferior to that of the mutant Tang Mingming. The 2 women looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder that had just been extinguished showed signs of revival. Tang Mingming didn't expect that a woman would be so aggressive to her as soon as she appeared. As a mutant master, she certainly didn't accept it. Duan Luochen saw this situation and knew that he had to take action. So he stepped forward and said to Jean Bebe calmly, You are the leader of the survivor base. The survivor base has no leader. The survivor base belongs to everyone. We are all leaders. You don't look like survivors, right? If you are survivors, welcome to join us. We can provide you with security. But if you are not survivors, then go back to where you came from. Otherwise we will let you know that we are not easy to mess with. Jean Bebe said confidently. No one would be happy to be interrupted by Jean Bebe, let alone Duan Luochen, who is a leader. I just want to discuss some things with you. I don't think this is your way of entertaining guests. Duan Luochen implied that Jean Bebe was impolite. Politeness? This thing has become a very cheap thing after the apocalypse. No one knows where Jean Bebe threw it, especially after being irritated by Lin Hao. If she wants her to be polite, she must apologize in front of her. Then she will be in a good mood and naturally polite. Okay. I know who you are even if you don't tell me. Su Yi is from the government. Now that Su Yi is dead, you want to take back this survivor base. So you must be from the government. I'm telling you officially that this survivor base is ours now. It doesn't belong to anyone else, let alone the government. Unless your government stops human experiments, we don't need to talk about it anymore. I know without even looking at you that you are all products of human experiments. Jean Bebe directly opened up the bloody scars in Duan Luochen and the others' hearts. Chapter 259. So, we have nothing to talk about? Before Duan Luochen could interrupt, Tang Mingming, who was behind Duan Luochen, suddenly stood up and said, "So? What do you want?" Jean Bebe said firmly. The two did not avoid talking to other people around them. When others learned that these people were actually government troops, the people in the survivors' base were immediately in an uproar, and they all came to watch. There were many old people in the base, all of whom had experienced the Su Yi era. Jean Bebe still had a deep memory of the failed bodies of human experiments that he had found in the laboratory. When they saw that Duan Luochen and the other 5 were so arrogant, Xianbin couldn't help it and pointed his rifle at Duan Luochen's head, ready to shoot him if they disagreed. When Xianbin showed this attitude, all the soldiers in the survivor base and ordinary people with guns aimed their guns at the 5 of them. Chong said angrily, "Didn't you hear that we belong to the government? Do you want to rebel? It doesn't matter if you don't say it." But this statement finally aroused the anger of everyone in the survivor base. Xianbin was the first to shout, "Get out, or we will shoot." Then, everyone shouted, "Get out." And the 3 words were connected into a large area, continuous and spectacular. Duan Luochen's face turned a little green. He wanted to take back the survivor base in a peaceful way, even if the first negotiation failed. Yuan Tian didn't set a deadline, so he could talk slowly. But he didn't expect that this group of people would react so strongly. Duan Luochen looked at this group of people who seemed to be brainwashed. In fact, these people were not brainwashed. They just wanted to live in peace and stability. And Jean Bebe happened to be the one who led them to live in peace and stability. It was that simple. "Captain, what should we do now?" Chong asked. Seeing this symptom, Duan Luochen could only say with a sullen face, "Since they don't give us face, what can we worry about? Go back first, and send out a helicopter directly to attack." "Okay. I'm waiting for the captain to say that. I fly the helicopter myself and teach these idiots a lesson." Duan Luochen's team began to retreat gradually. Jean Bebe saw them retreating, turned back to her room, and continued to be angry with Lin Hao. However, Jean Bebe didn't know that the survivor base would face another disaster next, which made Jean Bebe strengthen the defense measures for the base in the future. However, what Jean Bebe didn't expect was that after this disaster, the survivor base really ushered in a period of rapid development, and there was no major crisis threatening the base anymore. Duan Luochen and his 5 companions came to the place where the helicopter was parked at the beginning. The person flying the helicopter for them was also a mutant. But this mutant was evolved into a mutant using a 2nd-level crystal core, so his strength was not that strong. Following Duan Luochen, he could only become a person who flew the helicopter. Chong used to fly a fighter jet in the army, so flying this kind of armed helicopter was no problem at all. He waved his hand and drove the guy next to him off the plane. Anyway, this guy was also a mutant and had a special suit on him. As long as he didn't commit suicide, no zombie would be interested in him even if he was thrown into the zombie swarm. The plane operator was unreasonably dragged off by Chong before he could figure out what was going on. Although he was very depressed and unconvinced, he did not dare to say anything because of Chong's strength and status. No one remembered this pilot. The moment Chong threw him off the plane, he was destined to be forgotten. Chong sat in the driver's seat excitedly and smiled evilly at Duan Luochen. "I said, I will make those idiots pay the price." There was only a buzzing sound, and the helicopter began to take off. The huge sound of the propeller finally attracted countless zombies around. The 2nd-level mutant, who was thrown off the plane, hurriedly ran to the side, and then looked for a place to hide, waiting motionlessly for these zombies to pass by him. No matter how fast the zombies were, they could never catch up with a helicopter that had already risen into the air. They could only watch the helicopter gradually rise higher and higher, then fly forward until it disappeared in front of them. When Chu Xiaoxiao woke up, there was Lin Hao standing in front of her. And there was also Adu, who was always worried about him. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Adu with some pity at first, and then glanced at Lin Hao, who was standing still again. Lin Hao was a little speechless. This woman was really not a good person. He hesitated beside her for so long and finally couldn't bear to do anything to her. As a result, this girl looked at him with such eyes when she woke up. "No. How long has it been?" Lin Hao subconsciously glanced at his watch, but found that his watch had not been moving since it was soaked in water. It seemed that it was time to change a watch. Yeah. I also felt something was wrong. When I became a level 2 zombie, I was unconscious from morning to night. It was the same for level 3, level 4, and level 5. So every time I felt that I was about to upgrade, in order to prevent danger, I would find a safe and hidden place. Chu Xiaoxiao said. Are you so confident in me? Lin Hao said with a smile. I think you are trustworthy. Chu Xiaoxiao said this very seriously. Lin Hao suddenly didn't know what to say. When zombies are evolving, they are most afraid of other mutant zombies instead of ordinary zombies. Because at this time, the crystal core has begun to form in the body. And the body has no self-protection function. Other zombies can easily obtain the crystal core from the head of the unconscious zombie. Lin Hao thought that this girl might need a knight. So he was ready to carry him back to the survivor base. But when he was still hesitating whether to do it, he woke up. Since you're awake, does that mean there's nothing between us? Then I'm leaving? Lin Hao asked Chu Xiaoxiao. Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't think you want the 5 crystal cores anymore. Seeing that Lin Hao had turned around, Chu Xiaoxiao said hurriedly. When he heard Chu Xiaoxiao mention the crystal cores, Lin Hao's steps stopped like a machine. And then he turned around and said, How could I not want it? I fought so hard for it. You promised to give it to me. So you can't go back on your word. In Lin Hao's opinion, the relationship between him and Chu Xiaoxiao has begun to sublimate. Believe it or not, at least they are really friends. Chu Xiaoxiao has the thinking of the previous human beings, which also makes Chu Xiaoxiao's emotional intelligence on the same level as Lin Hao. So Lin Hao dares to joke with Chu Xiaoxiao casually. But before the two of them could say anything else, suddenly, a low-flying plane in the clear sky was past their heads. Lin Hao looked at the plane with some curiosity and asked in confusion, Where are they going? Chu Xiaoxiao came to Lin Hao and looked at the plane side by side. Then said with certainty, looking at the direction, It must be your survivor base. The weapons on the helicopter are so advanced. Chu Xiaoxiao's words were like a big stone thrown into the calm water, instantly scaring Lin Hao. Oh no! As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, the speed bonus skill was already activated, and he ran madly towards the survivor base. Chapter 260. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Hao running away. A little hesitant, she was wondering if she should go with Lin Hao to see it. Adu, do you think we should go? Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked Adu. Adu touched his head and said stupidly, He just saved me. This sentence hit Chu Xiaoxiao's heart again. Chu Xiaoxiao could only sigh softly and said, Okay. Let's go and see it. If it is within our ability, I don't mind helping him. If it is beyond our ability, we can only leave. Adu didn't say anything, just stood quietly behind Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but touch Adu's head again. When can you talk to me like a normal person? When can you remember the past? Chu Xiaoxiao carried Lin Hao's forgotten alloy knife and chased in the direction of Lin Hao. The helicopter flew low with a huge noise, and everyone in the survivor base had already seen the helicopter without paying much attention. Jean Bebe ran out in a hurry, and when he saw such a big iron lump, he was immediately anxious. They had no heavy weapons, not even a sniper rifle, and had no way to deal with such an armed helicopter. As a well-known modern thermal weapon, if such a helicopter really attacked the survivors, it would definitely launch a devastating attack on the survivors' base. Jiang Panpan took a look at the helicopter, and then said to Jean Bebe, I'm afraid we have to take shelter for a while. Our weapons have no effect on this kind of thing at all. Jean Bebe glanced at Jiang Panpan and said anxiously, But where can we hide? Our houses are all wooden, except for the stone houses in the middle. Wang Ziwen also said, Let's hide in the stone houses. No. If we all hide in the stone houses, the other side only needs one missile to kill us all. Wang Ziwen proposed a condition, and then quickly overturned it, because she saw the missiles under the helicopter. This is a real armed helicopter, not a decoration for you to watch. Everyone at the base was a little panicked, because they saw the Gatling-like barrel under the helicopter began to rotate, and it was about to fire bullets. But Jean Bebe did not give any instructions. Jean Bebe certainly did not give any instructions. He found that the helicopter was parked a little above the gate of the base, and was hanging there, obviously about to start the attack. Seeing this, Jean Bebe did not think about it, and hurriedly stood at the front of the plane, letting the gun point at himself. then raised his hands and shouted loudly, "Don't you want to talk? Then let's talk." Jean Bebe watched a figure slowly climbing up the platform. Chung grinned and said, "I asked you to talk just now, but you refused. Now I don't want to talk anymore. You can just wait to die." Among the 5 people in Group D, Chung was the most violent, especially for a beautiful girl like Jean Bebe. Killing her could arouse his primitive desire. In fact, the person Chung wanted to deal with the most was Tang Mingming, who was by Duan Luochen's side. Unfortunately, Tang Mingming was too powerful, and Duan Luochen was inseparable from Tang Mingming. So Chung could only watch but not deal with her. He felt itchy every day. Gradually, the fire in his heart became more and more intense. So whenever he had the chance, he would definitely vent his desire. For example, when he saw Jean Bebe this time, he told himself that he must kill Jean Bebe. But at this moment, Duan Luochen held down the hand of the bug that was about to launch, and then stuck his head out of the window and said to Jean Bebe, "Okay, let's talk. Let's talk like this. There are so many of you. I dare not go down. Let's talk about whether you are willing to peacefully hand over the survivor base to us." Seeing that the muzzle of the helicopter was no longer turning, and the figure was about to reach the platform, Jean Bebe tried his best to delay. "Okay. According to what you said, we will give you the survivor base. How will you settle this base?" Jean Bebe asked. "It's very simple. We agree to let you manage the base. You can manage the base in your own way, but you need to give up the final leadership of the base. Also, let our team enter the base." Duan Luochen said word by word. At first glance, Duan Luochen's words seemed very tolerant and very tempting. Abandoning the final leadership, Jean Bebe can still manage the base. Although the base is not nominally Jean Bebe's, she can actually take power, and can also avoid this conflict, so that no one will die. Why not? This is just the thought of those who are afraid of death. In Jean Bebe's opinion, there are many objections to this sentence, such as the other team. What team of the other team needs to enter the base is what Jean Bebe must understand. "What team do you need to enter?" Jean Bebe asked. "You have no right to know what team it is. You only need to know that we will come by helicopter every month. And then you need to give 1/10 of the food to the S-City General Survivor base every month. Similarly, you also have the decision-making power of this base. We can completely resolve this dispute in this peaceful way. We are all human beings. There is no need to kill each other. No one knows how many humans are left on this earth, while the zombies are squeezing our living space. If we squeeze ourselves, then we are not far from extinction. So you think about it, whether to agree with our opinion or start a war." Duan Luochen finished speaking and put his head back into the helicopter. Jean Bebe looked at the figure on the platform, who was standing on the edge of the platform with 2 swords on his back. Due to the limitation of technology and resources, the platform of the survivor's base was only 5 meters high, and this platform was usually used for observation by people in the base. The low-flying helicopter was about 8 meters high and 3 meters away from the platform. According to Jiang Panpan's calculation, it would be no problem for that person to jump 4 or 5 meters. Moreover, Jiang Panpan and Jean Bebe believed that the person's strength was more than enough to deal with everyone on the helicopter. Seeing that the man was ready, Jean Bebe's next task was to completely attract their attention in the cab. Jean Bebe sneered, "Sorry, I don't agree." Jean Bebe's words surprised Duan Luochen for a moment. And at the same time, those who didn't want to die in the survivor's base began to riot. There are always discordant voices in the most united group of people, especially Duan Luochen's words that can completely avoid casualties and allow them to live well in the eyes of other people in the base. Why can't such conditions be agreed? Chapter 261. Yes, you are right. If we can take back the survivor base that originally belonged to you in a peaceful way, I actually have no objection. My only opinion is that we should live well. We don't want to be slaves of human experiments again. You can stay. I can even give you the survivor base directly. But your team wants to move into my survivor base. Sorry. It's not possible. Don't think I don't know. Your teams are just a group of scientists studying zombie viruses. Everyone's hands are stained with the blood of ordinary people. What they are doing is to pave the way for the research of zombie viruses. What is it really? Your research on zombie viruses is still focused on weapons. At least I haven't seen anyone who is really researching viruses to solve the zombies and the doomsday. What you want to do is to see who can produce stronger mutants and who can produce more intelligent biochemicals. That's all. When those people attack innocent ordinary people, aren't they really afraid of retribution? Jean Bebe said righteously. After Jean Bebe said this, Duan Luochen fell silent. He still remembered that at that time, the superiors gave a death order to conduct a research. Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming refused to participate because of their family background. But some things were not something he could refuse. That day was really Duan Luochen's nightmare. Especially when he saw the bodies of some colleagues who participated in the experiment rotted into pieces. He was even more afraid. Afraid of himself and Tang Mingming. Fortunately, both of them passed the experiment in the end. Duan Luochen was alive. Tang Mingming was also alive. And both of them gained extraordinary power. So, Duan Luochen, who was unwilling to be wronged, started to make trouble. But when they saw that the world had really changed, their parents and family members had disappeared. Especially when those powerless scientists could easily decide their life and death for each other, Duan Luochen endured the grievance. And so did Tang Mingming. Duan Luochen felt countless times that he was actually a weapon in their hands. He was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to be a free man. But they couldn't, because their power of life and death was in the hands of those people. Those people wanted them to die. But it was just a matter of moving their fingers. Every mutant has a depressed area in their heart. The reason for that area is that their life and death are not controlled by others. It is as if there is a knife hanging on their head at any time. If they rebel or others don't need them anymore, the knife will fall without even giving them time to react. Duan Luochen sighed. Although what Jean Bebe said made sense. He wanted himself and Tang Mingming to live well. So sometimes they had to live against their will. So your decision is to rebel? Duan Luochen stuck his head out again and asked. Jean Bebe said nothing and drew out his alloy knife. The soldiers led by Qian Bin had seen the darkness of Su Yi. They would rather die for freedom and life than live in a survivor base where someone could suddenly disappear at any time. Although some people were still afraid, they didn't want to die, even if they had to live in humiliation. So they quietly escaped. But there were more people like these passionate soldiers who didn't want to live in a place where they had to be on edge at any time. So they also held their guns and aimed at the helicopter above. Chong watched Duan Luochen chatting with the woman impatiently. Fortunately, the negotiation between them was deadlocked, and he still had a chance to release his desire. Can I attack now? Chong asked. This survivor base must be obtained. It's up to you. Duan Luochen sighed, and then sat down in his seat somewhat listlessly, not knowing what he was thinking. Chong looked at Jean Bebe, who was holding a knife and not flinching at all, with a sick expression on his face, and touched the shooting button with some excitement. At this time, the figure on the platform finally jumped out from the platform. The figure's target was very clear. That was the missiles and the Gatling-like machine gun. The man who jumped up was Wang Yuxuan. After solving the crisis of the survivor's base last time, Jean Bebe accepted him reluctantly. She didn't expect him to do anything for the base. What she didn't expect was that Wang Yuxuan was not only powerful, but also smart. He actually thought of attacking them from the high platform. The one who trusted Wang Yuxuan the most was Uncle Wang, who put down his axe and picked up his gun not far away. He looked at Wang Yuxuan with admiration and changed from a bad guy who assisted the evil to a good man who turned from evil to good. He felt relieved. Wang Yuxuan might really want to show off in front of the people in the survivor base. After jumping into the air, he shrunk his body as much as possible. After reaching the highest point, he suddenly stretched out his body. He drew out the two knives behind him at the fastest speed and stabbed the machine gun countless times. There was only a crackling sound, and the parts of the gun still fell from the air. After Wang Yuxuan dealt with the most dangerous machine gun, he found that his body finally began to fall. Before falling, the two knives turned again and chopped at the trajectory missiles on both sides. Cutting missiles is a delicate and dangerous job. If you are not careful, the missile will explode. Wang Yuxuan may have saved the survivors, but he also sacrificed himself. Wang Yuxuan is not such a great person. He also has selfish motives. So he cut the head of the missile. The middle and tail of the trajectory missile are all gunpowder and propellers. Only a little spark is needed to cause a complete explosion, while the head of the missile is full of sensors. These sensors are the important reason for the remote control of the missile. Wang Yuxuan only needs to destroy these sensors, and the two trajectory missiles will completely become two duds. Wang Yuxuan's body turned beautifully in the air, and the two knives also turned with Wang Yuxuan, beautifully and gorgeously. making the people who watched it feel full of enjoyment. As the circle turned, Wang Yuxuan's 2 knives successfully destroyed the heads of the 2 missiles, even though the 2 knives had no blades. Then, Wang Yuxuan fell from a height of 8 meters. Everyone looked at Wang Yuxuan with some concern. But after seeing Wang Yuxuan fall, he immediately stood up and even had time to pat the dust off his body. The people in the base cheered when they saw this. Chong still had a sick smile on his face. He looked at Jean Bebe in front of him and excitedly pressed the launch button. At this moment, people's laughter and cheers came. These people are really a bunch of psychos. They are almost dead and can still laugh. Then you can laugh. Anyway, this is your last chance, Chong said sickly, and at the same time pressed the button more vigorously. Chapter 262. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. Chong said in a strange way, "What's going on? Why haven't the bullets been fired yet?" "Don't worry. Check carefully," Duan Luochen said, and looked at the dashboard. After seeing it, he was shocked and said, "What's going on?" There was a gun-shaped symbol on the dashboard, which represented the machine gun carried by the helicopter, and 2 missile symbols, which represented the missiles on both sides. Obviously, these symbols were green a second ago, but now, these 2 symbols have turned red. How could it break? It was still working a second ago? Chong asked curiously. Duan Luochen looked at Wang Yuxuan, who suddenly appeared beside Jean Bebe, and was surprised. "Is it him? Jing's men. How could he be mixed with these people?" Chong glanced at Wang Yuxuan indifferently, and then continued to tinker with the instruments on the plane. Until now, they still thought it was a problem with the instruments. Indeed, based on the position of the machine guns and missiles, they didn't think anyone could damage them. The people in the survivors' base hadn't even fired a shot so far. So how could there be no problem outside? What's more, even if they fired, they couldn't damage it at all. Jean Bebe said to Qian Bin, "Fight. Shoot them down." Qian Bin shouted, "Everyone get ready. Aim. Shoot." With Quan Bin's order, the whole survivor base suddenly remembered the sound of gunfire, which crackled through the wilderness, and the helicopter began to have problems. Duan Luochen hurriedly said to Chong, "Quick! Evacuate. Evacuate first." "No. Believe me, it will be fixed soon." Chong still insisted. Duan Luochen pulled Chong out of the cab and shouted, "I fucking told you to evacuate." The argument and gunshots also attracted other members in the chassis. Tang Mingming brought the other 2 people to the cab and asked, "What's going on?" They started to resist. Chong looked at Duan Luochen with a vicious look, then looked at Tang Mingming. Without saying a word, Duan Luochen also did not speak, but operated the helicopter meticulously, according to their original plan. When they used the weapons on the helicopter, the entire survivor base would not be able to resist them. But they never expected that the instrument would fail in the end. Facing the enemy's hail of bullets, Duan Luochen clearly knew that he was a mutant, not a cyborg, and could not withstand so many bullets. They had to evacuate. Otherwise there would be casualties. But when Duan Luochen controlled the plane to fly outside, and the plane just turned a corner, the instrument began to turn red again. The propeller turned red, and there was a problem with the propeller, which meant that the helicopter could not move forward. Soon, the symbol of the ascending propeller also turned red, and Duan Luochen simply stood up from the driver's seat. He first glanced at Chong, not caring about Chong's sick expression at all, and said to several people, "Get your bulletproof vests ready. Get your weapons ready. We are going to start hand-to-hand combat." Although there are few people in the survivor base, there are still hundreds of people, hundreds of guns, and tens of thousands of bullets. When these bullets are fired at the helicopter cannot withstand it even if it is sturdy. If the helicopter's weapon system has not failed, with the powerful firepower of the helicopter, the hundreds of people in the survivor base will not even have the chance to shoot. But the fact is that the helicopter's weapon system has completely failed. Now they have become living targets for others in the air. In this case, no matter how sturdy the helicopter is, it is useless. Sure enough, after several rounds of scattering by the people at the survivor's base, the helicopter's propeller began to be damaged, and the helicopter began to make an emergency landing in the woods outside the survivor's base. When the helicopter disappeared from the sight of several people, Jean Bebe immediately gathered people. Herself, Jiang Panpan, Qian Bin with 10 soldiers, and Wang Yuxuan. The remaining soldiers were led by Lin Tian to the Guardian base. Although the helicopters of those people crashed, They just crashed. Without an explosion. And the distance was too low. Even ordinary people did not believe that they would die after falling from such a low place. In Jean Bebe's opinion, if those people didn't die, they would definitely attack the survivors' base again. In that case, why didn't they take the initiative to attack and really eliminate them? If they didn't eliminate them, Jean Bebe would be unable to sleep or eat. Jean Bebe looked at the place where the helicopter disappeared, opened the door, and rushed out with his men in high spirits. At this moment, somewhere in the grove, Duan Luochen and his men put on their weapons and hurriedly walked out of the helicopter. Looking at the surrounding environment, Duan Luochen said seriously, "Next, we don't have to worry so much. If we see them, just take action." Chom licked his lips, not knowing what he was thinking. His eyes were cruel and firm. Schwer yawned and left the room, holding a yellow cat in her arms. The cat rubbed Schwer's face affectionately, and Schwer also stroked the yellow cat's fur very happily. The cat and the person seemed very harmonious. Jinzi held a gun and followed Lin Tian silently, hoping that something would happen to help Lin Tian. But then, he saw the confused Schwer. Jinzi hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Schwer, why did you come out? Didn't you say it was dangerous outside and hid in the room?" Schwer said, "I don't want to hide in the room. Why can you all help the base outside? But I can only be protected by you in the room? Believe me, I am also useful. Okay, put the cat down first." Jinzi looked at Xiao Huang and said seriously. Schwer refused directly. "No. Xiao Huang is a cat. It's so dangerous now. What if it runs around alone and gets into danger? She must follow me. What can you do with a cat? Can you hold a gun or carry supplies?" Jinzi asked. Schwer stopped talking and was silent. Jinzi said, "If you are worried about putting the cat down, then go back to the room and hide well. I will protect you." Schwer looked at Jinzi with a stubborn face. Even if Jinzi left, she still looked at Jinzi's back stubbornly and said silently, "I will be useful." Schwer returned to the room very angrily, found a rope nearly 2 meters long, and then picked up Xiao Huang and said apologetically, Xiao Huang, I'm sorry. I have to tie you up. I can't let you run around anymore. You also heard what your brother Jinzi said. It's very dangerous outside." While talking, Schwer took action and quickly circled around Xiao Huang's thighs, then tied a gentle knot, and then tied the other end around her waist. Schwer said happily, "This way I can take you with me to help." Schwer ignored the expression of a certain cat who had no hope in life. Chapter 263. Jinzi was helping the adults carry the ammunition. While carrying the ammunition, he suddenly found Schwer running to him with empty hands, and then carrying the ammunition with him. Jinzi was very surprised. Schwer gave up to Huang, but not Xiao Huang. So she really dropped the cat to help because of what he said? But when he saw Schwer jumping and carrying the ammunition, and there was a cat behind her who looked like she had lost all hope in life, Jinzi was speechless. "If you treat Xiao Huang like this, what about De Huang?" Jinzi approached and asked. Schwer said, "De Huang is different from Xiao Huang. De Huang is timid. Every time I say there is danger, it will hide under the bed. Unless I let it out, it will not come out. But Xiao Huang is different. Even if I tie it up with a rope, it can run away. This is why I am worried about it." Then, Jinzi watched the little yellow cat being tortured by Schwer. However, what surprised Jinzi was that no matter how the little yellow cat was tortured, it did not struggle. It seemed that it had been struggling many times and was used to it. Jinzi shook his head. Since Schwer wanted to do something, let him do it. After all, there would be no danger in doing something within his ability. At this moment, Duan Luochen was leading his team to make a detour to invade from other places of the survivor base. Jean Bebe thought that the other party had lost their helicopter and should have escaped now. He did not expect Duan Luochen to be so bold. In fact, Duan Luochen was not bold, but confident. In his opinion, no matter how powerful the people in this survivor base were, they could not have the cooperation of the 5 of them. The 5 of them had defeated the 6th level zombies. Duan Luochen believed in the strength of the 5 of them, so he dared to go straight into the tiger's den. However, what he didn't expect was that all the main forces in the survivor base went to look for them. So when they invaded the base, they faced the weakest survivor base. Duan Luochen looked at this high wall, on which a small Nada-like bomb was installed, and then several people hurriedly retreated to one side. Duan Luochen looked at the watch in his hand, and then calculated the time. 3. 2, 1. There was a rumble and a muffled sound. This type of bomb is quiet and powerful, and is also one of Duan Luochen's favorite bombs. But at this time, the survivor base can be said to be a soldier for all the people. Everyone is given the right to patrol the base. When the nano bomb exploded, someone had already discovered it and spread the information. The survivor base is quite big. Anyway, it is bigger than the amusement park. And it is not really big. It only takes a few minutes to spread a message. Especially in this case. When the two ordinary people on patrol saw Duan Luochen actually led his team to blow up the wall of the survivor's base, one of them immediately raised his gun and said to the other, "Go quickly and report to Captain Qian Bin." One of the two ordinary people looked very old. More than 40 or 50 years old. And the person next to him was a very thin young man. Less than 20 years old. The two of them looked like father and son. The son looked at his father and said worriedly, "Dad, what are you going to do? I have a gun in my hand." "It's okay. You go quickly. I watch them," the father said firmly. Seeing this, the son could only run away in a hurry. The father held a gun in his hand and looked at Duan Luochen and others seriously and said, "You five. Be honest." Duan Luochen and others passed through the hole in the wall and just entered. They saw a middle-aged man holding a gun in his hand and pointing it at them. And they couldn't help but laugh. He was not a legend in his life, but he had been pointed at his head with a gun many times. He looked at the middle-aged man. His body was weak. His gun-holding posture was not correct. And there was no murderous intent in his eyes. He had no intention of attacking them at all. Zombies might have killed before, but they definitely had never killed people. Duan Luochen and the middle-aged man looked at each other. The middle-aged man was obviously a little weak. He said fiercely, "I tell you, if you move around, I will really shoot." He pointed the gun at the sky and fired a few times. Then, at the moment when the middle-aged man raised the gun and shot at the sky, Chong could no longer suppress his impulse. He pulled out a small flying knife from his waist and flew out with a flick of his hand. The middle-aged man who fired a few shots at the sky fell to the ground forever before he put down the gun. Duan Luochen glanced at Chong, and looking at Chong's perverse face, he couldn't help but feel worried. Soon, the news of Duan Luochen's intrusion into the survivor's base spread throughout the base. The young man didn't find Qian Bin, but found Lin Tian. Lin Tian seriously summoned all the soldiers and people with guns to surround Duan Luochen and others. But when they arrived at the location, there was only the body of a middle-aged man and a hole in the wall. The young man who went to find reinforcements saw the body of the middle-aged man, and immediately knelt beside him in pain and cried loudly, "Dad!" Lin Tian looked at the corpse, and was silent for a long time. This is the end of the world. Sometimes, human life is worse than that of ants. At least ants live the life they want. But what about people? Lin Tian tightly grasped the axe in his hand, and gave a wrong order. "Search the entire base in a team of 10, and find them for me." Lin Tian completely underestimated Duan Luochen's strength. He thought that a team of 10 people could pose a threat to Duan Luochen's team. But it was not. The team of 10 people not only did not pose a threat to Duan Luochen, but helped Duan Luochen achieve the strategic goal of defeating them one by one. In the next half hour, 30 people left their bodies behind. They died in unclear circumstances and lost their lives without finding anything. As early as when the news came, Shuer and Jinzi had already hidden in the room. But at this moment, the two of them were tense and dared not move. Chong stepped forward and pinched Shuer's face and said, "What a pretty girl." However, before he could start to abuse her, Jinzi bravely stepped forward and slapped his hand away. "Don't touch my sister, or I will kill you." As he said that, he had already taken out the three-pointed bayonet in his arms and pointed it at Chong. Yo, you are a good boy. You have such a good three-pointed bayonet. Let me see it." He was about to step forward to snatch Jinzi's weapon. However, the three-pointed bayonet was a gift from Lin Tian to him, and it was also his most beloved thing. How could it be taken away by a stranger at will? Jinzi was naturally unwilling, but he was a child. How could he be a match for a mutant like Chong? At the same time, after 30 people died, Lin Tian gathered everyone together again. "No, we can't do this anymore. We must unite together. Everyone should be together. Don't be scattered. Otherwise they will destroy us one by one. I don't care. Anyway, I must find them and kill them." The young man held a rifle in his hand and roared loudly. "Oh, really? You want to kill me? Chong walked out of the small wooden house next to him with Jinzi in his hand. Chapter 264. Uncle Lin Tian. Save me? Even though Jinzi acted mature, he was still a child after all. He couldn't help being afraid between life and death. Chong pointed his three-pointed bayonet at Jinzi's neck, while Hua pointed his gun at Shui. Both children were so scared that they couldn't move. There were 5 people in Duan Luochen's team. Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming, followed by Hua, Xiao, and Chong. Hua looked very feminine. His triangular eyes hid all kinds of negative emotions. Everyone who saw him would always feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Hua was a person who was not liked by others. Not only did others dislike him, but Duan Luochen's team, including Duan Luochen, disliked him. If Chong only has a perverted tendency, then Hua is the real pervert. He has done many perverted things, and they are all in front of several people. Whenever Hua becomes perverted, only Chong cheers beside him, while others stay away. Chao is a slightly fat man. He is equipped with various biochemical agents and weapons. His hands are very rough, with layers of calluses on his hands, all of which are caused by studying biochemical agents. Before Chao became a biochemical man, he was a technology geek at a research institute. He wanted to change himself. So when the mutant plan was implemented, Chao volunteered. So, the mutant group D was formed, and each of the 5 people had their own unique skills and strong strength. Each of them had the strength to fight Lin Tian alone, because Lin Tian was just a second-level mutant. Lin Tian looked at Duan Luochen and the other 5 people threatening 2 children, and immediately said angrily, "Don't you think you are a little shameless? They are just 2 children." Duan Luochen said, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to hurt the 2 children. If you want me to let them go, you can put down your weapons and withdraw from the survivor base. Wait for that woman to come back and let her say in person that the survivor base will be returned to the government organization. Otherwise don't blame us for being cruel." "Is the adjective used wrong?" Chao asked doubtfully. Duan Luochen said confidently, "No. Children are the flowers of the motherland." Chao pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and couldn't help but smile. On the road of killing, everyone's heart began to change more or less. No matter how pure this person was before, when someone died in his own hands, and there was no law and morality to restrain him, the devil in his heart would burst out completely from his heart. Chao took the gun from Hua, then opened the safety and pointed it at Shuer's head. Chao said loudly to Lin Tian, "I give you 3 seconds. If you haven't done what our boss said, I will kill this girl first." Lin Tian's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted, "You dare! You can't touch her. Otherwise you will regret it." Lin Tian couldn't imagine what crazy things Lin Hao would do if Shuer, who looked a bit like Lin Ro and was regarded as his own sister, was killed like this. Shuer pursed her lips tightly. Even though tears were falling, she refused to cry. Shuer knew from when that sometimes crying was useless, and it was better to think about how to get out of trouble. Jinzi struggled hard. "Don't touch me, Shuer, or I will fight you to death." Jinzi was a child, and was completely subdued by the bug in a few moves. Then, the bug punched Jinzi in the stomach, and Jinzi immediately collapsed to the ground. Chong stepped on Jinzi's head, as if he was stepping on his trophy. "Little brat, if you make trouble again, I will kick your brains out." Chong stepped on Jinzi's head tightly, and said angrily. Jinzi covered his stomach. The punch really hurt. Jinzi wanted to get up and save Shuer, but he couldn't get rid of the big foot on his head. Lin Tian just held the big knife in his hand, not knowing what to do. The young man who lost his father came out with a rifle and threatened, "If you dare to shoot, we dare to shoot. At most, 1 life for another." Duan Luochen looked at the impulsive young man, without saying anything, but just sneered softly. 3. Chao had glasses, and no one could see what his eyes looked like under the reflection of the sun. Chong casually touched his waist, and a flying knife was already in his hand. Before anyone could react, the flying knife had already slipped out of his hand, because the young man held the gun in a standard posture. He was lucky. The knife did not pierce his vitals, but pierced his right hand. The young man let go of the gun very readily, hugged his hand and shouted. Lin Hao hurriedly pulled the young man back, and everyone pointed their guns at the 5 people, but no one dared to shoot. It was very simple, because everyone knew the relationship between Jinzi and Jin Bebe. In their impression, Jin Bebe was the only one who could protect them. Because of this, they had to be more cautious and at least save Jinzi from their hands. As for Shuer, compared to Jinzi, she was not so important. But Lin Tian didn't think so. In Lin Tian's opinion, Shuer was actually more important than Jinzi. Or in other words, both of them were very important. And Lin Tian didn't want any of them to get into trouble. How about this? We both take a step back. We both leave the survivor base. And we put down our weapons. And you let go of the two children, Lin Hao said. Duan Luochen still didn't speak. Sneered. And said, Second Lin Tian clenched his hands even tighter. And he began to struggle in his heart. This kind of thing is a dilemma for Lin Tian. The survivor base belongs to everyone. But he just gave it up because of the two children. Jinzi and Shuer? But if he insists on doing this, the lives of the two children will definitely not be saved. Lin Tian felt beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. And his mind began to buzz. Lin Tian knew that he had to make a decision. Once his decision was wrong, not only the survivor base, but also everyone in the survivor base would be doomed. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel annoyed. How good it would be if Lin Hao was here. In fact, except Qian Bin and Jean Bebe, no one knew that Lin Hao had appeared in the survivor base. But he was not in the base now. Chao looked at Lin Tian. Duan Luochen also looked at Lin Tian. They saw the struggle in Lin Tian's heart, and also saw the struggle of others. Obviously, Duan Luochen knew that he had picked up a treasure. These two children were very important to them. Duan Luochen couldn't help but start to think. What kind of identity of these two children could make them struggle so much? 1. Chao finally said the last number. Lin Tian hurriedly shouted, Wait! Don't shoot! Chao had already said it. How could he break his promise? He was ready to press the trigger. No one cared about the cat. The cat that had been tied to Shuer. From the moment Chao held the gun, the cat had been observing Chao's fingers. Finally, the cat saw the right opportunity and jumped up. Chapter 265. Meow. This is no longer like a cat's cry, but a tiger's roar behind it. At the moment when Xiao Huang cried out, Chao's fingers trembled, and his strength loosened, and he was unable to pull the trigger. However, at this moment, when Chao wanted to pull the trigger, he found that a large part of his hand was missing. It took Chao a long time to react. Not only was Chao stunned, but all the members of Group D were stunned to watch this scene. After a few seconds, a miserable scream sounded, and Chao covered his arm. The piercing scream went straight through people's eardrums. Before Chao finished shouting, Xiao Huang landed on the ground, jumped up suddenly, aimed at Chao's thighs, and grabbed them fiercely with two claws. Chao's voice stopped abruptly, and he just stared blankly at the cat that had jumped to the side, then covered his lower body and slowly fell to the ground. Xiao Huang's move was very smart. The reason why Xiao Huang did not reveal his identity at the beginning was because they felt that these 5 people were so powerful that he might not even be their opponent. This move directly made one person lose his fighting power, and the remaining 4 people might be much easier to deal with. Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming carried instruments that could detect crystal core energy, but with such a ferocious mutant beast beside them, their instruments did not move at all. Chong was closest to Xiao Huang at the moment. After seeing Chao's experience, he and Hua let go of the child without thinking and fled to the side. Lin Tian's eyes were full of light, and without thinking, he immediately swung the big knife in his hand towards Chong. Because the 2 children were there, no one dared to shoot casually, but they had not only guns, but also knives. These people threw down their guns, grabbed the aloe knives behind them, and rushed forward with Lin Tian fearlessly. Chong only felt a strong wind coming, and subconsciously, a flying knife was already in his hand, and then flew towards the strong wind. And the flying knife immediately weakened the strong wind a lot. At this time, Chong raised his head and saw the big head knife that had begun to slow down. But what he didn't expect was that a man with red eyes rushed up fearlessly at this moment, holding the big head knife and slashing at him frantically. Chong shouted in surprise, Superpower! He is a superpower! There is more than one superpower in this base. Although the survivors did not dare to shoot at will, Duan Luochen had no such concerns. Seeing the survivors rushing up with crazy faces, Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming shot decisively, and the number of people rushing towards them began to decrease. This abominable Yi Wentian actually gave us false information. Didn't he say that there was only one level 2 superpower in this base? Duan Luochen couldn't help but say. Now, Duan Luochen's members are divided into 2 small teams. Chong and Hua are in one group, and Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming are in another group. Most of the survivors followed Lin Tian to rush towards Chong and the others. Chong and Hua soon couldn't resist. They were not in full force and could not form a strong cooperation. Lin Tian and the survivors worked together and soon beat Hua and Chong back step by step. Although Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming had few people, someone rushed over after all. He couldn't ignore the sharp alloy knife. Fortunately, he and Tang Mingming were both powerful mutants and had no problem dealing with these ordinary people. Let's control the two kids first. As long as we have the hostages, everything can go back to the way it was before, Duan Luochen said to Tang Mingming. However, just as Tang Mingming turned around and wanted to walk towards Jinzi and Shuer, she saw a cat staring at her. When the cat's eyes met Tang Mingming's, Tang Mingming felt a chill on her back, as if the one staring at her was not a cat, but a poisonous snake. Tang Mingming stood there and did not dare to move. Duan Luochen relied on his strong personal strength to deal with these ordinary people. Without considering Tang Mingming's embarrassing situation, Duan Luochen made a mistake. A real mistake. Originally, their plan was perfect, and they had clearly taken the initiative in the situation just now. With the situation just now, it goes without saying that Duan Luochen would definitely win in the end. But they made a mistake. The reason for the mistake was just a cat that seemed to be tied to the little girl and harmless. Duan Luochen became a mutant. At first, he used the second-level mutant crystal core to do experiments. And then he went up one level at a time until he used the 5th-level crystal core to do experiments. Duan Luochen's strength was equivalent to that of a 4th-level mutant zombie or a superpower. He thought it would be easy to deal with a small survivor base. With the strength of the 5 of them, they would have no problem dealing with the 6th-level mutant zombies. But they made a mistake after all. The cat that could kill the grass instantly must be a level 5 mutant beast. And a level 5 mutant beast stayed quietly beside them for such a long time. And their crystal core detector did not even give any warning. Every time he thought of this, Duan Luochen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If it was him who pointed a gun at the little girl just now, then he might be the one lying on the ground being chopped by countless people now. That was a level 5 mutant beast, hiding quietly behind several people for such a long time. Duan Luochen felt scared no matter how he thought about it. Chao had no life breath at this moment, because those survivors who rushed up did not forget him. Without any resistance, he was chopped by the swords without even a piece of good meat. Tang Mingming was still staring at Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang naturally felt that these people were not as good as himself in terms of individual combat ability. But he did not rush forward, because his responsibility was Shuer behind him. In Xiao Huang's view, Shuer had become his master, and his current mission was to protect his little master. Shuer was confused at the moment. She still hadn't reacted to what happened. Especially when she saw the little yellow dog she was protecting suddenly jumped up and bit the bad guy's hand to protect her. From that moment on, Shuer was confused. She didn't expect that the little yellow dog she held in her arms every day to sleep was so powerful. Lin Tian and a group of people were fighting against insects and flowers. And Jinzi became the object forgotten by everyone. When Jinzi found that he was safe, he did not run away. He had more than just the Mitsubishi military bayonet on him. In fact, Jinzi also had a pistol hidden on him. But he just didn't have time to take it out. It was an ordinary police pistol with 12 standard bullets. But the power of the gun was always huge. When Tang Mingming was staring at the cat, Jinzi had quietly raised the pistol in his hand and aimed at Tang Mingming. Perhaps because he had not practiced well, Jinzi's aim was very bad. He was clearly aiming at Tang Mingming's head. But when the gunshot rang out, the bullet hit Tang Mingming's chest. Chapter 266. Tang Mingming never thought that she would die in this situation. When she lost consciousness, she looked at Jinzi, who had an expressionless face. It was this little guy who fired the gun. Then she looked at the cat. At the moment when Tang Mingming was shot, the cat pounced on her like a tiger. Tang Mingming knew the power of the cat. If the cat really pounced on her, even if the bullet couldn't kill her, the cat would kill her. Tang Mingming didn't know what happened next. For her, the best situation might be to know nothing. In the last 0.1 second of her coma, she heard a heartbreaking voice, which was made by Duan Luochen. He had shouted the same way when she was forced to do experiments on mutants. Duan Luochen never expected that a mission that was almost certain to succeed would fail due to various circumstances. Not only that, his team even suffered casualties. Looking at the lifeless grass and Tang Mingming who was shot, Duan Luochen felt that his heart was about to break. He kicked away a survivor who came to attack him. and hurriedly ran towards Tang Mingming. Not caring about the level 5 mutant beast Xiao Huang, Duan Luochen only saw the pistol in his hand firing continuously, and then took out an electric baton, which was specially used to deal with mutant zombies. The reason why they were able to deal with the level 6 mutant zombie was related to this electric baton, because the electric baton can emit 50,000 volts of high voltage electricity. Under this high voltage electricity, mutant zombies below level 5 will be directly burned into charcoal, and those above level 5 will be convulsed by electricity, thus losing their combat effectiveness for a long time. When dealing with the 6th level mutant zombie, it was Duan Luochen who risked his life to use this electric baton and successfully hit the zombie. In the end, the whole team was saved. However, this electric baton has a big disadvantage, because its storage power is only 50,000 volts. That is, this electric baton can only launch one attack. After launching, the electric baton will be no different from an ordinary wooden stick. Fortunately, Duan Luochen succeeded. This electric baton successfully hit Xiao Huang, and Xiao Huang had no choice but to fall to the ground. Xiao Huang! Shuer shouted loudly. Just as she was about to go forward to check on Xiao Huang, Shuer was pulled back by Jinzi. And then Jinzi bravely rushed forward. Ming Ming? Ming Ming? Are you okay? Answer me? Ming Ming! Duan Luochen shouted loudly. Feeling that Tang Mingming was still breathing, Duan Luochen hurriedly hugged Tang Mingming and prepared to leave. At this time, Jinzi actually went forward to pick up Xiao Huang to check what was going on. You know, Xiao Huang had just been charged with 50,000 volts of high voltage. Fortunately, Xiao Huang had fallen to the ground, and a large amount of current had flowed into the earth. But Xiao Huang's body still had enough electricity to shock people. Sure enough, when Jinzi touched Xiao Huang, he was electrocuted and fainted. Duan Luochen was about to carry Tang Mingming away, but seeing so many survivors around, for safety reasons, Duan Luochen changed his position from carrying to carrying, and then used his other hand to carry Jinzi on his shoulder, and then turned on his pager. At this moment, not far from the survivor base, the mutant pilot was sleeping in a room out of boredom. On the roof of this room, there was a small helicopter. This mutant driver has actually always known Duan Luochen, and they have a good relationship. Every time they go on a mission, they will dispatch 2 helicopters. But except for Duan Luochen and Tang Mingming, no one else knows about this matter, especially since other people have a bad attitude towards this driver. Duan Luochen will not tell them even more. But whenever he encounters danger, Duan Luochen will not panic, because he still has back resources. When the driver woke up from the bed, he saw that his pager was flashing all the time. The driver was a little confused, because this emergency pager had never sounded. Even when he went up to deal with the 6th level mutant zombie, this pager had never sounded. But this time it sounded against a second-rate base. The driver was a little unbelievable. But since the pager sounded, he had to fulfill his responsibility. Duan Luochen was carrying 2 people on his shoulders, and wanted to escape from here quickly, which was obviously a pipe dream. Not to mention whether he could keep up with the speed. He became the most conspicuous target with 2 people on his shoulders. Seeing countless people rushing towards him, Duan Luochen actually put Tang Mingming on the ground and began to flee towards the blasting hole that came in first with the gold on his shoulders. Hua and Chong saw their boss running away, and they ran without thinking. But the survivors, who had no worries at this moment, would not let them escape casually. Lin Tian didn't even need to say anything. The survivors had already raised their guns and aimed at Chong and Hua. The 2 died under the random gunfire without even resisting. Some people were so excited that they quickly pointed their guns at the fleeing Duan Luochen, but were quickly stopped by Lin Tian. The gold is on him. Don't shoot casually. 10 people come with me to chase, and the rest of you watch the base. See if the woman is dead or not. If she is not dead, don't kill her, Lin Tian instructed. Duan Luochen did not abandon Tang Mingming without any thoughts. First of all, he would definitely not be able to escape if he carried 2 people away, especially since Tang Mingming had been shot and bleeding non-stop. If she was not treated in time, she would probably be close to death. This is why Duan Luochen left Tang Mingming behind. He wanted the survivors' base to help him treat Tang Mingming. The survivors' base would naturally not save their enemies for no reason. But what if Duan Luochen kidnapped Jinzi? After the confrontation just now, Duan Luochen knew how important Jinzi was in the hearts of these people. In this case, Duan Luochen could only choose to kidnap Jinzi first, and then threatened him to treat Tang Mingming. Lin Tian and 10 people immediately chased after him. But what they didn't expect was that Duan Luochen was carrying a person on his back. And they couldn't catch up. When Lin Tian and his men followed Duan Luochen to the bottom of the mountain, a helicopter had been waiting there for a long time. The helicopter had been waiting to start. Lin Tian could only watch Duan Luochen run onto the helicopter. And then the helicopter began to take off. Lin Tian came to the bottom of the helicopter, watched Duan Luochen put the gold in front of him, and hurriedly stopped everyone from shooting at the helicopter. Duan Luochen shouted loudly on the helicopter, "If you want this child, take my teammate's life in exchange. Remember, I am in S City." Then, Duan Luochen decisively closed the door of the helicopter, and the helicopter gradually took off in a gust of air, and then disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 267. Lin Tian threw his big knife to the ground, looking a little annoyed. Why? His speed was always a little slower every time. If he had been faster just now, he would definitely have caught up with that hateful guy. But he was still slow. When Lin Tian went back, he saw Jin Beibei and Lin Hao appear together. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and felt a little ashamed. "I'm sorry," Lin Tian said seriously. Lin Hao just came back and met Jin Beibei on the way. When Lin Hao learned the purpose of Jin Beibei and a group of people coming out, Lin Hao already felt something was wrong. Because all the combat power of the survivors' base came out. What if those people counterattacked the base at this time? Hearing Lin Hao's words, Jin Beibei hurriedly led everyone to run towards the base. As expected, as Lin Hao expected, Duan Luochen and his men attacked the base first. However, what surprised Lin Hao and Jin Beibei was that Lin Tian actually led his men to defend the survivor base. Jin Beibei was in a good mood and went into the survivor base with Lin Hao. As a result, she saw that the survivors had a gloomy expression on their faces, and Schwer was crying very sadly. While crying, she was also touching the cat. What happened? Schwer? Lin Hao hurried forward and asked with concern. "It's all my fault. Xiao Huang died because of me. And brother Jinzi was also captured by them," Schwer cried. "What? Jinzi was captured?" Jin Beibei showed signs of collapse immediately after hearing the news. Fortunately, Jiang Panpan hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry. Don't worry. Jinzi was just captured. And the result is not that bad." The other people around them told what happened just now one by one. The more they talked, the tighter Lin Hao and Jin Beibei frowned. When they heard that the man finally gave up Tang Mingming, the woman, and captured Jinzi, Lin Hao hurried forward to check the woman's injuries. Wang Zai appeared beside Lin Hao at some point and said, "This woman is not dead yet. The man who took away the gold might have threatened us to cure this woman." Lin Hao agreed with Wang Zai's words. He quickly picked up the woman and carried her into the room. He asked Gooden in his heart, "Is there any way to cure this woman? The injury is just a superficial wound. We just need to take out the bullet. I don't need to do anything. The reason why this woman fainted is because she was too tired and lost too much blood." After Gooden's test, Lin Hao felt relieved. As long as the woman was fine, Jin Zi would be fine. Where's Qian Bin? Hurry up. Take care of this woman. Take the bullet out of her body, and she be fine. Qian Bin was helping others deal with their wounds. When he heard Lin Hao say that, he quickly finished what he had on hand, and then walked into the room. At this moment, Lin Tian came back. Lin Tian looked at Jin Beibei and Lin Hao, and said with some shame, "I'm sorry." Lin Hao sighed. He looked at the cat in Schwer's arms. It was a level 5 mutant beast. They could make a level 5 mutant beast like this. Not to mention Lin Tian, a level 2 mutant. Jin Beibei said dejectedly, "No. It's not your fault. It's my fault. If I hadn't called everyone out to chase them, but stayed in the base safely, maybe we would be fine." Jin Beibei returned to her room, somewhat frustrated. Wang Zai and Zhou Yi began to take over the tedious affairs of the base. This time, they were attacked by Duan Luochen, and the severity was no less than the previous 2 zombie tides. The first time, the most people died, and this time, the hearts were even more broken. Jiang Panpan watched Schwer crying while hugging the cat. So she picked Schwer up and walked into the room to comfort the little girl. Lin Hao sighed and walked into Jin Beibei's room. Jin Beibei sat at the head of the bed, and immediately changed from the high-spirited leader of the base to a fragile little woman. Jin Beibei said with some concern, "Jinzi is my only relative. What if something really happens to him?" Lin Hao came to Jean Bebe. And Jean Bebe naturally hugged Lin Hao and began to complain. It's all my fault. Do you think I was born not to be a leader? Because of my blind command? We are in danger every time. And every time we are in danger, you come to save everyone. Are you more suitable for this position than me? Jean Bebe was a little disappointed with herself. Lin Hao was unwilling to take over this hot potato. He hurriedly said, Don't think so. There is nothing wrong with your instructions. If I were you at that time, maybe I would think the same as you. Some things happen to a large extent because of accidents. Don't think about it. Didn't Lin Tian say that the man robbed the gold just to save his teammates? As long as we heal the woman and send them back, we can get the gold back. Lin Hao stroked Jean Bebe's hair. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten Jean Bebe's previous willfulness and arrogance. He put himself in her shoes. Jean Bebe had to look after such a large base by herself. In fact, sometimes she would be tired and stressed. But whenever she needed to talk, he was always not there. However, he was her boyfriend. Lin Hao asked himself if he was not a good boyfriend. Jean Bebe finally cried in grievance, not only because of her fault that caused great losses to the survivors' base, but also because of her mistakes that caused the unknown life and death of her brother. Lin Hao comforted Jean Bebe here, while Jiang Panpan comforted Shuer over there. Meow. Xiao Huang stood up with a trembling body at this moment. It looked at the surrounding scenery and relaxed its stiff body after making sure it was safe. Shuer looked at Xiao Huang happily. But when she thought of Jinzi, she became sad again. She lay in Jiang Panpan's arms. Sister Panpan, Jinzi will be fine. Right? Shuer asked naively. Jiang Panpan smiled and said, Yes, Jinzi will be fine. He is a little man. Nothing can stop a man. Finally, the sky began to get darker, and the battle ended. After half a month of recuperation, the survivors of the base began to smile gradually. As a result, injuries and disasters came again in just a few hours, and the survivors began to panic again. The moon gradually emerged, and a person was still standing in the place of the battle, standing silently, with a hollow look in his eyes. And I don't know what he was thinking. This person held a big knife in his hand, but the big knife was not as sharp and powerful as usual, as if he was worried like his owner. Jiang Panpan walked out of Shuer's room and saw Lin Tian. Lin Tian had been standing there for a whole afternoon. Jiang Panpan knew that she was blaming herself. But some things really couldn't be blamed on anyone. Jiang Panpan sighed and slowly walked towards Lin Tian. Chapter 268. How is Shuer? Lin Tian asked. Jiang Panpan lifted her long hair on her forehead, and her cold tone softened. She said softly, She is asleep. But there must be a shadow in her heart. Yes. How could there not be? It has existed since the beginning of the doomsday. Not only her, but you and I. Everyone. People are becoming more and more sick. We could have been united. But when some people discovered the power of the crystal core, it was like opening Pandora's box. And everything was different. Lin Tian said with great emotion. So you are complaining about yourself? Jiang Panpan asked. Lin Tian's words seemed to be complaining about the current social environment and the zombie virus. But in fact, he was complaining about not using his own Pandora's box well. You shouldn't blame yourself. No one should blame themselves. Because you are not wrong. The real fault is those selfish government organizations. Without them, we might have already built this place into an outdoor paradise. Jiang Panpan said with longing. If I hadn't been so deeply involved in the battle, if I had stepped forward to protect Shuer and Jinzi when they were out of danger, they wouldn't have been captured by that guy. This is my problem. I know. Lin Tian's voice was very gray. If Jinzi really had a problem, I would never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Lin Tian finally let go of the big knife in his hand. Like a lone wolf who had failed in the battle. Standing alone on the top of the mountain, holding his head high, looking at the moon, Jiang Panpan looked at Lin Tian at this moment, and suddenly felt that this man was so lonely. Lin Tian has always been lonely. Before the doomsday, no one was willing to accept him because of his identity. After the doomsday, everyone was trying to survive, and it was even more impossible for anyone to focus on him. So Lin Tian has always been lonely. Lonely and distressing. This was the first time Jiang Panpan saw the real Lin Tian. She didn't expect that the real Lin Tian turned out to be so distressing. Jiang Panpan didn't think about it, and actually went forward to hug him. You shouldn't blame yourself. I said. You are not wrong. No one is wrong. I think you shouldn't stand here and stare at the moon, Jiang Panpan said softly. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little panic. And he wanted to struggle. Panpan. Don't do this. Lin Tian was not the only one who felt lonely at the end of the world. Whether it was Jiang Panpan, Jean Bebe, or other girls, they would all feel very lonely in this environment. And their loneliness was heartbreaking. There was no man to pamper them like their beloved babies. They could only rely on themselves. But strong girls all hope to have a warm embrace. Jean Bebe has Lin Hao. But Jiang Panpan has always blocked her heart and refused to let Lin Tian in. Today, it seems a little different. Jiang Panpan took the initiative to unlock her heart, and then began to accept Lin Tian. Lin Tian instantly felt a little proud, and a sense of insecurity surged in his heart. When Jiang Panpan showed himself passionately, Lin Tian felt that if he didn't do something, he would really not be a man, and he would be worse than a beast. Go to the room. Looking at Lin Tian's physical movements, Jiang Panpan said softly, no matter how cold a girl is, when facing a major decision in her life, she will always be nervous and whisper softly, just like Jean Bebe at this moment. Okay, let's go to the room. A man and a woman entered the room not far from Lin Hao and Jean Bebe. Lin Hao was comforting Jean Bebe when he heard an unbearable voice in his ears. And the voice was so familiar to him. It was the voice of Lin Tian and Jiang Panpan. Seeing Jean Bebe still so sad, Lin Hao suddenly smiled evilly and said, Okay, don't be sad. I show you something fun. Jean Bebe's eyes were swollen. She didn't know how long she had been crying, but she couldn't fall asleep anyway. When she heard Lin Hao say that, she asked curiously, What fun thing? Lin Hao stood up, took Jean Bebe out of the room, and slowly walked towards Jiang Panpan's room next door. When the two gradually approached the room, because of the room's construction, the sound insulation material was definitely not as good as expected. Before they got close, they heard the embarrassing sound coming from the room. Do you want to go in and take a look? Lin Hao suggested. Jean Bebe's face flushed, and she really forgot her sadness. She murmured, Forget it. If we disturb them at this time, they will hate us forever. Lin Hao smiled and said, I think so too. Finally, after Lin Hao's guidance, Jean Bebe finally recovered a little bit of her mood, lay back in the room, and looked at Lin Hao silently, her eyes shining. You can sleep peacefully. I go see how the woman is recovering. Lin Hao patted Jean Bebe's shoulder and left the room. Looking at Lin Hao's back, Jean Bebe could only sigh, not knowing what she was thinking. Tang Mingming's injuries have improved a lot since Qian Bin took out the bullet. Lin Hao knew that Tang Mingming was a very powerful mutant, so he asked Li Yang and Bai Bofin to watch her. During the daytime battle, the two guys wanted to help, but Lin Hao told them not to reveal their identities. If they did, the survivor base would be in chaos. Jin Zi was captured. Duan Luochen was afraid to do anything to Jin Zi. However, if Lin Hao's identity as a zombie was exposed, the survivor's base would be in complete chaos. After arriving at the cabin, Lin Hao smelled a faint smell of blood before he entered, so his mental power immediately flew into his mind. After seeing the scene in the room, Lin Hao was somewhat amused. It was obvious that Tang Mingming had regained her consciousness at some point. When she found out where she was, the first thing she thought of was to escape. However, she was injured and was discovered by Bai Bofin before she could make any movement. Bai Bofin would not give her a good look. Seeing that this woman was not honest and could not be hurt, the fat man pressed her down with his weight of more than 200 kilograms without thinking. It is conceivable that a weak woman who still wants to resist is suddenly pressed down by a weight of more than 200 kilograms. It would be a miserable thing. When Bai Bofin pressed on her, Tang Mingming's wound split open, and blood stained the bed sheet red. Lin Hao's 5 senses are many times higher than those of normal people, so it is normal to smell blood. Lin Hao pushed open the door and said to Bai Bofin with a smile, Okay, fatty, get down. If you press on me again, I will crush her to death. Bai Bofin saw that it was Lin Hao who came, and hurriedly got off Tang Mingming. Chapter 269. When Bai Bofin got off Tang Mingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. She believed that if Lin Hao had come a little later, this woman might have been crushed to death by Bai Bofin. He hadn't paid attention to it just now, but at this moment, Lin Hao discovered that there was an instrument on Tang Mingming that was flashing all the time, and it was flashing very strongly. Lin Hao approached Tang Mingming with some curiosity and wanted to take the instrument off. Tang Mingming quickly shrank back as if she saw a poisonous snake approaching her. But there was a wall behind her. No matter how Tang Mingming shrank back, Lin Hao still stretched out his hand and took the instrument off. Can you tell me what this instrument is used for? Lin Hao's smile was very gentle. He looked at Tang Mingming with a smile. Tang Mingming looked at Lin Hao, Bai Bofin, and Li Yang with fearful eyes. I didn't expect that what Dr. Yi said was true. This survivor base is actually colluding with zombies. Lin Hao touched his face. He knew that he didn't look like a zombie, and then looked at Bai Bofin and Li Yang. Well, these two people looked like zombies at first glance. Lin Hao naturally didn't think that this woman discovered his zombie identity because of Li Yang and Bai Bofin's appearance. It looks like this should be an instrument that can detect mutant zombies. Not bad. It's good, but it's useless to me. Lin Hao was about to throw this thing away when another female voice came. It's useless to you, but it's useful to me. When this female voice came, Lin Hao felt a palpitation inexplicably. And Bai Bofin and Li Yang were even worse. They looked at the woman who came in from the door with panic. The woman was accompanied by a dazed third-level zombie. Lin Hao was so amused that he asked, "How did you get in?" As far as Lin Hao knew, all the survivors in the entire survivor base were awake. Under the leadership of Qian Bin, they were very conscious of guarding the survivor base. Those people were very careful. And even Lin Hao couldn't sneak in without being discovered. What do you think? Chu Xiaoxiao regained her cold demeanor and asked back. Okay. You're awesome. But why do you want this thing? At this moment, Lin Hao was no longer afraid of Chu Xiaoxiao. The two of them were at least comrades, who had gone through hardships together. And they also had feelings before humans. He didn't think Chu Xiaoxiao would do such a treacherous thing. It's useful. Lin Hao said two simple words, and didn't ask any more questions. He threw the instrument to Chu Xiaoxiao. Then why did you come to us? Lin Hao asked again. Your reward, Chu Xiaoxiao said, and threw 5 crystal cores to Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at the 5 third-level crystal cores and said with some amusement, You came here to give me crystal cores. Not bad. You are still a person who keeps your promises. We can be friends. Really? Chu Xiaoxiao sneered. Can I ask you for a favor? Lin Hao asked, and casually threw 4 of the 5 crystal cores to Li Yang and Bai Bofin, and swallowed one himself. Bai Bofin and Li Yang were obviously unwilling to take them. And finally, under Lin Hao's serious eyes, they silently swallowed the crystal cores into their mouths. I'm busy. Although Chu Xiaoxiao said she was busy, she didn't leave, obviously wanting to listen to Lin Hao's next words. Lin Hao said, as if he didn't hear it, in a few days, I may take this woman away from City B to save my brother-in-law. But the survivor base cannot be left without someone guarding it. None of us knows if there are powerful mutant zombies or organizations hidden somewhere in City B. I need you. I told you I'm busy, Chu Xiaoxiao said. Thank you. I knew you would agree. Lin Hao seemed to be talking to himself. Chu Xiaoxiao was choked by Lin Hao's self-righteousness and couldn't say anything. In the end, she could only say, I have nowhere to go anyway. So I just stay in your broken base. After Chu Xiaoxiao left, Lin Hao turned his attention back to Tang Mingming, whose eyes were wide open at the moment. Do you want to live? Lin Hao asked. Tang Mingming didn't say anything, but stared at Lin Hao. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to kill you now, because I need you. Don't think about running away. What you need to do now is to recover from your injuries. I will personally send you back to a city to meet your organization. Lin Hao said. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. In another wooden house, Wang Long, who has joined the survivor base for some time, looks at his sister worriedly. Since coming to this survivor base, Wang Long and Wang Lanlan have separated from their previous team. Wang Lanlan feels that they can't be trusted. In this case, why not separate? Anyway, now everyone is safe. There are no conflicts of interest. So it's better to part ways in peace. Today, Jean Bebe asked Qian Bin to take people out to chase Duan Luochen and others. And among the people Qian Bin brought were Wang Long and Wang Lanlan. Wang Long wanted to show himself and bring his sister along, hoping to attract the attention of Jean Bebe and others. Only by getting along well with Jean Bebe and others can he live a comfortable life in the base in the future. Wang Long's idea was right. Although Wang Lanlan didn't want this, she was still pulled out by her brother. When they returned to the base, they were frightened by the situation at the base. Wang Long was thankful that he and his sister followed Jean Bebe out. Otherwise they might be the ones facing danger in the base. Brother, do you really think we are lucky? Wang Lanlan said faintly. Wang Long asked worriedly, what's wrong? After the two helped the base deal with the matter, they returned to the room. Wang Lanlan remained silent until it was quiet for a long time before Wang Lanlan showed her ankle. They went out to chase Duan Luochen. And there were naturally zombies outside. These zombies were not a problem for those experienced veterans and Qianbin. But for Wang Lanlan, it was a terrifying thing. Sure enough, at a certain time, Wang Lanlan was surprised to find that when she was dealing with an ordinary zombie, the zombie actually scratched her ankle. When Wang Lanlan found out about this, she was desperate and thought she was dead. After seeing the wound on his sister's ankle, Wang Long was also confused. He rushed out of the door and looked around to make sure that there was no one around, and finally carefully closed the room. Wang Long hugged his sister and comforted her. Don't worry. It's just a small wound. It will be fine. It will be fine. As he spoke, Wang Long couldn't help crying. Okay, brother. I'm fine for now. I don't want you to worry about me because of this. The knife is next to me. I don't want to do it myself. If you see me become a zombie, just stab me to death. As she said that, Wang Lanlan took the knife and handed it to Wang Long. Wang Long just held the knife blankly, watching Wang Lanlan lying on the bed, as if he had accepted his fate. Chapter 270. No one knows whether Wang Long actually did anything to his sister. But starting from the second day, 2 more people were missing from the base. And those 2 people were Wang Long and Wang Lanlan. Why again? Because the base actually had 2 more people missing before that. And those 2 people were Wang Wei and Wei Xuan. No one knows where these 4 people went and what happened in the end. In the doomsday situation where everyone is in danger, no one cares about them. After these 4 people disappeared, the first person to discover their disappearance was not their close friends, but Qianbin, because Qianbin had the habit of calling names. When Qianbin learned that Wang Wei and Wei Xuan disappeared, he did not make a fuss, because he had guessed that the 2 might not be there. But when Qianbin found out that Wang Long and his sister disappeared, he led people to search for them for a long time. But in the end they were not found, so they could only let it go. Lin Hao stood on the roof of a building, looking at the destruction of the entire B city, and seemed a little sad. As city was once one of the most important buildings in China. I wonder if it is the same as here. It has been almost 3 months since I got Gooden. During these 3 months, Lin Hao has been working hard for the goal of becoming the zombie king. Indeed, as Lin Hao's level gets higher and higher, his combat power becomes stronger and stronger. In this world where people are eaten without leaving any bones, strength really brings him the most important thing: a sense of security. Later, Lin Hao met Jean Bebe and Shuer. Lin Hao also wondered why he couldn't survive alone in this world. But he couldn't, just like Chu Xiaoxiao. In fact, Chu Xiaoxiao had been looking for an organization that could accommodate him. They were all zombies with human thoughts. In the final analysis, they were human beings. And human beings were social animals. They could never be so lonely. So Lin Hao had been lingering in the human world, because he longed for the feeling of having friends, just like the life before the end of the world. But after going from City A to City B and experiencing so much, Lin Hao still felt that there were some things he was really powerless to do. Instead of spending time feeling sad about the passing of time, it would be better to find a few more crystal cores to improve your strength. You think you are powerless only because you are not strong enough. When you have the ability to beat the world, you will be able to do anything. Just as Lin Hao was complaining about his recent life, Gooden couldn't help but speak. You are not a human being. You don't understand. Lin Hao said. I don't understand your sister. If you were strong enough, would you be scared by Chu Xiaoxiao? Would you waste so much time with that toad? If you were in the base, would those government mutant organizations break into your base? In the final analysis, you are still too weak, Gooden said mercilessly. Lin Hao touched his nose. Although Gooden said all the facts, there were some facts that Lin Hao really didn't want to hear. They were too hurtful. It has been 3 days since Jin Zi was captured by Duan Luochen. And during these 3 days, Tang Mingming's injuries have almost healed. Lin Hao left the roof of the building and came to the ground. A mighty and domineering Hummer appeared in front of Lin Hao. This was what Lin Hao got from the military base 2 days ago. In fact, the Hummer is not very good looking, but this kind of car is very strong. And it looks majestic and safe. Especially in this environment. It is great to have such a car. This time when going to S City, Lin Hao wanted to take Bai Bofin and Li Yan with him. But Jean Bebe was worried about her alone. So she insisted on following Lin Hao, and threatened Lin Hao that if he didn't take her, she would walk alone. Lin Hao heard that. Okay. If you want to go, then go. Anyway, Jean Bebe is also a third-level superpower. So she should be able to protect herself. Before leaving, Jean Bebe told Jiang Panpan and Lin Tian, the base is handed over to you. If anything happens, you must discuss it together. Don't act alone. Like me. Lin Tian and Jiang Panpan nodded. And Qian Bin helped to move water and food to the car. As long as you have a car and don't go abroad. Anywhere is not far. There wasn't much water and food. Only Jean Bebe and Tang Mengmeng needed it. Wang Zai and Zhou Yi also helped. Jean Bebe came to Wang Zai and said, I leave the base to you. Although you don't have much combat power. You are the smartest. I believe you can still do well without me. Sister, are you here to attack me? Wang Zai laughed and complained. In the end, the two women who often quarreled hugged each other. Wang Zai said softly, I hope you can bring the little guy Jeanzi back safely. Don't worry. I will. Jean Bebe said firmly. Since the survivor base fell into Jean Bebe's hands, it has been hit by natural disasters and man-made disasters. The ordinary survivors in the base have been panicked for a long time. But when they heard that their leader had left to save his brother, the people in the base were even more panicked. But they did not riot. Because they knew their own situation. They could still survive in the base. But if they left the base and lost the protection of Jean Bebe and others, these people would really find it difficult to continue. They didn't agree with Jean Bebe leaving. But Jean Bebe had to leave. These people could only watch Jean Bebe leave. They didn't dare to incite any speech. Those who randomly incited speech in the doomsday died miserably in the end. They didn't want to die. Jean Bebe left after all. Lin Hao used Lin Tian's key to start the Hummer. And then looked in the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, a woman was standing alone in a place where no one could see. At this moment, that person was also looking at Lin Hao. Although they were far apart, they both seemed to be able to see each other in a rearview mirror. Lin Hao knew that although he had left, there was still a very powerful guy guarding the base. With the gratitude of saving his man, he could still help him guard the base for a few days. Be careful. Lin Tian came to Lin Hao and blocked the rearview mirror, but only said these 4 words. Don't worry. I will rescue Jean Z. Lin Hao looked at Tang Mengmeng who was tied in the middle of the back and said confidently. In the end, Lin Hao still left Bai Bofin and Li Yan behind. Because Lin Hao was worried about the base. If the two of them were watching here, Lin Hao would feel more at ease. With a buzzing sound, the Hummer left. But Lin Tian was a little confused. Anyone who heard such words would be confused. Lin Tian was very curious. How did Lin Hao know about this? Just now. After Lin Tian told Lin Hao to pay attention to safety, Lin Hao also said something to Lin Tian. And when he said that, Lin Hao smiled very meanly. He said, you should also pay attention to safety. Don't kill anyone. This sentence was incoherent. Lin Tian didn't understand it at first. But when Lin Hao said the next sentence, Lin Tian was completely confused. Being pregnant is very troublesome in the doomsday. When Lin Tian was confused, Lin Hao had already driven away. Chapter 271. What are you thinking about? Lin Hao asked curiously. Nothing. Why don't you take Depang and Li Yan with you? Jean Bebe was a little confused. Take them with you? To be honest, their strength is not on the same level as mine. And S City is the center of the virus outbreak. There will be more powerful mutant zombies there. If there are 2 more, I will have to take care of more people. I don't want that. Lin Hao said carefully. Jean Bebe didn't know what she was thinking. But she couldn't help laughing. Big sister, we are here to save your brother. Your brother is in danger of death. How can you still laugh? Lin Hao asked in surprise. Jean Bebe stopped laughing immediately. And her face turned as black as coal. And the big sister behind me. My binding technique is from the hands of Mr. Hada from the island country. I suggest you stop struggling. It's useless. Lin Hao saw Tang Mingming struggling in various small movements in the rearview mirror inside the car, hoping to get rid of the ropes that bound her. Although Lin Hao did not use the binding method, he said. The rope tied to Tang Mingming was indeed a knot tied by Lin Hao with great strength. And there were more than 1 layer. especially considering that Tang Mingming was a mutant. Her strength was definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. So Lin Hao used more than one rope. Tang Mingming's forehead was sweating at this moment. But she still couldn't get rid of the rope on her body, which was also due to her injuries. You said that we have known each other for 3 days. And you didn't tell us anything during these 3 days. We didn't abuse you or intimidate you. We gave you food and drink every day. At the same time, putting aside some issues of position, we don't even have basic conflicts of interest. We just want to live well in this small piece of land in B City. Instead, you have nothing to do and come all the way from S City to make trouble. Do you think it's our fault? Now, your captain has kidnapped my brother-in-law, and we have to trouble you to send you all the way there. We still need to face each other for a long time on the way. Are you sure you don't want to say a word to us? Lin Hao asked with reason and emotion. Tang Mingming still didn't speak. Obviously, he really didn't want to pay attention to Lin Hao. The zombie, Jean Bebe, turned around, and her originally kind smile suddenly turned murderous. She said viciously, "Whether you speak or not has nothing to do with us. I only have one question for you now. Where is your base in S City?" Tang Mingming still sat quietly in her seat without saying a word. "You can keep silent, as long as you answer my question. If you don't answer me, don't blame me for being rude to you," Jean Bebe said as she drew out her knife. Tang Mingming's eyes shrank when she saw this scene. And even Lin Hao was shocked. "Don't be impulsive. If she dies, your brother can't be brought back." "I'm not impulsive. I just want to collect some interest from her first." As she said, Jean Bebe's knife had already chopped towards Tang Mingming's face. Tang Mingming was so scared that she immediately lost her mind. Whether it was before or after the apocalypse, the most important thing for girls was probably their faces. If their faces were scratched, it would definitely be more painful than death for girls. "Stop. I'm telling you. What do you want to hear?" Finally, Tang Mingming, who had been silent for the past few days, finally spoke under Jean Bebe's coercion. "Didn't I just say it? Where is your survivor base in S City?" In order to prevent Jean Bebe from acting impulsively, Lin Hao hurriedly asked. "It's easy to find. Our base is very large. It's in the tallest building in the city center. That building has been designated as a building in our base." After Tang Mingming said this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you believe her?" Jean Bebe looked at Lin Hao. "What does it matter whether I believe it or not? Anyway, we know when we get to S City. There is only one tallest building in S City. Although I haven't been to S City, I have heard of that place," Lin Hao said. Jean Bebe said, "It's okay. I drive when we get to S City. I've been to S City before. My dad took me there for a trip before. I feel relieved if someone knows the way. I'm afraid that we end up letting this woman lead the way. This guy will lead us to the lair of some advanced mutant zombies, and that'd be the end of us." Lin Hao looked back at Tang Mingming. The car was still driving fast. S City was still far away from B City. It spanned at least 2 provinces, and was nearly 500 miles. Even if we drove there without worrying about speed, we wouldn't be able to get there in less than a whole day. The following time was boring. Very boring. Lin Hao had been looking at the road signs on the highway since he got on it. Along the way, Lin Hao had nothing to do and calculated that he had encountered zombies more than a dozen times. Those zombies were always amazingly brave. After seeing such a fast-moving car, they could rush up without thinking, which required a certain amount of courage. However, their flesh and blood bodies could not resist the driving of the Hummer at all. Without Lin Hao blinking an eye, they were knocked away. However, what surprised Lin Hao was that he met many survivors along the way. When these survivors saw the speeding vehicles on the road, they all waved excitedly, hoping that the vehicles would stop and give them a ride. Lin Hao would stop the car every time and tell them seriously, "Go to City B, where there is a survivor base. We are going to where there are zombies." Although this reason is true, it sounds really fake. Some survivors saw a motionless woman tied up in Lin Hao's car. They might have guessed something. Those who were not strong usually retreated at this time and walked towards the big cake described by Lin Hao. But there are always some survivors who have such crooked ideas. For example, the survivors with more people stopped Lin Hao's car and asked Lin Hao if they could take a ride. Lin Hao said, "No. There are too many of you, and there is no room. Besides, I am not going to a safe place. You can go to City B, where there is a survivor base." As he said that, Lin Hao was about to start the car. But at this time, Lin Hao's car was pulled away by a strong man. There seemed to be 7 or 8 survivors outside. All of them were men. And when those men saw Jean Bebe and the tied Tang Mingming, their eyes became even more unfriendly. One of them, who was obviously the leader, shouted at Lin Hao, "What nonsense are you talking to us about? If you don't want to take us, then you don't want to take us. You actually said we were going to a dangerous place. Do you know what a dangerous place is? I'm telling you. Don't think that it's the end of the world, and you can do whatever you want. What's wrong with the woman behind you? Hurry up and let her go." The man's voice was loud. Not only loud, but also particularly righteous. Lin Hao suddenly picked his ears and glanced at the man. "Close my car door." Chapter 272. Close my car door. Lin Hao repeated it to the muscular man again. The man was obviously a little bit unconvinced. "What did you say? You asked me to close the car door? Are the bad guys so confident now?" Lin Hao looked at the dirty man speechlessly, still holding his car door, with no sign of relaxation at all. It was obvious that the other party was looking for trouble. "Are you sure you don't want to close the car door?" Lin Hao asked with a puzzled look. The big man still held the car door, and then his other hand reached to his waist, and he took out a black object from his waist. A pistol. In the current environment, it seems that it is not difficult to own a pistol. As long as you are willing, you can get it. After the big man took out the pistol, he pointed the gun at Lin Hao. The big man smiled at Lin Hao mischievously. "I like the posture of the woman behind your car. And the woman next to you is also very beautiful. To be honest, we won't kill anyone. You give these 2 women to us to play with, and we will return them to you after you have fun. What do you think? Of course, you can also refuse." As he said that, the big man pressed the gun against Lin Hao's forehead. "Do you think I shouldn't have stopped the car?" Lin Hao turned his head innocently and asked Jean Bebe. Since Jean Bebe found a box of foundation in the Hummer, he never moved his head away from the left rearview mirror. He just kept patting and hitting, and had no desire to pay attention to Lin Hao at all. Sometimes women's obsession with cosmetics is really scary. Seeing that Jean Bebe didn't respond, Lin Hao also felt bored. So he turned to Tang Mingming and asked, "Miss, they want to rescue you as a hero. Are you willing to go down?" Tang Mingming looked at Lin Hao with her eyes wide open and said, "Do you dare?" So, Lin Hao turned his head to the big man again and said, "You see, the lady you mentioned who was kidnapped is obviously unwilling to leave my car. And the lady next to me is even more dismissive of you. So, leave here quickly before my mood gets bad." The big man turned around and looked at his companions. Lin Hao could see that they wanted to laugh and mock Lin Hao, but they suppressed their laughter and mockery to a very low voice. They were afraid that they would attract zombies, which would be a very painful thing. "I tell you, I don't want to kill anyone. And I believe you don't want to die either. Stop the car quickly. Leave the woman behind. And get out of here. Otherwise, I will let you taste the taste of a bullet. I know you have never tasted it. And you won't have the courage to taste it a second time after you taste it for the first time." As the big man said this, he actually pressed the muzzle of the gun towards Lin Hao's head. This was a very insulting action. When the big man made this move, Lin Hao felt that he should not play with him anymore. He grabbed the big man's gun casually. The big man didn't even react. When he looked at his hand, he found that the gun was gone. The big man subconsciously raised his head and saw the black gun pointed at his head. The big man was frightened and hurriedly stepped back. However, Lin Hao's target did not seem to be the big man. Lin Hao pointed the gun at the sky and then fired. He fired randomly until there were no more bullets, and then threw the empty pistol to the big man. When Lin Hao drove away, the big man and his team didn't react to what Lin Hao meant. And Lin Hao had already driven away. "Boss, he didn't shoot you." One person expressed such emotion to the big man. The big man asked speechlessly, "Do you hope that he will shoot me?" When the roars of the zombies around began to appear in the ears of several people, the big man finally understood why Lin Hao didn't shoot. In this environment, sometimes killing people does not require shooting. When the zombies around began to gather towards the big man's team, they wanted to run, but it was too late. They only heard a heart-wrenching scream, and everything returned to nothingness. Lin Hao seemed to have forgotten those people, and even forgot that someone had pointed at his head, and just started to drive quietly. After driving for an unknown amount of time, Lin Hao asked Jean Bebe, "Are we almost there?" "Almost. At the provincial border, Maybe we'd be there in a few dozen kilometers. Jean Bebe finally finished applying powder to herself. When Lin Hao looked at the powder box, he was surprised to find that Jean Bebe had already applied all the powder in the powder box. Seeing Jean Bebe seem to have an extra layer of skin, Lin Hao couldn't help but complain, "Are you going to shoot Memoirs of a Geisha? Apply such thick powder." Jean Bebe said shyly, "I basically haven't put on makeup since the apocalypse. I finally got a box of foundation. So of course, I have to apply it well. Don't think that I don't know what foundation is for because I'm a man. Foundation is left on the face to make it easier for you to apply other cosmetics. This thing has no effect except to add an extra layer of skin on your face." Lin Hao ruthlessly exposed Jean Bebe's clumsy lie. However, Jean Bebe seemed to not care at all, looking left and right in the rearview mirror, as if admiring a masterpiece. At this moment, Tang Mingming, who usually didn't talk much, finally couldn't help but speak. "Your foundation is not applied evenly." "What? Uneven?" Jean Bebe turned her head hurriedly to look at Tang Mingming. At the moment when Jean Bebe turned her head, a small part of the foundation on her face was thrown off her face and scattered in the air due to various mechanical principles such as gravity and centrifugal force. Lin Hao followed the smell and smelled a faint fragrance. Then, Lin Hao couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Behind him, Jean Bebe actually started talking to Tang Mingming about the experience of using foundation. Lin Hao looked at the road sign in front of him. It seemed that he had to rely on himself to get to S City. Just when Lin Hao was thinking about how to get to S City, there was a person in the survivor base in S City who was thinking about how to get rid of the survivor base. Zhou Yu looked at Cheng Xiaodong and Yi Wentian with a numb expression. Yi Wentian still had a wooden box in his hand, which was antique. Yi Wentian threw the box to Zhou Yu, and then ignored him and walked towards Cheng Xiaodong. "Xiaodong, you need to pay attention to the human experiment. You can't be so lax. Otherwise the higher-ups will ask about it." Yi Wentian patted Cheng Xiaodong's shoulder kindly, but they were obviously about the same age. Cheng Xiaodong smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've learned all of Zhou Yu's techniques. Anyway, that guy doesn't want to do the experiment properly, so let him go from the top position. I will work hard on the organization's tasks." Yi Wentian left, and Cheng Xiaodong also left. Chapter 273. Yi Wentian left. Cheng Xiaodong also left. They all left. Only Zhou Yu was left alone. Zhou Yu always wondered why Cheng Xiaodong always liked to hang around behind him. At first, he thought the guy wanted to make trouble. And he did make trouble more than once. But today, Zhou Yu understood that this guy wanted more than just to make trouble. He also stole his code and his technology. Zhou Yu smiled a little morbidly, and he stroked the ordinary wooden box in his hand. The wooden box was exactly the same as the box Yi Wentian gave him the previous 2 times. With the same material and the same feel. The only difference was the weight. This box seemed to be much heavier than the previous 2 times. And the smell of blood was much stronger. Zhou Yu suddenly didn't dare to open the box. He was struggling in his heart, wondering what was in the box. But even in the end, Zhou Yu still couldn't open the box. Zhou Yu stood up, holding the box, and prepared to leave. This time, the guard at the door did not stop Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu had long wanted to leave this depressing laboratory. Everyone in this laboratory was a demon. These demons imprisoned him and destroyed his world. Yes, the world. His daughter was his world. Zhou Yu felt confused. He was still wearing a clean white coat. There was a red potion in the white coat. No one knew what the potion was used for. But it was found out when Zhou Yu went out. "What is the medicine used for?" the inspector asked. "Poison. For suicide." Zhou Yu looked at the inspector with a pale face. The inspector felt that the medicine in his hand seemed to have turned into a poisonous snake. And the poisonous snake was spitting out its tongue and staring at him silently. The inspector hurriedly returned the medicine to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's story had been spread all over the building. Many people felt that Zhou Yu had low emotional intelligence and could not distinguish the importance of things. There is a famous saying that the truth is often in the hands of a few people. And Zhou Yu thought he was in control of the truth, because he holds his bottom line. Zhou Yu also regretted it. He suddenly realized that if he hadn't insisted on his bottom line, his real bottom line would not have disappeared. The inspector didn't check the wooden box in Zhou Yu's hand. Any normal person could tell what was in the box at a glance, because blood was still oozing out of the box. Only Zhou Yu, as if he didn't see it, held the box in his arms very intimately. And the blood immediately dyed Zhou Yu's white coat red. Zhou Yu was about to leave when suddenly a voice came from upstairs. Our researcher Joe. Are you leaving now? The speaker was a slightly fat man with glasses, who walked down from upstairs step by step. Zhou didn't want to pay attention to anyone now, and he was ready to go out. Cheng Xiaodong hurriedly said, "Stop him." The security personnel around immediately stopped Zhou. "Brother Yu, why are you leaving so quickly? Do you want to go back to see your wife and children? I suggest you don't go and see it. It's sad. Why bother?" Cheng Xiaodong stood beside Zhou and said sarcastically. Zhou still didn't speak. Now there was only one reason that could keep him from exploding. The boxes said by Yi Wentian had always been his daughter's body parts. But his wife didn't have any. Zhou had a certain fluke in his heart. Maybe his wife was still alive? "Let me out." Zhou's words were a bit harsh. Cheng Xiaodong sneered at Zhou and said, "Okay. If you don't listen to me, then go ahead. When you see some exciting scenes, don't blame me for not reminding you." The security guard let Zhou go, and Zhou felt like his heart was about to explode. He hurriedly started running. But as a researcher, he had never exercised before or after the apocalypse. And he had been sitting for so long recently. Suddenly, when he started running, his heart started beating violently, and he felt dizzy and nauseous. Zhou ignored the protests from his body, and he just ran, running very vigorously, as if there were millions of zombies chasing him. 10 minutes later, Zhou, with a blue face and pale lips, finally ran back home. At the door of Zhou's house, 2 fully armed soldiers were standing guard at the door. Zhou looked at them strangely, but they didn't look at Zhou. Zhou hurried into the room, and the 2 soldiers didn't stop him. Zhou entered the room with the box in his arms. The moment Zhou entered the room, a strong smell of blood rushed into his nose. This smell of blood and the scene in front of him, plus the physical reaction of just running too much. Zhou finally vomited. He collapsed, and the box in his hand fell to the ground. The lid of the box was thrown open, and a little girl head rolled out from it. Zhou looked at his daughter's head, then fell to the ground, unable to help vomiting. His stomach, which was already empty, was left with only yellow stomach acid. But Zhou continued to vomit. Zhou's face was covered with tears and snot, and he only looked up at the scene in the room when there was really nothing left to vomit. His wife was a woman 2 years younger than him. They met in college. They were first loves. After they successfully walked out of the campus, they not only did not separate, but also got married. They were very happy. Just as happy as when they were in love in college. A few years ago, they had their own daughter. Zhou's mind was filled with memories of his wife and his lovely daughter. He completely ignored the fact that the guy with his feet tied and gnawing on a headless corpse was no longer his wife. 2 soldiers outside the door received Yi Wentian's order. "Did that guy see it?" "Yes. He's vomiting in the room." The soldier replied. "Okay. You guys watch him. If he comes out of the room, just kill him," Cheng Xiaodong said. "Okay." The soldier replied. Then, Zhou did not come out of the room all day, and the 2 soldiers followed Cheng Xiaodong's orders. Since Zhou did not come out, they would not take action. On a certain road, a Hummer was speeding. It was almost dark, and Lin Hao finally ran out of the provincial boundary and saw another province ahead. "When can we get to S City?" Lin Hao finally couldn't help complaining. Since Tang Mingming and Jean Beibei were able to chat, this woman finally stopped saying nothing, and sometimes responded to them. Tang Mingming looked at the sign outside and said with certainty, "It should be soon. We will drive all night today. With our speed, it will definitely be almost done in one night. We should be able to reach S City tomorrow morning. The highway is indeed a convenient place." Chapter 274. As a zombie, Lin Hao can theoretically maintain vigorous energy for a long time as long as he does not use his physical and mental strength in large quantities. Take driving as an example. After driving for a day and a night, Lin Hao seemed to have nothing to do, until the 3 people in the car saw the huge sign in front of them, which read "S City welcomes you." Lin Hao still did not feel tired. S City is a very prosperous city, and he also has the ability to write such words. Unfortunately for the 3 of them, this time, they were not here for tourism. Before the apocalypse, although Lin Hao had never been to S City, he had heard of the name of S City, and heard that there were tall buildings and colorful flowers here. In Lin Hao's imagination, S City was definitely a first-class city, and it was also the city that Lin Hao wanted to visit the most. But when Lin Hao really came to the city, he was still scared by the appearance of S-City. Obviously, after the outbreak of the zombie virus, S-City, as a populous city, must have experienced a difficult battle to defend the city. As the surrounding high-rise buildings gradually increased, it could be seen from the car that those high-rise buildings no longer had the scenery before the doomsday. There were signs of smoke and fire everywhere, which looked extremely ugly. In some places, bomb craters could even be seen. The troops in S-City even used bombs. Before Lin Hao entered S-City, the speed was about 100. After entering S-City, the speed became faster and faster because he saw zombies strolling leisurely everywhere on the streets. After hearing the movement of the Hummer, those zombies seemed to burst out all their strength and rushed here. Moreover, the number and scale of these zombies are no longer comparable to that of a small city like City B. If this Hummer is really caught in the zombie tide, Lin Hao may be fine. But the other two people in the car may not be so lucky. The tallest building in City S should be the TV station in City S. I hope what you said is true. When we arrive there and don't see the survivor base, you know the consequences. Jean Bebe suddenly changed from a chatty tone to a threatening tone, which made Tang Mengmeng a little overwhelmed. How long will it take to get there? For Lin Hao, how long it will take to get there is what he cares about. Tang Mengmeng said, with our speed, half an hour should be enough. On the way, Lin Hao always opened his mental image, hoping to capture the mutant zombies around him. This trip to a city will definitely not be easy, and various dangers and traps may appear at any time and anywhere. What Lin Hao wants now is to improve his strength quickly. Unfortunately, half an hour later, the streets were full of ordinary zombies that rushed over after hearing the sound of the Hummer. But there was not even a single mutant zombie. Have you caught all the zombies around? Why haven't I seen a single mutant zombie so far? Lin Hao asked Tang Mengmeng in confusion. The competition in the zombie world of S-City is very fierce. Every second and third level zombie is desperately trying to survive. Even if there is something around that attracts them, they will not show up casually, Tang Mengmeng said weakly. When the car was about to reach the tallest building, Lin Hao had already seen a circle of cement walls in front of him. The material of these cement walls was similar to that of the survivor base in City B. But there were still big differences. First of all, the cement walls of this survivor base seemed to be higher. The base in City B was only about 3 meters, and this one even reached 5 meters. And above the high wall, there was actually a wire mesh. And the warning signs on the wire mesh were clearly marked. Be careful of electric shock. Do you have a lot of electricity in your base? Lin Hao asked curiously. Tang Mengmeng seemed to be unsure whether to answer or not, but finally gritted her teeth and said, there is a power plant inside, and there are many wind and solar power generation equipment. So our base is not short of electricity. Wind and solar power? In fact, I think our base should also have some of these things. Lin Hao suggested to Jean Bebe. We don't have professionals. Where can we get them? Jean Bebe retorted. Lin Hao quietly parked the car at the entrance of an alley about a few thousand meters away from the wall. Next, there was another question that stopped the two of them. That is, how did they get into the survivor's base? It goes without saying that this woman must not go in with us. Otherwise it will be very troublesome if she asks for help. Only one of us can go in, and the other person will watch her, Lin Hao said to Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe said, no. Then I will go in. I am a human being. I can disguise myself as a survivor and go in. This way, the threat level can be reduced a lot. Lin Hao silently glanced at Jean Bebe, and then looked out the window. Lin Hao's parking place was well chosen. When he opened the car door, he saw a very tall hotel. There must be no zombies in such a luxury hotel. If there was any accident, Jean Bebe could escape well. Lin Hao said to Jean Bebe, do you believe me? I am stronger than you. Keep an eye on her and wait for me to come back. Also, if there is any danger, leave her alone and run away. But? Jean Bebe wanted to say something, but Lin Hao covered her mouth. Don't say anything. I won't agree to your going there. Lin Hao got out of the car after saying that. Looking at Lin Hao's determined back, Jean Bebe was stunned and couldn't say a word. The gate of the S-City base was guarded very tightly because it was a formal base, and there were many former government officials inside. Even at the gate, there are 2 machine guns that look powerful to prevent accidents. 2 soldiers guard the machine guns, and their sharp eyes are always watching the situation outside. There is also a platform built here, and soldiers with guns are on the lookout. The guarding method here is exactly the same as that of the survivor base in City B, but it looks more strict and powerful. Although the soldiers on the platform feel very irritated, they have to cheer up and guard. They are equivalent to the gate gods of the survivor base. Without them, this base cannot even guarantee the most basic safety. So their responsibilities are very important. And it is because of their importance that they are so serious. The soldier on the platform may have squinted his eyes due to sweat because he stood for a long time. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes. And then a figure appeared in his sight. The soldier rubbed his eyes again with some uncertainty, and finally confirmed that he saw a figure. The figure walked a little shaky, but it can be seen that the goal is clear, and it is obvious that he is coming here. The clothes on the man are a little unclear, but the clothes don't look very complete. Obviously, this person has experienced many unpleasant things. The soldier hurriedly passed the message. There is a survivor. A survivor is coming towards us. The survivor is Lin Hao. Chapter 275. Host, Lin Hao. Level 4, 200/12500. Title, Matrix. Skills, Mind Control, 20/2500. Gene Family Sword. Speed bonus. Strength bonus. Strength, 23. Spirit, 45. Speed, 25. Stamina, 28. Evaluation, you have become a zombie elite. No one dares to look down on you. Path to strengthening, 250/10,000. The level 3 crystal core is no longer of much help to Lin Hao. After being swallowed by Lin Hao, the level 3 crystal core only increased his experience value by 100 points. Lin Hao silently looked at his attributes and his mental skills. After a long period of hard work, Lin Hao finally upgraded his mental control to level 3. Since level 3, Lin Hao has rarely used this skill. The main reason is that controlling low-level zombies is too useless, and high-level zombies are impossible to control. This leads to the fact that although it is obviously his innate skill, he is not as diligent as Jin Jiaba Dao. Gooden, are you sure? Lin Hao asked again. I am sure that it is not difficult for you to control humans with your mental power now. As long as you can control the soldiers at the door, it should be no problem to enter the survivor base, Gooden said in Lin Hao's heart. Lin Hao's performance became more and more realistic, as if he would fall down at any time. Lin Hao's clothes had not been changed since the battle with the toad, and there were signs of corrosion on them, as if he had been wearing them for an unknown period of time. Finally, after a long performance, Lin Hao finally approached the survivor base, and at this time, all the soldiers in the survivor base also cast their eyes towards Lin Hao. One of the soldiers immediately stepped forward and stopped Lin Hao from moving forward. The soldier first took out a bottle of water, and Lin Hao took it and drank the bottle of water in one breath, pretending to be thirsty. The soldier carefully observed Lin Hao, looking at him very seriously, and Lin Hao was a little embarrassed by his gaze. Finally, the soldier asked, "Are you alone?" Lin Hao nodded and said in a hoarse voice, "We originally had a team, but because of a zombie tide, the people in the team ran away, and I don't know if any of them survived. I once heard them say that there was a survivor base here, so I came here." The soldier nodded in agreement. In the apocalypse, one cannot survive for long alone. So when Lin Hao said that he had a team, he already trusted Lin Hao. "Then have you been scratched or bitten by zombies?" the soldier asked again. Lin Hao hurriedly said, "No. I don't have any other wounds except those that I accidentally hurt myself. It's not up to you to decide. Come with me. Let's check it with instruments. If you are really okay, I will take you in," the soldier said as he led Lin Hao to the entrance of the survivor's base. The other soldiers were doing their jobs, and no one was curious enough to go forward to check, which gave Lin Hao a good opportunity. After the soldier led Lin Hao to the gate of the base, he brought a machine to test Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't even think about it, and his mental power enveloped the soldier like a cage. The soldier's eyes suddenly became weak, and he couldn't focus at all. His whole body was about to collapse. Fortunately, Lin Hao took over the body in a hurry. Lin Hao had seen this kind of instrument for detecting T-virus. It just scans the body to see if there is a reaction with ultraviolet light. Because zombies don't like ultraviolet light, T-virus is naturally afraid of ultraviolet light. When ultraviolet light scans, it can immediately detect the activity of the cells in the other person's body. If the activity is low to a certain level, it is considered that the person is infected with T-virus. This instrument is very easy to use. At least there has been no misdiagnosis record so far. After Lin Hao controlled the soldier's body, he began to scan himself with the instrument. But he did not press the switch, so the ultraviolet light could not be emitted, and naturally nothing could be detected. After the test was completed, the soldier began to fill in some things on the form. In just a few minutes, everything was done. During this process, the soldiers around only looked at Lin Hao with their eyes, and there was no other unnecessary action. The soldier led Lin Hao into the survivor base. After entering the survivor base, Lin Hao was stunned. He didn't expect that the survivor base in S City could be so luxurious. This is not a base at all. This is clearly a high-end residential area. The tallest building still stands there. It is the TV station in S City, a symbol of the former glory of S City. Next to the TV station, there is a very beautiful artificial lake. And then across a road, there is a very luxurious residential area. Before the survivor's base, this was a relatively luxurious street. Now, because of the doomsday, the people who created this base suddenly had the idea to surround the TV station building as the center of the circle, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. In these tens of thousands of square meters, in addition to the residential area and the TV building, there are also stadiums, schools, canteens, and various other miscellaneous buildings mixed together. But now, these buildings should be places for survivors to live. As they walked, the soldier in front suddenly came to his senses and asked in a strange way, "What's the situation? How did we get in? Have you checked it?" Lin Hao hurriedly put on a harmless look and said, "I have checked it. Didn't you check it for me personally?" The soldier was obviously confused and asked curiously, "Really? How come I can't remember anything?" In any case, the soldier should not be idle enough to drag Lin Hao back to check again. "Where are we going now?" Lin Hao asked. The soldier said, "Because you are new here, our community is full, and it is impossible to give you a room each. So you have to live in the gymnasium first. There are many people there, so you don't have to feel lonely, let alone afraid. We will give you clean clothes when the time comes, but we don't have any quilts for you. The weather has turned cold recently, so be careful not to catch a cold. In this situation, even cold medicine is in short supply." This soldier was obviously very nice and told Lin Hao these details. Lin Hao nodded seriously, but he didn't hear a word. Lin Hao had set a goal for himself. He hoped that he could rescue the gold within a day. But now, Lin Hao needed to cooperate with the soldier in front of him to play the trick well. Soldiers patrolled the streets from time to time. Lin Hao pretended to be a newbie and asked curiously, "Why are there soldiers patrolling in the base? The zombie virus is everywhere. It doesn't mean you are absolutely safe if you are not scratched by zombies. Someone might be targeted by the zombie virus at any time. Patrol soldiers are indispensable if you want to stop riots anytime and anywhere." "We are here," the soldier said, and took Lin Hao into a gymnasium that looked very large. Chapter 276. In Lin Hao's impression, gymnasiums are always spacious, clean, and pleasing to the eye. But the gymnasium in front of him gave Lin Hao a great shock. After entering the gymnasium, there was a basketball court in front of him. As soon as he entered, a wave of hot air rushed to his face, followed by various unpleasant smells. Lin Hao glanced and found that the basketball court was already full of people. Those people sat on the ground in various corners of the basketball court, and their sitting postures were very homely, as if they regarded this place as their home. These people have just fled to the survivor base recently. They finally got to the safe survivor base from the dangerous zombies. After being tortured by the doomsday for more than half a year, they have long forgotten their previous way of life. For them, as long as they have food, will not starve to death, and have a place to stay, they don't care whether the surrounding environment is dirty or messy. A place with many people, and this place is inhabited by these people for a long time. It is impossible for this place to be quiet and tidy. This basketball court no longer looks like a basketball court, but rather like a refugee camp. Lin Hao carefully dealt with the survivors who were lying or sitting. He got a shirt from the soldier that didn't look so clean, but at least it was intact. The soldier brought Lin Hao a quilt that couldn't be thinner, and then asked Lin Hao to find a place where no one was. So Lin Hao stayed in such a place. The survivors here usually had no expression on their faces. They looked at Lin Hao, who was walking towards them, and then stretched their feet or hands in all directions, hoping to occupy more territory. They didn't want Lin Hao to occupy their territory at will. Fortunately, this basketball court is big enough. Whether it is the audience seats above or the basketball court in the middle of the venue. It is enough for Lin Hao to find a place to stay. Lin Hao finally found a place that belongs to him in a corner. And there is a seat next to it. Lin Hao put his things on the seat and began to think about what to do next. Needless to say, the next step is to first find out the survivor base, master the route, and then find a way to find that person. But what made Lin Hao feel embarrassed was that he had never seen what Duan Luochen looked like. He only knew that the other party was called Duan Luochen, or Tang Mingming said so. This invisibly added some difficulty to Lin Hao. But it was just a little difficult. Lin Hao had a system with him. Although the mutant could not detect detailed data, the other party's life could still be detected. But this required Lin Hao to search slowly like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment in the gymnasium, Lin Hao had just arrived, and he certainly didn't dare to walk around casually. Otherwise it would be troublesome if he was seen by someone with ulterior motives. Lin Hao sat very honestly in his own little territory, and then looked at his eyes closed, seemingly resting his mind. But in fact, Lin Hao's mental power had already detected it. Within a radius of 30 meters, all became the target of Lin Hao's detection. In just this 30 meters, there were at least 20 people, and the entire gymnasium had at least tens of thousands of people. This was just the number of people in the gymnasium. So you can imagine how terrifying the number of people in the entire survivor base was. There were always some familiar or enthusiastic people in the survivor base. And not everyone was so cold and kept silent about any topic. While Lin Hao closed his eyes, he heard many stories about the survivor base. At the same time, Lin Hao also heard a key question. That the population of the survivor base was actually 200,000. You know, the survivor base in City B only had a few hundred people, which was really incomparable to the large survivor base of 200,000 people. While envying and admiring, Lin Hao also felt a little lonely. Because before the apocalypse, City S was a large city with a population of tens of millions. Only half a year after the apocalypse, not counting those who were still lingering in the apocalypse. Just talking about the survivor base, it seemed that 200,000 people were a lot. But compared with the tens of millions before, it was really very few. The zombie virus not only destroyed S City, it destroyed the entire Earth. This is why Duan Luochen also emphasized that if you can avoid killing people, don't kill people. Duan Luochen put aside his ancestral home. He is a native of S City. When he knew that there were only 200,000 survivors in a big city with a population of tens of millions. As a responsible person, he naturally did not want to see any extra casualties. If humans continue to make trouble like this, I believe that in a few years, there may really be no one left on this earth. Although Duan Luochen had a good idea, he could only passively obey the organization. Otherwise he would not do such a thing. After Duan Luochen brought Jinzi back to the survivor base, he put Jinzi under house arrest. However, what was strange was that when facing Yi Wentian, Duan Luochen did not say that he brought hostages. He just said that the mission failed. Not only did it fail, but the entire team, except for himself and a helicopter pilot, all died. Although Yi Wentian managed the laboratory and mutants, it did not mean that he had full authority. Although Duan Luochen failed in the mission, he could not punish him in his own way. Waiting for Duan Luochen were those above him. However, Yi Wentian is a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private affairs. Although Duan Luochen failed in his mission, he did not blame Duan Luochen too much. After all, he himself had suffered at the hands of those people. In the end, Duan Luochen's punishment was not painful, and the Institute had to provide candidates to supplement the mutant team of Group D where Duan Luochen was. Before the apocalypse is not after the apocalypse. Duan Luochen is not an ordinary technician. The technicians in the power plant need to work every day just for 3 meals a day. After all, money has lost its meaning. As a special operations personnel, Duan Luochen is the type who goes on missions when there are missions, and trains or stays at home when there are no missions. When Duan Luochen returned home, he found that the things in the house were in a mess. Duan Luochen's face immediately darkened. "Do you really think I won't do anything to you?" Duan Luochen said to Jinzi. Jinzi's mentality is no longer that of an ordinary child. As the younger brother of Jin Beibei and the son of Jin Chaochuan, he also hides his own stubbornness and pride in his heart. "Okay, then you kill me. Anyway, I won't be your hostage. I'd rather feed the zombies myself," Jinzi said bluntly. Duan Luochen took a deep breath, and finally suppressed the anger in his heart, and said calmly, You can't die. I need you to exchange Meng Meng. Afterwards, no matter how Jin Zi shouted, Duan Luochen ignored him. To Duan Luochen, Jin Zi was just an ordinary child, and could not cause any harm to him. But Jin Zi was not an ordinary child. Chapter 277. Lin Hao was immersed in his mental image, when suddenly he saw a figure quietly approaching him. Lin Hao quickly retracted his mental image and opened his eyes. When Lin Hao opened his eyes, the man still seemed to have no intention of retreating, but continued to walk towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at the man, with a skinny body, sunken cheekbones, and greasy hair, which he would scratch from time to time with his nails. If Lin Hao had such a friend around before the apocalypse, he would have broken up with this person without a second thought. However, after the apocalypse, there seemed to be more and more such people. Some people did not want to tidy themselves up, but simply could not tidy themselves up. Sometimes some people could not even drink water, let alone clean themselves. Even though it was the apocalypse, Lin Hao had nothing better to do and washed himself in the river. Although Lin Hao did not look clean, he was not as dirty as the man in front of him. Seeing the other person walking towards him without any concern, Lin Hao could only hope that the other person just wanted to pass by him, not to find him specifically. But there was a wall behind Lin Hao. How could the other person pass by him? So it was obvious that the other person was looking for him. Before the man came to Lin Hao, he greeted Lin Hao. Hey, buddy. Who is your buddy? Do I know you? Lin Hao couldn't help but complain in his heart, but he had to raise his head and smile. Hello, dude. You're all alone? The man asked. Oh my god. Can't you see that? Are you blind? If you have something to say, just say it. If not, just leave. Yes, I'm all alone. I'm the only one who survived in our team. Lin Hao could only pretend to be regretful. Ah, that's a pity for him. Actually, I am too. I also had a team before, but unfortunately, they all died in a zombie tide. I was the only one who survived and finally came here. By the way, buddy, what's your name? My name is Ho Jingyu. Ho Jingyu stretched out his hands to Lin Hao and said, My name is Lin Hao. Lin Hao also stretched out his hands, since the other party stretched out a smiling face. Even if Lin Hao was impatient, he could only greet him with a good face. Where are you from? Ho Jingyu seemed to be chattering about Lin Hao's affairs, and didn't care whether Lin Hao was really willing to talk to him. In fact, Ho Jingyu has been living alone for a long time. His team was killed by a zombie tide while looking for food. There were only 3 people in their team, facing a group of zombies. 3 people couldn't even escape, let alone fight. When 2 of them were caught by zombies, Ho Jingyu suddenly got into the sewer and lived there for 3 weeks. God knows how he survived those 3 weeks. But no matter what, he survived. After returning to the road, Ho Jingyu was looking for an organization because he was almost tired of living alone. If there was no organization, he would not be able to survive. Fortunately, perhaps God was pitying him and finally let him find the survivor base in S City. After coming here, Ho Jingyu enjoyed his own life very safely. He thought that his dawn was about to arrive, so he began to release his nature. Ho Jingyu was originally a chatterbox. He liked to talk to everyone, especially after living alone for such a long time and not knowing how many words he hadn't said. Unfortunately, not many people here were willing to pay attention to him, until he met Lin Hao. Although it seemed that Lin Hao didn't particularly want to pay attention to him, at least Lin Hao didn't drive him away directly. Ho Jingyu, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally couldn't help but came to Lin Hao and chattered, and recounted his life experience. It was a vivid and emotional speech, and Lin Hao was fascinated by it. Perhaps Lin Hao, the audience, gave Ho Jingyu a space to perform. After hearing Ho Jingyu's self-narration, the other people around him gradually gathered in groups of 3 or 2 and sat aside to listen, as if they were listening to a big play. Ho Jingyu didn't expect that he could attract other people to listen, so he spoke more vigorously. The people around him were almost out of melon seeds. And even without melon seeds, the atmosphere of listening to a play was very strong. In this gymnasium, all the survivors who had just arrived recently had not been arranged with accommodation or work, so they could only stay here temporarily. There were no entertainment facilities here, and the survivors' moods could not be vented, so naturally they were very bad. At this time, Ho Jingyu was still idle and chatted, so others naturally didn't give him a good face. Finally, Lin Hao, such a weirdo, came. Ho Jingyu seized the opportunity to show his talent. Only then did the people around him realize that Ho Jingyu was actually quite good at telling stories. In fact, whether what Ho Jingyu said was a real experience or not, it finally attracted the people around him. In addition, most of these people, like Ho Jingyu, were struggling to survive in a world full of zombies. After hearing what Ho Jingyu said, it resonated with everyone, and everyone slowly opened up the conversation. The noise became louder and louder, and more people were attracted. Some people couldn't help crying when they talked about the sad things of their companions and relatives. Other people who were attracted also cried together because they thought of the sad things. Lin Hao could only be surrounded by these people in silence, listening to their meaningless words and yawning in boredom. Originally, he wanted to find a quiet place to stay quietly, but because of this dirty guy in front of him, this place became the most lively place. In this way, it was time for dinner before he knew it. Everyone went to the cafeteria to get their own food. As a result, I don't know if this kind of free talk aroused everyone's curiosity. Everyone around told their own stories, but Lin Hao didn't say anything. Ho Jingyu and everyone turned their attention to Lin Hao. Ho Jingyu already knew Lin Hao's name during the greeting, although they had only known each other for a few hours. Ho Jingyu called out to him in a very intimate way, "How's he? What's your story? Everyone has told it. Except you." Lin Hao thought to himself. What stories could he have? Everything he had experienced was countless times more thrilling than you. But could he tell these stories? Lin Hao wanted to fool these people simply by saying that he was a survivor nearby. After finishing his food, he finally couldn't help but run away from home, and then ran all the way to the survivor base. Lin Hao's idea was very good, and it would save everyone from focusing on him. So Lin Hao said, "As for me, I haven't experienced anything dangerous." Lin Hao's expression changed, and he suddenly became serious and said, "I only remember that it was a dark and windy night, and I was still sleeping in the dormitory." Dozens of people around listened quietly, and everyone held their breath, not daring to be distracted. Chapter 278. After lunch, Ho Jingyu lay quietly beside Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not recognize this friend at all, but Ho Jingyu had already regarded Lin Hao as a confidant. The amount of lunch was small because there were too many people, and the food was not enough. Although the amount was small, these people were actually very satisfied because they might not be able to eat a piece of bread every 2 or 3 days. Lin Hao, are you serious? There are really such smart zombies that they know how to ambush you? Ho Jingyu asked curiously. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Lin Hao casually mentioned the mutant zombies. Although ordinary survivors rarely see mutant zombies, because those who see them are almost dead, there are always a few survivors who can survive. And then the deeds are passed on by word of mouth. So although others are skeptical about Lin Hao's deeds, most people have believed them. Ah, I didn't expect the outside world to be so dangerous. I don't know how it is back home. The only phone call I made to my family during the apocalypse was on the first day of the apocalypse. My mother said that a village in my hometown had already sensed the danger in advance and sealed off the village before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, the sealed village still had the same lifestyle as before the apocalypse. It's just like our survivor base. Fortunately, that village, like the survivor base, also accepts other people. My mother has already escaped into it. I don't know what's going on with that village now. Ho Jingyu couldn't help but start talking again. At first, Lin Hao didn't listen carefully until Ho Jingyu said a term. I didn't expect that our H city was the first place to have a survivor base. I'm really proud of my hometown. As soon as Ho Jingyu finished this sentence, Lin Hao hurriedly asked, H city? Is it H city in H province? Lin Hao asked. Ho Jingyu looked at Lin Hao curiously. Are you from that city too? I didn't expect that we are actually from the same hometown. I am from Lianhua village, Wangyuan County. Where are you from? What did you say? Where did you say you were from? Lin Hao suddenly stood up excitedly and grabbed Ho Jingyu's collar. The two of them made quite a lot of noise, and were soon discovered by others. Lin Hao quickly let go of his hand and said, sorry. I was excited. Ho Jingyu was frightened by the murderous aura that Lin Hao suddenly released. He was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses and said, It's okay. I said I was from Lianhua village, Wangyuan County. What's wrong? Lin Hao really didn't expect that he would meet someone from his hometown here. Lin Hao said excitedly, What's the name of the village you said was closed before the end of the world? Lin Hao spoke directly in his hometown dialect. When Ho Jingyu heard Lin Hao's hometown dialect, he was really shocked. Are you also from Wangyuan County? Ho Jingyu asked. Tell me first. What is the name of the closed village? Every time in his dream, Lin Hao could dream of his family. But the apocalypse had been more than half a year ago. Lin Hao guessed that his family might have met with an accident a long time ago. In addition, the journey was long. So Lin Hao had never had the courage to go back and take a look. But when Ho Jingyu just said that he was from Lotus Village, and the village next to Lotus Village was closed before the apocalypse, and that the closed village has now become more like a survivor base, and everyone in it is safe and alive, Lin Hao finally couldn't help but get excited. Because Lin Hao's hometown is Sanli Village, Wangyuan County, H City, and next to Sanli Village, there is a place called Linhua Village. Lin Hao stared at Ho Jingyu, hoping that Ho Jingyu could tell him the name of the village. When Ho Jingyu said the name, Lin Hao felt as if his head exploded. This was not despair, but a kind of extreme excitement when receiving the information he wanted. Ho Jingyu said lightly, the village next to us is called Sanli Village. What's wrong? You haven't told me where your hometown is. The next county or the city center? Lin Hao ignored Ho Jingyu. His mind had long drifted to his hometown. At this moment, Lin Hao seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming here. Lin Hao? Lin Hao? What's wrong with you? Ho Jingyu kept shouting beside him. Lin Hao came back to his senses. The strong feeling of returning home in his heart was hidden from the beginning. And now it has been hidden to a certain extent. It has been revealed by others. But it has fermented into an intoxicating fragrance. This fragrance seduced Lin Hao, and slowly fell into it. I want to go home. Go home and have a look. Lin Hao said this sentence unconsciously. Ho Jingyu was surprised. Are you crazy? Do you know how far this place is from H province? In this time without cars, you need to cross half of the country to get there. Do you know? Forget it. We can't go back. We can't go back. We can't go back. We can't go back. This sentence is like a spell, echoing in Lin Hao's mind. Thinking of his mother in his hometown and Lin Ro, Lin Hao seemed to break free from the shackles and shouted loudly to Ho Jingyu, I can go back. I can go back. Ho Jingyu didn't expect Lin Hao to suddenly yell at him. He was startled and said weakly, if you can go back, then go back. Why are you yelling so loudly? I'm still young and my ears are good. Lin Hao's murderous aura surged again, because of the sentence, we can't go back. At that moment, Ho Jingyu felt that he was not facing a person, but a zombie that seemed to be able to choose people to eat at any time. This word scared Ho Jingyu, and he hurriedly left Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao suddenly became quiet. Alone? Just like that. In fact, Lin Hao was not quiet at all. His quietness was only on the surface. No one knew how turbulent and magnificent his heart was. He wanted to leave the survivor base right now and return to his hometown. It might be a very difficult thing for others, but for Lin Hao, except for time, there was no problem. He only needed a car. The car was outside. The car that Lin Hao drove when he came to a city could become Lin Hao's mount. All Lin Hao needed to do was to leave the survivor base now. Should I leave? Suddenly, Lin Hao fell silent again. Whether to leave or not became a dilemma in Lin Hao's heart. Just after Lin Hao thought of this question, he remembered why he came here. Yes, I can't leave now. No matter how urgent it is, I still have to rescue Jean Z. If I leave, who will save him? Rely on that stupid woman Jean Bebe? Thinking of Jean Bebe's various inappropriate things, Lin Hao hurriedly shook his head. Obviously, Jean Bebe was not competent for this task at all. Lin Hao sighed and began to pray for his mother, hoping that they were all right at home and that his sister could live well. Lin Hao had already decided that after rescuing Jean Z and sending Jean Bebe and Jean Z back to the survivor base in City B, Lin Hao would go home, back to his hometown. Chapter 279. Lin Hao finally suppressed the strong homesickness in his heart and slowly focused on the present. Outside the S survivor base, Jean Bebe and Tang Mingming were very honest in the car. Logically, Tang Mingming's strength was stronger than Jean Bebe's. If the two women fought, Jean Bebe would definitely not be Tang Mingming's opponent. Tang Mingming was developed from a level 5 crystal core, while Jean Bebe was only a level 3 psychic, while Tang Mingming's strength was on par with a level 4 psychic. So Jean Bebe is definitely not a match for Tang Mingming. The reason why Lin Hao could leave Jean Bebe alone with confidence was because of the rope on Tang Mingming. Before tying Tang Mingming, Lin Hao tried it himself. If he didn't turn on his strength bonus skill, it would be impossible to break the rope. He couldn't break it, let alone Tang Mingming. Jean Bebe naturally knew that she was very safe. But after contacting Tang Mingming, Jean Bebe found that this woman didn't seem to be as bad as she imagined. She was very low-key and gentle. Of course, this could not be ruled out as this woman pretended deliberately. Jean Bebe is a woman herself, and she knows how powerful women's natural acting skills are. Watching the time slowly pass, Jean Bebe fed Tang Mingming and ate some herself. And then the two of them just sat in the car, watching the zombies or the scenery outside. Just when the few people were doing nothing, suddenly, the sound of riots came. As a person who has survived in the apocalypse for such a long time, Jean Bebe naturally understood what these sounds meant. These sounds are the tide of zombies, and the sound is very huge. Jean Bebe was very confused. How could there be such a loud zombie tide? Tang Mingming obviously heard the sound. Tang Mingming's experience was no less than Jean Bebe's. After hearing the sound, Tang Mingming's face changed drastically. She said anxiously, "Oh no. This is the sound of a zombie tide. And judging by the sound, there are a lot of zombies." A lot? Could there be thousands of people? Jean Bebe had always lived in a small city like City A before and after the apocalypse. City B was relatively large, but Jean Bebe had never experienced a real zombie tide. At most, he had seen it from a distance, so he could not make an accurate judgment on the number and noise. But Tang Mingming can. And Tang Mingming can accurately judge the number of zombies just by listening to the noise, because she has experienced too much in S-City. Every time she hears such noise, it means that their team needs to experience life and death again and again. Tang Mingming said, "This zombie tide is at least more than 10,000 zombies. We should try not to move. Otherwise they will find us. No one can tell the IQ of zombies, and no one knows what can cause this zombie tide." When Jean Bebe heard that the number of zombies might reach 10,000, she immediately drooped her head with guilt. Fortunately, the zombie tide made a lot of noise, but it didn't seem to affect their street. Soon, from the windshield, Jean Bebe saw a group of people passing by from another street. They were holding very strange weapons in their hands, which looked like his own knives. One of them seemed to be injured and was supported by others to walk. But even so, they were so fast that they seemed to disappear. Jean Bebe felt that in the blink of an eye, the other party had disappeared from his sight. When these figures disappeared, the zombies that were like a tide finally appeared in front of Jean Bebe. He saw those zombies passing by his eyes, swarming like grandpas and ants in front of the supermarket when there was a discount in the past. The crowding of these zombies was more than those grandpas and ants who went to buy discounted items. If Jean Bebe had intensive phobia, she would be scared to death by the scene in front of her. It took a full 10 minutes for these zombies to run away in front of Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe said with some emotion, "Oh my god, there are really 10,000 of them. It took them 10 minutes to run down the street. Are they really zombies?" Jean Bebe did not see the struggling look in Tang Mingming's eyes when those people passed by the car. Jean Bebe saw that there were no zombies or people in front of him. So he asked curiously, "Who are those people who just ran over? They don't look like ordinary survivors. And ordinary survivors can't escape so many zombies. Do you know them?" Jean Bebe turned her head suspiciously and looked at Tang Mingming. Tang Mingming sighed and said, "Yes, I know them. They are mutants from the survivor base in S-City. They have the same identity as me, but they are one level higher than us. We are members of Group D, and they are members of Group C." Jean Bebe asked curiously, "Members of Group C? Your grouping is so strange. You reminded me of the members of Group E I met in City A. What is the connection between you?" Faced with Jean Bebe's question, Tang Mingming struggled again, and finally found that it didn't matter if she said it out loud. So she began to open up. "In fact, our mutant organization is also divided into levels. The members of Group E you met in City A are the weakest in our mutant organization. They usually exist in research institutes in small cities, helping research institutes in small cities to catch second-level mutant zombies. They can only catch second-level mutant zombies." Tang Mingming said, "The ones above are the members of Group F. These people are quite powerful. They can catch level 3 mutant zombies. Some powerful teams can even catch level 4 zombies. But the risk is much greater. Group F usually catches level 3 zombies. The ones above are our Group D. We can catch level 4 zombies. The ones you just saw should be the members of Group C in our base. They can catch level 5 zombies at will. They are quite powerful. At present, the research of the survivor base has only been completed to the C group, and they are still developing more powerful members of the B group and the A group. However, it is not ruled out that they may develop more powerful members of the B group and the A group. The most powerful people in our base are the group just now, the mutant members of the C group. They can capture level 5 zombies at will, because of their strong strength. They can tease zombies at will and move freely in dangerous environments. Listening to Tang Mingming's narration, Jean Bebe suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Tang Mingming naturally saw Jean Bebe's sense of crisis and couldn't help asking, "What are you thinking about?" "Do you know what I'm thinking about?" Jean Bebe said. "What level of mutant zombie is that zombie?" Tang Mingming asked. Jean Bebe felt that this woman had told him such important information, so it seemed nothing to exchange some information with him. Jean Bebe casually said, "Level 4. When Tang Mingming heard that Lin Hao was actually level 4, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Level 4? So weak." Chapter 280. Lin Hao couldn't help sneezing in the basketball hall, and then looked around cautiously. It seemed that he didn't provoke anyone, so why was he cursed by others? Lin Hao didn't believe that he had a cold. After all, he was a zombie, and Lin Hao had never heard of any zombie catching a cold. Time was spent in boredom in the basketball hall. The sky gradually darkened, and when it got dark, it was time for Lin Hao to really take action. There was a small light in the basketball hall. Although this small light couldn't light up the entire basketball hall, it made people living in the basketball hall feel a little warm. Everyone looked at the soft little light and gradually fell asleep. But even so, after a certain period of time, this little light will be extinguished. Although there are power plants and various means of power generation here, the most precious thing in the doomsday is various resources. And power resources are one of them. In order to be able to use that little electricity to do more appropriate and more important things in an emergency, necessary power saving must be done. For example, the tallest building is usually always brightly lit because the laboratory there needs electricity. The survivors in the base didn't say anything about this. After all, the research on the zombie virus is always the most important. Maybe one day, they will really develop a zombie vaccine. At that time, the survivors will be truly saved. But regardless of when they can really develop an antidote, they are doomed to achieve nothing with the current decentralized model of the laboratory. Yu Wentian covered his head and looked at Chung Xiaodong's poor operation. In the end, he could only comfort him. "You can do it. Move slowly, and try not to make mistakes." Yu Wentian suddenly regretted killing Zhou Yu. That's right. Yu Wentian thought Zhou Yu was dead. But Zhou Yu was still sitting quietly in the room. Zhou Yu looked at the woman whose feet were tied and couldn't move freely. He wanted to cry, but he had no tears. He didn't know how long he cried. His clothes were completely soaked by his vomit and tears. But Zhou Yu didn't care at all. For 2 days and 2 nights, he didn't step out of the room, didn't eat or drink anything, just quietly looked at the woman who stretched out her hands to him with a hideous expression. The woman was very pretty. Even though her face was distorted after she became a zombie, she was still very pretty. Zhou Yu had been reminiscing for the past 2 days, and when he did, he realized that the memories between him, the woman, and his daughter were too many to recall in 2 days and 2 nights. When Zhou Yu finally focused on reality, he subconsciously looked out the window and said in confusion, "Is it dark already?" Time has passed so quickly without him noticing. Zhou Yu didn't even know that 2 days had passed in his memory. He thought it was the day before yesterday. Zhou Yu felt hungry and thirsty. There must be no food in the cafeteria at this time. But if he asked for food according to his status, he would probably get it. Zhou Yu was going to go out and find something to eat in the cafeteria. He didn't dare to eat too much before, fearing that there would not be enough food for everyone. He was so considerate of everyone. But today, he wanted to be selfish. He wanted to have a good meal and fill himself up. Before that, Zhou Yu entered the bathroom. As a researcher, Zhou Yu's home environment must be much better than that of ordinary survivors. There is a standard bathroom. Not only that, there is also water for bathing, although there is only 5 liters each time. And 5 liters of water is enough for a family of 3 to bathe, and there is still some left. Then the woman always saves the water, or mops the floor, washes clothes, or flushes the toilet, whether it is before or after the apocalypse. The woman is so good at housekeeping, and the house is always well organized by her. But Joyu didn't want to do that. He opened all the water gates, took off all his clothes, and washed them frantically under the faucet. 20 minutes later, Joyu had used up all 5 liters of water and all the toiletries. These toiletries made Joyu's body exude a fragrance. Joyu returned to his room and picked out his clothes. Well, he didn't choose those colorful ones before because he didn't want to attract attention or cause jealousy from others. It is the end of the world, and jealousy in the end of the world may be fatal. Because of Chung Xiaodong's jealousy, Joyu has lost his beloved. Joyu feels that it will be his turn soon. But it is strange that he has wasted so much time in the room, and no one has come to deal with him. Since no one came, Joyu was happy to be free. He picked out a set of particularly good-looking clothes and put them on. This set of clothes is very new and dazzling. If he wears it like this before the end of the world, he may not attract any attention. But if he wears this clothes now, he will definitely get a lot of attention. Joyu didn't care about anything. Just let it go. He just wanted to be sexy. Seeing that he was almost dressed, he made a confident expression. The next step was to fill his stomach and then avenge his wife and daughter. His daughter and wife were killed for no reason. As a husband and father, how could he really be so calm and peaceful? Of course not. Joyu's anger was all in his heart. He knew that with his ability, he was definitely not the opponent of this survivor base. So he had already thought of a way out. Outside the door, a soldier was leaning against the door, feeling sleepy. After a while, another soldier came in. The soldier said to the sleepy soldier, "I'm here. You go back and rest. That guy hasn't come out yet." "No. He's as soft as an egg. There has been no movement so far. I suspect he committed suicide." The soldier guessed. "Okay. Tomorrow is the last day anyway. We go in and see what's going on. If he's dead, we be relieved. I go back to sleep first. If that guy comes out, remember to remind me, so that I won't have to take over your shift and I can sleep peacefully. Don't worry. Go back to sleep," the second soldier said to the first soldier. Just as the second soldier finished his first sentence, suddenly, the wooden door creaked. A figure gradually walked out of the room, and the 2 soldiers who were about to leave also stopped chatting and looked at the man who appeared in front of them. "Oh my God! This guy is not dead. He is still alive." The second soldier was surprised. The first soldier immediately asked, "What should we do now?" The second soldier said, "What else can we do? Chung Xiaodong has given us orders." As soon as the second soldier finished speaking, he raised his gun and pointed it at Joyu. "Researcher Zhou, where are you going?" The second soldier did not use a killing move right away, but asked first. Chapter 281. Joyu seemed to have changed, and he was different. Joyu raised his head, silently looked at the second soldier who asked the question, and said lightly, "Go to the cafeteria and eat. The cafeteria is closed at this time, and I think you don't need to go. Chung Xiaodong just gave us an order, saying that as long as you leave the room, we can have the right to kill you directly." The second soldier said arrogantly. "Really?" Joyu was still so calm, and before they took action, Joyu took out a red potion from his pocket. This potion was accidentally discovered by him when he first participated in the research. When Joyu learned the true effect of this potion, he did not report it. Until now, Joyu didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong. If he had reported the drug, would Yi Wiqian look at him more because of this matter? Would he not force himself to do human experiments even if he didn't want to because of this drug? In that case, would his wife and daughter be fine? When he returned home, would his wife ask as usual, "Are you hungry?" And his daughter would throw herself on him as usual, "Dad, I miss you so much." However, no matter what Joyu thought, some things had already happened. Not only had they happened, but they were also irreversible. Joyu suddenly sighed. No matter what, he had no power to choose. Now, he only had the power to bear the consequences of his choice. So, Joyu very firmly injected the drug into his neck. When the 2 soldiers saw Joyu take out a drug from his pocket, they were shocked. They thought it was some powerful chemical agent. So they began to retreat, and the 2 soldiers raised their guns and prepared to shoot. As a result, Joyu did nothing, but injected the potion into himself. Is he going to commit suicide? This is the common psychological activity of the 2 soldiers. But what happened next made the two soldiers completely unable to calm down. The potion in Zhou Yu's hand is a kind of mutant potion. And Zhou Yu himself improved a potion of his own through Yi Wentian's code. This potion can give full play to the power of the crystal core. And it will not happen that a mutant made by a level 5 crystal core only has the power of a level 4 mutant zombie. The potion in Zhou Yu's hand was made from a level 6 crystal core. If Zhou Yu used the previous method to make this mutant potion, he would only have the power of a level 5 zombie. But when Zhou Yu used the improved method to make this potion, Zhou Yu had the power of a level 6 mutant zombie. How powerful is a level 6 mutant zombie? It must be many times more powerful than the toad that Lin Hao dealt with. Zhou Yu thought he had no chance to inject. But when he saw the two soldiers running away after seeing him take out such a potion, Zhou Yu smiled. This was a chance they gave Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu felt that if he didn't seize it, God would not forgive him. So, Zhou Yu seized the opportunity. When Zhou Yu injected the injection into his body, the two soldiers had not yet reacted. Zhou Yu smiled even more brightly. But the next second, his brightness turned into ferocity. Zhou Yu only felt a very strong force drilling in his internal organs, which made him very painful and ecstatic. In this process, even if the two soldiers fired at any time, Zhou Yu would not be able to mutate like this. But the two soldiers did nothing, just stood there quietly and watched silently. And then Zhou Yu's mutation was completed. Thank you, Zhou Yu said without thinking, and then began to walk forward. Isn't that poison? You're still alive? Don't you know that our goal is to kill you? Don't move. Let us aim more accurately, so that you can suffer less, the second soldier said to himself very considerately. However, Zhou Yu ignored them at all. He decided not to go to the cafeteria. With his own strength, it would not be too late to go to the cafeteria to eat after killing Yi Wentian and Cheng Xiaodong. The second soldier found that his words seemed to be ignored by Hualili. Zhou Yu, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? The second soldier was very angry. He felt that he had treated Zhou Yu very well. After all, Zhou Yu had been very good to them before. But now the superiors asked Zhou Yu to die. As subordinates, they had no choice but to execute the order, in order to let Zhou Yu die decently. The second soldier had said a lot for Zhou Yu, but Zhou Yu didn't listen. Anyone would be angry. So the second soldier fired. He held the gun very steadily and aimed very accurately. He pulled the trigger, and a bullet broke the speed of sound and flew towards Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu seemed not to see it. He just walked on. His goal was clear: the tallest building in front and the worst person inside. Zhou Yu didn't want to kill other people casually. After all, not everyone deserved to die. But some people had to die. After the second soldier fired, he knew that this shot would definitely hit Zhou Yu. He thought Zhou Yu was doomed to die. After all, Zhou Yu was an ordinary person, and it was impossible for him to dodge the bullet. The first soldier thought so too. And so did Lin Hao, who was hiding in the dark. When it was really dark, Lin Hao finally found a chance to escape from the smelly basketball hall. People there were all sleeping soundly, and no one saw Lin Hao quietly go out. Even if someone saw him, they probably wouldn't think anything of it. After all, the toilet was outside. After Lin Hao went out, he deliberately avoided those soldiers. Those soldiers were very serious when patrolling. They looked around and in the distance carefully. As long as there was a little movement, they would immediately run towards it. Lin Hao spent a lot of effort to avoid them. There is a clear rule in the base that you are not allowed to walk around at night. Otherwise you will be in danger of being shot. In the doomsday environment, if you are really shot to death by the people in the survivor base, no one will help you defend your rights. But many people will call you an idiot. So Lin Hao walked very carefully to avoid being discovered by anyone. Otherwise it would be a very troublesome thing to explain. Gradually, Lin Hao was getting closer and closer to the tallest building. There is a residential area next to the tallest building, which is very close to the building. Lin Hao guessed that the people living there might be important people. Lin Hao guessed correctly. Most of the people living there are experimental personnel. Zhou Yu, Duan Luochen, Yi Wentian. Everyone lives here. A female college student teamed up with a gangster to set up a trap in a small hotel for money. As a result, the gangster was knocked unconscious. His clothes were stripped off, and he almost lost his virginity. Fortunately, the police arrived in time. For details, please search Flower City Perspective Immortal Doctor, a book written by my younger brother. The full text is free. Everyone go and read it to help support it. It is full of funny and face-slapping content. Chapter 282. The community originally had fences, but since this area became part of the survivor base, the fences were manually removed. They did not discard the fences, but put them in the most needed places. So Lin Hao could easily enter from the edge of the community and hide. Lin Hao's original goal was not here, but the TV building in front. That building was the tallest building in S City. It used to be a place where all kinds of celebrities came and went. It stands to reason that this kind of building would be a perfect place for survivors to live after the apocalypse. But after walking around, Lin Hao found that the building was always brightly lit, and there were several fully armed soldiers standing at the door, guarding it very tightly. In this place where any resources need to be saved, only this building was always brightly lit. So Lin Hao naturally paid attention to it. Now Lin Hao was thinking about how to sneak in. He wanted to sneak around the community, but he saw such a wonderful scene. Lin Hao was about to walk past a building, but he found that there were two people in front of the building. The two people seemed to be guarding something and came to take over the shift. As a result, before they finished the handover, a man walked out from the place they were guarding. He was a mature-looking man, not 30, but 27 or 28. He looked ordinary, but he had a kind temperament. Such a person is the kind of person who is powerful and has a good temper. When the man came out of the room, the two guards immediately handed over their guns, obviously wanting to threaten the man. This made Lin Hao more certain of the man's identity. A powerful and kind person. Otherwise, why would he be guarded? But what happened next seemed to be beyond Lin Hao's expectations. He thought that the two guards would let the man go back. But listening to their conversation, the two guards seemed to want to kill the man. Lin Hao was instantly in a dilemma. Obviously, the two soldiers were from the survivor base, and the man must be the enemy of the survivor base. But coincidentally, Lin Hao was also the enemy of the survivor base. The enemy of the enemy is naturally a friend. If he rescued the other party, it might help his plan to a certain extent. But if the other party was just an ordinary person, he might drag himself down. So Lin Hao weighed the pros and cons for a long time, and finally decided to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After all, Lin Hao was not familiar with everything here. If he acted rashly, there might be accidents. But Lin Hao didn't want to have accidents the most. So when the soldier fired, Lin Hao did not go up to join in the fun. And when Zhou Yu turned around and faced the gun calmly, Lin Hao did not think anything of it. The bullet finally hit Zhou Yu's body. And Zhou Yu did not show the magical ability to catch the bullet with bare hands. Everything was so simple. In fact, the soldier wanted the bullet to enter Zhou Yu's head. But then he thought that Zhou Yu was usually a good person to him, and he was going to die anyway. So why not let him die decently? So the soldier put the bullet in Zhou Yu's chest. Lin Hao was right next to him, so he saw it clearly. The bullet was right in Zhou Yu's heart. If it were an ordinary person, he might have stopped breathing at this moment. But what was strange was that Zhou Yu still stood there silently, looking at the soldier silently. So, I treat you so well, but you still listen to them and kill me? I didn't want to make things difficult for you too, but you forced me to do this. Zhou Yu suddenly said angrily. How is it possible? How could you? While the soldier was still surprised, Zhou Yu suddenly stepped forward and snatched the gun from his hand. This was a real snatch. The soldier resisted, and according to the comparison between the soldier's strength and Zhou Yu's, the soldier obviously had the upper hand. And Zhou Yu could not snatch it from the soldier at all. Then what happened next was so fantastic. Lin Hao watched Zhou Yu snatch the gun from the soldier without any ability to fight back. And then Zhou Yu pointed the gun at the soldier and fired without thinking. There didn't seem to be many people living in this community. When the soldier started shooting, the sound of the gunfire had spread, but no one came to check the situation. Now, Zhou Yu used his rifle to shoot at the dead soldier's body as if to vent his anger. But still no one came to check. Zhou Yu and the only other soldier were watching this scene stupidly, until Zhou Yu's anger was completely vented. He looked back at the soldier. The first soldier seemed to have been scared silly. He stared at Zhou Yu blankly. Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Very good. You are alive." These 5 simple words were like an imperial decree. And the first soldier collapsed to the ground completely. In fact, the soldier had the idea of shooting just now, but he was too indecisive. He kept thinking whether he should shoot just now. Before he finished thinking, Zhou Yu had finished his work, and he survived by accident. Zhou Yu left, with a firm step, to the TV building. The TV building is no longer a TV building, but has been transformed into a research site with a very complex structure. The first soldier was still panicking. Zhou Yu's look was so terrifying that he didn't want to experience it again in his life. The soldier sat on the ground and took a deep breath, then looked at the body of his companion and suddenly felt weak. Before the apocalypse, he was a soldier, and a special warfare soldier. Such a national weapon was respected by others everywhere. But after the apocalypse, because of the sudden rise of mutants and superpowers, these national weapons that protected ordinary citizens at the beginning gradually became less important. When mutants were thoroughly studied, special warfare soldiers also withdrew from the stage of the apocalypse. They became the same as ordinary people, doing the same work as ordinary people, guarding the gate, or killing ordinary people. But what they didn't expect was that Zhou Yu turned into a great killer, and the task ordered by the Research Institute had to be completed. It felt really bad for ordinary people like them to be involved in this kind of fight between gods. But what could he do? After all, he was an ordinary person. If he wanted to live well, he had to obey. The moment Zhou Yu looked at him just now, he really thought he was going to die. Fortunately, Zhou Yu let him go, and he saved his life. The second soldier was also a good friend of his. However, his friend died right in front of him, which made the first soldier feel sad. The first soldier stepped forward and wanted to take away the body of his companion and bury it. In the apocalypse, people's lives are similar to those of ants. If you die, you die. No one will build a grave for you. It's a good thing to be buried. When the first soldier was grieving, he didn't know that another person had already set his sights on him. Chapter 283. When the first soldier was mourning for the second soldier, Lin Hao suddenly appeared behind him, and his finger was placed on the guy's neck like a sharp dagger. Want to live? If you want to live, don't talk or shout casually, or I will really kill you. Lin Hao's words were like a demon king in the abyss, faintly reaching the ears of the first soldier. He was a soldier, and the most he did after entering the apocalypse was to kill people or zombies. He could feel what murderous aura looked like. Yes, murderous aura was exactly the same as the feeling behind him. That was murderous aura. When this murderous aura completely blocked the first soldier's body immediately tensed up, not daring to move, and hurriedly said, "You ask? I will tell you everything I know." He has survived in the doomsday for such a long time. Everyone wants to live. Really live. No one wants to die. And this soldier is just an ordinary person. When Lin Hao rushed behind him, he already felt the real murderous aura on Lin Hao. Lin Hao sneered, "You soldiers in the S-City base are so stubborn. They are far inferior to those in our survivor base." This sentence was incoherent, and the soldier did not dare to talk casually, but waited for Lin Hao's question. "Who was that person just now?" Lin Hao asked. The soldier hurriedly said, "He is a researcher in our base, and we are ordered to kill him." The soldier pushed all the responsibilities away. He was ordered. If Lin Hao was fighting for the researcher, he must not look for him. After all, the researcher did not die in the end. Obviously, this was not the answer Lin Hao wanted. Lin Hao then asked, "Why did you kill him?" This question was quite heartbreaking. The soldier certainly knew why he was killed, but it was hard to say it. However, he felt the sharpness in Lin Hao's hand and had to say it. The superiors wanted him to conduct human experiments, but he didn't want to. So the superiors killed his daughter and wife. After being forced away by his colleagues, we were ordered to kill him. After all, he was useless. The soldier said this with fear, fearing that Lin Hao's sharp object would pierce his neck. In fact, he didn't know that the sharp object was a nail. He thought it was a knife or a dagger. If he knew that the sharp object was a nail, he would be even more scared. Human nails can't be so sharp. Only zombies' nails are like this. "Where is he going?" Lin Hao asked. "The experimental building. The tallest one with bright lights." The soldier just wanted to get rid of Lin Hao as soon as possible, so he told everything. Why did he go to the laboratory building? And what exactly is the laboratory building for? Lin Hao knew a little about what the laboratory building was for. The main reason he asked this question was to see if the soldier had lied to him. "I really don't know why he went to the laboratory building. I don't know why the guy became so powerful. He injected himself with a strange drug. I think he should have gone there to seek revenge. The laboratory building is where experiments are done. We ordinary people don't know what experiments are done. But it is said that mutants, who are as powerful as mutant zombies, and superpowers can be produced through experiments. This is the only thing I know. I really don't know anything else. Boss, let me go. The soldier spoke very sincerely, and did not seem to be lying. Lin Hao also thought that he should not be lying. Under his pressure and mental strength test, the other party's mental strength was always in a weak state, without even a fluctuation in the middle, indicating that he was telling the truth in a state of fear. Since the other party said what Lin Hao wanted to know, Lin Hao was not a person who did not keep his promise. So he quietly scratched the soldier's neck with his nails and left. The soldier was in a state of tension, and certainly did not know that his neck had been scratched by Lin Hao. While he was still begging for mercy, Lin Hao had quietly left. The soldier begged for mercy for a long time, but found that there was no movement around him. So he slowly stood up to look around. Sure enough, there was nothing around, and the guy who threatened him just now also left. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief, and then subconsciously touched his neck. There was blood, but it was just a small wound, and the soldier didn't care. With a respectful attitude, the soldier dragged the dead soldier away, and he was still preparing to bury this colleague. After learning the true face of the TV building, Lin Hao quietly followed Zhou Yu again. He wanted to see how Zhou Yu would cause trouble in the experimental building. Lin Hao guessed that Jin Zi's 8th floor was also inside. But this experimental building is 300 meters high. A veritable high-rise building. If they hide someone here, where would they hide the person? And where is Duan Luochen? These are all Lin Hao's doubts. But now he is confused. All Lin Hao can do is to take one step at a time. When the experimental building is in chaos, it may be the time for Lin Hao to catch the cicada. Outside the base in S City, in a Hummer, Jean Bebe looked at the impending zombie tide in horror. Why do zombie tides occur so frequently in your big cities? Jean Bebe couldn't help asking. This is normal. We have a lot of people here. And there are also a lot of mutant zombies. When those mutant zombies fight, it's definitely not a small fight. They can easily mobilize all the zombies around. And then the zombie tide will form very easily. No. Those zombies seem to be coming towards us. Jean Bebe's voice was trembling. Drive. Drive quickly. Even Tang Mengmeng was anxious and shouted. The zombies in front of them suddenly started to riot. It seemed that they just wanted to pass by Jean Bebe's street. But the 5 senses of zombies are not comparable to those of ordinary people. Jean Bebe wanted to hide in the car at first, and wait for the zombies to run over by themselves. But then he thought that if they were discovered, they would be in danger of death. In order to prevent this from happening, Jean Bebe finally followed Tang Mengmeng's advice, and started the Hummer instantly. Fortunately, the car was already full of gas before coming to S City. If it ran out of gas at this time, it would be very embarrassing. Jean Bebe didn't even look at it, and backed the car out. Along the way, he heard the sound of puffing from time to time. It was the sound of zombies being rolled under the tires. The weight of the Hummer was so heavy that it was too easy to crush a zombie. Chapter 284. Soon, the car backed out of the street. And then Jean Bebe used his skilled driving skills to drift and drove the car to another place again. The zombies behind him seemed to have forgotten their original intention of rioting and began to rush towards the Hummer. Those zombies were naturally not faster than the Hummer. But the sound of the Hummer was too loud. And with the help of a large number of zombies behind, soon, more and more zombies came from the surrounding streets and began to charge towards the Hummer. Just bang, bang, bang. From time to time, zombies would rush onto the windshield, and then use their hard heads to hit the glass with all their strength. Soon, their heads began to bleed. And then, they seemed not to notice that their heads were bleeding. And they continued to hit desperately until a certain moment, when they completely stopped. The windshield is bulletproof, but it can't withstand the repeated impacts of those zombies? Even if it is a layer of iron, it will collapse under such a series of impacts, let alone glass. Sure enough, in the next 10 minutes, these zombies kept hitting and finally cracked the bulletproof glass in front of them. When Tang Mengmeng saw this scene, her heart was lifted up. If this layer of glass was really broken, it would be obvious what would happen next. More zombies would rush in through the windshield in front of them and eat them alive. Do you believe me? At this moment, Tang Mengmeng suddenly asked Jean Bebe. What do you mean? Jean Bebe didn't understand. If you trust me, I will help you rescue the little boy. Now we have to run to the base. Otherwise we won't be out of danger. Tang Mengmeng guessed decisively. How can you let me trust you? Jean Bebe asked. This question is indeed a key one. How can Jean Bebe trust her? If we just enter the survivor base? What if Tang Mingming calls for help? What should Jean Bebe do? Jean Bebe doesn't believe that Tang Mingming is an unknown person in the base. Her strength is so strong. Obviously, she should be a very famous person. Not to mention that most people in the survivor base know her. The soldiers guarding the gate cannot fail to know her. Bebe, let me call you that. After we've been getting along for so long, I've discovered that you're a good person. I can assure you that Duan Luochen is also a good person. He won't expose your brother so easily. Your brother must be safe. As long as we successfully enter the base, we can get your brother out safely. But first, you have to trust me. I will never reveal your identity. Follow me into the base, and we can get through this difficult time. If you continue to drive around, it won't take long before the windshield can't hold up. Obviously, what Tang Mingming said was true. When a zombie below pushed the gap in the windshield bigger and bigger, Jean Bebe also felt that they would definitely be in danger if they continued like this. Jean Bebe went over Tang Mingming's words and said, "Do you really want to help me hide my identity and enter the survivor base to rescue my brother? What's the benefit for you? It won't benefit me. But from the beginning, we didn't want to follow this survivor base. We don't want to kill people. But sometimes there are things that we don't want to control. I can tell you responsibly that I have absolutely no bad intentions towards you. Please believe me. Otherwise it will be too late for us," Tang Mingming said anxiously. Jean Bebe could only turn the direction helplessly, and drove in the direction where Lin Hao was heading at the beginning. There was the survivor base in S City. Jean Bebe stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the vehicle drove at an ultra-fast speed. This speed helped them avoid many zombies. But there were still zombies rushing onto the windshield, and then smashing it with their heads crazily, until their brain nerves were completely destroyed, and their weak bodies would be thrown off with the speeding vehicle. And then another one. At the entrance of the survivor base, a dozen soldiers were still guarding diligently, and their spotlights frequently illuminated the ground in front of them to prevent any accidents from happening. However, since the mutant experiment at the survivor base was successful, there were actually very few dangerous things that happened to the survivors. But they were still so diligent and responsible because they had developed a sense of belonging here. They wanted to live here safely. And the premise was to ensure that the zombies would never get close to here. But it was obviously not a good night to sleep tonight. Not long after, the dozen soldiers present heard a crazy motor sound, which could only be made by a Hummer. Coincidentally, the exclusive vehicle used by their S-City survivor base was also a Hummer. "Is it our car?" the soldier below the platform asked. "I don't know, but the car's target is us. It should be. After all, few people in the civilian world own such a car, and those who do own it are civilian Hummers. And a civilian Hummer is expensive, not to mention a military Hummer with a very intense motor sound." It didn't take long for the Hummer to rush into their sight. But what followed was the panic of these soldiers. Zombie tide. There are a large number of zombies behind the Hummer. Let the car come in. Quickly. All departments prepare for battle. Activate Orange Alert. For the survivor base in S City, this large zombie tide of nearly thousands of people is just an orange alert for them. Inside the Hummer, Jean Bebe helped Tang Mingming untie while controlling the car. Although he didn't know whether Tang Mingming was reliable, it seemed that this was the only way now. After Tang Mingming threw away all the ropes on her body, she rushed to the co-pilot and sat upright. There were no zombies in front, but there were still countless zombies chasing behind. Soon, the soldiers in the front base came to support, and Tang Mingming immediately stuck her head out and said, "Open the door." "It's me." They didn't know that Duan Luochen's team went to City B to perform the mission. And they naturally didn't know that Duan Luochen reported that all the members were wiped out. So when they saw Tang Mingming, they subconsciously opened the door. Jean Bebe sat in the cab and entered the survivor base in S City. "What about the zombies behind?" Jean Bebe asked worriedly. "Don't worry. The number of zombies is less than 10,000. And it's easy for those people to deal with them," Tang Mingming said confidently. "Yes. It's really easy to deal with them." When the alarm sounded, the vanguard of the entire base rushed over. These people were led by those low-level mutants. When they saw the zombie tide outside, they launched the small missiles without thinking. Chapter 285. This small missile is their latest missile developed specifically to deal with zombies. This missile is powerful, can cover a radius of 50 meters, and is quiet, although the explosion will inevitably disturb the zombies in the distance. Those zombies in the distance will start to move after hearing the noise. And they may not feel the noise before they have taken a few steps. When they can't feel the noise, they will continue to wander around in the same place. So although the sound of the bomb is loud, it will not disturb the zombies in the distance. Moreover, the sound of this improved missile is much smaller than that of a bomb, and it will not attract zombies in the distance. When the two successfully entered the survivor base, Tang Mingming said, "See the place where the vehicles are stored in front? Put the car there. Otherwise it will attract attention." Jean Bebe could only leave the car there, and then left the Hummer with Tang Mingming. After getting off the car, Tang Mingming stretched lazily and said, "I am finally back. The moment I fell into your hands, I really thought I would die. In the end, you not only didn't kill me, but you actually saved me. Don't worry. I said I would help you, and I will definitely help you. Come with me." Lin Hao didn't know at this moment that Jean Bebe and Tang Mingming had also arrived at the survivor base. He was still following Zhou Yu. "Good, and have you detected how strong the crystal core energy of that mutant is?" Lin Hao asked. "It has been decomposed. The crystal core energy of that person is level 6. The same level as Chu Xiaoxiao. However, what is surprising is that the crystal core he chose to refine is also level 6. After storing the crystal core power in his body, there is no leakage at all. According to my detection, the other party is not a psychic. Could it be that he has cracked the energy equation of the crystal core and created a crystal core potion that can exert 100% of its power?" Gooden said in surprise. "Alright. Stop talking about so many professional terms. I don't understand," Lin Hao said helplessly. Lin Hao, who knew nothing about academics since childhood, has never studied since he entered university by luck. He usually muddles through. He thinks very simply that he can find a good job after graduating from university, and then his mediocre life will pass by like this. He didn't have any great ambitions or dreams. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. But God didn't want him to live like this. In fact, sometimes, true happiness is an ordinary life. When Lin Hao got the Zombie King system, it meant that he couldn't live so mediocrely. Because in the zombie world, weakness is the original sin. Only by becoming stronger and stronger can Lin Hao choose the life he wants. Otherwise, he is not even qualified to have an ordinary life. Zhou Yu walked into the experimental building openly and dignifiedly. There were soldiers at the door of the experimental building. Those soldiers were ordinary people. After all, it was inside the base, and there were no zombies or other scary things. Sometimes one soldier could play the role of guarding. But from this moment on, those soldiers were destined to be useless. These soldiers were guarding here, so they naturally knew something about what was going on inside. According to those people's ideas, Zhou Yu could not be alive. So when they saw Zhou Yu alive coming in front of them, they were all a little shocked. "Zhou Yu? How could you?" a soldier asked with some stammering. "I don't want to fight with you. I'm here to find Cheng Xiaodong and Yi Wentian." "Don't stop me," Zhou Yu said coldly. Ever since Zhou Yu lost power, even these ordinary people no longer value him. Although there is no dog-blooded thing of looking down on others, there is contempt from the bottom of their hearts. Now is the end of the world. But people don't show their feelings so nakedly. That Zhou Yu. The higher-ups have said that you are no longer a researcher, so you can't enter this building. A soldier seemed to be trying to persuade Zhou Yu with kind words, but in fact, he was stabbing Zhou Yu in both open and covert ways. Zhou Yu didn't want to pay any attention to him, and just said, "I told you not to stop me, or you will bear the consequences later." The soldier was also a little angry when he saw Zhou Yu's strong attitude. He sneered, "Since researcher Zhou said so, what else can we say? Okay, as long as you can get in from our side, I won't stop you." As the soldier said this, he pulled out a slender knife. This knife was not a Miao Dao, nor a Tai Dao. The curved arc of this knife was very beautiful. Unfortunately, Zhou Yu didn't recognize it. Lin Hao didn't recognize it. And even the soldier who wielded this knife didn't recognize it. These knives were all looted from a model knife shop in the base. If Jean Bebe were here, he would be able to tell you everything. This is a fish intestine knife, a famous knife from ancient times. But unfortunately this imitation is ugly. Not as good looking as my father's imitation. Zhou Yu's mind is naturally not on the person, but on the knife. Because Zhou Yu suddenly found that he did not have a handy weapon. Since putting the tube of medicine into his neck, Zhou Yu obviously found that his strength has increased a lot. His speed has increased a lot. And even his reaction speed has increased a lot. But Zhou Yu did not come here to test his physical fitness. He came here to kill people. If you have a knife, it will be much easier to kill people. Lin Hao guessed that there might be a fight tonight. But unfortunately his alloy knife fell into the Hummer, and he didn't bring it in. If he brought a knife in, it would really attract people's attention. So Lin Hao simply didn't bring anything and pretended to be a complete survivor. The soldier in front of the gate looked at Zhou Yu with a disdainful sneer. In his opinion, Zhou Yu was just an ordinary person with weak strength. How could he be a match for a trained soldier like him? Unfortunately, this time, he was wrong. Zhou Yu walked away, walking forward, completely ignoring the soldier. Or rather, he walked towards the soldier. The soldier probably didn't expect Zhou Yu to dare to walk towards him like this. And the soldier said fiercely, "Are you really going to die? I tell you, if you keep walking ahead, I will really hit you." The soldier knew that Zhou Yu had been ordered to be killed by the boss above. And it was said that someone was sent to execute him. But why he was still alive was indeed a question. But the soldier didn't mind solving this question himself. Zhou Yu still turned a deaf ear to him. He walked on his way without even looking at the soldier. Perhaps this kind of disregard finally made the soldier angry. He tightly grasped the knife in his hand. In the Doomsday, no one has never killed anyone. Everyone's hands are more or less bloody. The only one who has never killed anyone may be Zhou Yu, a scientist who was protected at the beginning of the Doomsday. Unfortunately, this scientist in the greenhouse also started to eat meat today. And it was a big meat. Chapter 286. The soldier's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the knife in his hand quickly chopped towards Zhou Yu. This knife was clearly aimed at Zhou Yu's neck. This was a killing move. Unfortunately, in Lin Hao's eyes, this knife had too many loopholes. First of all, the speed was too slow, and the force was not enough. The angle was too ordinary. Even an ordinary person could dodge it if he reacted faster and was more alert. Unfortunately, someone did not dodge. When the soldier's knife came, he didn't even look at it. He just stretched out his hand. Just like grabbing a water cup on the table. Like picking up fallen leaves on the ground. It was that simple. Zhou Yu grabbed the knife. The soldier never expected that his seemingly fierce knife was caught easily by the guy in front of him. And he caught it with his hand. The soldier looked at Zhou Yu's hand in disbelief. And then looked at his knife. He was sure that he was holding a sharp knife. And the force just now was enough to chop off an adult's head. But Zhou Yu caught it with one hand. After Zhou Yu caught his knife, he turned his head and looked at the soldier. "Originally, I didn't want to kill you, but you deserve to die." Zhou Yu grabbed the blade and forcibly snatched the knife from the soldier's hand. Then, in the soldier's horrified eyes, swung it down. A large head flew in front of Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao realized how beautiful the scene was when he usually chopped off other people's heads. When did he become so perverted? Lin Hao shook his head. He felt that this was not a good thing and should be stopped. After chopping off the soldier's head, Zhou Yu felt that he had done something very ordinary and walked into the research building very calmly. But there was more than one soldier guarding the door. When the other soldiers saw Zhou Yu chop their comrades so easily, they were immediately angry. Zhou Yu's magical scene just now did not seem to bring too much deterrence. Because Zhou Yu acted too calmly. These soldiers did not carry guns. The guns were in the designated room. And there was really no need to carry guns to guard a laboratory building. So they were equipped with knives. Fish intestine knives. The fish intestine knife is thin and lighter than the Miao knife. It is very scary to wield it, because it can chop your head without you knowing it. And you don't even have time to react. Seeing that Zhou Yu had the killing intent, they did not show any courtesy to him. Although they did not have any rules in swinging the knife in their hands. They had a lot of strength. If this knife really hit, if it was the previous Zhou Yu, his head might not be saved. Even if Lin Hao was there, he would not dare to take this knife 100%. Zhou Yu is now fearless, because his strength has entered the 6th level. How strong is the body defense of the 6th level zombie? At least an ordinary fish intestine knife can't do any harm to him. But Zhou Yu is not a fool. Why should he let others chop him? Zhou Yu also held a fish intestine knife in his hand. And he had not practiced any knife skills. All he could do was to swing the knife in his hand with brute force, like those soldiers. The point is that Zhou Yu was not afraid of their attacks at all. When others chopped him, he didn't even look at them. And then chopped them up. Before they chopped him, their heads were gone. Of course, even if others chopped him, he didn't care at all. The knife cutting him was no different from a blade of grass cutting him. Lin Hao just watched Zhou Yu turn into a moonlit werewolf, showing his fangs and killing crazily. No one knew how honest Zhou Yu was before this. He was so honest that he was unwilling to do human experiments even if others threatened his family's lives. When those people finally forced his devilish side out, they had to pay the price. After all, some soldiers were scared and did not dare to attack Zhou Yu. But this did not mean that Zhou Yu would let them go. From the beginning, when his daughter's finger appeared in front of him, the demon of killing had been planted in his heart. He was angry, helpless, but could do nothing. When his wife and children had left and were brutally killed by others, the Pandora's box of absolute power was finally released when Zhou Yu injected it into his body. Zhou Yu changed, and really became another person. There was a murderous aura in his eyes, as if he had walked out of a demon cave, and his whole body was filled with hostility. This kind of hostility could not be quelled without killing people. So Zhou Yu started to kill. The soldier sounded the alarm 1 second before he died, and the alarms in the entire laboratory building rang. The sound was deafening, but Zhou Yu didn't care at all, as if he didn't see it at all. Lin Hao knew that it might not be suitable to follow that person now, because when the alarm sounded, soldiers outside began to come in. After Gooden's detection, Lin Hao even saw many mutants. The strength of those mutants was very similar to the group of whales he had met before, and there were many of them. But unfortunately, there was no one called Duan Luochen among them. Lin Hao knew that the survivor base in City S might be in chaos tonight, but he didn't expect it to be so chaotic, because just now, the alarm about the zombie tide had already sounded, and it was an orange alarm of 1,000 zombies, which invisibly attracted most of the soldiers in the base. So the number of soldiers and mutants coming from the laboratory was reduced. Lin Hao hid outside for a short time, and finally saw that no one came in. So he quietly walked into the building. Next, he would start looking for gold. Zhou Yu came to the laboratory building with a clear purpose, which was to kill Cheng Xiaodong and Yi Wentian. No matter who killed his wife and daughter, the two masterminds would not be able to escape. Without them, his wife and daughter would not be in trouble. I will avenge you. In Zhou Yu's pocket, there was a little finger. From the moment it appeared, Zhou Yu had always kept it on himself. Cheng Xiaodong was still completing his own experiments in the laboratory. He was slowly experimenting according to Zhou Yu's source code and operation methods. But the more he experimented, the more he felt something was wrong. He always felt that something was wrong. Cheng Xiaodong regretted killing Zhou Yu earlier. He still didn't know some details. If Yi Wentian knew that he didn't know, his life would be hard. When Cheng Xiaodong was thinking about Zhou Yu, he didn't know that Zhou Yu had already boarded the elevator, and his goal was his laboratory. Lower the voltage and check the code again, Cheng Xiaodong said to his assistant angrily. His assistant could only listen to Cheng Xiaodong's orders listlessly, and then do what he said. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, outside the laboratory. Chapter 287. The knocks on the door were a little hurried, as if it was a spell to urge death. Cheng Xiaodong's heart skipped a beat subconsciously. He said to the assistant beside him, "Go open the door first and see who it is." The palpitations became more and more serious. Cheng Xiaodong was a little confused. Why did he feel palpitations? Did Yi Wentian know about his affairs? When the assistant opened the door, Cheng Xiaodong's heartbeat began to accelerate. 5 very strong men came in from outside. Those men were fully equipped with weapons. When Cheng Xiaodong saw these people, he subconsciously thought that they were sent by Yi Wentian to catch him. But when the sturdy man at the beginning told the whole story, Cheng Xiaodong was relieved. The 5 people who came to the laboratory were members of the group of mutants in the survivor base of S City, led by Xiang. Once Xiang led his team to deal with a level 5 zombie in S City. But Xiang was seriously injured and 2 members died. However, Xiang and Yi Wentian had a good relationship, so Yi Wentian re-equipped his team not long after. But since the team was fully equipped, Yi Wentian has not let them perform tasks again, but has been guarding the safety of the laboratory. After Xiang came in, he immediately said, "Have you seen Zhou Yu? Zhou Yu? Didn't he die a long time ago?" Cheng Xiaodong asked in surprise. "No, he is not dead. He has become a mutant, and a very high-level mutant. It seems that guy has not come here. Be careful. I will go to Yi Wentian to check." After Xiang finished speaking, he left with his lions, tigers, leopards and hyenas. Since Zhou Yu did not come here, he must have gone to Yi Wentian's residence. As the closest person to Yi Wentian, Xiang knew some things. He also knew how Yi Wentian treated Zhou Yu. When Zhou Yu had power, the first thing he would do was to seek revenge on these people. If Cheng Xiaodong was one, then Yi Wentian would definitely be the second. Thinking that Yi Wentian might be in danger, Xiang's steps became more hurried. As the absolute think tank in the laboratory, Yi Wentian could not die. Once he died, the entire laboratory might be paralyzed, which was a very terrifying thing. Cheng Xiaodong looked at the hurried elephant with curiosity, and asked in confusion, "Isn't Zhou Yu dead? How could he appear here? Even if he appeared here, what is there for him? An ordinary person to be afraid of? The highest level mutant potion now is only a level 6 potion. And after injection, the strength is only about level 5. The potency is so strong. I don't believe that Zhou Yu can survive and become a level 5 mutant." Thinking of this, Cheng Xiaodong was actually a little scared. If Zhou Yu really became a level 5 mutant, and gave in a little in front of Yi Wentian, he would most likely become a substitute for the mutants in Group C. If Zhou Yu becomes the substitute for the mutants in Group C, Cheng Xiaodong will have a hard time. According to Cheng Xiaodong's idea, the survivor base is so powerful that Zhou Yu can't go against the survivor base for revenge. However, there are some things that his dirty head can't think of. Cheng Xiaodong looked at the elephant that had left and wanted to go back to continue his experiment. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Cheng Xiaodong just turned around, and a big hand had already grabbed his neck. "Long time no see. Fatty Dong. Do you miss me?" Zhou Yu pinched Cheng Xiaodong's neck, and then slammed Cheng Xiaodong against the wall. At that moment, Cheng Xiaodong suddenly felt that he was dying. He looked at Zhou Yu, who was full of murderous intent at the moment, and wanted to speak, but he couldn't say a word, because Zhou Yu's strength was too great. So strong that he pinched his throat and couldn't breathe at all. Cheng Xiaodong struggled. He slapped Zhou Yu's arm hard. His fat body twisted like a worm being pinched. But it was useless. Zhou Yu looked at Cheng Xiaodong in his hand like a clown, without a trace of pity. A minute later, Cheng Xiaodong began to get scared. His face was already red, and at this moment, he could not breathe. The whites of his eyes also appeared, and he was dizzy and could not see anything. Cheng Xiaodong was still struggling with his hands covered, and Zhou Yu did not give him a chance to beg for mercy. Moreover, Zhou Yu pinched Cheng Xiaodong very rhythmically. He would not let Cheng Xiaodong die suddenly, and let him die quickly. How could he calm down the anger in his heart? But torturing a person takes too much time. So killing Cheng Xiaodong in this way seems to be a very effective way. Cheng Xiaodong's limbs began to twitch, and the hands that had been holding Zhou Yu's arms gradually fell to his sides. No one knows what Cheng Xiaodong experienced before he fell into a coma. What kind of fear and despair it was. Seeing that Cheng Xiaodong was completely unconscious, Zhou Yu increased the strength of his hands, and heard a click, which was the sound of the cervical vertebrae breaking. Cheng Xiaodong died. Just like that. Zhou Yu still didn't feel anything, because the real murderer was still at large somewhere. Zhou Yu waved the fish intestine knife in his hand, and the assistant, who had been standing next to him, with his mouth open watching the show, also lost his head. Zhou Yu knew that the assistant was not a good person either. He had been hanging out with Cheng Xiaodong before, and the assistant must know about framing him. But even if he didn't know, so what? Just kill him. Since the members of Duan Luochen's D group were gone, Duan Luochen was also happy to be free. During the time waiting for the reorganization of the D group, Duan Luochen had been going back and forth between the gym and home. When Duan Luochen returned to the room, he started to cover his head again, because Jinzi had messed up the house again. "Little brat. I tell you, don't force me. If you force me, I will really throw you out of my house." Duan Luochen gritted his teeth and said, "Jinzi is free. At least in this house. Jinzi is very smart and sensible. He knows that he can't step out of this house casually. Otherwise, if he is discovered by others, his life may be in danger." But Jinzi was also a person with a bad temper. He had had enough of staying in this house, and he hated Duan Luochen very much. So he smashed everything in the house that could be smashed over and over again, and would never keep it clean if it could be messed up. Unfortunately, in the Doomsday, there were really not many things that could be smashed in a residence, which was why Duan Luochen could let Jinzi stay in the room. This was an ordinary room, without those advanced technology products before the Doomsday. No TV or mobile phone remote control. Only a bed, a simple wardrobe, and a pair of bowls and chopsticks. So the bowl and chopsticks became the target of Jeansy's venting. But the bowl was made of metal. And how much strength could a child who was not yet an adult have? After finding that he couldn't handle the bowl and chopsticks, Jeansy focused his attention on the quilt on the bed, and the clothes in the closet. Duan Luochen no longer had any clothes to wear. And most of those clothes were torn in half by Jeansy, which made Duan Luochen very helpless. The point was that he didn't dare to teach this little brat a lesson. Whenever he wanted to teach this little brat a lesson, Jeansy would always show his teeth and nails, and put on a desperate posture. This time, Duan Luochen was ready not to tolerate this brat anymore. He must let this kid know that he, Duan Luochen, was not someone to be trifled with. Jeansy would naturally not be afraid of him. Jeansy had even experienced life and death. So how could he be afraid of such a threat that had no nutritional value? The two were about to fight, when suddenly, there was a light knock on Duan Luochen's door. The two people in the room stiffened at the same time, and then looked towards the door in confusion. Chapter 288. When the knock on the door sounded, Jeansy was just curious, but Duan Luochen was cautious. His mind began to spin wildly, wondering who would knock on his door at this time. Duan Luochen was a little scared. There was someone in his room, which made him scared because Jeansy could not be discovered. If someone discovered what Jeansy did in his room, Jeansy's life would no longer be guaranteed. Duan Luochen walked slowly to the door. The knocking sound was still there. The sound was light, but the frequency was very fast, as if the person knocking on the door had something urgent to do. Duan Luochen calmed down for a moment, then asked calmly, "Who is it?" However, the voice coming from outside the door surprised him inexplicably. "Brother Chen." "It's me." Duan Luochen thought there might be something wrong with his ears. Tang Mingming's voice came from outside. How could it be possible? Isn't Tang Mingming in the survivor base in City B? If time had not allowed, Duan Luochen would have wanted to take the gold back to City B to exchange Tang Mingming the next day after leaving the survivor base. Unfortunately, something seemed to have happened in the base recently. And surprisingly, Duan Luochen didn't know about these things, as if they were deliberately hiding them from him. However, Duan Luochen's heart has always been Tang Mingming's safety, so he didn't investigate further. Just now, suddenly, he heard Tang Mingming's voice. Duan Luochen was surprised and hurriedly opened his small wooden door, and found that Tang Mingming was really standing outside, with a pair of starry eyes that seemed to be shining with starlight. Looking at him, Duan Luochen seemed to be unable to believe that what he saw was real. He looked at it again and again until Jean Bebe interrupted him. "Okay. Have you seen enough? If you have, go in quickly. It will be bad if we are discovered. Then let's go in first." Tang Mingming led Jean Bebe into Duan Luochen's house very skillfully. At this moment, Duan Luochen realized that Tang Mingming actually brought this female evil star with him. "Why are you here?" Duan Luochen asked after realizing it. "Stop talking nonsense. Where is my brother?" Jean Bebe asked. However, before Duan Luochen could answer, Jeansy's voice suddenly rang out. "Sister?" Jeansy and Jean Bebe were both in disbelief. They met in such an occasion. Jeansy greeted Jean Bebe with surprise, as if he hadn't seen her for hundreds of years. Jean Bebe opened his arms and hugged Jeansy. Not to mention, although he didn't have enough food in the doomsday, Jeansy's weight was getting heavier and his height was getting taller. "How are you? Have you suffered these days?" Jean Bebe asked worriedly. Duan Luochen didn't say a word beside him, just looked at Tang Mingming. Tang Mingming felt uneasy when he looked at her, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. I'm fine. I eat and drink well. They haven't abused me. It's fine." Jeansy sighed and said, "Not really. I just stay in the room every day. It's boring." A pair of sisters, a couple, two teams were chatting enthusiastically, especially when both sides learned that their people didn't suffer any hardship in the other side. The grudges between them gradually began to fade. They seemed to have forgotten that in this survivor base, there was a zombie who was taking risks in the laboratory building for Gene Z. Who is there? Lin Hao didn't expect that the soldiers at the door didn't carry guns, but those patrolling between the floors all had guns, and they were real guns. Lin Hao didn't know what the structure of this place was, nor how many people there were. Now he just wanted to run quickly, because there were more than a dozen ordinary soldiers with guns following him. If it were normal, these ordinary people would not be qualified to chase him. But he had to run. If these ordinary people attracted more powerful guys, Lin Hao might be trapped here. After turning countless corners, and going up and down countless floors. Lin Hao finally saw a switch to open the door, and rushed in without thinking. After rushing in, Lin Hao was very considerate to close the door, and then locked it. Lin Hao exhaled lightly, opened his mental image, and saw that those fools in the image actually passed by this door, and ran away without even looking at it. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel secretly happy. High-level crystal core energy detected. High-level crystal core energy detected. At the moment when Lin Hao was secretly happy, Gooden's words gave him a chill. Gooden said the words high-level energy detected twice. Once to the mysterious man who suddenly appeared to save him and killed the 4th level Pangan in seconds, and once to Chu Xiao Xiao. As long as this sentence appears, it proves that a very powerful zombie must have appeared at the scene. So Lin Hao hurriedly stood up and adjusted his mental power to the most perfect state. The mental power image was also more solid. The whole person was like a blade out of the sheath. Aggressive. But unfortunately, there was no weapon in his hand, which made Lin Hao always feel that something was missing. Where are the zombies? Lin Hao asked hurriedly. Gooden said leisurely at this moment, why are you so nervous? Who told you that detecting high-level crystal core energy means encountering zombies? Hearing Gooden's words, Lin Hao was stunned on the spot. How did you detect the high-level crystal core energy without zombies? Lin Hao couldn't help but complain. Silly. High-level crystal cores can also detect high-level energy. Gooden scolded. Lin Hao just came in a hurry, so he didn't see a piece of paper posted outside the room, with a line of words written on it, Yi Wentian's special laboratory. No entry for idle people. At this moment, Lin Hao came to Yi Wentian's professional laboratory without knowing it. Those real high-level crystal cores are actually placed in Yi Wentian's laboratory. Half an hour ago, Xiong brought his E-group members here to find Yi Wentian, and told Yi Wentian that Zhou Yu had become a powerful mutant, and was now seeking revenge. Yi Wentian immediately asked, what level? Through the energy detection machine in the corridor. It is known that it is level 6. This is why Xiong was so cautious, because there had never been a level 6 mutant in their laboratory. Yi Wentian screamed loudly, impossible. The highest level of mutant potion is only level 6. And there are only 3 tubes left. And those 3 tubes are all in my laboratory. Even if these potions were stolen by Zhou Yu, and he injected them. And the level 6 mutant potion can only give him level 5 strength. How could he be level 6? Xiong reminded, then have you ever given him a level 7 crystal core? It is possible that he used the level 7 crystal core to configure it himself. You are so stupid. There are only 2 level 7 mutant zombies in the entire S city. One in the east and one in the west. And they are both alive and well now. Where can I give him a level 7 crystal core to study? I did give him a level 6 one. Yi Wentian suddenly stopped talking because he thought of a possibility. Chapter 289. Shouldn't it be? I hope not. That's a genetic program that I haven't cracked yet. How could he crack it? Yi Wentian was muttering to himself. And Xiong urged him, okay. Let's go to the safe house first. Before Zhou Yu is under control. You are in danger anytime and anywhere. You know? Helplessly, Yi Wentian could only follow Xiong out of the laboratory. While thinking about Zhou Yu's problem, Yi Wentian successfully lost his mind. He didn't close the door of the laboratory. And there were 3 level 5 crystal cores, and 1 level 6 crystal core in his laboratory. Yi Wentian left. And Lin Hao came. If Lin Hao didn't have Gooden, he wouldn't have known that there was such a gift waiting for him in this room. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in the world. Following Gooden's guidance, Lin Hao successfully found the crystal cores in some corners of the room. Are you swallowing your saliva? Gooden laughed. Damn. Can I not swallow it? Are you sure there are 3 level 5 and 1 level 6 here? After I swallow it, can I upgrade? Can I skip a level? Lin Hao asked tremblingly. It was like a pillow was given to you when you were sleepy. Whatever you need, you will get it. Lin Hao guessed that his upgrade path from level 4 to level 5 might be full of ups and downs, crises, or adventures. The only thing he didn't expect was that he could get it so easily and simply. Don't think too much. But I will definitely let you upgrade to level 5. Okay. Now that no one has discovered you, and there is no one around, take it away quickly, and then find a safe place to swallow it. Gooden saw that Lin Hao was about to put the crystal core into his mouth and hurriedly stopped him. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost died. It seems that it takes a long time to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. If I lie here, I might never wake up. Crystal cores are sometimes drugs. Devils. Now Lin Hao's head is hot. If he swallows the crystal core, there is no need to think about it. The crystal core in Lin Hao's brain will be stepped on by Yi Wentian again and again the next day. Lin Hao used his mental power to scan the surroundings to prevent himself from being seen by others, and then quietly went downstairs, but found that the alarms around him seemed to have stopped. Lin Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Although Zhou Yu was a mutant, his strength was comparable to that of a level 6 mutant zombie or a superpower. How could he be defeated so easily? Although mutants have no skills, this may be a reason, but their physical fitness is far superior to others, and there are no high-level superpowers in this base, and the levels of other mutants are not as high as his. How could he be defeated? Lin Hao was still very confused about this question, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed very normal. Although Zhou Yu only had a level 6 physical fitness, he had no skills. First, he had never learned the art of fighting, and his opponents were all retired Special Forces soldiers. Second, Zhou Yu was alone. No matter how good his physical fitness was, he was just a man who used a blade to chop people with a knife handle. Therefore, Zhou Yu's failure seemed normal. Under the siege of a group of level 4 mutants led by Xiang, even if Zhou Yu was level 6, it would be useless. Not to mention that Xiang also had various high-tech auxiliary tools specifically for dealing with advanced mutant zombies. However, these were not enough to make Zhou Yu surrender. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. But in the end, he couldn't escape because of the potion he used. After each potion was developed, Yi Wentian would record the genetic code of the crystal core used in the potion, and then record the crystal core and control the genetic program of the crystal core through electromagnetic waves. Even if Zhou Yu fused the power of the crystal core 100%, it was still useless because his genes could not be completely fused with the zombie genes of the crystal core. In this case, the zombie genes were independent existences in the body, and Yi Wentian could control the mutants outside the body through electromagnetic waves, and even decide the life and death of the mutants. This is why even though mutants are so powerful and numerous, no one dares to rebel, because they don't have the courage to face death. During the battle, Zhou Yu felt his head go blank, and his limbs collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. Zhou Yu was confused and very strange. And then he suddenly remembered something and breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, as one of Yi Wentian's former researchers, how could he forget the mutant gene control technology? The people around them slowly approached, and Xiang and his team were facing a formidable enemy. Although it seemed that even if Yi Wentian did not start the machine, Zhou Yu would not be a match for the 5 of them. It did not mean that the 5 of them were absolutely Zhou Yu's opponents. If Yi Wentian had not controlled Zhou Yu in time, there would definitely be casualties in Xiang's team again. Xiang's arm was already broken, and when he saw Zhou Yu showing this honor, the anger in his heart instantly rose up, and he was about to put the knife to Zhou Yu's neck. At this moment, Yi Wentian appeared. "Don't kill him. Control him, and send him to my lab," Yi Wentian said coldly. Zhou Yu laughed. "Okay. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why bother pretending like that? It's meaningless for me to live alone anyway." Zhou Yu's consciousness gradually became distant, as if he was thinking about something. "If I really wanted to kill you, you would be dead now. You know what gene control technology means," Yi Wentian said. Gene control technology represents absolute control over mutants. Zhou Yu didn't say anything, but looked at all the mutants except him with compassionate eyes. There were some corpses on the ground. Those corpses died in a very miserable way, as if they were cut into pieces. Yes, it was Zhou Yu who did it. He only used that fish intestine knife to force these 10 or 20 high-level or low-level mutants to suffer heavy casualties. Just when their battle ended, Lin Hao didn't know when he had slipped out of the laboratory building. Looking at the night and the darkness around him, Lin Hao hurriedly ran towards the basketball court. At least now Lin Hao felt that the safest place was the gymnasium. Along the way, Lin Hao dodged various patrols of soldiers and finally ran back to the basketball hall. The small light in the basketball hall had long lost its luster. The only thing left was the slender shadow under the moonlight, which made people imagine. Lin Hao came to his seat and laid down. What Lin Hao didn't expect was that there was still someone who didn't sleep. When everyone in the hall was snoring, that person raised his head and asked Lin Hao curiously, "Where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back?" Lin Hao said speechlessly, "Where can I go? I went to relieve myself and got lost. I finally found my way back." "Then you have to be careful. If someone shoots you at night, they will be irresponsible. Ho Jingyu said. You don't need to tell me. I know. Go to sleep quickly. I'm sleepy, Lin Hao said. And then he laid down on his own territory. Then he took out the 4 crystal cores in the dark. In order to prevent the smell from leaking, Lin Hao quickly swallowed the 4 crystal cores into his stomach. When the crystal core entered Lin Hao's body, Lin Hao felt dizzy, and then he knew nothing. Chapter 290. Duan Luochen looked at the brother and sister and sighed. You should have listened to the zombie. You shouldn't have come in. Especially you, Jin Bebe. I know you very well. Because Yi Wentian knows you very well. As long as you two are discovered by Yi Wentian, it will be very dangerous. You have come in. And now I have found my brother. As long as I find Lin Hao, we will leave immediately. Jin Bebe said. Do you think our survivor base is the same as your broken base? You can come in if you want to. And you can leave if you want to? Duan Luochen was so angry that his teeth itched. Why? You won't leave yet? Jin Bebe was about to explode. It's not that I won't let you go. You just don't know how scarce survivors are now. It's funny to say that before the end of the world, the most common people on this planet were humans. After the end of the world, the human base began to decline without limit. Maybe humans will fade out of the historical stage at any time. Because of this, survivors have become a scarce resource. Even if you don't have any skills, are useless, and can only eat and drink for free, the survivor base will still support you. At least you can reproduce. So it is impossible for ordinary people to leave the survivor base casually, unless you reveal your identity. But the moment you reveal your identity, you are in danger, Duan Luochen said. So now we can't even leave here? Jin Bebe was a little unconvinced. For Jin Bebe, as long as she finds Lin Hao, with Lin Hao's strong strength, it is not a matter of minutes to leave here. The 3 of them discussed for a long time. And finally, the 3 reached an agreement that Duan Luochen would find the person. And when Lin Hao was found, they would discuss how to escape from here. But Duan Luochen is now in a very awkward situation like Lin Hao. That is, he has no idea what Lin Hao looks like. You said that guy entered the base during the day? And disguised as a survivor? No. Even a mutant zombie can't hide from the crystal core detector. How did he hide? Duan Luochen asked doubtfully. Apparently Duan Luochen asked the wrong person. Even Jin Bebe didn't know how he hid. For Jin Bebe, he only knew that Lin Hao was a very powerful zombie. And he was also her boyfriend. And knowing this was enough. Regardless of whether they can successfully find Lin Hao, now is not the time to act. Finally, in this small room, the 4 people squeezed together. Duan Luochen said in his report that all his squad members had died in the battle. So even Tang Mingming could not be exposed. Tang Mingming began to worry because several soldiers guarding the gate had seen him. Duan Luochen sighed again and said, I can only hope that they don't care about this matter. Jin Bebe smiled and said, I'm afraid they can't not care, because we brought an orange alert. What? You said you attracted a zombie tide? Duan Luochen's eyes widened. Tang Mingming and Jin Bebe stopped talking immediately. And Jinzi immediately countered, Why do you say that to my sister? Duan Luochen felt that he was not suitable to speak. Because he thought of something. There was an orange alarm zombie tied at the gate of the base. But no one had come to inform him until now. It stands to reason that Duan Luochen is also a person of status in the base. If such a big thing happened, it would be impossible not to inform him. But they didn't. Duan Luochen began to think. Why? Perhaps Yi Wentian knew that what he said was not true. And Yi Wentian began to distrust him. This is what Duan Luochen fears the most. Yi Wentian holds his lifeline. If Yi Wentian begins to distrust him, then Duan Luochen will be closer and closer to danger. Brother Chen. Tang Mingming hesitated. Duan Luochen said, Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Yi Wentian should not be so magical. If he really finds out, he will definitely show his cards to me. Now I can only hope to find that Lin Hao quickly, and then send this woman and child away, so that I will have an excuse. After all, Tang Mingming was really shot when she was at the survivor base in City B, and it seemed that she would not survive. Who knew that she not only survived in the end, but also returned to the base safely? As for how Tang Mingming returned to the base, Duan Luochen didn't know. He just insisted that he really believed that his team was wiped out. Yi Wentian probably couldn't do anything to him. Duan Luochen spent the night in a state of anxiety, while Lin Hao spent the night without knowing anything. At dawn the next day, Lin Hao couldn't help but open his eyes. He felt dizzy, and something was wrong. The only thing Lin Hao could confirm was that he had advanced. Because swallowing a crystal core and falling into a coma was something that would only happen after advancing. But this coma seemed different from the previous ones. Gooden. Is Gooden there? Lin Hao hurriedly called. Don't ask if I'm there. Leave a message yourself. And I reply when I hear it. Gooden felt that Lin Hao had doubted his IQ. So he replied very unhappy. Lin Hao didn't care about Gooden's words and asked. Have I upgraded? Hurry up and bring up my attribute panel. I don't know if Lin Hao hasn't slept since he became a zombie. And the coma after the upgrade seems to have made up for all the sleep he didn't sleep before, causing Lin Hao to feel groggy when he woke up the next day. Awake? Let's go get breakfast together. Just then, Ho Jingyu's thin face came over. Lin Hao looked at this guy speechlessly. He always came to mess things up at the most important moment. This guy is really annoying. Lin Hao said listlessly, you go first. I want to sleep for a while. Maybe I haven't had a good sleep for a long time. Then Lin Hao turned around and faced Ho Jingyu with his back, and heard a hurried sound behind him. Obviously Ho Jingyu had started to pack himself up and walked out the door. But after a while, Lin Hao heard Ho Jingyu's annoying footsteps again. And the footsteps were getting closer and closer to him. You slept for so long. Don't you want to go to the toilet? I advise you not to hold it in. It's not good for your health. Ho Jingyu kindly reminded. You want to go to the toilet. Your whole family wants to go to the toilet. This is Lin Hao's answer. But the other party is kind after all. Lin Hao feels that this is a bit impolite. So Lin Hao stood up, took a breath, and said politely, go to hell. You care whether I go to the toilet or not. Are you annoying? Hurry up and go eat your breakfast. After the cheese sinks into Dantian, Lin Hao feels that a lot of his anger has been vented. Otherwise, he is really afraid that he will bite off the neck of this annoying guy in front of so many people.